ないと信じていますし、再び上げてあげられると本気で思っています。
I would say I want people to remember that I always tried hard, and no matter what the result, I showed up in a good way.
Sekarang waktunya kita untuk membawa piala ke Indonesia lagi.
目標はシンプルです。グランドファイナルに進出し、世界タイトルを取ること。今回は PMGC トロフィーを持ち帰ります。
저희가 더 열심히 해서 꼭 우승하도록 하겠습니다.
鸡爷保持一下吧。
DK， 我觉得这个不用多说吧。
DK。
Hello， 大家好，我是 TT 战队的 King。
大家好，我是 TT 战队的派力。
السلام عليكم معكم عبد الرحمن من فريق RIT سبورت المعرف ب ID7.
برستيج عبد الرحمن واول فريق متاهل النهائي المركز الاول.
然后今天呢，我们要来预测一下绿组小组赛的一个排名情况吧。那就
ابى احطهم اثنين وتحطها خير.
والله انت لا.
ما خير.
اي والله حرام فوق 2 3 بعد.
很多以往的比赛吧，他们确实打的都很好，都枪很硬，尤其是那个 Rosemary 嘛，所以我觉得排在第2，这个肯定是没毛病的。
لا والله حرام ما IC والله مفروض هناك.
لا دي ان دي تحط اي سي.
IC اتوقع انه يعني مفروض اعلى الصراحه ودي ان دي توب 10.
有没有需要小小改动吗？
那就选一个，你选2个吧。主要我第一次打不是很熟。
猜拳输的先选一个，然后再猜拳输的，然后再选一个。剪刀手不好意思啊，不好意思，不是我愿意的啊，不好意思。剪刀石头布，你是不是心里想的也是这个？所以也是不太了解吧？对。
هذه توقعاتنا وامنياتنا. نتمنى صراحه انه التيمات العربيه كلها توب 3.
希望大家都可以好好加油，狠狠的打我的脸，好不好？
فنشوفكم الفاينل يا جماعه.
拜拜，
拜拜拜拜。
Утгаараа сайн хичээгээд орноо.
Show their true power in day one. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, day 2 of Group Green. Today can be make it or break it for some of the squads that are trying to make it to the finals, but who can challenge those top 3 teams? APG, Inner Circle, and 9C Globe, and one team that definitely can. It's gonna be none other than Alter Ego, and I have Rosemary, Rose Carey here with me because this man has been performing quite well. What can you do to carry the momentum? You're just 1 point away from top 3.
Oke, Rosemary, bisa dibilang kamu salah satu player yang sangat bagus di Alter Ego dan sekarang kalian ada 1 poin doang beda sama 3 besar. Apa yang bakal kamu ngelakuin buat memaintain performa kamu sekarang supaya kamu bisa melayakkan diri ke grand final?
Mungkin dengan bangkitin mental anak-anak dan bangkitin mental sendiri biar kita juga mendapatkan hasil yang maksimal lah, dan ya ngelakuin yang terbaik aja sih tanpa ngelakuin kesalahan sedikit pun.
Yeah, of course, we gonna maintain our mentality first in order to qualify to the grand final, and then other than that we just gonna perform like usual, and then we just try to minimize all the mistake that we will do in the game. That's all.
If you had to pick one mistake that you're definitely looking to improve, what would that mistake be?
Oke, kalau bisa dipilih satu kesalahan yang kamu mau diimprove lah.
Nico getting shot out by 9ZG, who've been doing fairly well, but right now down towards Tinlong Gardens, bit of a journey for them to get past Papra Supermassive. I think the blue likely will envelop both of them entirely before this fight concludes. With Kamikaze playing here, this is the awkward position for 9ZG to deal with. Tiamba actually gets the recall off. They wrapped all the way down towards the southeast side. Okay. It works.
It was one player from Tiamba going for that recall, and Divine as well. Tiamba got there first, so now Divine may be locked out of it with the blue zone pushing in. You can still recall though, even if you're in the blue zone. Let's hop on with Reyes though, as he spots Kamikaze, but Kamikaze is just too quick on it. Does manage to dodge out the way, steps up for more. He wants to trade, he wants to keep it going. Has the AUG, and there's no bullets left to face him. Goodness me. Kamikaze is on an absolute tear for Papra Supermassive. He keeps stepping up. Divine desperately wants this recall, but Tiamba don't want to give it to him. They are still locked in a 1v1. As Aking can't quite find the way out here. He went in, got his teammates back up, but maybe he is the price they will pay. With the auto shotty around the side, he has the disadvantage, and Divine keeps them in. Reject now. Look for the recall.
But the Tiamba just abandoned the poor fella. And why are they coming back in?
No.
Maybe to get the recall off again. I'm not sure, but this feels wrong. Oh, he's actually getting his team in. He actually pulled it off.
No way. Divine able to get his team back. They will be out and into the skies. Reject though will be playing on his 3. And they're going to recall themselves as well. Do they camp this out? Do they wait for the teams above? Because they're not going to get another recall here. I think Reject just have to play as 3.
Yeah, of course they're going to play as 3. I mean, that's insane. I mean, just smoking and getting it done. I guess that's why the rest of Tiamba's just sending there so quickly. They don't want the recall to go through. But regardless, Divine commits. Divine commits. And this time that is quite holy, you know? He sacrificed himself for the rest of the squad. What a martyr.
Brilliant stuff coming through. Well, actually, not so brilliant. Very messy. And Tiamba making interesting decisions there. Reject playing on a 3. They lose one more as well, so they are now back down to the 2 that got picked back up. Loops. Scrapping with Team Secret, by the way. This is over towards Jadina City. On the outskirts here. They've yet to cross the water.
It's taken a while. Definitely it's taken a while. Team Secret and Loops both struggling. Falcons finally make their way down. I don't mind the position over on the northeast side as well. Does cut off the western position in terms of those sight lines, but looks like they're just going to send it over towards OG. OG is looking to face off against them. But with that circle, I think at this point in time, you more than likely to head down towards the beachhead, try and wrap around, play something in there. Gen G, though, has a fantastic spot, and Wolves can take advantage of this position as well. Maybe across the road, pick up that compound. I think that's the smart decision to go for. Let's keep those lessons from yesterday. When it looks free, it's probably free.
Team Secret spending a lot of time out here, picking through the box, and I hope he's not got his UI covered up, because there is still a Loops player in the wings with 1 first aid, and he is going to have to step out now. We'll hear these footsteps waiting for the cross, and immediately he's going to take him down. You can't get the res here. There's no way that Team Secret make it out of this one. How many more points can Loops claim as he finds another? Looks to try and take down the rest of Team Secret. Zerus will put him down, but they stayed there too long. They weren't aware of their surroundings. Meanwhile, Tiamba, they've moved up, so have Reject over towards the Wolves.
Okay, I mean, Tiamba was able to get in. They took a knock and a flush at the start there. QCZ makes a fair bit of damage. Wolves look to move in, get some more damage done for themselves. An immediate flush over towards the left-hand side. And this should be easy pickings for Wolves. I say that as QCZ starts to go a little bit crazy.
Oh, it's getting a bit wild here. Still, not much HP to play with. Not much ammo left either. He is going to get taken down by Doran, but the damage is done to the Wolves. Oh, this is going to be nasty. This is going to be tricky here, Blank, for the Wolves now. More damage done to them than they would have liked. They're on 2 players remaining.
Okay, D+ since yesterday with Chips taking down 2 of the players from OG. They thought themselves, well, maybe we can do it again here. Already 2 players down for OG. 1 player left alive in AKOP, and it's a lovely nade. Pin around the side of the vehicle, pops the vehicle, and pops OG.
That is what you want. Well, not what you want to see if you're an OG fan, but for D+ fans, they'll be happy with it. 4 players alive. They're playing on the north side, though, and they are a little bit squeaked out on that edge. Not too easy of an approach to the rest of the circle. As we hop on back with APG in a similar location as well, though. GS scrapping with them on the hilltops, and Esso able to find Ziol, get the flush, but just about able to find it before the flush, the re-knock comes through. D3S from the high ground now finds a second player on APG, and another goes down as well. APG really suffering now on the north flank.
APG has been surrounded by teams quite a bit here. I think they've tried to carve themselves out a little bit of room, but here on Rondo, it's quite difficult to carve out areas of the map just because there's constant recalling happening. And that's the difficulty, right? Is that as much effort you put in, you're always going to be fighting even towards those later zones. This is why having compounds, having strong position on the map is so important, because it's less about, you know, playing for position. It's more about getting a breather in these games, you know, taking a moment to be like, right, we don't want to fight for 5 minutes, so let's just conserve ammo, conserve utility, conserve players.
The game now with no recalls left available. Krypton for Alter Ego. They're playing as 3. Peppered. And Gen.G hoping that the circle goes to the middle. Alter Ego have to back it off. Krypton stayed a little bit, well, actually, probably moved just about in time. A hard south shift gives Reject maybe an outside chance here, but you imagine the Wolves are going to be pushing across. You think that teams on the east side, maybe GS, transition down to crash onto this area and see what they can find. These buildings, pretty hot real estate right now.
Apollo finding Xeris. It's taking them down. Reject now with 2 points on the game. Not amazing, but they're getting something done here. For Gen.G, if they win this game, it will be the back-to-back, the technical back-to-back from yesterday, finishing out last Miramar with a win, and starting today on Rondo with a win would be fantastic for their point scoring. Currently in 7th place after that chicken dinner from yesterday.
A lot of big Elim games as Doc takes a nade, bounces off the back tire and up to the side window there. Blasts him through with a shrapnel. And there's the flush coming through as well. Goat on 5 Elims. And DS now looking to move into the last player of Falcons. Koa can't stand up to it. And D+ keep themselves as 4. They're not in this zone. And they get lined up towards a lot of damage being sent out their way. As Top readjusts as well for APG. He's just in this next circle.
It's much better from D+. I think that they threw themselves into the deep end a little bit yesterday. Just started taking fights. I know some of those fights honestly weren't going very well, but I'm glad they were just like, we sort of need to get into the mentality that we're big dogs, all right? Because at the moment they were playing so weak, they were playing so scared, and now they're just rapping a lot. And yes, some of these fights are messy, but there's definitely more confidence here when it comes to taking those engagements. And I think that whatever has happened behind the scenes there, whether that's a call made by a coach or a call made by one of the players in the team, is we just need to start giving our all here and just start taking fights. It's been the right call, because I think all those players are really good in their own rights. We've seen them play at high levels in the past when it comes to fragging power. I think here it's a case of, you know, shaking off the years like dust as you come into the big international.
Absolutely necessary for defending champion team, at least D+ to put the best foot forwards. Hopefully try and change that around. Teams are starting now to move in towards these buildings. You can see Wolves still holding out on the east side of that compound, but Goat is the team that's looking to try and breach on towards it. They're not having the best of time though. D+ with Alter Ego at the back. Hosel has a nade bobbling down towards him, and he doesn't quite spot it. Another nade over the top, finds Snape, and there is a little bit of an answer. The cover flare nearly lands on Alva's head, so he does need to be careful if they tumble down. Roll in the D4s blank. Hopefully they're going to be more 4 than 1 as they just nearly take Alva down with them. Goodness me.
Dude, if I'm Alpha, I am terrified. I think he was even considering holding the angle or not. backed up. But these are some great nades. Pop Snape once again. Another one over the top there, getting very close. Decent air burst. I think they will just leave their fourth player to go down there. But the blue starts to push in, and D Plus kind of do have Alter Ego's number here. Wait for a big nade towards the back, and there it is, leaving now D Plus with just the one player. That nade has to be efficient. It's all down to Nolbu.
Needs to get these reses. It's not going to be easy. There's off angles to deal with as well. APG actually taking shots. Top's going to have to move, but he's busy. He's taken down the South Koreans in the meantime. They are confirmed. Oh, another nade. Oh, that's nasty. It's going to do so much damage. I think Nolbu, yeah, he's just going to give up the ghost because the vehicle's going up in smoke now as Krypton just keeps on layering down these nades. Papa Supermassive not getting stuck into Alter Ego just yet, but they'll crest the ridgeline. They know it's just Nolbu left standing. They break one down low. He'll go for the challenge, force them up high. They're playing off one another. Top still in action and will be able to help suppress the angle, but it will be Alter Ego to get all of those Elim points tucked away. It's going to be D plus down. 8 Elims found. A lot of heavy Elim teams are already out of this one, Blank. Maybe we'll see one of our lower Rondo Elim chicken dinners here.
I ain't gonna lie, I think the most dangerous thing there for D Plus was not Alter Ego, but instead the vehicles around them, which they did not respect and just let explode in their faces. In the meantime, though, it is Alter Ego to try and send away, but some great shots there coming through from Genji, who are, like we say, looking to put the back-to-back on the cards. GS move into Reject's position off of the distance there. Just in between, playing Piggy in the middle between Apollo as well as Sarah. But what a fantastic moment from Divine earlier to get this far into the game for the rest of the squad.
Certainly is. Rejects, I mean, they're very happy to be able to survive this one out as long as they can. Sit in those buildings, see if they can defend it. Genji likely going to have to cross the road. Doran, keeping things going. Moment, I mean, Genji, a big win for them here. Would see them up probably towards the top 3, Blank, which would be a real nice find for them. Starting on 40 points, getting a 20-point chicken dinner total. That's very, very doable, and they're the only full 14. I'm thinking that we might see Genji up in that top 3 spot. We'll have to wait though, because plenty of teams will try and extract a toll on them as they make their approach. They're flanking out wide. They've put that 2-2 out, but they're going to have to regroup it.
Yeah, the only thing that concerned me yesterday from Genji's win is like watching those final moments with the UMP shots. I felt like the sprays were a little bit concerning in terms of capability versus some other squads. So it's just that firepower that concerns me for Genji. I will say in terms of rotations, like they've looked pretty good so far. I just will say that their firepower somewhat lacks versus some of these other teams. In this particular circle, though, I don't think there's really anyone else that challenges them out massively. I do think that they play their cards right. You know, it doesn't matter the gun skill at all. As long as they set up the angles, they refrag one another, it should be a Genji win.
Ooh, well, that shift, though, does make that a little bit harder. That Genji win maybe a little bit further out. But, as you said, the numbers, I mean, it's just such a big advantage to be playing with all of this leeway. Sarah, though, it feels like he's got Claws on lockdown at this point. And I think Claws knows about it. Oh, Sarah's not taking the peek out this way, not just yet. He'll know that Claws is peeking up, and that's a brilliant pickup for Claws. What a shot. Excellent reactions coming through for Genji. And he steps into the garage, he's tucked away the vehicle. This should pretty much confirm it.
It proved me wrong, I guess. But I'm okay to see it. I'm all okay with him proven wrong. Good to see the improvement there from Genji. Apollo on his lonesome upstairs, and feels like Divine Sacrifice was all for naught. Apollo looking for the heal, and now up against 4 players. Like I said, the refrag is there. It's easy peasy. Reject go down in 6th place. I don't think Sarah should have peeked that. I don't think it was necessary to peek that.
Yeah, you wait.
It really did just leave Apollo, yeah, high and dry, and now Genji has the high ground position in the center of the circle. So there's some, and I would say it's probably quite categorically bad maneuvers happening from Reject during this tournament.
Yeah, well, I mean, there must be a reason they're in 15th place right now, right? It's not been a great run for them, which is a bit disappointing, but someone's got to be 15th, someone's got to be 16th. Trombi, the last to stand for Papara Supermassive, they go down in 5th place. With their 8 elims, though, they'll make quite a decent impact on this game. But Blank, a lot of teams have had in that 5 to 9 elim boundary, which is quite interesting. It would be one of the more spread out Rondo points earning systems that we've seen, I think, since its release into the PUBG Mobile ecosystem.
Yeah, it's been a really slow game. And I think that's mainly because there's just so much fighting all around the map, which led to one team getting 5 or 6 points, then they would get taken out, and then another team would get those 5 and 6 points, then they would get taken out. In the meantime, though, here's Gen G. Dammy finds Snape to start things off, but it's Doran to find Satan. Claws immediately goes for the smoke, but Doran will finish him off. So that's 12 elims right now for Gen G. The Wolves aren't giving up too easily.
Gen G spot that cross, Claws with the nade, looking for Igor. Doran on the back line. Dropping the smokes here. Nice little cover off. You can see that he's protecting against teams eking across the side of going a little bit further out. Dammy, though, has that high ground plateau and may be able to just see something just about over the top. GS with their last player as well, hiding in a corner, very, very central. Could last out quite a while. Igor with a nade, actually able to find one of Gen G as Doran looks to get across as well. The regroup is there. Quick isn't going to be able to get through, and the flush is there. So now we're 2 versus 3 with D3S as the outside wild card.
For Gen G, let's be quite honest here. A 3-man split at this point in the game is diabolically bad. I don't know why we're going with a 3-man split here. Yes, you want to cover all the buildings, but you're almost certain that this is just straggler teams. And already they showed us that they can play a 4-man refrag position over towards Apollo and Sarah, and they just need to clear out this building. So this is just like, I'm not sure what the plan was, but it's opened things up for Wolves. Both those eliminations, they don't happen for Wolves unless Gen G opens the door for them. And Gen G left that thing completely unlocked and ajar. So if Wolves is able to win this game, it's completely on Gen G.
I think GS win this game. Just saying.
Okay.
I feel like these two teams are going to scrap it out. They're going to forget that there's another player. Or not forget, but be more preoccupied. And I think D3S has this. For no other reason than for the vibes. I think it's entirely unlikely, but I did like saying it. And the zone's closing. Fairly central. It's on top of Wolves. That gives them the advantage.
Yeah, well, I mean, GS is just hiding out right now.
Nice camping.
Yeah, I guess so. You could say that. I mean, GS has struggled a little bit, but, you know, you try and get some points where you can, don't you, really? But it's not going to get them top 3. It ain't going to get you top 3. It might not even keep you at top 5.
Well, any point's a good point. At any stage, you take the points you can get. We'll see what he can go for. I don't think Quick is aware of the player on the ground floor. I mean, maybe he is. He's playing on the corner that sort of counters it. But D3S has not made a move in a long while. The blue zone will force it as the flares start to drop thick and fast down the main road. That's going to make it a little bit more navigable in these close-range fights. These smokes are starting to dry out, but Quick has managed to get across here, Blank. The question is, how safe is it? They have regrouped fully on it. They've let D3S actually stay alive, alone in that corner.
Are these the fabled Wolves walls coming through with the emergency cover? The Wolves Doritos, Doran the Dorito thrower. As he goes, attempts to go upwards. Nice damage there from Gen G on Dammy, but he goes actually just going to push it up. That's very aggressive.
Oh, but he finds the first. No, sorry, hang on a minute. We're on with Dammy. Yeah, he's immediately lining that up. D3S is chiming in, though, now. If he can find one of Gen G, it's a 1v1v1. Nade in hand, maybe closer to the middle. No, needs to step a little bit further forwards. Doran is low.
Oh, you're evil.
Can't peek out because Dez is there. And he's cooking the nade. Quick push back, and he launches it forwards. Dammy goes low, and now it's a 1 versus 2. Dez now with a chance for GS. Will he be able to find it? Gen G desperately wanted to close it down, but the healing needs to come through from Dami. He drops
That's
the
a great
Molotov.
volley.
Oh, that's a huge
great
Molotov.
volley.
Forces them to play all on the outside, but they just about keep it under control. I thought I was going to be right. I thought I was going to be there. But Gen G get a big chicken dinner that will catapult them up the tables. They're looking for the top 3 on the end of that match, and the technical back-to-back is true.
Again, slightly, there's some things about this team that are concerning for me, though. And I think that is my main issue right now, is I have concerns. And again, I do like this team. I like what they're trying to achieve. I think for a team that feels more like an underdog right now, they're doing very, very well. But there are just some moments where I'm like, that feels very wrong. And I think in a full 4v4 there, Gen G does not get away with that type of behavior. But yeah, I think for Gen G, it must be very pleasing. And that buffer, though, might be enough if they can continue to improve their performance, get them into the top 3 and keep it up. Again, a few of these players have been around for a very, very long time. I think Dami, for him, this is a dream come true on the big stage.
Absolutely. It's brilliant that they're able to take things forwards, keep things going. Under the Gen G banner, I'll be very happy to be able to pose for a second photo. You can see they're practiced at it now, and they are going to be able to take that one. Get back to business. Let's get back to business with the Desto and see what they had to say.
And Gen G win the last match of the day yesterday and the first match today, and they did it in style, Max, man. This Wolves push, though, I don't know what these guys were thinking here at the end.
He got went a bit too crazy mode there, okay? He went sicko mode, and unfortunately, didn't quite work out for him. I'm not sure what the decision, what the reasoning behind that decision actually was, but you know what? He gave it a fair shot, and it didn't quite work out. They lost a lot of players for very unnecessary reasons this match, but you know what? Gen G, a very slow game here, Niptura, very steady. They had a 2-2 split, fully regrouped on the northern side, then go back into this compound. Do split a little bit too much. I fully agree with John and Blank what they were saying this game. They definitely did kind of split their forces at some point that did risk that win, but you know what, Gen G? It's a back-to-back win. This is the year of Mina for PMGC.
Yeah, and with as many elims as they got, I don't think they really care that much, right? Dami with 1,000 damage, and what is that? Hang on, quick math here. 11 eliminations off the top of that win as well, so a big point game for them.
Huge game for Gen G. And honestly, this is one of the teams that we highlighted at the top of the show because, you know, they won the last match of Miramar yesterday, and we were like, okay, which teams in that mid pack do we think could really push into that top 3, right? I was like, Gen G looked good there towards the end, and then bam, they come out swinging in this rondo. What was that? Yeah, 11 eliminations. No, yeah, that's way more. Yeah, we got a whole bunch here. Yeah, you got Dami here with 5.
Analyst math. Analyst math.
Yeah, I was like, wait, what's going on here? No, these guys went crazy here in this one. And another team that went crazy off the rip, we heard an interview with Seven, was the Falcons, right? I mean, look at this crazy hot drop here, Max.
I don't know what to say about this. This was bad and good for Falcons. It's like they got 7 eliminations and a hot drop, so definitely can't fault them for trying to get as many eliminations as they possibly could in the early stages, but in a circle, not getting anything. And actually, Niptura, we were having a back and forth about this. They sent every single player into Neox, and they didn't have a recall backup, meaning that if they lose that fight, they're fully eliminated. And here, 0 points. They were donezo from the get-go.
I hate that so much because Inner Circle are an elim-heavy team. They thrive off of getting those eliminations, and to just go full send all 4 into a hot drop when you have that recall ability on a map that is going to give you the most possibility of eliminations of any of the maps is an insane idea to me. I don't know what they were thinking. I'm going to be kind of harsh here. I have no idea what they were thinking.
Oh, this recall, though, that was so clutch from Divine. There's no way down to the last second he gets it and revives his teammates and actually get pretty far, right? Apollo and Sarah get really deep into this match, get a few extra placement points, maybe eliminations too, I believe. So That was literally the best recall so far of 2025, Hodrix. That was such a good and intense play. Tiamba almost able to punish it, but it was not quite meant to be, and he does pull it off at the end.
Dude, 100%. I was so hyped when I saw it. He threw the smoke down. I was like, just go for it. Why not, right? If you're able to get 3 players up rather than attempting that 1v3, that is the ticket right there. And honestly, that could be the play, right? That literally makes this team survive, guys. Because I guarantee you, like, if Team Reject doesn't pick things up, they're going to be right there, you know, just trying to get past that bottom 5. And especially when you got teams putting up as many points here in this game. Look how top heavy these points are, Niptura.
Yeah, I mean, it's so top heavy that even rejects who are in the top 5 aren't on that first page of match rankings. That is insane, right? There's just so many points being grabbed here by so many teams across the map coming in here, and 25 points for Gen G is crazy. I mean, with how close those leaderboards are, I need to see the overall rankings like now.
Like yesterday, show it to me.
Like
90 Global only going to get 3 points this match. So again, they keep on slipping after their 2 first good games of yesterday. We haven't seen too much presence from these guys here. Looking at Dami, the MVP of this match. 5 eliminations popping off. But actually, we're talking about Dami, of course, doing a lot in their transition back into the compound to claim that position to make sure they secure this win. Claws, Niptura. Car 98, I know you were getting hyper about that one. That man with the long-range sniper was popping off.
He really was, and Gen G in general are popping off. Second place they jump into. Second place! I mean, it's only 3 points ahead of Inner Circle, right? So if Inner Circle hadn't gone out so early, we probably would see it kind of flipped. IC would probably still be on second place. But Gen G coming off the back of a big Rondo, and that's just the importance of Rondo, right? Yeah. It's like you can go from 10th place to second just like that.
I mean, actually, John is telling us, if you include the 2 last chicken dinners, because this is a back-to-back win, right? We just got from Gen G.
That's right.
Before the last Miramar of yesterday, they were in 11th position. 2 back-to-back wins, they're up in second place. Maybe trying to play catch-up with APG and able to overtake Inner Circle. Thank you very much, Mr. John, here with the numbers. But what a performance here. But now the question is, right? Gen G, after a performance like that, Hodrix, can they hold down the fort? Can they remain in top 3 for the entirety of Group Green?
I mean, we had the question for Inner Circle, right? They couldn't do it in 1 game. That's how crazy it is, right? I was like, oh, they got a little point sponge. As long as they do okay, they should hold on at least for a little while. But just like that, boom, Gen G overtakes them. And so that jump, you know, that we were talking about from 11th to second place, it's still possible. There's plenty of games left to go, so a lot of different squads can accomplish that, right? But getting back-to-back chicken dinners in a lobby like this going to be pretty tough, Max, man.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, of course. I mean, the lobby has leveled up significantly. I can already see in the first game here, Niptura. Teams are maybe a little bit more sweaty. Just saying. It's like, whoa, we're seeing some rotations that are looking pretty good for some teams. Some teams holding off, desk camping a little bit. We can say it. We can say the C word. You know, the camping a little bit at the end of this game. He's able to get himself some extra placement points, snatch away a second place. Always really happy to see that come through. I was really happy in particular with GS, right? Trying to hold off Reject on that wide rotation of Jadina. They knew that was going to be potentially a weakness of theirs, and they just set up the bridge camp in Jadina City itself. I respect plays like that, so GS maybe initiating a bit of an ascent in the leaderboards.
Yeah, sneak attack 1000. I also have to shout out D Plus a little bit there. DS and DK and AE going back to back over on that hillside, right? Those cover flares just throw an extra bit of chaos into the mix as well. But those nades were on point on both sides. It was really tit for tat there for a little bit. So I'd like to see more of that coming into a wrangle because both of them were really fighting, and we know D Plus Kia had a rough day 1, but even though they weren't able to really convert it to points, I liked what I saw from them in this Rondo.
I'm even thinking back at this entire game, guys. We had an EMP zone that actually did something.
Yes.
It was dead center, and it just Jumbo with me rotate. Guys, don't worry, it's just an EMP zone. And then the cars just stopped working. It was like, oh, damn it. They forced to actually go for the recall play and bring back some of their teammates as they were stuck there with, I believe it was GOAT team.
That's right.
So EMP zones, if they're dead center of a phase 3, phase 4 situation, Hodrix, that can really cause some issues on your rotations. And in this case, it was so damn impactful on that team.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Tiamba were on the move. They didn't even want to be there, right? Boom, dead center EMP, and they were just stuck. So, I mean, that was by far the most brutal EMP we saw. We saw the most crazy revive recall tower, right? And then we also saw the most amazing cover flares from Alter Ego, right? What do you think about those cover flares, right? Hey, those cover flares are tetrahedrons, right? They're not spheres. Last time I checked.
Yes.
Max.
You asking me a math geometry question?
They're triangles, not circles, right?
They're pyramids, actually.
They were rolling down the hill like crazy. It was wild.
Yeah, you got to be a little bit careful about that one. I wish they put them actually on top of the heel itself. That way they could have peaked a bit better. But regardless, Krypton, Niptro, we saw in that fight, his nades, I don't know how he did it. His spidey sense were tingling in that position, but he just knew exactly where the D plus Kia players were. And they were just, he got a massive double nade to open up that fight eventually. So really happy with Krypton. He's really stepping up to the plate just like he did during PMWC.
Yeah, I really loved as well what we saw there from another one of the 80 players. Can't remember who it was, but in the buggy, as soon as that knock happened, he was on that buggy around the side trying to get some info. So great play.
Well, let's take it on over to the 7WG for a big interview and hear what these players have to say.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm joined by none other than Gen.G Satan, a team that's currently jumped up to second place with the performance they're currently putting out. But I want to go back to yesterday. You started off slow in a way. Was it due to the fact that you had 2 new players in the squad?
عشان شوي عندكم مشاكل لأنه عندكم فريق لاعبين جديدين لو لا؟
أكيد صراحة يعني إحنا ما لعبنا مع كويك وكلاوس حتى ولا سكرم واحد، فإنك تقدم بطولة عالمية PMGC بظروف كانت جدا قاهرة للفريق، يعني يوسف وأجين كان ودي انهم يكونوا موجودين اكيد، ولكن لعلها خيرة من رب العالمين بان يعني دخلوا معانا كلاوس وكويك. صراحة جدا معجب فيهم، اساطير والله.
He said that, you know, it's tough. We didn't even have a single scrim with Klaus and Klaus and Quick because they are standing in. He wishes that he had his team Yusuf with him, but they came in, they're doing really well, and God willing that they'll be able to go all the way with them.
Well, I mean, you've been able to jump up to second place. You got them back-to-back wins if we count the last day for yesterday. With 10 or more eliminations, what has been the biggest change for the squad?
عندك 2 تشيكن دينر وكل بيها 10 قتلى 10 بوينتس واكثر. شو التغير صار؟
دائما اذا جبنا تشيكن باخر يوم معروف جنجي، اذا جابوا تشيكن باخر يوم باليوم الاول اليوم الثاني يدخلوا بفورمه قويه، وبصراحه تغير يعني اشياء. الكوتش نايت يعني ثانك يو كوتش، صراحه قاعد يشتغل معنا بشكل كثير اسطوري، قاعد نشتغل كمجموعه يعني بشكل حلو.
He said that Gen.G is well known. If we end the day with a chicken dinner, we're going to come day 2 very strong. And he also wants to, you know, the whole team is doing well, but he wants to shout out to Knight. He's been helping them out a lot when they go back.
He is one of the most experienced coaches. His 5th PMGC, if I'm not mistaken. Congratulations, Satan. I like seeing this man smile. And they're also trying to continue to shock the world because Mina has been performing so well at PMGC. Back to you guys.
Mina is crushing it. Are you kidding me? I mean, look at that. I mean, I guess these are the scrims for Gen.G? I mean, who needs them, Max?
No need for scrim. PMGC's the scrims for Mina right now. RA, they scrim. RA were just scrimming for the finals. That was it. That's all they were doing. And Gen.G gonna do the same. Like, yeah, it's crazy that they're that successful actually, right, Niptra? Knowing that, of course, they have 2 newer additions, and despite that, they're looking really good. Their synergy was on point. Sure, they played a little bit split this previous game at the ending in that compound, but man, Gen.G impressing me a lot after what they did in Mina.
Yeah, and that quick flick by Quick over for the last Elim, right, to win the match is really, really impressed me as well. So definitely some big skill coming in here. I'm just so surprised that they didn't even scrim with him. Like that level of synergy with hardly playing with your 2 new players is unheard of. So really, really great stuff at PMGC of all places.
That's how you get it done, guys. You know, you got to be able to perform when the time comes here. You got to be able to settle those nerves and hit those shots. We got the first match of Erangel coming up right here, right now. Match number 2. Let's take it on over to John and Blake.
Absolutely banging to get into this Erangel. We are gonna be absolutely on for a treat, I'm sure. From the northwest side of the map, as we head on over Zaki, nobody dropping out yet because the plane path hasn't opened its doors over towards Milter Power. Blank. It was a pretty messy close down, I think, to say the least, over that last match. But Gen.G are getting straight back into it. They're out the plane path almost immediately.
I think the guys on the desk are right. Is that Mina has been doing very, very well, right? I think it maybe I'm slightly harsh on Gen.G. I think they've been doing fairly well. There is just some worrying moments. I mean, it is all. I do want the team to succeed. It's just a case where I look at some of those plays and I'm like, that's gonna lose you a final position if that continues over the rest of today and into day 3. It's just some of the things that I want to see shored up. But not to say, because like I think also Hoju said it quite well, is that Ego's push from Wolves, that was also pretty silly in those moments. I think that whole end game, like you say, John, was fairly messy. But we'll see what Gen G can get done. So far, it's been pretty successful. I think their biggest strength right now is getting towards that late game as a 4-man. They are very, very good at navigating some of these rotations, some of these circles. I think it's some of that decision making towards the end game that could be doing with shored up. And it's odd for me to say, because they're coming off 2 chicken dinners. I want teams to succeed, so I try and figure out where the problems are. That's what I'm doing.
Well, that's hey, it's kind of what you're paid for, a little bit. Doc, though, hoping to get paid for the bounty on Bond's head as he goes for the Serpentine, but ends up sticking it into a barrel. Not ideal, as Bond now able to get into a building, and that's going to be APG diverting. You don't want to stick around too long. You don't want to waste too much time, especially when you don't have a weapon, and inside that building, you know there's going to be one found. So get out of there for APG. They'll be moving on, trying to stay safe. You can hear those bullets already pinging off the back tire.
I will say it was pretty bold of Bond to try and knife Doc whilst he was in the vehicle. I don't know if he caught that, but as he swung past him on the side, he actually tried to go for the slice onto Doc in the front seat. I mean, you get what you got to get done there. I mean, any little damage helps. Also, we go over towards Lipovka. Quite a empty circle to start things off here. D+ just towards the south side of Rozhok. And for D+, some of those rotations have been a little awkward at times, but again, they are fixing mistakes. They are improving, but they need to get way more points now towards the end of the day to try and see themselves in towards the top 3. Main point of contention right now is just not to be down towards the bottom of the tables. That bottom 5 will be going out right now. It is OG, Falcons, GS, Reject, as well as Team Secret, who are in danger at the moment. And with, to be honest with you, for OG, right, a lot of the rotations are pretty slick, right? And I definitely wouldn't hesitate to say again that this is probably some of the best rotations we've seen from India as a region in a long while. Their issue just lies in firepower. That's it. That's really it. I think honestly, in terms of international performance, rotation wise, getting into a strong position, OG's great at it. Really good. It's that confidence game in the 4v4s where they're kind of lacking on right now. I think most people have said it quite clearly online, which is a case of that 4v4 firepower is the thing holding them back. But what I don't see a lot of, if people's praising them for the smart gameplay and strong rotations coming out from the squad, which is a little frustrating for me, honestly. Because I do think that there's now like a lot of hope being put on True Rippers over in Group Red. And the idea is that their firepower is going to be the thing that carries them through. But yeah, I think it is undeniable that OG right now have some of the best rotations. In fact, the best rotations coming out of India in almost forever.
I mean, yeah, it seems like it's much more mature than obviously the earlier days of within the PUBG Mobile scene when India had their sort of region there. But certainly since their reintroduction to the PMGC ecosystem, the PMWC ecosystem as well, it's looking a lot better. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to find too much success in this group so far, but there is still more games to play, and hopefully those rotations can be brought to bear for them.
On the other hand, I mean, your Falcons underneath them, you know, are a star-studded squad and right now, they don't look like that. You know, the stars are missing. It is a completely empty sky for the Falcons. And although you'd think that that would mean they could fly clear and free, not the case. Something's stifling them at the moment. Ralph said it was some of those initial rotates which they are struggling on. And already they had a much better performance over on Rondo in terms of early game, but they need some more of that late game presence.
That is definitely going to be needed. I mean, those later games are really where you start to pick up a lot of points. As we said before, right, at the early stages, you could survive 15 minutes. That's not a guarantee of any points at all. You could survive 20 minutes. The same thing is true. It's when you start to get in towards those next few minutes that really start to matter, and having that power into the late game, that huge points earnings potentials start to appear for our teams. Which is why average survival time, I mean, it's an interesting statistic, but it can sometimes be a bit misleading. You think, oh, that's only a minute difference, right? That's basically the same. When you're talking about end games, that is a huge amount of points difference that is earned. And you can almost take off the first 20 minutes of that average and then do that sort of comparison. And you get a better picture of just how strong a team is at moving into that late game.
Yeah, I think I looked at it before, and I think the difference between like 21-minute average survival time and a 23-minute average survival time is something like 40 points almost. It's kind of crazy, actually, the amount of points gain you get off 2 minutes additional over any one squad. But it is specifically over the 20-minute mark where things start to change a lot. But so far, some of our teams are definitely getting towards that 20-minute mark, but just not quite beyond into the 23, 24 position. At that point, even if you do get that far, you go out in, say, 8th, 7th, it's only one placement point, or not even one placement point. You drop out in 8th. So it's definitely difficult. Definitely difficult. APG making their stop off. Wolves no longer really playing around this position anymore. They used to keep a scout out down towards the south side in Baton. But honestly, Baton was getting battered quite frequently by APG as they would just send direct into that gas station. And I think this is the right choice from the Wolves, which is just to play as a 4-man up towards that north side and just give up playing down towards the south from now on. It makes a lot more sense.
They have obviously moved up there. You can see leaving Baton still as an outpost, but over towards Sunken this time as the circle goes over to the Yaz Fields. We haven't really had too many keep those Yaz Fields in. That position that OG hold right now, a little bit of a command spot over the Yaz Fields. Leaving it to the south may be a bit tricky. Maybe they want to keep more presence across some other areas. They don't want to regroup fully onto it. Leaving it entirely, I'm not sure. That would allow a team like Team Secret, oh, beg your pardon, allow a team like Team Secret to fly on in past that Yaz bridge, leaving down from the north side and get a very valuable spot. So I think they want to keep that one under control.
Yeah, it's a very difficult circle, this one. With the Yaz Lake on the north side, Yaz Fields as well. You have a lot of space that is sort of unavailable to play, and for most teams they're not even thinking about playing over towards the northwest side of this circle either, so you're cramming a lot of teams into a very small area. I think this is one of the maps where, you know, stage 3, you're probably going to see 3 or 4 teams go down there.
Looks like Wolves have found the east point of Rosok. They have condensed onto it under the purview of loops, but they do have to potentially march a little bit further east. Good access out to the east rotate paths, though, for Wolves, and maybe actually cutting loops off a little bit, with the Falcons a little bit further out as well. Loops have fewer options than they once did. GS, they're moving in from the south side to the east of Pachinki over Potato Hill, but they've got Genji ahead of them, and they've got APG behind them, Blank. So a difficult hilltop to hold in that sort of scenario.
APG rotating far on the south. I think for APG they could remain like in transit for quite a while. They could even wait until stage 3 before they really make a big move, because then you can make a big swing. And I think at this point in time where you're on the outside of the circle anyway, it's unlikely you're finding a strong position in the circle at this point, where, like we said before, there's a massive amount of area that's cut out in this zone. And so many squads have already picked basically the map clean of pole positions. Alter Ego, though, I don't mind their spot on the south side of Yas Fields. It'll keep them alive for quite some time. But for them, it is a case of trying to catch up now. With Gen G hitting second place, 65 points, it has been a tremendous and speedy approach towards the top side of the table.
I mean, it just goes to show you the volatility in general that we've been talking about, right? It has allowed them to do this, right? Because of what APG did yesterday, because there was this very, very flexible tables, Gen G have been able to slingshot themselves up. That will start to happen less and less as we isolate in. A big shift out to the west, though. Let's talk about this because we're going back to school. We're going back to apartments, the hills to the south, the position that Wolves had taken control of early on the east of Roshok. That's going to be really valuable for them as well. We're moving away from those Yas Fields too.
Yeah, I think for Falcons, this is like kind of their time, right? It was interesting because I think yesterday Junior was saying on the broadcast from the Indo scene that honestly, the fact of the matter was that Falcons don't really know how to play from Pachinki in terms of those initial rotates. And I sort of agree with him. I think that because they are so center, sometimes they kind of flub the initial rotate from that position. So it's always interesting to get the opinions from the other broadcast talent. I don't understand where they're coming from, what they think, and especially for us who've watched Falcons for quite a while, John. You know, we cover their region as well. It's nice to have some outside input.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always good to have a fresh set of eyes. Nico, not feeling super fresh though himself, as Papra Supermassive lose one to the Gen G roll down as they continue to make their approach towards this next circle from Potato Hill. Of course, they're already in it from that south side, but maybe they want to establish themselves more. With APG breathing down their neck, can't blame them. Reject hoping to have a little bit better of a rotational set than last match. With Alter Ego right there, that's going to be very tricky.
Let's get a move on, but already a lot of shots raining down on them. They just have to get away. No divine intervention this game. We'll just have to send off into the distance. There's D plus down towards the southeast side, though. I think the main feature here is that barren land over towards the eastern side of apartments and school, where a lot of teams are going to kind of struggle to play in. If this continues to go dead center, you sort of have that one singular tiny compound towards the middle of the map here, which is going to become a very, very useful position. Right now, it's kind of rubbish. It's kind of rubbish. Not many teams want to play it, but if we do keep heading center, you will see teams start to fight over that position, and specifically on the eastern side of apartments. A lot of times with those circles, you can see 2 or 3 teams playing apartments towards the end game.
That's potential to get a little bit chock-a-block in that zone. We'll see where the next circle's going, though, because we're about 10 seconds away from finding out. D+, holding out on the southeast side. Still fending off people in the area. And that is a bold flex out from Satan there for Gen G. He's just going to get punished, and it's not going to be happy. A north side shift here, though, Blank. And the Wolves just keep getting happier. OG as well on the north side. Team Secret, who felt like maybe they'd had to move probably about in the last 3 circles. Again, can go a little bit slower, but their approach is still very much difficult.
Upper Supermassive making a quick rotate out. That's from the south side, trying to pass by Gen G. And currently under the purview of GS. Now, for the Falcons, they do have a fairly decent position right now, yeah, but I think they need to regroup. I think they absolutely need to regroup. This is a big old test for Narvalo here. Cannot quite find the second. Koa needs to be successful on this one.
Oh, does not connect with any of those shotgun shells. And Papra Supermassive, they sweep the leg. The Falcons stayed split too long, and Papra Supermassive all too happy to add those points to their tally. Falcons just disappointing on their performance here. A nade in for Alter Ego, who have crashed into this compound that generally is sort of nigh on unassailable. They haven't got a flush just yet, but Krypton is going to keep the nades rolling. Won't quite connect on this one, and the res is starting to come through now. Rosemary breaching forward, Snape as well. AKOP on the door, they drop the smokes, trying to play a little bit of funny business as WizGod stands back up, but an immediate re-knock at his teammate. Alva gets the nade onto the off angle too. WizGod to the upstairs. AKOP looking to try and stay alive, but they are just falling. Alter Ego handling every fight as they come, and then now it's just WizGod. A nade on the inside, and he's blasted back by Rosemary's shot to the feet, making him dance.
Great clear from Alter Ego there. I'm still sort of reeling from this, you know. I don't understand why there's not an immediate regroup coming through from the Falcons over towards L block or regrouping with the two players on the northeast side. In my opinion, regrouping on the northeast side would have been a way better scenario to go for. There's very minimal areas to play here. You know that everyone is gonna want a little bit of L block. It's just... It's greedy, but I don't even think it's greedy from Falcons. I think it's just slow, honestly. I think that they're slow to figure out what they want to do next. They don't regroup in time. By the time they're thinking, maybe we should get back as a four-man, they're already assailed by other teams. So, yeah, the decision-making needs to be quicker there. Tiamba up against Team Secret. But just one player in A-King left alive. Good shots from him with the S12, but has to reload.
Popped off though, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Low HP, sure. Loki dancing around the door frame here in a 1v1 as the fight in the middle actually pop it off as well. You can see the picture-in-picture. That's GS crashing in. Gen G have been dismantled in the meantime. Papra Supermassive, they've been there for a while. It's no longer Gen G. It is just that two-team fight. Papra Supermassive looking to hold off their compound against GS, who very successfully crash in there.
Nice.
The 1v1 does conclude though.
Tiamba A-King with the 1v3. That's crazy. But Alter Ego now yet again give him another marker, another challenge to solve. And I think it's very unlikely he gets out of this one alive. Alter Ego will pick up this position for themselves. But well played, A-King versus Team Secret. And Team Secret's having a horrible time of it, currently in 16th place. Papra Supermassive right now versus GS. DS3 will find one up the stairs.
They already have done a lot of damage to Papra Supermassive. We saw them crash into the remnants of Gen G. We've seen them now take on the majority of Papra Supermassive, but both Jafar and Icon are down. Shots come through actually from Redox from the Falcons. Even as two, they do still have a very solid central position. And now, oh my goodness me, in a circle. They've just careened into the side that GS took earlier. Maybe they can keep this one going. They have got the 3 players up and in to fight against GS's 3 with Jafar going down to the flush.
For Inner Circle, it's been a long and tumultuous journey to this position, but I think this is the right time to try and assault over towards L block. You get to the point where, honestly, you see a lot of fights have concluded over here. Finally, things start to die down, and as you hear those final shots ring out, that's when you look to send in. I think it's a smart maneuver from IC. They just need to make sure they conclude this fight for themselves, and I don't think there'll be any more players looking to join in on this one. So it is a great time to try and finish off. IQ moving up with the hovercraft, and now you do share a little bit. D3S on the upstairs building. Double nades in, does find ESO.
Ooh, and now Phylax on the hunt. That's a dangerous place to be in the sight lines, but there's a good hold on the staircase for the first. Hops over, gets the flush, immediately is traded off, but Inner Circle lose another player here, and I wonder if they're aware of Kamikaze on the outside. I don't think they necessarily are. They may have not spotted that one across the way. They rocked up to the fight a little bit later, so maybe Kamikaze allowed to stay alive a little bit longer. As APG struggle on the hilltop, I say struggle, not really. Divine was the last to stand for Reject, and he will fall. That res should be okay. Will Goat take an angle to it, though? Or are they going to be more preoccupied getting towards that Falcon duo?
Yeah, Doc is obsessed with running players over. Honestly, it's happened, I think, 4 times now. I think he's definitely got the highest amount of vehicle eliminations in the entire game. He's trying to set a little bit of a record or something. Killer Joe underneath. APG with the 4 players they have playing on this ridge side, then get rid of Go. They have a much better time of it. Though APG actually do struggle versus Go. Go has surprisingly good firepower in the 4v4. Already, though, Rosemary's making things very hard on this angle over towards the north side. Takes down Reefus. And they're penned in. Falak as well on this off angle. APG suffering. And once again, do you know why, John? It is because they do not respect sightlines.
It's the Rosemary sightline, you're right, over towards Falak as well. That really has stalled them in this fight, and now it should be easy pickings for GOAT to just roll on over. They fall, and they have sort of met their mark of getting about 5 points average per match today so far. They have got a couple on board, maybe a little bit shorter than they would have liked. But now it's the time for GOAT to move as the circle pops. We're going north. I mean, this is Alter Ego's time, right? This is their chance to really go for something big here. Push themselves up to maybe even challenge towards that top spot, right? With APG going down on 99, they could get pretty close on this match.
Well, they could. But again, I'm seeing 4 players split across the entirety of the north side. It's worrying. I think it's one of the few times where actually it's pretty good. It does work. There's a lot of positions to play from. Still, they're just scared. You know, I would like a slight regroup towards the end game. God, that's frustrating having to expend another nade there. That should do the trick. Snake will take him down. Curious to see how many nades have still got left. I mean, 3 on Rosemary, so the stocks are still pretty high. 11 elims on the game on an angle is very, very nice. It's just the amount of times they've been in this situation. I feel like Alter Ego could be on a very similar scoreline to APG if they had just regrouped a little earlier in a couple of these matches.
Kamikaze, he sacrifices a lot of his health bar, but he takes the hovercraft that was delivered earlier by Inner Circle. He's going to pop it through, see where he can get a big block in the way of gunfire as well. So he's going to rock forward. He's just going to play behind it. The nades from IC going to immediately try and take this thing out, go a little bit longer. Kamikaze needs to stay. No, he's not going to do it. Falak lands the nade. Needed more health, needed more healing. A nice idea, but I feel like maybe the buggy not in the blue zone would have been a little bit better.
I mean, you want the maneuverable cover, right? At this stage of the game, having that is great, but in comes GOAT over towards Falcons, the 2 final players remaining. If they're able to get this 2v4, you know, it's a 4th place. That's actually fairly good in terms of a salvage, but it's not looking likely.
They've taken down one already. Last player for the Falcons. No, last player for the Falcons gone. They will be eliminated in 5th place, but Wolves are actually chiming in. This is a really difficult compound to play with, Blank, but 2 knocks already found towards GOAT. That is huge. What a pickup. And Wolves are going to storm down the gates. Alter Ego lining up on the north side. All too happy to let this one go through, but he's caught in the corner. Doran is just going to get caught by surprise there for the Wolves, and that's going to be nasty.
The Wolves down to 1 player, by the way. And honestly, takes a lot of damage. The 2v4 is real. And Wix and Kraken's able to finish it off. Horrible sneaky maneuver. The assassin in the corner. It does work out, though. And Alter Ego on their lineup. Again, I think for the Wolves, though, honestly, that was the right time. That was the good call. Is that you want the high ground compound with the walls surrounding it. You hear the 3rd party pop off, and I think you just have to say to yourself, we got to go there. We have to go. So well played to Wolves. Sad it doesn't work out. I think GOAT just has some extremely good clutch potential in these engagements. IC versus Alter Ego, who are currently very split. I think that they do have the manpower to make this work, though, with only 2 teams with 2 players on side. Not if Snape goes down, though.
He's just about staying alive. Rosemary is immediately there just in case. I don't think, yeah, there's only 2 nades left on side for Inner Circle. Wakes up on the rooftop, able to find the first. The nade from Rosemary steals the elim away. It's not going to go into the GOAT bank. And now Falak's left alone. And he will be no more. Rosemary lands another nade. And 8 nades on side. 4 Alter Ego, the 4 players alive. The 19 smokes. I mean, for GOAT, this is a really, really difficult task.
Okay, I'm actually okay with this. They're playing a little slower, right? And they're also playing... They're playing a little bit slower. They're playing 2 and 2, making sure that one player is always alive to pick up the other. So there definitely is some considerations to what occurred yesterday. Rosemary on the roof.
Oh, he's immediately catapulted himself up there. I mean, you said they wanted to play it slow. They're changing it. The denial comes on through. All right, okay, go take the points away from Alter Ego's tally. They don't want them to challenge for that first place. But I think that's what, like a 21, 22, maybe 23-point game for Alter Ego. That's going to put them up in the high 80s blank. They're going to be having a good time of things that will put them in the top 3. The question is, how close to APG can they continue to get?
I'm so confused by the denial coming through. It's kind of BM, if I'm honest. An international like this. I mean, also if you just get one nade or so, get maybe a double. They already took the 2v4 versus Wolves. What's to say they can't do it again versus Alter Ego? Somewhat confusing, but yeah, there you go. But for Alter Ego, I think there was marginal improvement, right? In terms of the way they played out those final moments. There was a lot of one-man splits before yesterday. This time around, there was a lot more consideration to having someone as a backup to Rez, if needs be, who was outside of sidelines. So very well done.
Yeah, excellent stuff for Alter Ego to close that one down. They'll find the chicken dinner, put themselves in a better spot. Let's head to the analyst desk.
And that is the first chicken dinner from an Indonesian team in the PUBG Mobile Global Championships. And man, could it not have happened at a better time. First off, we got to talk about this buggy play from Rosemary, Max, man. Oh my gosh. He ends up launching himself onto the roof. Goat heard him on there, and they were like, you know what? Let's get out of this game. Let's go to match number 2. Let's see it.
Calculation happening. Yes. Trajectory on point. Oh no, slow down. Okay, wait. Now trajectory on point. Come back.
And
right on the perfect landing. And Goat just like, that was too good. Nade ourselves now. I can't believe they denied. They didn't even try, Hardukes, to take the 2v4. Like, no, that was too cool. We surrender.
Too cool, dude. Oh my goodness. That is ridiculous. And look at these points, these stats. I don't know. That was insane, Neptura.
It was a masterclass of how to control the zone. I love that so much from AE, and able to back it up with so many eliminations, right? I love how methodical they were in every single stage of that end fight, right? Because they were looking towards the whole big thing with Goat and Wolves and all of that, and then they also knew IC was on their side. They decided, no, we're going to leave that fight alone. We're going to go to IC, get rid of them, then we can decide what we're going to do from there. It was really, really nicely played from them.
Yeah, and you know what? They got this chicken dinner, right? And it all started with a push onto OG. OG get gifted the circle there in such a dominant position. And what would have happened if OG ended up winning that fight with AE, right? I mean, they could have possibly got a lot of points. What do you think about that defense from OG in that play, Neptura?
I'm so annoyed because that zone, the way that zone shifted and their position in it played right into their hand. That's exactly what they've been waiting for the entire gauntlet stage. They wanted that big split on the north side, on the edge, open ground, love it. But they just sat there. They were like, oh, we got the zone, and didn't do a thing about it. They didn't try at all. And so AE were just able to run them over, run them down. I mean, if OG wanted to give them the compound and, you know, regroup to the hills, I'd have been fine with that because at least they're playing the game. But for some reason, they just crumbled, and it's so unfortunate because they could have won with this. If they had played like Alter Ego, they would have won their first game.
I mean, you can see at the end of this game then in the recaps, after that fight was won against Orangutan, Alter Ego just start completely controlling the entirety of this circle. There's not much that can really happen, though. Wolves and Goat fight. We saw that Hodgix at one point, they didn't check the bush angle behind the wall. It was Twix, he was hiding in the shadows, and that completely destroys the push of Wolves, despite it being, I think, timing-wise, perfect. It was so well timed out from Wolves, but unfortunately didn't quite work out as we go through the game recaps. And I just want everyone to pay attention to the boys of Inner Circle. They dropped Zaki. Apparently, I didn't even see. Okay, that's an interesting one. They dropped Zaki on early rotation. They send it over to Heaven to the eastern side on a big, wide northern rotation, which I do like. They go there on phase 2, I do believe. Here, they snatch away that position out of the hands of Alter Ego. Boom. There you go. Right into Heaven. And then the Circle just hates Inner Circle. It's like, oh, we go to the western side. Inner Circle, very smart. Wide southern rotation all around, next to Pachinki, into school. Good entry point to the west, eastern shift. I mean, there's a certain point where just the RNG is not working in your favor. And in this case, Inner Circle were done dirty by the zone.
Oh my gosh, they were I feel like we need some of that meme music, right? While they're trying to chase that circle, because it was brutal. But yeah, you just saw right there, Alter Ego. Once they got that push on OG, they just dominated the zone, Nepturo.
They really, really did. I love the split that we saw coming out from them, just making sure that no angle, no stone was left unturned. And the result is 23 points. I mean, far ahead of even GOAT, who had a great game today in this Erangel, right? 13 points, 10-point difference just because of the control they were able to grab. And it's just crazy how one team can come out and dominate the whole thing, because if you look down the leaderboards of these stats, not bad points, right? 11 for IC, Wolves getting 7 points. I mean, that's a pretty average game, but for AE to come out and just get 23, now the rest of them are like, oh, you got single digit, you know, points. That's kind of bad. No, it's not. AE just too good.
Yeah, we actually seen some good points for some bottom squads. I mean, Tiamba, Team Falcons getting a few points here and there, trying to just leaving the bottom 5 is already a win in itself. If you can go even high, if you can try and contest top 3 at the end of today or in tomorrow's 6 matches, even better. But right now, you just want to be out of that bottom danger zone in the bottom 5. As the MVP of the game is Alva, even though I would have to say it's all Alva's the MVP or the Buggy's the MVP with Rosemary.
Yeah.
Those Buggy plays were clean.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since I've seen a team just nade themselves because of how sick that Buggy play was, right? Some person driving. That's how you know it was just sweet, sweet victory there. By the way, I do want to talk about that point you talked about earlier, Maxman, right? With the Wolves, right? When they did that push onto GOAT. As soon as I saw that push, I wish you guys could have heard, because I was screaming. I was like, check that corner. There's always a person in that corner. And they got taken out from there. But look, Alter Ego now going to second place. Gen G go down to 4th place. And one team I definitely got to talk about here, Nepturo, right, is 9Z. They have gone all the way down to 7th from 3rd.
That is a crazy stat. They had a really strong day yesterday, fairly quiet compared to maybe, you know, the big games of APG and IC and all of those folks. But 9Z were able to be so consistent. 20 placement points, 30 eliminations. That's exactly what you want to see when it comes to those points. But today, they've just struggled so much. I think in this last game, they got 0 points. So now, especially as we start shifting into the halfway point of Group Green, right? That is not the time to be slowing down, Jukes. Not at all. They need to now step up in these next 2 Erangel games. They got to bring it all, because they are in danger of losing it.
And I'm still waiting for that Papara Supermassive Blaze win. We have yet to see it. They got 14 placement points total over the course of all those games. That is quite a low placement point average. And they have 41 eliminations, which is comparable to some of our top teams here, Hot Jukes. Papara Supermassive Blaze, I need to see a solid late game finish from this team. Not even a win, just a good top 3 placement points on board. As of right now, Papara Supermassive Blaze are really struggling to go from mid game into the late game. If they can work on that, I'm telling you, they could do a catch up for the top 3.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, a lot of teams are catching up to those top 3. I mean, we see, the 2nd place and 3rd place getting swapped around like crazy here off the rip. We still have Alpha Gaming there in 1st place, okay? Right? Now, just to remind you guys, at the start of the day, they had a 44-point lead, right? That's from that 4th place position, Max, right? After these games, they are now down to 32 points. So they still got a buffer, right? But these teams are catching up to them.
Yeah, I mean, they had such a big point lead, they can afford to have some bad games, but how many bad games can you really have? We'll have to see how the days goes forward for Alpha Gaming, but I'm telling you, with what is being brought to the table by Alter Ego Gen G, you might want to try and play it safe and just try and get into those late game scenarios. As of right now, it's not the case. By the way, top 4 players, despite a huge game from Alter Ego, Niptura, Falak, doing Falak things. He's number 1 on top. Good job.
Falak always doing the thing. Even if it's not a win, he's still on top. 5 eliminations. So bringing in a lot of points for the team. So a really nice show for them. And they're just keeping in that top 3. We did say they're in danger of dropping out the top 3 in this game. And they just did just enough just to stay ahead of the curve. So nice job for them.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the rotation for Inner Circle. IQ in particular, great job with those macro rotations. So adapt into that circle. I said it, Hodrix, the circle was not friendly to Inner Circle, but IQ as an IGL was just 10,000 IQ in this game. So really, really happy with this performance.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the one thing that I love about that graphic, right? Because it just shows that, you know what, they didn't get gifted the zone. We're not expecting a crazy 20-point game from them, but we see them at the top of the leaderboards because that's the ticket, right? In order to be top 3, when you don't get zone, you gotta put up points. Falak putting up 5 regardless, even though they were chasing the zone the whole game. That just shows how built different they are from the rest of this lobby. In my opinion, Max, and I said this earlier, day 2 is really just trying to secure that top 3. For me, the last day is about just surviving, right? Trying to get out of top 5. So, you know, what other teams here, right, as we go into that mid-pack range, you talk about popping out Supermassive Blaze, right? Do you think we could possibly see a pop-off, you know, from D+ here in this next game? Wolves, what are you thinking?
I actually wanted to talk about D+. I'm like, I want to see a comeback from D+. They were in the middle of the leaderboards. I think they were in 8th position at the start of today. Still haven't seen anything, except like maybe one good fight versus Orangutan earlier today on that Rondo match. What's happening to D+, the reigning champions? We need to see them in the finals. They want to try and defend their title, their trophy. But as of right now, D+, you know what, Niptra? I don't know what to tell you. At this point, they have not shown anything of true value this entire group stage, and which is very unlike them.
Yeah, I think if it was any other team at this point, we would kind of be not discounting them, but kind of going, okay, they're not doing what they need to do, and so we need to look at some other teams, right? But because they won PMGC in its entirety last year, because we know how good they are, we keep hoping against hope that, listen, come on, we're poking them and going, hey, come on, do something, come on, you've got to, right? We know that they have the rotations that they need to do. They've played at this level, they've played against these global teams and won. They've been successful, and somehow, for some reason, it's just not working. So I don't really know what needs to happen. I think it's very similar, actually, to kind of like Falcons or one of those teams where we're just not seeing them really survive to the late game. And then if they do survive, it's by being very passive and kind of staying on their own. And then when it comes to actually that point of, hey, we actually need to be more aggressive, we need to start creating space for ourselves, they just aren't able to flip that switch and go, okay, now it's time to turn on the aggression. And for a team like D+ Kia, that's really weird.
It is very odd. But you know what? I have a question, actually, Hot Jukes, for you.
Okay,
you're bring it now. You know what? I'm putting you on the spot. Wolves, with what you've seen so far, do you think top 3 is achievable for them? Because I feel like we've seen some little minor mistakes that are being made that might cost them the top 3 position. But what are your thoughts on your boys from Americas?
I will say this, right? I pray and hope we see them in the grand finals, right? Prior to this tournament starting, I said this and I still believe it after watching these past few games, is I think the Wolves can make it into the grand finals, but it's going to require a lot of zone luck. And the reason being is, I think the Wolves can put up some big points. They can put up those chicken dinners, but they haven't proved to me that consistency to be able to do so no matter what. And the reason why is because of the gauntlet, right? They won the Rondo in the last day. I thought they were locked in for the grand finals to get top 7, right? And then the next 3 Aaron Gales in a row, nothing. And that is why they're here in the first place. So with how this lobby's going, Max, it's going to be tough. That's for sure.
I just remember that fight with D. Xavier on that final Miramar during the gauntlet stage. That was just heartbreaking to see, unfortunately, for the side of Wolves. But you know what? They got to go through this tough section here, through the group stage of PMGC. There's still an opportunity, currently standing in 8th position. Not too far away from top 3. One win would allow them to play comeback here, Hodrick, so there's definitely still hope for this squad.
Well, they better do it right here, right now, because they do not want to be having to hunt them down the last day like they did in the gauntlet. Let's see what happens, though, as we get into our final Aaron Gale of the day with our casters, Blank and John Allen.
We've got another Erangel to play, Blank. We're heading in again to the grassy pastures as the day keeps on delivering. We had a pretty crazy round up there. We're just about to pass the halfway mark on Group Green as well, as our plane path cuts us up to the north side of the island.
I mean, it's not too bad, honestly, for most squads. This is very much even across the top of the map, through to the Povka, and just cutting straight past Rozok. So really, really quite easy playing path for every single team available. This gives you fairly decent position. We're seeing Zaki as more of a preferable drop spot as time goes on. I'm still not convinced. But Icy playing up there. That last match required some serious dedication to the rotation for them to even get themselves towards that end game, but got some decent points on the back of it. Like I said, during that last match, you know, Alter Ego have been able to close out on some of those end games in the past where maybe they split too wide. They could easily be ahead of Alpha Gaming right now.
I mean, yeah, if they want to. You just got to want it enough, I think. You know, that's the problem, right? None of these teams want it enough to be able to jump up towards these top sides. Hard west circle going back over to the west coastline. A lot of teams dropping out fairly late on that east coast, though, so it could be a little bit of a scrabble for vehicles. Alter Ego, yeah, they're going to be stopping off around that Lipovka mansion split, a little bit further down coming on through as well. We'll see a few teams start to divert from one another. So no massive glut there. But actually, South George is pretty occupied.
Yeah, a lot of teams there. Loops, Team Secret, Gen G as well. Go down towards the south side. They have a fairly easy rotational path up towards the north. Wolves with a very, very big split over towards Geka at the moment. Papra Supermassive, a little bit quiet, honestly, over the day. 55 points total. Would like to see them do a little bit more here. Here's our performance metric from Alter Ego. It's better. Definitely better in terms of the placement points. I mean, overall, the eliminations looked fairly decent yesterday anyway. But yeah, the placement points is definitely where they were lacking.
Yeah, it's something they'll need to try and keep that improvement going on. But if they're going to stick on their course right now, Blank, they're in second place. They're pretty happy. They might just be able to keep their head above water that way. Of course, it is the top three that everyone is really keen for. There is still that last chance spot, but it's much harder to get through that way than just going through free and clear, free as a bird. That's what you'd hope for. Certainly if you're an Alter Ego fan. APG, they did so much heavy lifting in day one, but the start to their day two has been messy. And as you said before, it feels like they lost that humility that they developed during the gauntlet.
Yes, they certainly. Last two games were a very big factor of how that change came to be, with Doc suddenly sending off into the distance. It's always a back and forth struggle for Alpha Gaming fans, where you look at Alpha Gaming, they're doing very, very well, but you also hope they don't do too well, because as soon as they start doing insanely good stuff inside the lobby, you know they're going to start making mistakes, and that's exactly what happened towards the end of yesterday. I want humble Doc back right now. That's what we need. Yeah, for Alpha Gaming, already done quite a lot though, 99 points, but it's nowhere near as far ahead as we expected it to be coming into day two, with Alter Ego now only 19 points behind.
We will need to keep pace. As I said before, looking to get 50 points or more over the 2 days now. They've only got 9 over the course of today so far, which is a little bit short of the mark potentially. So that turnaround needs to come on through at some point for them. Plenty of other teams would be all too willing to seize that opportunity. We've seen, I mean, like the guy on our screen right now, Kamikaze, he has been a real standout so far for the games for Papra Supermassive, right? He seems to just have this ethereal nature, this ability to land shots where you just don't expect him to. And Papra Supermassive, obviously very keen and happy to have him on side. Unfortunately, they're just not quite up to that third place yet, but they do keep marching. They do keep going.
It's interesting as well, because for Papra Supermassive, there's this weird thing where for Kamikaze to be doing so well on an international stage is strange, because Lost and Nico are typically their best players on that squad. So now knowing that there's 3 players there, all insane, by the way, and proven to be insane, why are we not translating those points in a bigger way? I think 6th place is quite successful, but we already know that this is a very volatile leaderboard at the moment. Hoping they can go a little bit further than that. I think that Erangel at the moment has been a little bit tricky for them, which again is weird because it's technically their best map. There's a lot of strange things happening in the Papra Supermassive camp, and I do think they can go much further. But we'll wait and see. Right now it's a long journey for them though. Starting in Mini Milter, they would have head all the way across to the Western Island. And talking about that Western Circle, there's a bit of a bait on the playing path where it cut so nicely across, delivered everyone towards the eastern side of the island, only to shift on back.
That's something they'll be keeping their eyes out for now. As we head over Potato Hill, over Pachinki, out to the west side. It's OG moving, it's D+ moving down from Ruins. And they are going to be holding quite a decent split, but they have allowed OG to move on through. So not convincing, well, at least the forward guard for OG to move on through. So not a super convincing spot for them just at the moment. In the meantime, all these other teams on the east side starting to get bunched up. The west coast not super free and clear either, as Inner Circle looking to move down on the west side, but Gen G had the same idea. They're very close to one another. But Inner Circle, I mean, they have this ridgeline. They have control of these buildings. It's fairly central. We'll see what they can do.
Quite a few positions over on the western side, which are fairly good and nice to play in. Down towards the south side is likely where a lot of teams would like the circle to end up, because it's a very clear and easy decision of where you want to go next and which compounds are very strong. Right now, you've got a lot of teams bouncing around Crates and South George, Hospital, south side of Everest. It's very crunched in, but fair few areas to tuck yourself away and stay alive for Zone 2, which will be coming on our screens shortly in about 20 seconds now. Alpha Gaming, Alter Ego, Falcons, all late to the party. And again, for the Falcons, it is a slow rotate out of Pachinki. I think they do have an outpost on the south side of Everest, though, which they can regroup on.
I mean, it's a very tense outpost. It has a big shift up to the north there. Like, Everest, the north side of Everest, we're going to be under a lot of pressure here. Going around the area. Going to divert. They're going to regroup and go for that Rossok crossing too.
You could swing past Ruins over towards the north side quite easily. APG, they're looking for a spot underneath Everest. GSR up here. This is a very aggressive push, so you play over towards where the two-man split usually is. Doc stops short. The rest of GS aren't quite there yet to challenge.
Needs to, well, to try and avoid them, really. They pop on over, as we pop on over towards Wolves, who have had a knock sent their way, but they should be all right for the time being. They win the fight against Reject, and to truck on in from that southwest side. APG still staying alive as well. On that east side, but only just. They are starting to get crunched here. And another bad game for them. It's a continuing downturn. This is Gauntlet APG back in action.
That push as well is just unreasonable. It's unreasonable. APG absolutely knows that there's team up there playing on the 2-2 split. There's also no reason for them to go for it. With the circle moving down towards the south side and such a hard shift over towards the north, they have free option to swing past on the top side of Everest. Maybe take North George or south. Instead, Alter Ego, they get a really clean push. Never mind. Doc with a 3-man nade, now looking to finish the business.
Oh, what a special nade coming through from Doc. I mean, we've seen them from him before, but this is a real clutch moment for it. Rosemary jumping out wide, the Molotov at his feet. Doc doesn't want to challenge just yet. Slipping around the edge, still has 2 more nades, and Rosemary maybe in danger here. A nade up top, but there's an off angle. Who's that chiming into the fight? I've no idea. I think it might even be 9Z, really far away. D+ maybe from the top of Everest. Rosemary has the nade. Not going to be able to land it, though. The bouncer doesn't connect onto Doc. And he has a little bit of a moment to breathe. Rosemary needs to use it wisely. Will he get a teammate back or put more pressure onto Doc's position?
I don't know if Doc even has meds left. Doesn't look like he does, but he's looking to push back in. Rosemary on the outside, floundering now, fumbling a little bit. The 2 top players from both the squads looking to finish what they started here. Alva gets flushed out. Doc Vinay looking to throw it upstairs. It would be perfect. Is this the 1v4 potentially? Will re-knock Snape? No! And Doc will be taken down. So the 1v3 was there. An insane grenade. I'm actually glad that Doc doesn't win that fight. I'm actually glad. Because I think that because they lose that fight, Doc might, you know, bring things back a little bit. Just a little. I mean, they get some points off the back, but again, like I was saying before, we had a 3-man nade come through, which was just disgusting. It's absolutely scarpered any chance at Alter Ego catching up during this game. They're just making plays that they know are bad, but they're hoping to ego challenge off the back of it. And I hate that.
They're trying to be secret and unknown, sort of mysterious, and everyone's just looking at them, and there's just this dude in a cape in the corner who's like chuckling to themselves, and they're like, stop that, and they're not getting any points for it. It's very awkward for APG. They really are an all or nothing squad at the moment. It's actually crazy that they were able to do so well yesterday, and maybe it's that teams have downloaded them, right? Maybe they figured something out. As a little bit of a clash between Gen G and Inner Circle, next to each other on the tables as well, 3rd and 4th right now. Tiamba and Wolves close by to one another in the swamp. Tiamba are the first knock sent out their way, and maybe a second soon to follow. Seems like the Wolves are all too happy to clean this one out, see how much they can get done, and the answer is pretty much nothing. They fall very cleanly, actually, to the Wolves, who now have 8 elims on the game.
Very good stuff. I mean, for the Wolves, they're starting to load up those points here and there. The Wolves are not battered down just yet. This team is still thriving where they can, which is great to see. I think that they are not bruised. You know, they're not beaten down. They're still firmly on 2 feet here, standing tall. And for North America, they need that. Even if they don't get into the top 3 here, I think that they are a great contender for last chance. The issue is I think if Wolves goes to last chance, I don't think they come out of that alive, sadly. Regardless, it's been a pretty cool result from Wolves. I mean, they almost made it in towards top 7 in Gauntlet. I think they're doing fairly consistently here over in Group Green. Unfortunately, I just don't think it's enough coming through from the Wolves just yet.
They do still have chances, though. They do still have opportunities, and they've been in a few of these late game scenarios. Maybe they'll get one more here, but right on the edge now. And it's going to be an Everest circle. We've had 2 of these already, Blank. We've had 2 of these circles. Sure, there's more teams on the north side this time, but are we getting bored of it? Goodness me. Well, we'll go for a 3rd repeat on this zone. And at the moment, Falcons. Can they do something with this? Can they actually make it work? Because they did regroup onto that outpost.
Managed to get all 4 there, which I find very surprising personally. It was a weird anchor point that they had, and then sort of a Hail Mary approach here. This is this Wolves fight between them and Tiamba. Very clean. I think they took 1 knock, I believe, during that. I'm not even sure they even took a single knock, but it was very nicely done. Wolves rotating through a pretty typical area. Fortunately, they're not able to pick up the position they quite like, which is where Falcons are playing right now. You also have Papra Supermassive down towards Gaka, so this is kind of a difficult push now for the Wolves. They could send over towards the north side and try and hold out teams, but you already have loops here in a circle. I'd say this is one of those circles where a lot of prime real estate's already taken. If you want to get into the circle, you have to fight for it at this point. So likely going to see quite a few engagements. Personally, I don't think Team Secret has enough firepower to try and overtake any of these teams a single spot. And so I don't expect Team Secret to be living out too much longer.
It's interesting that they were in this location so early on. One of the closest teams to it after that northern shift, but they're still getting cut out here. Gen G lose one on the approach. They're looking to divert and maybe find that south side of the hill. Are they going to crash into further on compound towards OG? I mean, they are just going to draw short on the rocks here, it seems. Leave claws out. Wanting to not put all their eggs in one basket for 9Z. Kind of the opposite tune right now. He's going to spray down, and Gen G are going to lose one. Can they protect him from that high ground? Do they have the angles to do so? Are Alter Ego going to get stuck in as well? Because they sit atop all of this, even though they only have 2 players. A lot of sightlines potential from the top of Everest.
There we go. You got the old dominoes on Everest right now. You got D+ knocking into GS, knocking into Alter Ego, knocking into Inner Circle, knocking down onto loops. This is probably the most packed I've seen Everest in a long time. And no one wants to fight for it. At all. It's just allowing it to happen. I think everyone's worried that as soon as they take a fight with someone else, there's going to be an immediate response from the other side of Everest. Also crazy, Max was just highlighting this in our chat, where the fact that Alter Ego makes this push over towards Everest is insane.
Gen G finally going down. He was looking for a home, but there was no room at the inn, and Gen G will be eliminated now. Their ascent stopped a little bit. So we'll see how far the teams beneath them can approach on the points tallies, because there are quite a few teams that are definitely within striking distance, not least of which is Go, who are rolling up to Inner Circle. They go 2 up on the fight immediately on the roll up. They're looking for that close range clutch factor, and they are delivering again. Blank. There is potential for Team Secret to try and third party this, but Inner Circle have already been pushed aside, and maybe Team Secret's time has run short on this approach third party.
For Go, the late game, they are not closers, but what they are is incredibly good in the 4v4. I think if they can fix their late game rotates and how they plan out the rest of their game, they'd be a pretty phenomenal team. Right now, I think that their closing factor is just not quite there, but being able to win a fight like that versus IC so handedly really speaks volumes about this team.
It's really impressive stuff in that firefight, you're right. Finally, the top of Everest going to start to pop off. D+ and GS going to loggerheads. It looks like GS are taking the majority of the damage. That is a bold peek, and Nolbu rightly puts him down there, but a close range combat engagement from Esso maybe pushes him back behind the headland, but he's got the backup from his teammates, drops back down and around, needs to heal up, has 2 first aids, starts to pop them off now as 3 players from GS have fallen. Team Secret, they're moving up as well. They might try and just roll over the top of this int, and amongst all the chaos, there's not any full force teams in action to stop them. They'll go up towards Rosemary, but he's already stopped one of them. Esso, the last player for GS in the meantime, who hop back on board with Chips, they take him down. So D+ look to try and regain a footing. Meanwhile, on the east side, it's OG have joined the party as well. Rosemary and Snape are hopping around on the top of the mountain. They are looking absolutely mental here on the swivel, trying to jump around and find these shots where they can, but this is getting absolutely crazy on the mountain.
It's incredibly silly. It really is quite. I think the only reason this happens is because GS is the Central Everest team, and GS does not want to fight a single soul. GS is terrified. I think GS was genuinely petrified holding that position. It takes D+ to push them from the eastern edge. So again, it's a weird one. Wolves have to make this play. They have to make this play. It was their only option. Currently, they're winning. They took a knock from Papra Supermassive earlier. Coops will go down. That's from OG off in the distance. Wisco finding a lovely little shot there. Coops can no longer hold this off angle for them.
Oh, Falcons have loops crashed into them as well. They lose another player, so it's just Koa and Redox caught in the middle between the Wolves and Loops. But Papra Supermassive are on the outside, on the southwest side of it as well. You can see they're taking shots on the approach. A lot of damage done to everybody on the inside here. Wolves down to one player surviving, just Batten now trying to keep himself alive. These nades to keep people at bay, but Redox is flexing out. So's Koa. They're into the smoke with him. They look to try and take down the Wolves here and now, and they succeed in their pursuit. Loops have the corner of the compound under control, and the Falcons have moved out to that north side. Papra Supermassive still playing dead on that southwest edge, not getting involved.
No reason to right now. I think they saw that that fight was incredibly hectic. No reason to get into it. Good nade, an immediate flush there from 9ZG over towards Alter Ego, but they get themselves an 8th place, you know, and a few elimination points. It's very surprising that they lived up there for that long anyway. D+ looking to dominate on the north side. You can see there not a huge amount of ammo on side. OG have a strong spot down towards the southeast, but now need to move. D+ gets very favored by the circle on this one, but they will have to deal with Go. And I think that D+ versus Go, I would 100% put the value in Go here.
I mean, we've seen what they can do over them. We've seen what they can do before, but there's already this sort of no man's land between D+, and look at the oversight they have towards Go. I think sure, on flat ground maybe, but I think D+ with the terrain advantage there, with a couple of nades on board, that's going to make Goat's life really hard. But I don't think either of them have to fight just yet. Allow these teams to fight beneath them. Papra Supermassive, how do you make that happen? Absolutely crazy that OG have not been able to extract more value than that first knocker towards Kamikaze, and a tanky goes down as well. It is just WizGod trying to make things happen. AKOP as well on that flank, and maybe there is a third party. It's D+ who are chiming in, so Papra Supermassive are on 2, but WizGod is so low. AKOP 2, and they do get shut down. That's the shot that they were looking for. The reses can come in from Papra Supermassive, and there is no way that they make that push work.
Bro, Kamikaze got 2 knocks on the approach out the window with a PPP zone. That's very surprising. I think if you're OG, I actually don't think you could be too mad at OG for that. That's incredible shots coming through from Kamikaze on the roll up. I think they just got outclassed there in that moment. Kamikaze was really feeling himself in that moment. But they clear out a big angle on the southeast side and can actually play from that now. Ooh. Okay, nade coming through from Koa, not quite on target. A lot of rooms inside this building. Loops can keep flitting in and out of.
Doesn't look like there's too many more nades here for Falcons. They've held off against 2 crashes now. You've got to imagine that their supplies are running a little bit low. Loops are very keen to get this one concluded, though. All while D+ just taking shots down this way. But anything that moves, anything that breathes, finally a nade is connected. It's going to be the pickup. Rafinha splits the difference on the nade, and Koa, yeah, he's going to get cut down there. And Loops pick up the points. Falcons down again in a position that they could have had a big game from yet again, but it's just not going to happen for them. 9Z lose 1 to Nolbu. And on that top side of the mountain, Goat and D+ saving the fight between each other for the last. They will survive, most likely to be the top 3 here. The circle probably will shift away, but they'll try and extract as much value as they can. Maybe take a player from Papra Supermassive if they're lucky.
The D+ right now is, I understand they're trying to take shots over towards the players underneath them, but if you're looking at ammo count for chips at the moment, it's what, 70 bullets left remaining. Their real focus needs to be over towards Go. They need to clear Go out, take whatever loot that they had on board, and then deal with what's on the south. Go basically acts as a resupply, but that is the target you need to deal with first. You can't make the crossing down towards the south side with Goat still being alive, and this fight needed to conclude a lot earlier. I mean, Loops isn't going to take shots at you, Papra Supermassive isn't going to take shots at you, but you have to do this now. And the fact that Go can just now roll away leaves D+ kind of high and dry.
Loops. Oh, they've only had 2 players, but they're giving it a good go against Goat. The approach, though, very, very difficult. This southwest shift gives a lot of ground, and maybe Papra Supermassive are going to find another favorable fight on the back of it as well. Loops holding a little bit, doing the damage though. The majority coming now through from Papra Supermassive. Kamikaze, the front man. He is an absolute star on the roster right now. Killer Joe looking to try and heal himself up to go. In the meantime, D+ are descending. A 9Z cannot withstand them at all. A very clean roll up. Very, very nice stuff. But they need to transition to the rest of this fight.
Yeah, not a lot of expenditure there for D+ over towards 9Z, which is really good news. And they're going to have to get a quick reset on the util, on the ammo. You do have Chips still waiting behind, who has been kind of a dominant force when it comes to the long-range shots from D+. I'd be very happy to see a D+ win here. That sticky bomb could be ginormous from Kamikaze.
Oh, but he's hopping around. It's Tron B actually to connect the spray down, and he does find the flush with it. That sticky bomb works out. Knows there's a player now in the smoke. They know he's on the corner. D+, the question is, what can they do with this presence as that final knock comes through? Kamikaze is the one to put that final nail in, and it's a 4v4. Papra Supermassive, who've been swinging around on the outside, doing so much. They're up to 8 elims. D+ on 9, though. They have been on that long-range engagement. Papra Supermassive much more interested in getting up close and personal.
I think if D+ are able to find the shots and the nade over towards Lost, very different story. Osel has to stay alive there. If you get rid of the off angle, it's game over for D+, but they need that. Osel just needs to stay quiet now. They know his position. Basically, he needs to assist when it's like the full-on 3v4 engagement. Up until then, basically, he's just an information provider for the team. This is cool. Full 4v4. Both teams are pretty warm as well. Have taken fights in the midst of all of this. I think Osal's going to look to back off. Knows his position is revealed. Good shots from Nico again, though. Consistently getting damage in.
I mean, he couldn't really cover off the fight down the low ground if it were to pop off for Osal. I mean, especially with Kamikaze's angle that I'm imagining they should be aware of. It wouldn't be super easy for Osal to actually take shots down towards a fight if Papra Supermassive wanted to flank that low ground, lost that forward point that has really drawn Osal back down. And it looks like Papra Supermassive are gearing up for something. They're into formation now, but Lost under a lot of pressure. Nullboot should spot him. No, okay, the headland's just there in time.
I mean, that's frustrating. I mean, if he gets the nade over the top and gets the airburst on him, that actually makes their life so much easier. I think Lost is playing overly aggressive right now. That position he was playing there, if he gets taken down, it makes life so much easier for D+, especially with the circle shifting over towards the eastern side. Now, it is going to center up on the hillside, so this is a really quite interesting Zone 9, where it's pretty playable for both squads up until some of those final moments.
Yeah, it's when that blue zone starts to close, players are going to have to move. The question is, who has to move first and where are they going to go? I think for Papra Supermassive, they might actually have the better spot. With where Lost is playing right now, they are closer to the center, which is going to force D+ to move. But if they're forced to move into where Lost is, they might not have the sightlines to control players like Osal in their position. And Fabian, with a vehicle, could actually put a massive dent into this circle position, and he's going to go forwards.
He's just scouting right now, trying to get information from inside the vehicle using the third-person perspective. But it is an interesting zone. Like I said, there's a lot of hard cover in this Zone 9. It's going to be a hectic ending, but a very, very fun one to watch. First time in a while where it's not just full pitch warfare on the sidelines. This time you actually have angles, and you've got to use that utility to your advantage. Chip sets himself up, and Papra Supermassive kind of set themselves up in a lineup down towards the south side, beneath the hillside. Good nade, get some damage done, and more than anything, that's information gathered.
Yeah, they know he's behind that tree now. Chips steps up with that info, with the smokes covering him off, and now that's first blood draw. Papra Supermassive at a disadvantage, but D+ have the center. A second knock is found. Will they be able to transition to Kamikaze? Nearly able to take him down, but just about staying alive. He dashes forwards, and he will go down next. Only the one player stands. It's all up to the Nico, sorry, but he will not be able to do it. And it is D+ to keep things under control. The scouting goes well, and they flex out wide. Papra Supermassive had some standout plays there in that match, but it was not to be that they could go all the way. That is D+ Kia.
I think for Papra Supermassive, they get completely ruined by Lost's position. He's just kind of so over aggressive there on the front line. And I think they probably should have put the lineup across the north as opposed down towards the south side, because they're playing down the hill there. It's a little bit confusing. There was still some hard cover to work with. Overall, though, this is the best we've seen D+ in a while. It's a really good game from them. I would love to see a little more relation, honestly, from the squad, but it's not quite there. A little smile. Then again, you know, during PMGC 2024, the interview with Nolbu after they just won the game, the guy looked like you know, he'd just been told that he wasn't getting to go to the theme park on the weekend, so it's sort of natural for Nolbu.
Hey, you know, they're very cool, they're very calm right now. They have collected themselves a chicken dinner here, and they certainly would love to jump further up on the tables.
D+! Yeah! That was terrible.
There we go. Our previous champions finally get the chicken dinner. Let's go. I mean, we talked about it earlier, Max, man, right? Which team do we think that you really wanted to see perform? You said D+, and they finally get the chicken dinner here.
So happy to see it. By the way, I tried to give some respect to the Korean casters and try and all scream at the same time, but we failed. They're built different, unlike us. They're way too good.
Next time.
But no, really strong play from D+ here. And we said in the mid game, right, Niptura? D+, you put them on top of Everest, guess what? It is their bread and butter. They love that position so much. They know every nook and cranny of their area, and they played it to almost perfection. In particular, Chips. That guy was on an absolute tear this game. He would spot you. He would be down in like 3 to 4 seconds. Insane accuracy from this guy.
Yeah, insane. I love watching him work. I mean, yesterday when the team wasn't really having a great day, he was the solo time and time again, getting them those placement points at least. So for him to come in, step up, get 7 eliminations, not only is he the solo master, he's the elimination master as well for this team. It's great to see.
Ooh, hits that 1v3 at the end, almost gets the full squad wipe, but then we saw his teammate be able to finish it up for him. I mean, this couldn't have been at a better time, to be honest, right? We're now officially, right, at that midway point for Group Green, right? So there's still a lot of more matches left to go the second half of the tournament, but we talked about it just like in the gauntlet stage, Max, man. That last day, last few games are just going to be so ridiculous. You need to get as many points as you can right here and now.
Yeah, it's going to be the chase for the top 3 or trying to escape the red zone, the bottom 5. Of course, place where you do not want to be as we go through the recaps of this game. And a lot was happening from the get-go. And Wolves actually having a good engagement, Niptura, right onto Reject on top of Tornado Sirens, able to take it out. But that nade from Doc of absolute beauty. He doesn't quite wrap it up, but oh my goodness, Doc is... He's him. He is him.
He is him. He is back, he is him, and we're ready for it. He couldn't quite make it work for the whole team, but you know what? 1v3 knock is all we want to see to just give us a little bit of hope for maybe next game. But yeah, some really good stuff. Wolves had a great game. I mean, it would have been nice if they had been able to continue a little bit further into the game. I think there was a little bit of a hiccup there when they really went for that direct 1v4 or 4v4 push rather, but some really good eliminations to start off the game was really nice to see from them, and just the whole thing on Everest, man, was just crazy.
Did you see that flick from Chip, by the way, over that rock with the F4K? He didn't break his wrist during that. Whoa, what is that speed? That's unheard of.
I know.
Oh, wow, okay.
Just crazy.
He's using that gyro. He did a full 180 in his chair, like just like that.
Damn, he's got that wrist workout to make sure he doesn't break something doing that, man. That's dangerous. You need to be a professional to pull that off. Holy.
Goodness me. I will say shout out as well to Papada as well. Some really, really good stuff from Papada. I'd like to just third party, get as much control of the zone as possible. I really liked how they used their nades as well, Max.
Yeah, you just pulled a wahoo Just That's how excited she is about these games. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
Mario is really hyped about this so far, this PMGC. Looking at the rotation for, of course, some of these teams, Tornado Siren taken over by Wolves. But look at that wide eastern rotate from Papara Supermassive Blaze here, taking it slow, making sure they get towards the circle. And D Plus just sweeping the eastern side of Everest. So a lot of really top tier rotations. But the one we need to highlight here, Niptura, look at Papara Supermassive Blaze. That push onto Orangutan could have been avoided. And unfortunately, the setup, the defense was not there. And Papara get the easiest push ever executed in that compound.
Yeah, the OG were just looking to the north, they were looking to the west. They completely forgot about the south side. They were not expecting Papara to do anything with it. And they went, hey, there's an opening over there. Let's go grab it. And they took it, and it got them a second place. Again, OG just not doing what they need to do that if they had been in the winner's shoes, they could have gotten a top 2. So it's really frustrating for me for OG, but Papara Supermassive Blaze doing a very, very good job here. 14 points on the board for them. Again, we have another thing, though, of just being eclipsed by the #1 team, because 23 points, 13 eliminations off the back of Everest. I mean, you said it, Max, in the middle of the game. It's like, hey, Everest, D plus Kia, they are the team that loves Everest. They know how to play this. They've played it before. And here we go again. Just another example.
Yeah, I mean, Everest and D plus Kia is like peanut butter and jelly. It just goes so well together. And so far, this game has been fantastic. Are we going to see more, though, Hodrix? Like, we saw nothing really outside of this win. Can we see a follow-up? If we do, chances are they're back in the race.
Oh, for sure. I mean, honestly, I think they already got put themselves in the race with that one chicken here and now. I mean, there's still plenty of matches left to go, so they're definitely in that run for top 3. All these other teams, though, are going to have to make it happen. But you know what? It's so great when things start getting tough. The pressure starts mounting, and you have one of your players just start going crazy. Chips in this game, his aim was just on lock. It was as sharp as can be. So hopefully this really kind of gets them pumped up for the rest of the matches here. But yeah, we haven't really seen those back-to-backs, at least today, right? We saw, Gen G get a great game, and then I think it was a 2-point match after them, that one right there. So, we got 3 more matches left to go. Let's see what can happen. I do want to stress on that OG defense. I was shocked. We saw one of their players going all the way up to Everest. We were screaming. We're like, what are you guys doing? Come on. You can see right now, look, OG in 14th place. They are now in that hot seat, Max.
Yeah, unfortunately for Orangutan, that defense was just not it. It seems like they are getting a bit overwhelmed now in this lobby. I'm still seeing them fight together, which is nice, but it is clearly not big enough of an improvement for them to actually push themselves out of the bottom 5. But looking at Go, able to jump up here over in a circle, finally in the podium. Able to maybe secure a spot for the grand finals if they can remain there until the end, but it's going to keep moving throughout the entirety of today. Top 3, I'm telling you, might be completely different after our next 3 matches.
Yeah, well, we got 3 more matches left to go, guys, so make sure you get your popcorn, get your drink ready, and we'll be right back after this break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Halfway through day 2 of Group Green, I'm joined by none other than 9C Global Remix. Remix, yesterday you guys had such a great performance. You finished in the top 3. What was going your way to have such a good performance?
¿Qué es lo que hicieron tan bien ayer para tener una excelente actuación el día de ayer?
Pues realmente teníamos planeado hacer un modo de juego, lo que teníamos siempre planeado todo este tiempo antes de PMGC. Y pues aparte de eso, pues obviamente nos fue bien porque no nos sentíamos confiados y sin presión, y por eso nos fue tan bien como ayer.
We just follow what we already have as our strategy, and we feel very, very confident each other, no obligation at all. So we just enjoy the game.
Well, today you're struggling, to be completely honest, because you're currently 19 points away from 3rd place when you started in 3rd place. What do you feel like you need to adjust, or what's going on today that's causing that struggle?
Bueno, hoy están como esforzándose 3 veces más de lo de ayer, les está costando mucho. ¿Qué es lo que cambió de ayer a hoy?
Hemos tenido muchos errores individuales. También nuestra manera de jugar no la estamos haciendo igual, estamos tomando unas decisiones muy erróneas, muy malas, entonces por eso nos está costando el día de hoy y nos está yendo muy mal. Esperemos que estas 3 partidas que quedan nos vaya mejor y podamos, aunque sea, estar arriba.
Okay, we are taking many bad choices. We are making a lot of mistakes today. We changed our way to play, so that's why. So we believe and we hope the last 3 matches we can change the situation.
Well, I'm pretty sure all Latin America is going to be hoping that you guys do change that situation, because we saw what you were able to do yesterday. Hopefully you can bring it back today, and I appreciate the honesty too. Remix, back to you guys.
Hey, gotta make some adjustments, right? I mean, they are not too far away from their 3rd place position, so they haven't fallen so far behind. One chicken dinner could definitely get them there. They're gonna be able to do that on the Infinix GT30 series, the official gaming phone of PMGC 2025, engineered for precision, performance, and victory, empowering every gamer to hashtag be the one and hashtag outplay the rest on the global stage. So big shout out to Infinix. Hopefully we can see 9Z get back in that 3rd place position. One thing I've definitely noticed here, guys, especially here for day number 2, everybody's like rotations, decision makings have been really solid for the most part. I haven't seen like too many crazy mistakes besides OG, you know, there towards the end. That was rough to see, you know. But other than that, it's really just been coming down to a lot of these fights, right? That gun skill has been playing big here in Nepturo.
Yeah, it's been really, really interesting to see. And it's also interesting to see, certainly in that last game, how we have Papada Supermassive Blaze, right? A European team. Europe is very big on their macro rather than that aggression, right? So it's been interesting to see how they play, you know, that wraparound south side, very typical of a European team. I love seeing that. But overall, across the days, across the teams, they've all been playing their macro very, very well. I've been so happy to see how well they've actually been playing this macro. These rotations, the angles, the splits are all super, super good, Max. I've really had nothing that's really surprised me and gone, what on earth are they doing? It's really just been really top tier.
Like, don't get me wrong, the gauntlet was fun, but this feels like PMGC. Like, these 2 days already, I'm like, okay, we've leveled up. This is the global lobby we were expecting going into this, and we've had great games from literally every single region so far, right? Had some kind of really strong presence at some point in time in this tournament. As we go through the recaps of today, I still can't believe that happened with Doc and Bond of Chamba. He was trying to knife, I think Blank said he was trying to knife him while he was in the car. That's how crazy PMGC is this year. 2025 is going in the history books for sure. But yeah, Gen G, Ultrigo, Duplicate able to get some strong presence. But the thing is, Hardjukes, they'll still can't English. They can't be really resting on their laurels here at the top because everyone is still so close to top 3 that one good performance, guess what? You're on the podium. You could be making it to the grand finals. So day 2 is just about who stays in the conversation going into day 3 as we have that insane nade. But you just want to stay in the race, and day 3, that's when you really want to go in and put that nail in the coffin.
That's what I'm talking about, though. You know, you just see the highlights here, and it's just crazy after crazy play. You know, you got to be able to have just a ridiculous pop-off game, and that's what we're seeing more than ever here in Group Green, right? Is any one of these teams, if they get that right spot, they're taking full advantage of it, and it just so happened to be D+ here, right? So anybody in the mid-pack right now can bust out a 25-point game in these next 3 matches. So everybody's a threat at this point. If you don't get that circle, you don't get that game, you have to be consistent and put up points regardless. I think that's the big difference from the teams at the top versus that team, those teams in the middle, Neptura. What do you think about that?
Absolutely, because if we look at how the leaderboards are filtering out, right, Go in 3rd place, 75 points, IC 73, then we go down 69, 67, 67, 9Z and Wolves tied with 56. Like, there's not a lot of gaps here. There's a lot of ties coming in, and there's less than 20 points between a 10th place team and the top 3. Like, it's so close. We're halfway through now. It is at the point where I think the top 3 have to be very careful of those middle pack teams, because one good game, not even a win, one good game, like we've seen so many of them do before, you pop off, you get 15, 16 eliminations in a 3rd place, you're now very close to the top 3, if not already in it. So these top 3 teams have to be very careful.
I mean, sure, I'm even looking at the teams that in the bottom 5. Falcons, 34 points. GS Team, 32. 30 for the side of Orangutan. They're about 40 to 50 points away from top 3, right? So technically, you hit a decent average of maybe 7, 8, 9, in best case scenario, 10 points per game, which is a very good average in an international lobby like PMGC. You can be back in a race too. It's just how desperate, how hungry can you be here, and how desperate can you be to try and make that climb, make that ascent at the second halfway point, of this Group Green stage. It's still possible, especially for Falcons, Hodgix. For me, they showed that they were so desperate with that hot drop to climb up the leaderboards. But after that, they've been kind of transparent. So if we need to see a comeback from those teams, I'm going to say it. If you're in bottom 5, we need to see some big games happening now if you want to have even just the slightest of chances to reach the grand finals.
Gotta agree. I think especially for Team Reject, they are 18 points away, Neptura, from that cutoff, right? Do you think they can get a chicken dinner out here or today at all from what you've seen so far?
From what I've seen so far, no, but I think I definitely see a trajectory of them getting into the top 5 maybe today. In terms of match to match, they can get a top 5 placement in a match. Win probably more suited for tomorrow, but hopefully they can get that momentum today.
I think they better get it done here and now, or these teams are going to start running away with it. Let's get into our last Aaron Gale match of the day and take it on over to Blink and John Allen.
We've got another Erangel coming on in. Of course we do. We've got a 3rd and final one for the day as we kick into the double-digit matches here. Time is starting to draw to a close. Our top 3 spots definitely important, but our bottom teams as well are going to start to worry. Here is where teams will start to get left in the dust, as we see one of our very few Erangels that do remain, and the last one today.
Time from Primorsk over towards Kameshki side of things. Not too bad at all. Again, I think we've had pretty kind playing paths all today here on Erangel. I don't think a single one has really caused too much problems. Still waiting for another Sosnovka circle. We haven't seen one of those in quite some time. APG looking to get down towards Sosnovka itself on Millibase. Falcons in Pachinki. I want to see a little bit more of a quick rotate from this team. Feels very tentative at the moment of where they want to go next. I'd like to see that slightly change towards the future. Wolves again, fairly consistent performances elimination wise, but still struggling to get towards that end game.
Yeah, it's been a little bit disappointing from them. A couple of times they've been in those scenarios where it could have gone better for them, but it just hasn't quite been over that line, and they have suffered on the points for it. It's likely that they'll get to last chance because of their performance, but even in that situation, is it going to be enough? And you have to wonder. Circle pops, I mean, not dramatically out to the west side, but more west than east, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, it's a pretty kind circle. I mean, it doesn't really cut any massive areas out. There's no real unplayable area. I think the only thing here to look at really is where it drops down towards Sosnovka, but even then, it's not a massive deal. Most teams know that it's not going towards Sosnovka with this split on the circle. Is 9ZG definitely having a massive downturn in performance from day 1 into day 2. Only 5 eliminations and 4 placement points today. Pretty rough. Dropped down to 8th place now, so the majority of their points were coming through from yesterday. There's some good rotates. There were mostly wide wraps though, which, while are fantastic to see, you know, they're few and far between of when they work and why they work. Here there really hasn't been too much chance for them to pull that off. So for 9ZG, definitely worrying going into tomorrow if they continue on this pace. Papra Supermassive, on the other hand, it has just been a big uptick in the amount they've been able to do. I think that firepower that we were missing from them yesterday definitely is here now, which is great to see, because it was the one thing that I was kind of confused about. Like, they were certainly one of the most strong teams when it came to those gunfights in EU, and then to suddenly see them looking like pretty poor in those fights was weird. But I think that they're warmed up now. They've had those test games and have fixed things going into day 2. So the secrets that were held back from us now are coming into play.
Absolutely. So, I mean, you hope that teams will start to bring more and more to the table, especially if you're low down on these tables right now. Alter Ego, they've had their moments. Their splits sometimes a little bit too much. Their peaks a little bit too long, but they are still in 2nd place on 86 points. That's going well for them. They are keeping up pace with the best of them. We'll see how much further they can go. GOAT down in Primorsk have been very impressive in those 4v4s, and they've earned themselves that 3rd place because of it. Their final moments in those games, generally not as powerful as we see some other teams, because they've already got stuck into so many fights earlier on and earned all the points that way. Seems to be their way. We'll see if they are able to get a chicken dinner at some point to keep things adding to their tally, because they've already found 1.
Yeah, it's been very impressive, honestly, in terms of the firepower coming through from that squad. I just want to see more of it towards those end games, close things out, like you say, 1 chicken dinner, but I think there's potential for more there. Alpha Gaming, I think ending the day around 120 would be an ideal margin to hit for this team. They've been able to get some points here and there throughout the day. There's been slim pickings, but you know, every single game, I don't think they've had a 0-point game yet. Wolves gets a little bit too close to comfort for Narvalo as they take their 2-man split. Luckily, they find the straggler from Wolves, which is actually a really big deal for them here, where they get this 2-2 split and then send Wolves packing. It now means they can play this one out a little bit slower without worrying about being crashed on.
The fact that they're holding this 2-2 split as well, I mean, they immediately sent Redox in for the regroup onto the position. I mean, I like that response. They knew danger was coming. They got there faster than Wolves could. You saw Igor on the outside, couldn't quite get in. And of course, no real reason to at that point, after you know that Coops has gone down and been flushed almost immediately. You don't want to overcommit there. But the fact that the Falcons are holding far east out on the west points of Pachinki may be something they do need to think about. We saw them struggle to regroup in time in the last match. They just really got overrun, had a real rough time of it. We'll see if they spend too long split from one another in this match as well, or if they are going to send for a regroup, call for the backup out to the west. I think it will rely on when the circle pops.
Honestly, I think Zone 2 on this kind of circle, you would want to regroup as a full 4-man. I think that it's very specific to the stage of PUBG Mobile you're playing. I think at PMSL EU, this kind of 2-2 split works until Zone 3, but there are teams here who will take every chance, every little bit of every inch that they can gather inside of this tournament whenever they want. And I think that when you're playing as a 2-man inside that building, teams are going to identify that pretty quickly and see themselves that they have an opportunity to get a strong position in the circle and take it from you. So I do think that's why you need to start regrouping on Zone 2 here as opposed to Zone 3. I think in PMSL EU, this is typically something that would be allowed to work for much, much longer, as teams wouldn't typically go for that push. But I think that's the mindset that Falcons need to get themselves into. They're not playing in PMSL EU anymore.
No, they don't have the same sort of license that was once afforded to them. I mean, they always do have that sort of last minute, oh, we didn't play well in the first phases. Oh, it's the later stages. Let's go for the clutch factor kind of play style. And maybe that will come through in, if not here in Last Chance, but I mean, it's a lot of ifs, ands, and buts there. And lots predicated on them having the skills to do it. Right now, they're not on display. OG looking to put something on display against Loops. 2 players here for Loops. The other 2 a little bit far away and actually closer to the center of the circle. But I imagine that they're immediately being recalled. Yeah, and you can see over the hills, they start to roll up and into this fight. They want to get that off angle. They're not overzealous in crashing straight into the compound for the backup. They know the value of these off angles, and Aru immediately is taken down by it. A really nice flex out for Loops to play on those off angles. And we'll see what more they can do. Now he's going to go for that regroup in as Team Secret start to find their way to the hills above it.
Looking for the res here for OG. Nade out the backside will get a little bit of damage done. Ratto Boy definitely avoids that one too. Molotov's on the doorway, cuts off any hope of getting that player out. And now AKOP on the backside has to deal with Team Secret all on its lonesome. That's OG going down now to 2 players.
I mean, that's a pretty solid crash from Team Secret, I think. Reading that fight nicely, finding the back lines of OG. Be able to roll on into that fight. The circle goes up north, and again, it seems like the zones are magnetized towards Everest. We're keeping that one in as well, and the regroup for Falcons can now go out to the east side on that engagement. In the meantime, though, OG still have 2 horses in the race. Wizgod, though, maybe stumbling over the hurdle there, and only 1 player now stands. It's the Tanky with the DBS on the window. Looks for the shutdown onto 1, but even that is denied. A nade is an answer. It came on through. I think that might have been a team nade. Indeed it was. But Lutz will get that res nice and handily.
I think that's fair enough. You know, if he's playing inside that back room, then the nade takes him out. If the nade doesn't take him out, the Rafina's going to get it done. So it was not cooked for a long time on that nade. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but either way, you do have a situation where no matter what happens, should be going down to that push there. For OG, I mean, they tried to take a push. I think as soon as you hear the vehicles on the outside, you all need to get inside the building. And then start looking to push the 2 players in the front line. Because if you start hearing vehicles wrapping around you on the outside, then you're fairly sure that it's only 1 or 2 players in the front buildings, so you have to push there. Like, that's where you have to crank it, and you can't falter, because that's exactly what happened for them, is that they were too hesitant in that engagement.
A little bit too reluctant to make the tough decisions. Alter Ego, they're getting torn apart on their approach. It's not looking pretty. Only likely to be able to res 1 of their players here. You can see Alva picking Rosemary back up. Krypton. Okay, no, he was still alive there. Okay, or just basically no HP. I thought he disappeared, but no, he is still alive. So playing on us 3, it's a little bit better than I first thought for Alter Ego on their approach to this compound, but it feels a bit like they might be slightly trapped in here, Blank.
Yeah, you got to make the cross. I mean, they could swing back up towards Rozok and round, but then even so, where do you go? Do you play Watertown? It's an option for you. You head to Headshot Hills. That's a decision you make zone 3, zone 4, realistically. But for Falcons, it's not a bad start to the game. I'm glad they regrouped on zone 2 here. Though, to be honest, I'd still wonder if this circle cut in both their compounds, if they'd still be in the 2-2 now.
Yeah, it's always tough to play the what-if game. A 2-2. Maybe it would have been different. Looking at the lay of the circle, it's about to pop. The Falcons did regroup. Gen G now lining the Gatka fields as well. The Wolves sent all the way out to the east side, but it's going more towards the ruins, up towards that north edge. You could see immediately in a circle looking to regroup, bringing back their tendrils off their 2-1-1, and they'll be hopefully able to do that successfully. And on the north side still, Team Secret have a lot of ruins under control.
Can they hold it though? Can they hold it though?
No.
The answer is probably no. Yeah, I mean, 80% of the time. Shot over towards Regiocio. As Wolves continue to pepper shots in. He's going to lose his vehicle for this as well. And the rest of Reject very much penned in here. A lot of instances where Reject really hasn't had any kind of clap back towards these situations whatsoever. I think this is a pretty horrendous spot on the map as well. There's no vehicle formation set up on the hard cover either. So I'm a little bit concerned about this. I think for Reject, it's likely over the next 2 circles they'll be going down here. Similarly for Wolves, though, they also don't have the most ideal of position. They're just playing on the outside of Pachinki with an outpost on that northern edge with Igor.
Wolves trying to make that regroup. Igor taken very, very low in the backseat of the buggy, but Doran diving around. He gets taken out from the front seat, and Igor's immediately into the driver's seat. Doran will be flushed away. How far can Igor get away from it? Oh, that's not friendly. That is tough stuff.
Yeah, you do not expect the driver to get popped out if you're on the back. I mean, they're set up for the second elim. They're definitely, that's one of those cases where the shots go awry, but in a good way. Getting Doran out of the front seat. Shots Wolves down to 2. Alter Ego, yeah, they took a bit of a tumble earlier on. Krypton made a wide wrap on the north side, trying to look for a position to play, but Watertown already picked up by Papra Supermassive. Nice pick up there from Rosemary over towards Nolboon. Instant crash coming in through from the rest of the team.
I mean, that's kind of necessary to keep Rosemary safe up on that high ground, right? Draw the attention from the teams on the low, from the players on the low ground for D+, because they've still got 2 players up top, but it's not going to matter because Fabian is there and Rosemary very likely getting flushed. No way that Alter Ego can position to actually get back into this one. Rosemary will try and waste as much time as possible, but it's pretty quick on the knock, and Krypton's the next to fall. D+, keep things under control. Nolbu has been drawn down, but there's a second knock actually as well, and Alpha gets the flush. D+, I thought they were going to be able to keep this under control, limit the casualties, but losing a player on the east side could be disastrous for them moving forwards into the next one. Alva dodges the nade, and he is in a little bit of a 1v1 until the res can come through. With the high ground now occupied by Tiamba, this fight got a whole lot more mucky.
Yeah, Tiamba definitely looking to close this one out. They have full broadside on this engagement. I think for D+, they've realized that for them, the biggest deal right now is just to try and get out of this fight. Chips consistently taking damage, and a shot from Tiamba will take him down. Alva's living, and he is getting more points for his troubles.
Hops in, looks for another shot, spots the player out the window, goes straight for it, knows the blue zone's doing more work than he is, and will try and get another elim on the tally, but Alter Ego finish their Erangel stretch. They're on 88 points now. Tiamba looking to pick up the pieces as the nades start to fly. It's just Fabian remains for D+. I think they know sort of where he is, but Papra Supermassive also joining in on the scrap, trying to pinch some of those points away too.
Yeah, Fabian left now on his lonesome. I think D+ have been overall playing way better, honestly. That fight, again, you're going up against the second place team. They are good at what they do, and the fact that D+ puts up a good fight versus them is a pretty good marker for them as a team. Yes, it was a 3v4. Tron actually finding shots towards Tiamba. There is a lot of third parties going on here, and Tiamba is getting cut apart right now.
Yeah, Papra Supermassive had the full surround, but Wolves are now joining on it. A traded 1-for-1 Fabian down low in the blue, but he might have done enough to stop Tiamba from getting any of these reses. The bandage, is it in time? Just about. No! Tiamba not able to stay alive. The work is done, and everybody in the compound goes down. Now the surrounding teams have to scrap it out. It's Papra Supermassive looking to pick each other back up here. Stage 4, I mean, you're going to have to make a mad dash for the zone. I don't think Kamikaze has the time to get the bandage off there. Yeah, it's not going to happen. They have to pick him up, go for the vehicle, but Batten has the angle, has the spot. They want to keep Kamikaze in the mix. Yeah, Lost is going to get pulled out as well. They wasted too much time trying to get that res when they knew it was impossible.
I think with Papra Supermassive, the biggest issue for them here is that they engaged way too much on this fight. They heard how scrappy it was. There's also not a lot of positions for the Eastern teams to take. And I mean, we saw that earlier as Krypton tried to wide wrap on the north side, couldn't find anything, realized they have to take the fight with D+. I think Papa Supermassive could have played this game out a lot slower over towards the west. I think they already did enough by getting a fair few knocks over towards Tiamba. At that point, they should have left. And because of that, now they're being shut down. So I do think for Papa Supermassive, it's a bit greedy. It's definitely a bit greedy on that Eastern side.
Yeah, they've only got the 2 points to show for the match. In the meantime, though, the Wolves are eliminated. So one of the teams on the east side going to be taken out. And actually nobody really getting out of that zone entirely unscathed. You had Reject coming in earlier. Only 2 players there remain. Papra Supermassive, only 1. Wolves didn't make it. Tiamba didn't make it. D+, neither were able to find their way on through. It was a really fraught situation out there and a tough time for all. Now moving our attention to the rest of these zones. Looks like 9Z are competing with Team Secret for this lining of ruins on the south edge, but the zone really kind of nasty. A lot of open ground, not too many spots to play.
Did that buggy just delete the US that was underneath it?
Maybe.
I think it
maybe
just crushed it through the ground.
Well, you know,
I think
maybe it was never
that bad boy's unusable anymore.
Oh well. Hard South Shift actually keeps Gen G's compound in on that south edge, so they'll be feeling happy about that. On the 4 players that they've got alive, the nades going back and forth. Finally, one connects from Team Secret over towards 9Z. And they are looking for more as well. A bombardment continues from Team Secret, expending a lot of utility here.
I mean, fair enough as well. It's a very nadeable position. Don't really want to expend your life for these elims when nades will do. Fortunately for them, they get 2 players very low.
That looks good. Oh.
Well, there you go.
I thought that was going to get 2 there. Looked like it was right on his head. There's another nade, and that will be good as well. And finally, there is a re-knock in response, but that should be rezzed up. In the meantime, Tron B did go down, so Papra Supermassive are eliminated. 9Z still have the run out against Team Secret, but they're being penned in by Loops, who are flexed up here, Blank. So have Inner Circle. They have got a lot of pressure sent into this fight, and maybe these are the only elims you find. Loops want to slam into the back here, as Team Secret struggling to make their way through.
Yeah, it's a fight that... I don't know where Dockel's going, honestly. These are the most crazy sprays, right? Not even very much on target, but getting the job done here as Loops puts up more points. Team Secret just wants to get a couple to finish this one off. I mean, they can't even do that. I mean, Team Secret's been underwhelming this tournament.
Yeah, at best, it's really not been great for them. They do manage to pick up a point there. The flush did come through posthumously, and now 2 players are stepping out. Loops moving in, continue to picking up these elims. 6 found so far. And the heal needed to come through. Does manage to top himself up. And Loops are going to fold back. Happy with the 6 that they found. They do need to start to think about breaking south and how they're going to be able to navigate this terrain.
This is definitely a circle. I think Max is just highlighting it now where hovercrafts would be very, very important. It's horrid. It really is horrid. And having a hovercraft to just set up as maneuverable cover, and quite a large bit of cover as well, towards the center of the map here, you could set up a veritable compound. Unfortunately, I haven't really seen one. I haven't really seen any hovercrafts in the circle so far. 9ZG does get taken down by Loops, who have been extremely opportunistic this game and succeeding off the back of it.
I mean, rightly so. You do need to be. The Falcons trying to break west as well. They have got 3 elims already. A little mound to be playing around with, but you can see they want to go further. They're trying to figure out these smokes with APG, or the remnants thereof, rather. Out to their west, they do need to worry. GS in a death fall on a vehicle. I hate that many players being in a vehicle, and this might be why they are getting lit up a lot. Heavy, heavy, heavy damage coming through from Inner Circle. And I imagine from across the way, 2 of them are going to fall down. Despite the fact that they had a pure numbers advantage, there is just an off angle coming through from Loops, I believe, from Inner Circle as well, just taking chunks out of them as they go. A lot of damage done, but they do keep 3 alive for GS.
Why are we taking that fight as the circle's coming in? I mean, they could play a lot further down towards the south side and just hold them out regularly. It felt a little bit dangerous to go for that. Again, GS do come out on top with 3 players though, but by that time, you already have squads taking shots. Loops look to make their way up there, but it's the Falcons who are profiting the most off the back of this one. And this is a full field finish. It's disgusting. It's horrible. No one enjoys this.
Yeah, it's a really bad time for everyone. The GOAT split, though, I kind of like it. I feel like they're probably in the best spot. They've got control over both flanks of this one, as Falcons starting to add to their elim tally. They're up to 6 now. They're burning through more, and they're up to 8, almost joining Loops up on 9. A really swift consumption of points there for the Falcons. Playing as 4, they're all the way out in the east, but I do think that it's going to be such a difficult task to get past GOAT on the hold. Not holding in the circle, but holding so many other sightlines that contribute towards it.
Yeah, well, I mean, both their spots are in the next zone, so they will have to move off that. I think no matter what happens going forward, you are going to be in a disgusting spot on the map. Right? This really does come down to how well you can set up your vehicles, how well you can set up the smokes. Rafina likely to go down here. Koa drops out the vehicle, but it's now valid to put the final nail in the coffin. I think that Falcons have a very good chance on this game.
I mean, they certainly added the points to it. They're having a good game either way. But GOAT have now started to extend out into the field. They've moved up into the open. They're playing these hay bales. Gen G yet to transition away. They're following in the Falcons' footsteps, and actually a big pickup over onto Koa out in the open for Falcons. That is a pretty hefty limb lost. And they're starting to maybe have some danger stepping out and into these fields. Gen G being held out as well. Falcons maintain that east position.
Koa going down is bad news, actually, for them. It's going to be hard to pick him up as well, but he was their front position there. Gen G, once again, with these nice rotates towards the end game. It's a pretty low elim count game, but from where they were playing, I don't think they had too much chance to get too many eliminations on this one, so they have just sort of staccato stepped their way in. Killer Joe moves up, will pick up the elim with the shotgun, and being able to place himself here is a big deal. I think having Koa there was the one thing that would have allowed them to actually punish over towards GOAT. Sadly not to be. And this lineup is actually now very, very good from GOAT. It was getting here that was the issue, but they have succeeded.
I think it was all based on that pick onto Koa as well. Being able to find the Falcons. If the Falcons had continued on their pressure as a full 4 on that north side, I feel like they may have had a better chance of holding GOAT back, but GOAT have moved at the right time repeatedly at the end stages of this game. The Falcons on the east point, though, can stay where they are. It's Gen G who have to move the entirety of their team. GOAT can regroup, Falcons can regroup, but it's all onto Gen G.
Gen G getting out from this spot's difficult. It's very open ground for them. We'll see how they want to pull it off. Kraken right now is the big picture. AWM in Vic's hands. Been a while since we've seen this bad boy on board. The Abacam also popping off in the hands of GOAT.
Swapping to the different scope. You can see Gen G now starting to get found. But it's Redox to get the first. Claws is down. I don't know if that's going to be resable. I think they still have time if they pop it immediately. So they should be able to get that one back up. Killer Joe under pressure from nades. That's not going to go the distance, but go out on the field, actually spotted by Dammy, who hits the deck in time. And now Falcons trying to take shots out their way, maybe more preoccupied, but yeah, I don't think he's going to last too much longer here. As Gen G continue to stumble their way towards this zone, into the vehicle, a last mad dash for it. Maybe looking to cover Dammy off and get the revive there. No, I don't think that's going to be possible. Claws just has to try and settle for any sort of cover. Nades is starting to pour in from Ralph as well. The healing does come through, but Narvalo is down in the meantime. Ralph in danger as well. They know his tree. That nade should be on target. Will it connect? Of course it will. Killer Joe nails the shot, and now GOAT don't even need to go for a 4 versus 4. There's no four-man teams left.
Yeah, I think that, honestly, Ralph had a pretty clear and easy shot of the nade onto where he was playing. And that's all of them gone. That's all of them gone.
How did Gen G have 3 players alive? I guess one of them was down and it is just ticking away, right? Oh no, he's getting the heal. How do they have 3 players here, Blank? That is absolutely insane given where they were sat before.
Yeah, I mean, this game has just been pretty much consistently moving away from teams who had good spots over into open ground. Even from zone 3, I think there's so many unplayable spaces. It ruined Alter Ego's day, Team Secret, Tiamba, Papa Supermassive. Basically, the circle has been the executor of the lobby. Gen.G gets very lucky on this shift, by the way. Very lucky.
Get the advantage, but there's the AWM starting to pop off. It's an immediate double knockdown, and Gen.G, sure, they might get lucky on the shift, but GOAT are still in the fight. And now it's just Quick who remains. He is in the next zone, but he can't do much to stop GOAT from moving forwards altogether. And Killer Joe making a beeline for it, immediately charging on in. Has got another tree to play around, launches it forwards, isolating which tree he's playing on. Position now given away fully. And it will be the open ground to conquer it. It is GOAT to take it all. Falcons couldn't find their way in from the north side. Gen.G looked like they were maybe onto something there with the shift, but the double spray down works wonders. And GOAT finally closed down another game, convincingly holding a late game scenario, which is exactly what we wanted to see from them.
Yes, but there is a yes but here, okay?
All
because
right.
the circle was horrendous for basically everyone. I think GOAT is fortunate enough to get to that point in the game. I think that doesn't happen if GOAT isn't as strong as they are in terms of their firepower, being able to get to that point. Regardless, it's a weird match. It's a weird match. It is nice to see GOAT close a game down, though, and that will see them high up the tables for sure. And Alter Ego now has another team breathing down their neck. As is APG. It's a bit disappointing to see APG go out. But there is now a possibility of that happening.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's definitely not what they were thinking about at the start of the day, but as time goes on, teams will catch up. As we said, right? They need to keep pace, even if it's minimal. Wasn't done that game. Go.
And it's GOAT that get the chicken dinner in the field finish. That is where GOATs thrive, Max, man. And they got it done right here. By the way, AWM, seen, noticed, not a knock. Oh, I wanted it so bad. Just one bolt action knock. This PMGC, please, Max, please.
We got tickled. We're like, what? You want an Orm headshot? No, you're not going to have it.
Once I saw the 3x, I was like on the AWM, I was like, oh, it's not going to happen, dude.
Oh yeah, because no, of course in the fields there's going to be 8 time scopes just growing in the fields, you know, alongside the wheat.
Yes, there should be.
It's all over the place.
There should be, okay?
No, he just got lucky, he found one in a crate. I thought maybe he just got unlucky and he didn't have a proper scope in that crate, which is very unlucky when you do have an orb spawn in one of those, but unfortunately it didn't quite work out. But you know what did work out, Niptura? They still got that win, and they were, before this game, in top 3, right? Just behind Alter Ego. I think we might have a new second place team here after this chicken dinner.
Yeah, I love what they did here, because if you go back and you watch this game again, just focus on GOAT, because they were able to just kind of control the narrative from like zone 2. If you look at their splits, which I know we're going to get to in a little bit here, but you know, able to just control a little bit there, back it up with some really nice eliminations as well. It was really, really nice to see, and again, just very confident, very quiet, very methodical. I loved that from them.
Excellent execution right here, right when they needed it. And this is the problem, right, when it comes to this lobby, just because of how leveled up it is, right? We're gonna start seeing a big point gap. Yeah, this push right here, this was pretty wild here. Luke's getting it done, Rosemary as well. I mean, just overall great fighting here in this match, man.
Yeah, really good engagements. I was really happy with Team Secret. That fight on Loops and Orangutan happening very early on. They're like, well, 3 eliminations, question marks, and they just send it in and get some very easy early eliminations. So very happy with how opportunistic Team Secret have been. They showed that kind of similar playstyle back in PMWC earlier this year in Riyadh. Doing it once again here. And they're trying to exit the bottom 5. It's a little bit late to do that, of course, but you know what? Still, I am a believer in Team Secret and what they can try and bring to the table. we see these circles, Nitro. As you go deep into this game, a lot of fights happening on the eastern side, and it keeps going towards those fields, low ground. It was just forcing everyone in these fights that they just did not want to take, but unfortunately, they just didn't really have a choice.
Yeah, and it's really where that comes down to the micro, right? We've talked so much about the macro and how these teams work very, very well in their rotations, but the micro is where they end up getting a little bit upset, and this game really showcased that, because so much of that had to happen. They were having to just go up against each other, third party, just again and again and again, and really, it's a wonder that any of them were able to come out with still 4 players alive. But as we look over at the rotations, I want everybody to focus on 2 teams in particular. That's going to be GOAT and it's going to be Falcons. Okay, in the early game, they're kind of just doing their thing. They're chilling. They're doing some stuff. There you see Falcons have a big old 1-3 split going on here. But what we want to be really looking at is as we get closer to that end game, you see Falcons regroup. They're going to be over on the south side. GOAT, a big 3-1 split that again they held until from zone 2 onwards. They go over to Ruins. They're coming down south. Then we have another 1-3 split. Just making sure that they have control of the entire western area. They knew the east was super busy. They knew they had this area to themselves. Once that zone shifts, they regroup and they go on their next move. I would have loved to see them maybe go to the north, but the way they played it, another 1-3 split, just keeping that control, especially as Falcons push everybody out of that eastern side into the west. GOAT were able to just kind of play cleanup a little bit more there, and it was just a really, really good game of like actually Falcons and GOAT working together, of Falcons just spreading up on that hillside, able to just clear everybody, push everybody to the west, and then GOAT going, thank you very much for those points, and just able to go from there.
I'm really happy you bring up especially the 2-2 split of Falcons going back in a full regroup in the warehouses northwest of Pochinki, because this has been an issue that's been plaguing Falcons, I would say, for a majority of 2025 so far, is they go for early rotations, and upon that early rotation, lose players, and then they're down to a 3, maybe even a 2-man in the worst case scenarios. And your chances of a win just go down significantly after those early casualties happen. But no, I think that here, playing it very passive, Hot Jukes, avoiding any early game skirmishes is what we need to see more coming out from Falcons. And in this game in particular, it was super, super worthwhile for them to do that. So hopefully they can keep that trend moving forward in their next matches on Miramar.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go, especially for Falcons, considering where they're at there on the leaderboards, because, you know, you want to be able to put up those consistent points. You got a good little bit of a gap right now from that bottom 5. I mean, we could see them pop off, but, you know, the teams that are currently in the bottom 5 have been pretty quiet so far. So I think you put up those points, and then when you get that zone, you got to go crazy, you know? So I want to see Falcons play conservative, Max, but at the same time, the second that opportunity opens up for them, they got to start going crazy. And yeah, you can see that point gap for them. That's 11 points. That's a little bit of breathing room here for the rest of the day, Max.
Actually, this is really good for Falcons. They create a little bit of a bumper for themselves. They had 34 points previous game, and Tiamba had 37, and now Tiamba only get 1 point, but Falcons have 49. They're looking comfortable. They could afford to maybe have one average game and still be outside of the bottom 5, but of course, you want to see a little bit of momentum being built up, and they're looking at the top of the rankings. Go, here we go. New second place team here, Niptura, and not only that, APG have been slipping. Are we going to have a new first place team after these 2 Miramars? I think that's a very high likelihood of happening.
It is, but honestly, the way that APG were playing in that last game specifically, I think they were just playing it very methodical. Yes, it was an edge play because, you know, that zone just really messed up a lot of players. But I think that going into Miramar, where everybody has a little bit more space, a little bit more of that room to kind of control, I think actually APG are going to come back and do some cool stuff in Miramar, maybe just keep ahead of the current a little bit here. I just want to point out, GG Narvalo, we finally seen him at the top of the fraggers. We know he can frag out. He's just been struggling, and it's nice to see him back on top here.
Hodrix, I'm sorry, but like we got to play on loops. It's in. Congrats. Where's Ratto Boy? Where's Ratto Boy?
That's right.
Where is he? Face barely this entire broadcast. Come on, pop off just one game. I want to see him on one of these graphics. It's about time.
Man, make it happen, man. We had that locked and loaded, right? We want to be able to scream that shout from Ratto Boy, right? Let's see if he can finally make it happen. Right now, Loop's currently sitting in 9th place, right? 58 points on the board. You know, honestly, this is what starts to scare me. Where we hit this point in the tournament is we're starting to see some point gaps happen, right? We already see a little baby one between 3rd and 4th place of 9 points, so that's not too crazy. But then you go down to 7th and 8th here in Neptura, right? Papada Supermassive have 71, Wolves have 58. Okay, so right now I think it's really important. If your team wants to make it to the grand finals, Wolves, Loops, 9Z, especially 9Z, come on, what happened here today? They got to pop off right here, right now in Miramar.
No, they absolutely do. I think it's the real talking point here is going to be between the 8th and 11th place. That storyline, those teams are 100% what needs to change now in the next 2 games. 7th and above, they have time. They're doing well enough that tomorrow they're good for tomorrow. They can have an easier couple of games. 12th and below, they've got to work these 2 games and tomorrow as well. But it's going to be so crucial this next game in particular between 8th and 11th. Wolves, Loops, 9Z, and Falcons. They need to step up in these next 2 games in these Miramars, or we're going to be seeing potentially the end of the road for them.
You're talking about Miramar. I'm going to be heavily paying attention to GOAT team and Gen G because, of course, they're the 2 teams that won yesterday's 2 Miramars, right? Gen G won the second one, the first one taken over by GOAT, and so far GOAT has been having a stellar performance in these 2 days. If they can back it up by another good one, I'm telling you, APG might just slip out for the first time out of first position, which would be a crazy storyline, a crazy setup to have going into maybe day 3 here for Group Green. But I don't know what to expect anymore. I feel like we are seeing some teams that are stepping up to the plate, Hot Jukes. There's still that big comeback opportunity. And going into day 3, I think so many teams are going to be close to those podium positions that it's going to be looking completely different by the time we wrap up this entire group stage.
Oh, for sure. That's a fact. You know, with APG, you know, they had 90 points after day 1, right? Now with 4 games so far, 103. That means they've only done 13 points so far today. That day 1 performance has really carried them, but man, they have let it slip big time here in day number 2. So teams are definitely catching up to them. I'm gonna say that lead is gonna get blown if they don't perform right here now. I think that they've exhausted all their bad games to like really be comfortable, Maxman. So if they put up less than 5 points, I think we're going to see a new leader. I think it's totally possible.
I think so. I mean, you asked us yesterday, right, Hot Jukes, how many bad games can you realistically have to still be competing for top 3? I said 1 bad day, and I feel like they've had that bad day. As you said, they've exhausted that bad performance kind of threshold, and right now, if they go anything over that, they're going to be caught back up to. So here, Niptura, I'm looking at the teams below them. Go, Ultra Ego, Gen G. They're looking to have a big performance to wrap up day 2.
They are, because also remember, APG tend to be a day 3 team. If you have a 3-day stage tournament, whatever, we're usually very quiet on day 1, day 2, come out big like a day 1, but on day 3. So if they have a quiet day, they're looking to come back tomorrow. So the teams right below them, they got to be sure that they're going to be safe tomorrow.
Well, we had a whole bunch of fun in the grassy lands of Erangel. It's time to heat things up in the dry sands of Miramar. Let's take it on over to our 5th match of the day with our casters, Blank and John Allen. Let's go.
And it's time for Miramar. Of course it is. We're towards the end of the day now. Match number 11. All the ones aboard. And we will be heading from Impala over to Valle de Mar. Teams needing now the points to stay out of that bottom zone. It is starting to get ever more looming as time draws inexorably onwards. And I, for one, can't wait to see who we're going to be seeing move into those top 3. I'm less keen to see who we're going to be having to say goodbye to, though. That will, of course, be a sad occasion.
And this is also a sad occasion on this playing path. Very tough to work with. I feel like we had a lot of very southern playing paths recently. You hardly see too many playing paths over towards La Caballeria, Campo Militar, so mainly down towards Fatima, Minas Tabay. It's just awkward. It's unfun to try and get out there. A lot of teams aren't dropping down towards Minas del Sur and Partona, but there is plenty of spots on the north side you could drop towards. We do have a shared drop spot here between Tiamba as well as I believe that's Gen G in Puerto Paraíso, which is fair enough. You don't really have too many choices here. Chumacera looks like loops are quite close by, but APG getting to drop in their original position is always fine.
Circle goes up to the east side here, towards El Azahar, towards Truck Stop, Minas Generalis, that sort of area of the map. Sticks a little bit close to the east coast for probably several of our teams' liking. But for GS, that's good news. For Papa Supermassive, maybe in for a big one, but it's far too early to really call that. Can't really call the shot just yet. Trombi holding his corner. Actually spots Xerus from Team Secret, who's on a bit of a wide split from the rest of the team. But then again, so's Trombi. He's a bit far away from them too.
But again, it's fairly central. It's not too bad for them. I think they can get over towards Truck Stop, even South El Azhar, get a good game off the back of that. Team Secret needs to get a move on, but honestly, I think for Team Secret, it might be over. I think we can start to look at tendencies now as we head towards match 11 now. I think for Team Secret, there just has not been enough life in them. And starting to feel a little bit more clear to me this team is not going to make it through.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. You know, one of the major contenders for not getting into the top 11, which is where you need to at least continue in the tournament, even if you're not qualifying directly to the grand finals. Team Secret convincingly short of the mark right now in 18 points, with a bubble for 11 sits at 49. 18 points over 11 matches, that's like 1.5 points average, maybe a little bit more than that. It's definitely not going to be enough for them to be jumping on in. They need a real big readjustment. Xerus readjusting, getting out of there, smell something's up. The rest of Papra Supermassive have rolled in, so he wants to try and turn tail as fast as possible. Stay alive as long as possible. Kamikaze, try to change that though. Maybe able to connect. Does tag one shot, but with the iron sights, it's a little bit tricky at that range.
It's still pretty successful QVZ on the iron sights. We're one of the more difficult weapons to aim as well with the iron sights. Never mind, Nico's able to find it.
All right, well, there we go. We did catch up with another one of our teams who has been struggling a little bit. Regiocio will be up for interview. 7 caught up with him just before this game. Don't worry, he is still playing. But Reject have had a tough time. Let's hear about their thoughts about the unfolding actions.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm joined by Reject by Regiocio. Max wants to know why you're so bad, but I'm not going to be asking you that. What I really want to know is you're currently 24 points away from 11th place. What is the mentality moving forward?
今11位から24点も離れていますが、今の気持ちをお聞かせてください。
チームのローテーションがうまくいってないのは初めての感覚なのですごく難しい感じです。
As the first feeling, as the first situation that the team rotation is not going well, so yeah, we're impressed by ours.
Okay, now moving forward, we usually see teams wait until the last day to just play crazy. Are you going to be starting to play crazy now because of how close you are to being sent home?
今からもうぶち上げていきますか。
自分たちでコントロールするのは難しいので、ちょっと運が良くなればいいなとは思います。
It's hard to control, like it's hard to control, so like we just hope to get a good luck. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm hoping it's not just going to be luck. I'm hoping it's also going to be you guys wanting that win, wanting to get the elims, because we want to see you in the finals. At this point, we want to see you in last chance. Thank you so much for your time. Arigato.
Arigato.
Back to you guys.
There we go. I mean, yeah, I could kind of smell the dejection a little bit coming off of Regiocio there. Hopefully he can pick up his spirits over the course of these games. But it's not looking good for them either. Similar story to Team Secret. It's just not been there.
I think it's quite clear that the rotations aren't great. Most of the times that they're pushing in, it's towards areas of the map that just aren't really all that valuable either to them. They're worried about picking off pretty strong positions. I think times you've actually seen Reject being inside a powerful compound or a key part of the map towards Zone 2 or Zone 3 has been very rare. Right now, it's sad to say, but they're currently playing like a team that's aiming for bottom 5, which isn't ideal, right? I know that Regiocio can play better than this. I know Sara can play better than this. Divine's had some of the best clutch moments in the past. He was a monster back on Sandhawk when that was in the rotation. So yeah, this just isn't the way to do it.
No, it's Definitely something needs to change. Some adjustment needs to be made. Figure out just what's going on. After having Sarah have so much experience on the global stage with other teams, you'd have thought maybe he could bring some of that intel back, but just hasn't quite been there. Inner Circle, though, I feel like they've been impressive in some situations, but other times they act like a completely different team, right? You've got Falak, who is obviously an incredible player. He's brought so much to the table already and shown off so much. But other times you just see Inner Circle and it's just not there. It's a completely different team. They're susceptible to mistakes that you just don't expect at this level.
I think for Inner Circle, there's actually goodness me, okay. Goodbye, I suppose. There is a case to be made for Inner Circle where some of the fights they're getting into, they are getting caught off guard a little bit, where they're fighting one or two teams. I think that they are aggressively searching for position inside the lobby, and it's not been quite working out. Satan able to rebuff Snake, close the door in his face as well. Yeah, quick underneath, but isolated.
Satan on the top floor does go down to Rosemary. Now it's all just quick. Blast the door off his hinges, but what have you unleashed? You opened a can of worms there. They're going to wriggle their way on over to you. Quick already taking the challenge, but Rosemary, no match for him. Not this time around. A nade in. That should bounce on. No. He just gets around the corner. Just enough cover there to stay alive for a little bit longer. Rosemary can res. Ooh, is this Alter Ego falling like dominoes? No. They'll keep themselves nice and tall, but oh my goodness me. I heard that chuckle from you, Blank, and I think I know why. That circle pop down to the southeast side. Ooh, it's sending chills.
Oh, no, I've got D+ in the lobby as well on the eastern side, getting ready to put their swimming goggles on. They head towards Eastern Island. I'm praying. I am praying. I'd love to see it right here, very early in the tournament. Better than the last game of the tournament, that is. But so far, it would be a very, very curious finish to the game. I would love to see an East Island finish. Good shot from Goat, who are continuing to pop off in terms of performance here. Really nicely done. I'm actually curious to know how many points on the day they've had, because it's a big step up from them. Like I said, with Gen G, IC chasing, yeah, there's not a massive possibility that APG drops out, but there is a possibility now. They've put up, I think the runner is it 20 points today-ish. It's not a lot. It really isn't a lot. And if they do that again tomorrow, I think teams who are really hunting, like D+, IC, Alter Ego, GOAT, they could push them out of the top 3 hypothetically.
Sorry, who were you asking how many points earned today? I've got the standings from yesterday evening up. Goat have managed a pretty hefty total, Blank. They started the day on 42, I believe, which is pretty massive of a jump, I think it's safe to say. You know, it's not often you see 52 points added to a tally, but you love to see it if you're a GOAT fan. Alter Ego, I think that fight with Gen G was made all the more interesting by the fact that Gen G are chasing Alter Ego on the tables as well. They're trying to establish that boundary, try and maybe find Inner Circle next. Perhaps that's what Alter Ego are looking for.
I think for Indonesia, they must be very proud of this team. The fact they're able to put up 92 points. Oh, see, I'm not massively interested in this fight just because of the way Team Secret's been playing. That sounds very harsh, but I would rather talk about Alter Ego here. But yeah, I think that Indonesian fans must be very proud of this team, and you should be even more so proud by the fact that they're on 92 points, and that's with a lot of mistakes made as well. I think to get 92 and fumble maybe 2 or 3 wins because of bad positioning, it's very impressive. It's very, very impressive.
They can only go up from 92, right? We were talking about where we expect that bubble to be, and if you just look at what happened in the gauntlet stages, the bubble was 141, right? If you just take that number and
come on.
Use that as a benchmark. We're not going out to the East Island, Blank. I know you wanted it. I know the analyst desk wanted it too, but no. That's just too much. It's not going to happen for us this time around. OG pretty dead center on this one. D+ though, in a solid spot to the north of Impala.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of it's a winning position where D+ is currently playing. I do like that spot as long as you can hold it. We've seen the in fact, we saw in fact, Nepturo will remember this one, but there's a hella uncomfortable game where Team Spirit was playing this position and just completely gave up the ball. It actually ended up losing them a tournament. But for D+, I think they can comfortably hold this. It's a good spot. If the shift's down towards the south, they have a very good chance of the game. I think the awkward thing comes in around Impala, where when you're rotating, you sort of have to rotate round towards this small ridge side on the western edge, or you play coast, and coast isn't all that comfortable either for GOAT.
No, it's kind of nasty. I mean, with that high ground as well with D+. That's off it, that transversal. It's going to be pretty tricky. APG, they're on the road again, blank, but are they going to be able to get more than 13 points today? Only time will tell. They have to stop at a little ridge line. Out into the blue zone. Moving in from the west side, I mean, there is a compound on the west side of this circle that is open, but it's not, I mean, it's not super favorable. Perhaps they're wanting to get up and towards the north side and have more access for later rotations that they'll need. Move up towards loops, towards 9-7 as well.
A lot of teams probably want to be where Papara Supermassive is right now. That area of the map, there's a lot of cover to be worked with. It's super choppy in terms of the terrain, but a lot of times that means you can sort of ladder your way through that area of the map and get a better position later on. Also isolate a lot of fights. I think the difficulty on Miramar in the open area down towards the south side is if you take a fight, it's likely someone else is going to have a say into it. Playing over towards this north side, you can isolate a fight with this sort of terrain, take it, and then move on to your next step afterwards.
Loops layering down onto the vehicle. This Raptor boy actually to connect the final spray. I mean, 9-7 are just in this valley, and it's a real fish and barrel situation right now. These Loops are just opening fire, and where'd you go if you're 9-7? There's really not much to do.
Yeah, I mean, 9Z, you just have to back it off. They have to go for that classic wide ramp. Coligo, who has been a tremendous boon for the team in terms of a player, is locked in. And Rafina has his number. Not likely to be living up too long. Next circle shift will be very interesting. Do we go north side or do we go south? If we go south, D+ is having a much better time. Sort of central here, moves off from the water. D+ still have a lot of this high ground to work with, though. They got up there nice and early. I think they're just going to play that one out to the end. I think that if you have that high ground, yes, they could try and move towards a more central spot, but I think it's more favorable to them right now just to gamble.
Try and pick out a winner into the lotto. 9Z moving in. The knock found, and yeah, it's just going to be one of them left playing behind whatever sort of cover you can find. Open ground on the west side here. You could see around those crop dusters. It's pretty barren in terms of that cover. Alter Ego looking to try and chase down. They're now 1 point behind GOAT, who are still alive on the east side, but there's 14 teams and plenty of time for them to fall. We'll see just how far they're able to go. You were talking about that treachery of that coastline earlier, right? And now is really where GOAT are going to start to feel that.
Because you're trying to cross over the top of it. D+ has angles towards you. I think for D+ as well, sending Chips out towards that eastern side is a big deal, considering Chips has showed himself to be really strong on the long range angles. At the moment, very accurate with 3x, so GOAT definitely needs to be worried about that. But not only that, you also have IC coming in from that north side, playing the same coastal area. That fight is likely going to be a bit of a cage match between GOAT as well as Inner Circle going forward. GS, I think, playing in the Longhouse aren't going to have too much of a say in, but that will be the next step for both these squads if they want to continue. Now let's come back a little bit towards the bottom of the tables. This is OG's big chance, right? This is OG's big chance to get out from the bottom 5 in this position. They've been in this position a few times before, but I think this is their best attempt at it from this spot on the map. It's unfortunate I don't have a lot of confidence, but it would be nice to see something.
APG sort of caught in the middle. I mean, OG reject both, trying to take APG's mojo from day one. It seems like someone's draining it. Maybe it's GOAT. Seems like they are definitely on the up. But a 6th elim found for Alter Ego, and they're now up to neck and neck with GOAT as APG struggles to take the fights with them. Top immediately backing off that fight as soon as he takes damage there. Loops have the high ground over it as well. I don't think all of the APG players are getting out this spot. With Papa Supermassive ahead of them, they are very much locked in here.
Alpha Gaming, again, it's a situation where they need to be really cautious on this sport. It's just not favorable terrain to play. Be really very careful of which fights you take and which fights you don't. Don't really know what Wolves' plan was there to wrap around the front side, get ahead of Loops, then take shots. I mean, it's a good shot from Igor, at least. Another nice nade over towards Neil Zada.
And we'll look to connect with the rest of it. The Bucky run down from Coops. A little bit risky there, as Rafinha is still up in an action. Could still extract a toll, but Coops is folding back on in. Taking shots out the way for Dorin, and the Wolves keep themselves alive as 3. They have lost Baton, but they do a lot of damage to Loops. And that might actually allow APG to find a way out, to get through this seemingly insurmountable roadblock. They have to play over the head of Rafinha, though, and that is going to be a bit difficult against Wolves.
And I don't think it's happening. I think Alter Ego's got some really good sightlines onto this. Also, I really like the Alter Ego's currently massively committing to their 2-2 splits. When I say that, I don't mean as in towards the late game, but it's the fact that they are being very cautious. When one peaks, it's only the one, and the other looks to refrag and or cover the angle so the other player can crawl away. So they're being very safe about it at this point in time. I do like the splits. Don't get me wrong. I do like the splits that Alter Ego is making, and they are very successful at times. But I also appreciate now they're being a little bit more careful with how and where they play them. And it's been very useful for them to soften up this northern side. I think they still need to be a little bit worried about Papa Supermassive position just off towards their eastern side, because that is going to be the big roadblock for them in the future.
It is going to be a real difficult hurdle to cross. Go actually clashing on the sidelines here, and we'll find the fight with Inner Circle. Again, another team closer to the boundary of 3rd place than most, but Goat and Alter Ego, well, Alter Ego already took down Gen G. Now it's Goat's turn to defend their podium. They've already dropped that smoke out as well, out wide, and it's unlikely that Inner Circle could go for this flush, given that they only have 1 player standing. He's on half HP, and I think this nade's even potentially from GS going to be coming on in soon. Noki really can't stand up here.
Yeah, Inner Circle's performance has really taken a downward trend today. It's still not bad at 77 points right now. Noki not able to pull out a clutch either, sadly. And GS slowly move on the point. I think that's a smart move from GS, and more confidence and courage we've seen from GS like all tournament, basically. Alter Ego, fair bit of damage over towards Rosemary.
Ooh, Snape and Rosemary both taking the shots over towards Kamikaze, and that's actually Papa Supermassive losing. Oh, they just lost 1. Okay, it was APG that went down there, as well as actually the last player going down from Inner Circle. Goat did manage to get the res and the heal, but now Alter Ego will look at a move over towards Papa Supermassive without one of their players, without Kamikaze especially. This is go time. Alter Ego up to 9 elims. They want to add 4 more, but Krypton goes down for the first. Alva around the side can't get the refrag there. It's Snape who does it, and Alva now moving on in. 2 players swept aside from Papa Supermassive, and they've made their inroad. Krypton outside, look at that, on the oversight, still up on the hill.
Not anymore. Reject finds that Apollo with a long-winded run out off towards the western side, able to catch him, and that is an important off angle there for Alter Ego, now removed. So it is just the 3v2 now, but initial knock goes through from Snape. Really, really well done. Now looks to make his final stand and just rock straight up. What? And we'll find it, Nico, with almost the 1v4 there. What an incredible push from him. A Hail Mary in the darkest hour.
A guiding light of Nico for Papra Supermassive. We've been talking a lot about Kamikaze, but there are 4 players on this roster. What a close down there. A 1v3 on the inside.
Just ridiculous maneuvers coming through from Papra Supermassive.
Papra Supermassive to be able point against Alter Ego as well. No pushover of a team. They're feeling hot today. And it's just, I mean, that was absolutely incredible that he was able to get that push across, play chaos in the smoke, the shotgun shells just landing time and time again. Helped out a little bit by Apollo on that reject knock. And reject looked for more against Tiamba as well. Reject, they do also have an opportunity here. You talked about OG before, but I think this is potentially also Reject's time to try and make the most of it. Unfortunately, though, they are getting cut out of the circle in the next.
Yeah, it's an outside angle. It's a tough approach as well for all the teams on the south side. I'm not too mad at D+ at all for holding this position. Nice nade. I'm not mad at all at D+ for holding this position. You have to gamble on that high ground if you hold it. Sadly, the circle doesn't come their way, so the best they can do is continue to use this high ground to clear out position around them, which is what they are currently doing, and then push off from there and swing out to where OG is currently playing it. OG remain quite silent, but again, for them, a chicken dinner means quite a lot to them. They also get gifted a loot crate, so now's the time.
Ooh, Apollo nearly finding Milo there. Repositions, wants a little bit better of an angle, but the bead is sent out his way as well. Shots upwards coming through from QZ, but where do you turn right now? Apollo is more of a threat than an actual shutdown presence. That's going to keep Tiamba penned in towards the fight. Nico, let's see what more he's got in the pocket. I mean, it's up to Igor to take him down. Can he find the challenge? Not successfully for the first. The shotgun is still there. Sprays it into the dirt behind Nico. Doesn't quite connect on that one. Just yet, there's the nade over the top, forces Igor out wider. That's the shutdown he was looking for. Nico will go no further.
Yeah, it's a great answer. You hear the pin pull, you pull out the Molotov, you force the reposition. Really, really smartly played. OG taking shots from the sidelines now, getting a little bit more involved in these fights.
Reject have lost 3 of their players very, very quickly. OG, you're right, flexing out down towards these hilltops, towards this mountain. Next circle coming through as well. They're clearing out their flanks, and another team is fallen now. It's just Sarah on that side. OG can stay in their building, stay on their 2-2. There's not too much threat from their west side. They can keep this lineup going. Sarah goes down, and again, that's even safer for OG on this southwest edge. Can they keep this one rolling?
Yeah, this is the big moment for them, right? This is their big moment. They have a that they're right on the edge, and probably the next circle is got them out. They have to hope for a western shift on this one if they want to stay alive. There's still wolves over towards that north side, GS as well, but D+ is laying in the hurt towards them.
Ooh, plenty of damage pouring out from the south, but D+ are going to have to move now, Blank. With the circle as it is, it's closing away from them, and they have to choose a target. Favian will likely stay up here for as long as he can to try and open that path, to keep that scouting going their way. And that information flow, very, very important when you make these sorts of moves. Favian takes a lot of damage and might actually just be fully isolated here. D+ are making the move now. Down the hill they go towards the last player of Falcons, Ralph. Not stepping up just yet, has this pump action rather behind the vehicle burnout. And will stay quiet. D+ probably don't know about this. Fabian, I don't think he spotted this. Chips is completely unaware. Falcon could be a big entity in this fight. D+ in danger, and they don't even know it.
Did you see the burnout vehicle? Surely you check that. Seems a bit of an oversight here from D+, honestly. I do think the Falcons more than likely just going to sit this one out and not take shots because GS don't have angles on this. D+ can immediately turn. Maybe when this happens, though.
Ooh, those players down on the hillside look mighty tasty as points earnings potential for Falcons, but no, it's discipline. He's staying down, he's staying quiet. GS try and sally forth, but they get backed off. A D+ drag 2 points from them. One more player over the ridgeline, And GS might just be done and dusted. A nade up high, goes long, but he's forced forwards. I think they spotted that one. Chips looking to put that final nade in the cook. Oh, again, just a little bit too long.
See, this is a problem right now for OG. They need to start flexing. They need to start flexing now. Playing over towards this western side is just not going to cut the cookie for them.
That pickup, though, onto Fabian is huge for Ralph.
Pushing out.
GS, his final moments, actually was able to take down Fabian, and they're not going to go back up for him. They can't. They don't have the time. That sightline's gone, and Ralph, I mean, he's still unknown here, Blank.
Should be able to find this for Wolves. Fabian, he's done for. He knows he's done for. Just got the P90 as well, which is sort of unfortunate for him. That will go down. And here's Wolves looking to clean out the rest of the lobby. I think for OG right now, the only thing I can think that they're not flexing from this position is that they're just looking to pick up the stragglers, get a very low elim, get.
Oh,
but
you gotta do it.
Pick up the chicken dinner.
Oh, surely he looks back out this way at some point. Oh, Ursel back behind the vehicle, looking for the laydown. Ralph is being so patient here. The question is it the right decision? And that's the nade from Doran. Oh my goodness me. Maybe placement's coming on through. There's another player from D+ moves against Ralph. I mean, they don't know about him, but he's actually not that dangerous, it seems. Nolbu's still stepping up. There's a spray down onto Wolves. Nolbu's so low, and Wolves low as well. This is the time, surely, for Ralph to step up. He's going to go for the spray down, and he shuts out D+, looks for the points, and now the Falcons need to come up big. They're up into third place, but OG have spotted them, and this is the time for OG to make the most of it. They only have one player from Wolves alive. It's Coops to deal with. But they haven't got that many points, Blank. They've got 6 elims, sure, but a 7 elim chicken dinner, that's fairly low. A win's a win, though, and you will take it. It's Coops who managed to get the res. Dying out into the blue zone. They're denying here, Blank. They don't want any more points on the OG tally. Wolves deny, and OG will rise from the compound. A low elim game, but it's a win.
It is a win. They get a lot of circle look there. Stay towards one building, flex out towards the end diver. Like you say, it's a low elim game, but it is a chicken dinner. It is a chicken dinner. And like I said, this was their big chance to grab it. It was a strong position that they played for the longest of time. That should draw them out of the bottom 5, though. That's really all that matters, right?
I mean, that's the main game for them at the moment. You're right. Wolves, I mean, they took a solid fight. They took an interesting engagement. I do still question, though, if Ralph could have got more value by stepping up and taking some of those elims earlier on, right? He only had 2 for a long time. If you take 2 elims there, maybe, I think he profited, what, like 3 or 4 points off of that? I think it's a coin toss. I'm not sure. But either way, OG rises to the top. Take a chicken dinner, finally.
Team OG finally get a chicken dinner here in the group stage. Good to see Team India finally put their mark on the board here, because man, they were really behind here. It's definitely going to be a good boost for them, but you can see on the reaction of their face, a lot more work to do here, Max.
Yeah, and lucky for them, no crashes on their compact position pretty much for free the entirety of this game. Good to see Hiniptra an attempt at claiming control, at claiming pushing out the compound, while D+ Kia, Ralph of Falcons that was still alive for some reason, and also Wolves engaging that fight. The elimination feed lights up. They're like, that's the prime time, and we were screaming it. Please, Orangutan, do, and they did. The timing was, and you can see it. There's no way. That's all the damage they took this game. Only 67 damage for the entire team. Goes to show again, they were not tested until literally the last 30 seconds.
Well, exactly. And you know what? Especially on that north side, those ridges provide cover that you're able to just actually move up, take a little control without being seen too much. So a risk for OG to take as well. But you're totally right. It was a very given the zone, rather the house, the compound, did a really, keeping them safe and keep covered, and everybody was just more worried about rejects and D plus Kia in the north and the east. But overall, some really, really good stuff of these teams, and OG able to use the timing appropriately, push through, and actually get what they needed in the time that they needed it, right? So often we've seen them kind of too late, too early, not do anything at all, so it's nice to actually see them do something here.
Yeah, good to see at least some cheeky third parties from a distance trying to snatch a few eliminations here and there, so they were definitely trying to stay in the conversation. By the way, we've seen Alter Ego here. They got clutched up disgustingly, like, bad. I don't know. It was a bad time.
Yeah.
Is what I'm trying to say. Looking back at this one, it was fighting against a player of Nico, Papadas Supermassive Blaze, were involved in that fight. And that was a great clutch that we're going to be seeing happen normally in just a few seconds in these highlights. But Rato Boy finally involved in a conversation, then Wolves just literally do the worst. This engagement around the ridgeline, Hot Jukes, I don't know what happened there, but that was not the right call.
Oh, it made me sick. I'm not gonna lie. I saw Igor and Baton do like this car rotation, and it just the first thing the guys are just doing too much here, right? If they would have just played together as a group, they would have still taken out loops. They would have had all 4 players up towards the end, and it's just those little tiny mistakes that are gonna punish you big time. But you know what? You sometimes you make mistakes.
That coming in for them. Wolves as well, finally able to take some control on the north. Again, using their advantage, able to win the 1v1s, not really, but still to do some zone, which is what I always want.
Yeah, really good terrain knowledge from Wolves. I was really happy the way they were transitioning. The pushes themselves, I'm a little bit, I'm uncertain how they were executed. A little bit topsy-turvy from them, but definitely the terrain knowledge was on point from earlier today, where they lose players upon rotation, but that trigger discipline, Hot Jukes, was so clutch there to just overwhelm D+ at the right time and extra placement points. I thought he was taking too long, but you know what? That timing, perfect.
It was as perfect as could be. I mean, that's why he's the pro, right? He knows exactly how long you should wait there, and he was able to take out D+ Kia and also sneak one of those points away from the Wolves right there. Akop ends up on top here for this the MVP for this match for 2 eliminations. I want to be transparent for the way I look and see this team, right? It's so different. This is their first time, right, playing in the group stage at this level, okay? They get this chicken dinner here and now. Just to have the hurdle of getting a win is so difficult. I can't stress it enough. They finally broken it, right? It was a gift game, but the thing is that I hope it really just pushes their confidence to another level here, because you can even see towards the end of that fight, they were in a 4v2 situation and they still played it very carefully, right? They were hesitant rather than just like, oh, let's go and get these last 2 eliminations, and that allowed Wolves to deny the point here, Max. You can see them, they're in 12th place now, right? So there is 9-point difference between them and the Falcons. So they could definitely push and survive a little bit longer in this tournament, but they're going to definitely need to shut down these games here, and especially this last one for the day.
Yeah, Orangutan got to be careful here. You still need to be able to get follow-up performances off the back of that win. Otherwise, you're still going to remain in that bottom 5. That is going to be their main focal point for day number 3. They're looking at the top of the rankings. Gen.G dropping down in a circle. Unfortunately, been dropping down quite a bit throughout the entirety of today. And then Alter Ego claiming second place once more, Niptra. They finally back where they belong. Second place is good to see. About to break that 3 digits point threshold here, catching up to APG. They're still slipping, not getting too many points.
just mention here real quick is in match 2 of today, D plus Kia were in 9th place, 44 points, right? Now look at them, 82 points, 4th place, just tickling the top 3 a little bit there. Not much farther for them to go. If they can have another really good game here in the last day of today, or the last game of today rather, they're looking really, really good for a top 3 finish tomorrow.
What a comeback.
Totally possible. Yeah, I mean, I love point sponges are going to come in big time. Gaps are going to be made, and it's going to make things real hard. Top 4 solo performers, of course, is Ralph, right? With his sneakiness towards the end. Very, very well played. You know, one team I do want to mention, though, right, as we see them in that 2nd place position, Reyes and 9Z, right? He got 5 solo points in this game. So far on the day, they've only put up 15 points, Max, man. What happened to this squad?
Unfortunately, since the first 2 games of day 1, not much has been happening for them. They just are struggling to survive the early stages as a squad, as a full team. Here they got stuck on that transition from early to mid game. Reyes, really good for him, but the thing is, it's cool when you see a solo being able to redeem points. So like Reyes, when all his teammates were eliminated, he got 5 points, which, no, great, congrats to him and Raul, for example. But is that really what's going to qualify you in top 3? If it was Gorley and you needed to be top 7, then maybe you'd have a chance. But no, here you need to be at the top of the leaderboards, and this is just not going to cut it. Reyes is a top-tier player from the Americas region. If you don't have backup, unfortunately, there's only so much you can really achieve in these games.
You know, one thing I'd really love to see from both 9Z and Falcons, actually, is maybe just a little bit more scouting on those initial rotations, because I think what we're seeing here is they're getting picked off one by one as they make those rotations in the early game. And I want to say that's because there's just not enough information going out to them. They're not picking up enough info on where teams are, what teams are doing. And if teams suddenly switch up a rotation or rotate slightly differently, then that means these teams are getting just taken out really, really early. And I don't think they're taking advantage of their players to actually go ahead and scout just a little bit more.
I'm actually looking back at this game on the map feed. A team I was a little bit disappointed with this game was going to be Goat Team. Looking back at their position, they had a very clear path to success this game. Or you send it north onto Wolves, or you try and crash onto GS Team. And they got so hesitant right now, Chura, where they just tried to find a free position in circle with it. At some point, all the good spots are taken. And here they try and put themselves and slot their position between GS Team and D+, and they just get completely sandwiched between those 2 teams. I want to see Go understand sometimes you just got to go for those Hail Mary plays, go for a crash, because eventually if you play passive, other teams are going to abuse the hell out of you and just get easy points in the process.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like as well, you know, I could see what they were trying to go for. They're trying to go underneath those cliffs with D plus Kia on top of them. Then they're probably not going to get shot at all. They're probably fairly safe, but it just was not the case in this circle. There was just too many players, too many angles on all sides. And so, yeah, it was not the way to go for a passive play. I think an aggro would have been much better. And honestly, same to say for Inner Circle. Where have they been? I mean, we've seen them have huge eliminations first day, been very quiet today. I would just love to see them on the same time maybe have been more aggressive onto Goat. We saw them splitting on that eastern side onto the beach area. I would have loved to see them maybe be a bit more aggressive against Goat, a bit more aggressive against GS, for instance, and then just create an opening for themselves in those final circles.
Well, for Inner Circle, actually, they had 62 points after day 1 so far today. If my math is correct, they've only got 15 points. So, fair to say, Hot Jukes, it's not great. It's not going to be
same performance as 9Z.
Yeah,
it's really tough. And this is the thing, is that we're seeing these top 3 get crazy. You got Goat currently in that 3rd place spot, that golden ticket with 95 points. That's a 13-point lead over D plus Kia. Quick, I want this one fast. Which team needs this chicken dinner the most? Neptura, last game of the day.
Last game of the day, I'm gonna say Falcons.
Oh, okay. Max?
Ooh. I'm going to go Reject. We saw a little bit more presence from them in this game of Miramar, so I want to see a follow-up with an actual Reject Japanese win.
So I'm going to go with the same, because if they don't get it right here and right now, I don't think they're going to make it into the last stand stage. Blake, John Allen, who do you think needs to win this last game of Miramar?
Who do I think needs to win? Ooh, well, I think need, first of all, need, I think is a strong word, but I mean, if you want to talk about need, right, it's Team Secret or Reject. If they want any chance of anything happening in terms of their standings, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Honestly, the team I think needs a chicken dinner here is APG to revitalize themselves.
They do absolutely need that because it has been a bit stagnant from APG over to date. Would love to see a little bit more coming out from this team. So far, it's been a little bit lackluster. And like we keep saying, you know, the teams are absolutely gunning all those top 3 spots. A freebie into the finals is what a lot of teams would like right now. Going through to the last chance, nothing is confirmed there. No matter if you are the best team in that lobby, you can still get absolutely ruined just by the circles, in which case you don't make it through. This game is mostly tactical and favors good skill as well as rotations and those gun skill in the late game, but there is that small percentage of chance that just comes into where the circles lie.
I mean, that's why we play these match sets, right? Rather than just having one game and done. It's necessary to make sure that on average, if you're playing better, you earn more points. Make sure that those swings and roundabouts do come into play. We'll see if they can turn things around, if they can make things work for them. As teams start to hit the ground, hopefully they can do so running. We will look to try and push across into the rest of the zone. 9Z on the road, and they will be moving as 3, but they'll be heading out, grabbing another vehicle. At the moment, the circle very, very open. Not too much really to worry about for a lot of our team.
They don't quite make it out of the bottom 5 there. They still need to pass Falcons in 11th place, and that is roughly 11 points ahead. Just slightly rough right now for OG, so they need another strong game as well as Falcons and Loops to not do so well. But we checked back in with them, see what they had to say.
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm joined by none other than Aru from OG, Team India, as many like to call it. Aru, pretty much a free win, I would say. You guys got a total of just 67 damage on you guys that you had to heal. But what I want to do is I want to kind of criticize a little bit, because usually when you get that gifted of a win, we like to see teams being able to get 10 or more eliminations. Why were you guys not able to opt for more elims?
So in the previous days and previous matches, we were throwing pretty much every chicken dinner we were potentially having. And even earlier this day, starting off the day, we had 2 basically free wins, but 2 teams pushed us and we just threw the chicken dinner. So for this game, our #1 priority was to convert that chicken dinner back, because that was super important for us to get that momentum back and to get into the game back, so that from now on we can go more aggressive and try different things to maybe extend for some more elimination points and show our natural game.
I love that, and I love that you kind of explain as to why you weren't able to get that many eliminations. And it is at this point, I mean, now with this win, you put yourself in contention to at least be within the top 11. You're currently 11 points away. What are you going to be looking to do for the next match and also tomorrow, because you don't want to get sent home early, and you just said you want to be a little bit more aggressive?
So with this team I am currently in, I've never placed below 7th in any LAN official. So yeah, pretty much this was our worst performance by far. So there's no going down from here. It's just all up.
Well, I might be biased because my name is 7. So I'm hoping that you continue on that streak. Thank you so much, brother, and I wish you the best. I'm hoping that you guys at least make it to last chance. Back to you guys.
There you go, some insight into OG's thinking there. I think one of the most interesting words during that segment was currently. When he talked about this is the roster I'm currently on. Not too sure what that means, but well, hopefully they can stick to it, stick to their guns, and keep things going. OG, obviously, having that chicken dinner. It's interesting that they were saying, you know, they threw away a couple of those chicken dinner opportunities. I feel like maybe that's because of the adjustments that they decided that they wanted to make, right? Be more elimination focused in towards these games. Maybe they got that 2 in their minds. Maybe they got 2 in their heads about that. It is definitely possible.
Well, I think that the two ticket dinners they lost on is because they lost the engagements, right? And those engagements came to them as opposed to the other way around. And we sort of talked about as well during that game that it was certainly felt like they weren't trying to ever make a mistake in that match. And there wasn't a chance to make a mistake. GS currently up against GOAT right now. So yeah, it's a great answer. I think so far they've been very honest. And I think that's a great thing for a team to have. But yeah, I think now that they place themselves in a position where they feel slightly safer, where they can start to flex out a little bit more, which is fair enough. I mean, you were down, you look at that point. Now is a position where you're only 11 points behind. You can strike out. And with Falcons not having the greatest day either, there is a possibility for it.
Definitely is. I mean, at the moment, we're watching GS as well, who are looking to chase up neck and neck with OG at the moment. They've taken on the 4v4 Kings themselves, and they've come out looking pretty good here for GS. They have been able to find 2. They've only got 1 point guaranteed right now, but you're pretty sure that that's going to be another point very, very quickly sent on their way. For GS, they're going to be playing on with 2, the first 2 players to go down. So a nice little hop up there for GS, and maybe a confidence booster to be able to do that against, as we've been saying time and time again, the 4v4 Kings. Go.
Yeah, I mean, GOAT have been playing extremely well. They were pretty split, though, let's be honest, on that fight. I don't think they were in the best positions to take it. So for GS, holding on to the concretes is a little bit easier. Then again, I think that's a little bit of an overzealous play from GOAT to try and go for that one. That comes with having a good day and also pretty much winning every single fight that they've placed themselves in. So you do get, I would say, overconfident there, especially for a central spot, because you know what they were doing there. I personally think it's quite a cheeky play to try and pull that off from GS. There's plenty of other areas of the map that you could play in that region. You didn't have to try and take those concretes away from GS in the first place.
Not necessary, no. It's although they have done quite a lot today. We have seen missteps from other teams before, so maybe we can give them a little bit of slack here. And they are still going to play on us too. There is still that potential for them to earn a couple of points, tip themselves up over that 100-point mark today. I mean, definitely catching up towards APG, who started so far ahead of everyone else. They're in that uncomfortable position of wondering what the hell's gone wrong. Reject, though, I feel like they must know what's gone wrong at the moment. 30 points. Yeah, it's not going to be enough, is it? Loops with an outpost out their way. Actually, Loops in an interesting split right now on the hills to the north of Picardo and all the way out west. In Zone 1, I think this is going to be okay, but as teams start to move in towards Power Grid, in towards the west of San Martin, they're going to get cut off from one another. Or maybe not.
Maybe not. Maybe not. We head straight down towards Power Grid and Picardo. Around that area down towards South Picardo, it's a little bit difficult to play in, where it's quite open area. I think IC gets a decent spot off the back of this, but you are sort of confused of where you want to play. You don't really want to leave too far out of Picardo just in case it swaps back down here. But there's also the high ground towards Power Grid you've got to work with on the north side, and just this kind of not so easy area just to the north of Chumacera that you're playing around, which is in that valley. There's a lot of variables here to take into consideration. I think a lot of teams are going to prefer to take splits on this one to try and guarantee a strong spot come stage 3, stage 4.
Pepper Supermassive trying to find themselves a strong spot. Rolling over the hills, they found themselves OG. So can OG hold off against the crash? Pepper Supermassive, a fearsome force. Nico hot off his big play in the last match. Got Kamikaze as well, who's been lighting up the leaderboards. In terms of the damage, is that third party? I think it is as well, coming through from inner circle. As Falak has the angle, has to turn away though, as Kamikaze says, nope, they're ours. You don't get a look in here, sir. Back off, but the point is already earned.
Pepper Supermassive just holding on. OG, like what we said though, I think you're absolutely right, John, saying that trying to get a bit more aggressive with things. I mean, WizGod being down isn't ideal for them. but they will end up in an okay spot. Gonna drop down towards Picardo Apartments now. It's a little hard to hold as 3 in my opinion, but certainly possible. And I don't think Papa Supermassive is too bothered about them holding that position either. It's just a weird circle, John, where I think that a lot of teams are kind of unsure where to play in this one. I think this is a little bit of chance, and then how good your rotation is into stage 3, stage 4.
Yeah, it's a game that will be expounded upon in the next few stages. You're right. I think that at the moment, yeah, there's sort of this weird area around the north of Picardo that can contain quite a few, but no one feeling quite safe. It is about setting yourself up for Zone 4, for Zone 5. That's where teams are going to be looking towards. APG, they're out to the southwest of Picardo, and at the moment, they're winning a fight against Gen G, something they haven't been able to do for quite a while, but in the buildings they're in, it's kind of no wonder. They've got some really solid high ground angles there from the top floor windows. Any approach will be noted. Circle goes up towards the north side there, and again, up towards those hills, those really high ground plateaus to the north of Picardo.
Yeah, this is also just awkward. It's a really hard shift as well over towards the northeast side. I think 9ZG is very happy the way this one plays out because they've got access both to the low ground and the high ground playing on this eastern edge. But not only that, because the circle shifts so hard over towards the northeast side of San Martin, they're fine. In the meantime, though, Alter Ego coming up against D3S and the GS squad. Getting onto the high ground almost immediately. Rosemary with a very aggressive push, and he backs it off.
I mean, you say that, but he's already dropped out. He wants more. He's in there with them. Icon, I don't even think you realize what's happening, but the rest of Alter Ego are pouring in through the windows. A waterfall of chaos descends upon GS. They hold Rosemary in the palm of their hand right now as they step in. SO may be concerned about getting the flush, but no. They turn their attention to Krypton, to Snape, and finally GS have an answer. They turn away from Go, and they take Alter Ego down entirely instead. This is a different GS. They're winning these fights.
Pretty hilarious that GS wins the fight versus the second squad in the lobby and the third squad in the lobby. So pretty dominant performance here right now from GS. I mean, they're a strong squad, but I think both times pretty overconfident for both teams, right? Alter Ego just sailed in there, looked to take advantage of that building. That building's hard to push into as well. There's a lot of areas to avoid the nades. Rosemary, I think that tactic of jumping over the top side and not even spotting the team underneath, the player underneath, is just, it's a little bit wild, in my opinion. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, they break the century with that one elim they were able to grab. 100 points total there. Fantastic stuff.
Hey, you know, 50-point average per day. That should be enough, Black. I mean, that should be enough to see you into top 3. That's what we were talking about, getting over 140 points, around thereabouts, getting up to 150. Starts to see it get a little bit safer, but the question is, what are other teams going to be able to do? If first place is only 150, that does mean that it's not unlikely that the bubble pushes up with it to get fairly high. And it is going to get very uncomfortable towards the top of those tables if they stay neck and neck like this. But if all 3 of them keep accelerating like this as well, over and ahead of D+, then none of them have anything to worry about.
No, I'd say not. I think for D+, they're falling a little bit further behind. But that being said, I think that D+ genuinely have leveled up their game in a massive way, John. I think you look at day 1 for D+ Kia versus today, it's a dramatic improvement, like actually dramatic improvement. Circle shifts over towards the north side again. 9ZG just living La Vida Loca right now. They are having a great time with these circles, but we are heading over towards that plateau, which is a little bit awkward to play in. And there are teams all taking residency over towards Picardo, trying to hold out some semblance of a position on this south side, but guys, I don't know if you've realized yet, but let's take a rain check. The circle's not down here anymore.
Gonna have to leave. Gonna have to skedaddle. Get out of town right now for Gen G. They've lost a player earlier on. I think that was to APG. down on the South Hills. I mean, the east side of the position that he's taken a look up towards, there's really nowhere to go that is uncontested, so they just have to choose a fight at this point, I think. Maybe head towards D+, find a straggler or two.
Hodjuk just rang me on the old PUBG mobile phone, and he brings up a good point. He says that this is actually, it's really huge for teams towards the middle of the pack right now with Alter Ego and GOAT going down. It means it's a massive catch-up. And tomorrow it will make a very volatile leaderboard off the back of that if some of these teams are able to put up a decent performance. The Falcons, realizing now that OG is catching up, now need to put on a bit of a show here. But Koa's already down, and there's no real help here coming through from Ralph. Igor also instantaneously in position and should find those shots.
Yeah, Ralph's going to go down there. Falcons down to one player alive. Narvalo's nowhere to be seen near this engagement. Wolves will be able to get back up to 3, confirm these points as well, and they will stay alive on 3 elims. Wolves, one of those middle pack teams, so keeping all your players alive now, pretty important. It's all up to Narvalo, though, for the Falcons to defend against not just OG, but GS as well, who, of course, have been a bit of a giant slayer this match.
Yeah, I do feel bad for Narvalo a lot of times, because I think in international tournaments and tournaments in general, he gets the most playtime out of anyone on his team, purely because he's usually left as the last player alive to try and solo things out. We'll see how far he can go. Again, not a lot of teams will be trying to pick up position in this area of the map either, where he ends up. So should be decent survival, but with 15 teams still being in, there's a lot of squads that need to be chewed through before he starts to even earn placement points.
Team Secret trying to crash up towards T+, but that is not going to go super well. Gen G still yet to leave Picardo. OG atop them in the apartment building. I mean, we see this as a hot drop that we absolutely hate, right? Where teams stay in these apartment blocks and really can't get out effectively. We've seen teams move into this position now late into the game. And the same story seems to be true here, Blank. I mean, OG, if they can hop out the side and get away, I feel like it might be the way to go. AKOP tries to hop around, does give it fancy footwork, but now they're in for the spray down, fight down, and it will be Gen G opening well. Satan goes low, but AKOP has to hop out and give up the ghost on getting his teammate back up. Aru will be denied, and the crossing is cut through. Gen G winning out this fight.
There is a nade sent down, but nothing found, as Kamikaze will just enter the fray there, finds a good shot, and Babra Supermassive happy to pick up the pieces. But I think they might lose Nico off the back of this. I'd need to get to him pretty quickly, pick him up and get him on the old fireman's carry back into the circle.
The blue zone stopped. I think they just got some cover, yeah. They've found that cutoff, as you say, on the blue zone. West side starting to heat up there, Blank. What?
Can you believe it? Reject is in the middle and they have a building? What?
That's crazy. They've only got 3 players though. Team Secret about to have a lot fewer as D+ roll up on them. Oh, they're swept aside and their tournament's done, I think, at this point. 18 points on 2 days. They're out. There's no way.
Yeah, I'm not too interested in that fight.
Too busy looking at Reject on the map. Oh my god. Wow! Look at those guys go!
I do feel really bad, but genuinely for Team Secret, the fights are so... They are uninteresting, because I think most of the time Team Secret does just fall over. It feels really bad to say it, honestly. Those players aren't bad either. That's the thing. That's what's most frustrating about it.
Yeah. Certainly is not ideal. Inner circle, they've managed to stay alive as 4 throughout all of this. Kamikaze trying to cross on up. E24 to connect the final shot to get the knock, but they're up to the rocks, and that's the first step. Get those reses. Okay, not even going to do that. Just going to send straight into the vehicle and see how much further they can go along the sidelines. Nico not in cover. Are they going to get this res? I mean, Kamikaze's still down in the spot.
Yeah, this is always a death sentence for so many teams. And for Babra Supermassive, as much as I like the fact that they were able to get some elims down towards that south side, you have to prioritize making this wrap up towards the north here. Otherwise, you get held out like this. It's so awkward, this run up the hill. Again, as soon as IC sets themselves up here, anyone on the south side is doomed. They're absolutely doomed. I think Papa Supermassive could have maybe made a run out off towards the western side if they still had vehicles and IC wasn't already looking this way. But yeah, nice shot from Favian. Goodness me.
All right. Okay. I feel like this is, sorry, I don't feel like this is the second time that Papa Supermassive has done this kind of thing today, right? Overcommitting to holding out teams towards the edge, not really getting a huge amount of value, and then going down because teams have moved out in front of them, being able to establish themselves uncontested. And I mean, it's not favorable. We want more from them, and sure, they got the flashy plays. At the moment, that's only a 7th place situation.
Okay.
APG clashing with Loops. Okay, this west side has been heating up for a while. It's reached boiling point, and Loops cannot stand it.
It's just they win. Oh my god. The Tiamba's coming. Please help us. I think Reject might be able to pick some points off the back of this, unless APG goes crazy. Nice, well done. And Aiken takes a hell of a lot of damage too. All right, you know, never back a cornered animal.
Just got one player now trying to make the move out for Tiamba, and they're stepping forwards. They're just not finding it, Blank. And I mean, it's not ideal, but APG may be just allowed to survive for a moment longer. Reject are going to help out from across the way. How many players have APG got? I think they've got at least 3, maybe even all 4 there, if they can get these reses coming on through. So, okay, 3 players alive. Doc and Top are resable. And they are fairly covered off here. Nobody really on that south side, maybe in a circle, but no, they're covered off behind that ridge. The fact that APG got 3 here, this is nuts.
It's such a facepalm moment from Tiamba. I don't really know what they thought they were doing. Anyway, for Tiamba, complete lack of respect of angles and of the map and geometry in general, and also of 2 players, one of which was on 1 HP. Coming to you now from Miramar, the 6th match of the day.
D Plus just roll up all in the same vehicle and spray down Falak from 3 different angles. I'm pretty sure they did. That's pretty nasty. Favian, though, did get pulled out behind, and I don't think they're going to be able to go back and get him, which is not ideal for D Plus. Reject are hearing all these gunshots on the other side of the mountain and thinking, you know what? It's better we don't know. With only 3 players, they can't afford to try and establish this off angle.
I mean, the Reject blasted Tiamba earlier. I think they did fine. They're good. They're good to go.
Yeah, true.
For D+, this rotate was interesting. It was interesting. I think Favian is most likely down there. It was aggressive. I think I'd be complaining about it a lot more if they got knocked. I'm going to complain about this for IC. Like, why are we not looking this way? We've taken 3 knocks from this position already.
Have they spotted the player drop in? I think not quite. That nade around the corner tags on a lot of damage. Falak's beneath them. Is Chips aware? I don't know if they spotted the player who slid down. That's going to be left down below, though, and Osal wins the trade. Favian is getting more and more resable by the second, Blank. Another nade around the corner. Well placed would be the end for Inner Circle on their day, on their map here. The spray downs are finally coming through. I think that will be, Favian just picked up on the flush. They know that they need the points where they can get them. And try to chase D+ on the tables as well. There's 2 points in it.
This has been probably the most disappointing game in terms of player performance I've seen all group green. Yeah, I know. I saw that as well, and I chose not to comment on it. Yeah, but that shot from GS, what was it? Yeah, I don't know. I want to say the north side of the map is, you know, they're making me happy. You know, there's good stuff happening over there. This south side has just been such a mess. Right, it has been such a mess.
Yeah, this route out of Picardo has been fraught with danger. I think that's the last player of Reject getting eliminated. No, they are down to 1, but players from Falcons still going. Just the 1 player, not Valor. Remember, he's pretty dead center in this one, Blank. And maybe under threat from 9Z on that off angle. Follow so low. Oh, hang on a minute. Chips just fell to full damage on the far side. They are pretty isolated off, though, from IC for the time being. So it may be resable, depending on how far down he is. APG under pressure.
I see. Just wrap around the backside of the concrete. APG do have the high ground to work with. Players inside the concretes too. That high ground is very useful to hold on to for APG here. Again, we haven't really talked about it too much, but this actually is a pretty important game for Alpha Gaming to try and secure their position over towards the top side of the tables. A long time coming too. You mentioned at the very start of the game that you wanted to see Alpha Gaming get themselves a win. 8 elims on side for IC as well. So despite it being a little bit of a rocky ship over on the south side, still doing fairly well.
I mean, for D+ and for IC, they are now in a position to actually jump into third place, right? As teams start to fall, placements start to kick in, a couple of eliminations here and there. It can get big. It can get big here, and they're not too far behind at all. 7 points behind for D+, 10 points behind for IC, so a little bit harder, but...
I see.
It's pretty difficult.
Did you see that? Like how Narvala naded himself to pretend like another team was nading him, so that team wouldn't push him. So smart.
Oh yeah, very clever. Everybody loves it.
How does Alpha Gaming deal with IC now? No, he just nades himself again, and then 9ZG gets worried as well.
Huge.
Absolutely 5 head.
Well, I mean, you've seen Narvalo. Got a bit of a 5 head to him.
You can't say that. And also, he does not.
Well, we'll see if he's able to big brain his way out of this one, because as a solo against all of 9Z, that's going to be tough, but maybe assisted on the run out. D+ have the control.
Let's try and take some shots. Again, this plateau is the worst. I am surprised we've ended up here on the circle. It's genuinely disgusting. It's whoever can shoot whoever first. And we've got 7 teams. No, because it's just so open. You're essentially handling like 8 different angles at once. I mean, Narvalo's position is really strong, but it's just about in the circle. GS wants to deal with it, but they're getting... Every time they knock one of D+'s players, they rest and then immediately start sending shots back towards GS. Good nade from Narvalo, finds one on towards 9Z as well.
Surely. Oh,
no, that building is actually extremely hard to nade because of this wall right here.
Yeah, they just need to plant one in the corner. 9Z have bigger fish to fry right now as the Sally 4th comes through from GS. They're not going to be able to find too much more, but it's going to keep things slow. And the zone's going to start to move. And now D+ might be able to take shots out their way. APG looking to keep the corral on towards inner circle. T24 hops out. Reefus is ready for the lineup towards Noki. Gets the second and it's immediate shutdown. APG with 3. Now up to 8 eliminations. The 6 teams remain. GS trying to make their way through. The last player for Falcons, Narvalo's still there, but finally 9Z get across. And maybe they'll be able to take it. He's down in the dirt. But with the UMP, he's a fearsome competitor. I think they know exactly where he's playing, though.
They got 28 minutes on the survival time. Gets the knock onto Remix as well. That's a cruel angle. Real pixel peek coming through from Narvalo. No way! Looks for another. This is disgusting behavior. Okay.
Oh my goodness me. He's trying to defend that 11th place bubble spot right now. Was that another one? 9Z are out. Oh my God. Narvalo.
Oh, what a game.
What a survivor. Is APG now lining up towards D+? Oh my goodness me. No one's escaping unscathed here because GS are still going with the shots. The shutdown potentially towards the high ground. Can APG even get down from here?
Narvalo knocked Doc, by the way. And he flushes him.
Guaranteed.
Oh, this is, I mean, disgusting. And now he's in a 1v2v1 with a really good position to play from as well. I think, unfortunately for him, the circle will keep that high ground in play. Wait, what? Wait, what?
Oh. Yeah, he had to drop down. I don't think EPG can get down from here. Narvalo has to push out now, though, and Top has to take the shots. Narvalo needs to win the trade. No, third place. And now it's all up to Top. He has to stay up on this high ground. Chips can't do anything about it, though,
Well
even with an
played.
MG3.
Well played.
APG closed down the day. They do get a chicken dinner, but this has been the weirdest, the wildest, the wackiest game of PUBG Mobile we've seen in a while.
I mean, these boys better thank Top for being who he is as a player. Genuinely, there is some insane plays. I mean, there was a bit of Reefer supremacy during that game as well towards the concretes, but Top is definitely the guy that keeps this team in check, right? He is the glue between the cracks, which seem to form every other game for APG. Very well played to him there. Also for D+, the day has been incredible. What a performance from them. And we also can't count Narvalo single-handedly taking on the boys from 9ZG.
God, that was marvelous. There was some assistance from D+, from GS on the north side, but still wasn't able to go the distance. Top stood strong atop the mountain.
Man, what was that game? We had Top on top of a rock. They win the game, and that keeps APG on top of the leaderboards. Man, I think this game ended exactly as y'all predicted, Max, man, didn't it?
Yeah. Nitra?
Sure.
It's a weird one. It's weird.
Yeah. Odd.
It was a game, is all I'm going to say.
A
No,
game,
very
yes.
confusing finish. Narvalo as a solo, Top as a solo, Chip as a solo, so many solos, and the solo here of Top with a Mini 14, the king of the Mini 14 sprays it, picking off Narvalo, and then he's off against an MG3. Of course, third-person perspective has a little bit of an advantage. Swaps on over to the M4, goes for the big boy sprays, and he gets himself that big boy chicken dinner. 6 eliminations for Reefus, also saving the day, right, Niptura, against Inner Circle. That man on his lonesome made sure to keep the entire Pakistani team in check in that compound.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff coming in from Top. But looking at these stats here, Reefus with 7 knockouts. I mean, he was really just clearing as much ground as possible for his teammates. I don't even know how they got up on that cliff. We were so focused on D+ and Inner Circle over on the other side of the rock there. But that vantage point allowed them so much control over the north side of zone, over those really open areas, and even across the compound itself. So really, really able to just dominate this lobby just time and time again.
What a crazy game. I mean, we had 9Z at the end, finally being able to put some points on the board. At the end of the day, though, I mean, APG all day long looking like a shadow of themselves from day one. I mean, totally different performance. But with this game, right, it doubles what they've done so far today, right, Max?
But by the way, I'm just looking how much damage they took. Reefus 500 almost. Same for Top. Doc 509.
Wow.
What? How many bullets do you need to shoot at them to take them down? They could have died 5 times with that amount of damage taken, and he's still alive towards the later stage of this game. That's mad damage input taken their way. Whew.
Really different from the last game right there. By the way, right, we started off the game with an interview from Aru from OG. I gotta say this, guys, the best interview we have had so far, right? I mean, I love to hear from him. He was very honest about exactly what's been going on, and I do agree, right? They had 2 games at least they should have won. They're frustrated, but you know, they're in a different spot here, right? They said that they have not been, you know, lower than top 7 in a LAN so far, and I do agree, right? They only got up to go, but it's gonna have to be on the last day of Niptura for them.
Yeah, it is. I mean, at least they get 1 win here, and you could see them trying to do something in this last game, but again, just not sure. Whoa, hang on a second. Full view there. But for OG, oh, chips. No. But yeah, anyway, the OG coming in here, they just like a little bit too hesitant, waited a little bit too long to let another team overpower them once again. It's been the same story all day, so it is unfortunate, but at least it's an obvious thing to work on for tomorrow.
I want to look back at some of these rotations here from some of these squads, how it was executed here. But Falcons, I don't know what it is. They just need to be down to a solo to do something. It's just
Solo dolo. I mean, it's too effective. It just works.
Yeah, just like, who's going to survive the late game? Maybe nade your teammates if you're stronger that way. I don't. Okay, maybe don't go that far. It's a bit exaggerated. But yeah, the circle here shifting heavily up north of Picardo. Reject. I mean, Blank was surprised, like, no way, Reject center circle. He was very excited about it. He was very passionate, which I fully echo, by the way. It's like, oh my goodness, full squad in the center. Reject wasn't happening the entirety of this PMGC. But then they just instantly crumble after that push from APG. That, by the way, that push Niptura you're going to be seeing here once they enter the western side was just so well executed from the start of that push until the very finishing moments of that fight.
Yeah, it really, really was. You just got to see a masterclass of angles left, right, and center. And we're seeing some pretty decent points up here. I mean, APG, of course, with 24-14 eliminations. I mean, it kind of makes up with the gap that they created yesterday. It kind of makes up for their very quiet day today, right? Because now, with 24 points, they've widened that gap considerably because all the other teams, yes, they moved forward. Yes, we had some new teams in the top 3, but still those points are pretty darn close. So DK coming in with 13 points, GS with 13 points. Like, even now in the final game, the points are pretty similar.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good for Falcons in particular because they were the cutoff, right, Hodgooks, for the teams trying to leave the bottom 5. So the fact that Falcons get a decent-ish game here, the bottom 5 are even in a worse situation than they were before this game. It's terrible.
Yeah, we knew it was going to happen, right? That's what I was saying all day long is you got to be able to perform because teams are able to put up point gaps. And I got to give massive love to the Falcons because they got those points and they're hanging on here by a thread. And it's by just the single players just relentlessly putting up points regardless of the situation.
I mean, you're saying Falcons plural. You should put it, no, singular. Falcon.
Oh, yeah, the Falcon. Yeah, that's right.
The Falcon, one player. Whichever survives, that one player deserves respect. And this time it was going to be Novello. And before there was Ralph. Reefer's going to be MVP of the game. It was going to be between him and Top, but here we go. APG, thanks to that performance, remain in first place. 28-point lead created between first and second. Third chicken dinner on the board here for Group Green. Really well done. But otherwise, Alter Ego, Goat, not budging here. Niptura still remaining up there. But you know the D plus Kia, they're tied. One extra point, they could be in the top 3.
Yeah, they could, but it's interesting to see that Alter Ego are still in second place after going out so early in that last game, right? They went out super early to GS, I think it was, over in Power Grid. And so they were out super early, no chance of extra points. But yes, the gap is really close now, but they have not fallen just yet. So Go and DK still have a little extra work to do.
Look at this, though. Our daily MVP, and it's Nolbu there from D+. 2.7 average elims. Average damage is 682, man. D+, they had us worried there at the start, right, Niptura? But then they finally started bringing it out towards the pretty much, right at the early part of the tournament so far.
Yeah, it's really nice to see them just gaining that momentum over the course of the day. They've just been better and better and better and much more like the D+ Gia we're used to seeing. So I'm really hopeful for tomorrow now, Max, where we're going to actually have a really good day for them.
And they got a 62-point day today for them. And day 1, they got 33, so they just pretty much doubled their points from day 1 here in the second day's worth of action for Group Green. So really happy with D+. Definitely Hodgooks a lot more aligned with our initial expectations from this South Korean super team. And Nolbu in particular, the angle they got on Inner Circle was exactly what you needed. So generally so happy with D+. I do think that now they got that momentum built up, knowing this team, they're going to keep popping off. Top 3 for me is 100% going to happen.
The end of day 2 for Group Green. APG finishes strong. It seems like they were pranking us again at the beginning of the day and throughout the day, but this team was definitely not pranking us. I have Alva from none other than Alter Ego Aries. Alva, yesterday you finished in 4th place. What was the mentality coming into today to make sure that you guys finished day 2 in the top 3?
Oke, Alpha, kemarin di hari pertama kalian di posisi keempat, dan apakah mentality anak-anak dan kamu sendiri yang membuatkan kamu bisa mendapat top 3 di hari ini?
Mungkin kita ya hampir sama yang tadi seperti gue bilang kan, mungkin kita belajar dari hari kemarin apa yang harus kita lakukan hari ini biar setiap match itu nggak kita sia-siakan lah. Jadi kita usahain semaksimal mungkin.
Yeah, just gonna repeat. Like, I think what we did is basically we just do our homework and then we just gonna like see and then repeat. We fix our mistake in order for us not to repeat in the today match, and that's how we perform.
Now that's as a squad, especially today. You put up some MVP performances. Yesterday, it seemed like it was mostly Rose Carey at one point, right? Today, as I just mentioned, you put up those MVP performances. What were you able to do from yesterday to today to make sure your gameplay was up to par?
Oke, Alpha, kalau kita lihat kan dari pertama kebanyakan MVP itu Rosemary dan hari ini kamu juga sempat mendapatkan MVP. Apakah yang dilakukan oleh kamu dalam kurun waktu semalaman bisa merubah performa kamu sendiri sehingga bisa dibilang menjadi MVP?
Kalau dari aku mungkin lebih ke arah kayak buat naikin secara mentalitas hari ini kan, terus juga harus ada dedikasi yang tinggi lah buat hari ini. Terus mungkin dalam pikiran mindset itu kayak mikirkan gua adalah Alpha Mary.
Okay, yeah, first of all, it would be a dedication, and then, dedication and confidence. But then, the most important part, I will always tell myself, I'm the Alpha Mary.
Ooh, new nickname. We had Rose Carey. Now we got Alpha Mary. Going into tomorrow, you're currently only 5 points away from 4th place. What is it that you guys need to do, and what are the expectations for tomorrow at the end of the day? Obviously, top 3, but do you wanna maybe beat them in top 1?
Oke, kalau kita lihat besok gimana nih kira-kira, karena di posisi keempat itu, di hashtag keempat itu cuma beda 5 poin sama kalian. Gimana caranya kalian bakal mempertahanin ataupun bisa dibilang menggeser APG dari top 1?
Kalau kita mungkin buat besok lebih ke arah main game per game, kita nggak memikirkan yang di bawah siapa atau yang di atas siapa, jadi lebih ke arah kayak kita memaksimalkan setiap game aja biar kita nggak menyia-nyiakan sisa match kita lah yang di grup ini, grup hijau.
Yeah, for tomorrow match, of course, we just gonna focus on ourselves. We just gonna focus like step by step for each game. We don't gonna look down. We don't gonna look up. We just gonna focus what is on our front. And yeah, that's all. We gonna optimize and maximize all the games.
I love that, Alpha Mary. I absolutely love that. And last but not least, anything you want to say to the Indonesian fans that support you?
Oke, terakhir apa kata-kata yang mau disampaikan kepada fans-fans yang di rumah ataupun yang ada di sini teman-teman?
Ya buat fans Indonesia terutama jangan pernah memuji kita lah, karena kita butuh hujatan juga, karena setiap manusia belum ada yang sempurna, jadi kita harus ada yang namanya evaluasi terus biar kita selalu belajar lah dalam setiap halnya.
Yeah, for the fans out there, don't give like praise to us. Just keep giving feedback. You guys can give a lot of hate comment. It's because there's no one that perfect in this world. So yeah, with your all feedback, we still can improve ourselves. So I really hope you guys can give a lot of feedbacks in the comment section.
Well, there you go. They want to continue to improve. They want to stay within the top 3 and get that ticket to the grand finals. I'm hoping that tomorrow I get to see not just Alva. I want to see Alpha Mary. Can't wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow, the final day of Group Green.
That's right, the going Alpha Mary, navigating the treacherous waters of Group Green. We love to hear from him, man. I'll tell you what, 2nd place, AE is looking pretty good, but there's a lot of teams that are pretty close right behind him here, Max.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see who's going to be able to catch up. Maybe the inner circle Mary will pop out. We can just use that on anyone at this point. But no, there's so many teams trying to play catch up for the big 3 here, Hot Jukes. And tomorrow's going to be intense because keep in mind, it's not only just who's going to go straight to the grand finals, also who's going to be going home, because tomorrow some dreams are going to be shattered here. So tomorrow, you better not miss it. It's going to be a great, great day of action.
Yep, absolutely. Bottom 5 are going home. Top 3 are going straight to the finals, and the rest are going to that last chance stage. Neptura, any final thoughts, right? What are your big expectations going into tomorrow?
For Inner Circle to not hot drop full send on Ronda would be great, because we want to see them in that top 3. Okay, I'm just saying, haven't let that one go. But otherwise, I just want to see more from 9Z. I want to see more from Wolves, Falcons, OG. They showed us a tiny little bit of what they can do. Bring that back in the last day, because it is really all just down to those final 6 games, Jukes.
That's right. Well, you know what? APG have a 33-point buffer going into tomorrow, and that's all because of that last game, Max, man. But it's going to be anyone's game tomorrow, right? So in that mid-pack, Max, right? Who's going to do it tomorrow? What do you think? Predictions for tomorrow?
Genji.
Genji. Let's see if they can do it. That's it for today, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Let's see if Genji can make it happen.
Survival of the fittest, be the hunter or the hunted. Better pay attention, they might come around the corner. Keep your eyes open, any second you could be a goner. It's a countdown. Hey, I got to remind you, if you wanna survive, better not let them find you. High beams on, all the lights they can blind you. Keep your head on a swivel, I'm air dropping behind you. Bow down to the boss, never taking a loss. If you ready, let's get involved. Make it happen like any day. Your crew cannot be saved. In the zone, I'm not afraid. Set the whole town in a blaze. Hey, I ain't scared of nothing, I'm going all in. It's my time, I know that it's my calling. Coming at 'em, they ain't even see it coming. Survival of the fittest, be the hunter or the hunted. If you the one, show 'em you the one. Champions never back down and they never run. Never run. Coming at 'em, they ain't even see it coming.
here are the teams from Group Green. Every match counts, with spots in the grand finals on the line. An elimination lurking around the corners. Who will rise when it matters the most, and who will crumble under the pressure? Let day one of the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship Group Green begin.
What a stacked list of players and teams. You know, one thing I did notice though on that intro there, right, was looking at Inner Circle. I only saw 3 players walking out, Max, man. What do you think that could be?
I'm telling you, Falak is definitely not docketing. He's not like 2 million miles away from his team. Unfortunately, I heard he's not feeling well, and I do hope he's going to be able to feel better at some point. But I do wonder, is that going to be them playing as a 3-man here because they don't have a sub? That is going to hurt them significantly, Hot Jukes. Going into a stacked lobby like this for Group Green that we called the Group of Death, it's definitely not going to bode well.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. I mean, this is going to be an absolute crazy start here. You know, speaking of crazy starts, a team that hasn't had the best start year-round, Neptura, it's got to be the Falcons. I know they had a little bit of a rough year. What do you think about them coming in here into Group Green?
Hopefully they're feeling a lot more refreshed. Yes, they haven't had a great season so far. It's been up and down, right? They keep qualifying to those global events, and then they just can't seem to quite get it into that top 3 to where they want it, right? But hopefully this time around, they're going to come back, do all the things they need to do. I would love to see them just relax a little bit. I think in PMGC, for instance, we did see them kind of just get very tense and not really I agree. No relax. There was no relaxation there with them. Hopefully they learned from that and kind of go, hey, we just want to play the way we play now.
Well, you know, that's really good to hear from them. You know, one team that is here that I definitely got to talk about is the Wolves, Max, man, right? This team in particular, right? They now have to reach top 3 in order to get into the next stage here, or at least into the grand finals, Max. How do you think their chances are here? Like, how important is day 1 for them?
I do want to say, by the way, it wouldn't be a proper desk segment, right, without Hot Jukes mentioning Wolves. You know, it feels very on brand. Thank you, Hot Jukes. We've reached our quota for the day. But no, I think Wolves, of course, are going to take this extremely seriously. I kind of liked, actually, Hot Jukes, how desperate Wolves were in that last game on Miramar. They were fighting Xavier, and if they won that fight versus Xavier, maybe they overtake that position in top 7 and make it straight to the grand finals. I like that strong attempt at the end of that respective stage to try and qualify. So I think they're going to be hungrier than ever before. So Wolves, I think there's a high likelihood we could see them be in top 3, but it's all dependent on this first day. Can they have a great opening day? And if they do so, I think that, again, top 3 is in the cards for these guys.
Yeah, I think so. I think if they would have also got a point in Aaron Gale on the last day, that would have been real nice as well. You know, so hopefully they definitely did some soul searching right on their day off and are ready for this stage. It's going to be a tough one though. You know, every time you got to deal with some new squads, there's new drop locations, different rotational timing. That's going to come into play big time here, Max. So we're going to go into Rondo off the rip. And one thing that we've definitely noticed with this big change with Sandhawk leaving us is just how important Rondo has been. It's like the place to soak up those elimination points for sure. One thing is that we may have a few hot drops. I know we could have 3 teams going into that Neox factory. If you want to break it down real quick for us.
I mean, Neox factory, we might have Alter Ego, Falcons, and Inner Circle here clashing. And that's going to be an interesting one because, of course, Alter Ego, I'm looking in particular, representing Indonesia. You don't have BTR, you're going to have Alter Ego. Would be great to see them make into the grand finals. But Test Track, Neox factory, as we know, Hot Jukes is pretty big. But it can't really host 3 teams. So if it does end up being a hot drop over there, I think we're going to have some very early bloodbaths happening over there. But I do know from 7, he told us Falak is playing. So at least if they do take the early fight here, Inner Circle will have the full squad. They'll be ready to fight in the first minute or 2 of this game.
All right, well, I'm also going to keep my eye on Stadium. I know D+ and OG are going to be there. Let's get game number 1 started and send it on over to Blank and John Allen to get this going.
All right, let's head into it. Rondo back in with the recall beacons. Blank Group Green here, and the stakes are higher. No 7th place bubble to be seen. We're looking to the top 3 now.
It is a tough approach for a lot of squads going forward, John. I mean, top 3 isn't easy. I mean, top 7 was already quite tough for a fair few teams. Some teams only just making it in those final moments of the gauntlet. But top 3, yeah, it's a rough margin to make. But we are also introducing goodbye limits, right? You do not want to be towards the bottom of the lobby, because now it does actually matter. It does matter again. You will be going home after that, so we're starting to cut down on the competition before we head over towards the grand finals in Thailand.
Absolutely. 5 teams going home already. 5 more as well later this week. Oh, it's going to be nasty. Or rather next week, I suppose. The weeks all sort of blur into one, because we do just keep going here. And looking out for those hot drops on Rondo, Blank. That is going to be interesting to see which teams are going to go for that hotter approach, that more elimination-heavy approach early on in these matches. And it looks like we may have a few. I'm looking at Reject specifically. I can see Apollo there all the way down towards Rinjian. The rest of them, they're sat on top. And you can see we're on board with them as well, all the way up to the north.
And you got to play it setting out wide as per usual. Take the 3-1 split, get the recall beacon off early if you do lose that engagement. We get a south shift on the circle. It's quite nice with Rondo so far. We had that horrible circle right at the beginning of the tournament over towards the water, but since then we've practically had a very, very different circle every single time that we've seen Rondo, which is great to see. This time we're down towards Huanchuan. We have Falcons here on our screens. A team that has had a bit of a tumultuous pass so far, but IC moving in immediately to get the first knock of Group Green.
Inner Circle looking to try and take the fight, take the win there. Looks like Falcons not having a good time, though. That is unfortunate. Just Redox on the inside there. Do have an off angle across the way, and yeah, and immediately looking for the Falcons to just get out of there, get away. Narvalo will be moving out. I don't think that they have too many more players to play around with. I believe that the graphic on the right-hand side hasn't fully updated on the Falcons player count, because there's certainly a few of them who have gone down. Redox, I mean, he's trying to get out of there, trying to get around the corners, maybe find a player. IQ steps out, though, and that's Spray Downs there. Good find, and that's a couple of points added to eliminations for Inner Circle.
Yeah, and I think this is the thing. For Inner Circle, they're a massively promising team. I think they have a huge amount of fans on board as well. And rightly so, because they're a very, very strong squad when it comes down to it. Falak, who has continued to be one of the most promising players of the year so far, isn't feeling at his greatest today outside the game. But in-game, he's still going to be playing on. Luckily, you've got the likes of IQ, T24, Noki, who are all significantly strong players, so this team doesn't rely on just the one, which is great to see. OG starting things off over towards Reject, getting an initial knock.
Keeping things under control. Oh, looks like OG got themselves in trouble. Oh dear. Is this the last player for Falcons? I think it might be. APG looking to try and hunt them down. Wait a minute. Did they get the recalls? They must have done, because Koa went down earlier. The question is, where are the rest of them? Are they all in the same place? Are they all going to get run down, or are they going to have to go for a second recall strat?
Man, okay, Kamikaze with some clean shots over towards Dog, knocks him out the vehicle. 3 guys in one isn't always the best idea. IPG won't stand for that, though, as they send over towards Pablo Supermassive. Luckily, Kamikaze's on a gross off angle and will find the double to start this off. Goodness me, Papa Supermassive. They had an insane group stage for themselves. They faltered over in their finals, but still looking mighty strong.
Absolutely, it's good to see. A little bit of power coming through, because at the moment, Falcons not really representing Europe super strongly. Narvalo down. And that is brilliant news for Inner Circle. They are running rings around the Falcons. A brilliant start to our team with the boys on board. Falak, IQ, T24 on the rooftops, doing so much for them, keeping things under control near Neox factory. We thought there might be a couple of hot drops going on. Blank, it seems like that definitely was the case.
Yeah, don't know how Falcons aren't dead, by the way. They've still got 1 player, but I swear they've taken about 7 elims just for that team alone. It's fairly amusing. But plodding onwards, ever onwards for this squad. In a nice central position right now for APG. OG came off from a good fight between them and Reject, but Reject were able to reset, reevaluate, get 4 players back up again with those recall beacons. But it's 2 elims for OG. Sits them in 3rd place currently.
It's good news. But of course, it's 3 points in 1st place right now. That will change by the end of it. It's guaranteed that someone will get more than 3 points in this match. A chicken dinner worth more than that, of course. Up to 10 points. Tiamba. Team that we haven't seen so far. Definitely new entrant here. Only good time, but crashing on the north side still. Oh, it's going to be Loops. Crack at Papa Supermassive. Nico is repositioned. This should be Resable, but look at the off angles. Kamikaze is doing so much work for Papa Supermassive right now. He's the reason they've got 3 points, and he's keeping his team safe as well. They've got to be so grateful that he's on side and on form today, it seems.
Yeah, this is always the big point for Papa Supermassive, is the response time from the rest of the squad is so slick. I think that it's something that you've got to be very aware of when playing against that team, is if you find one knock, you better be prepared to immediately duck into cover, because they're so quick to accurately pinpoint where you are and what angles you're playing. So I think that's where Papa Supermassive definitely finds their strengths, is that you can never really catch that team off guard for some reason.
It's the hopefully superpower moving forwards for Papa Supermassive. We'll see if they can keep that one going, though, because I think as time goes on, these teams will start to figure out their movements, figure out their holds, maybe identify weak points in that armor that they can try and exploit. So we'll see if that continues. Of course, it is still just match 1, and we're only 7 minutes into it, Blank. So very much still an uncertain lobby at this stage. Teams are losing players, but these recalls can come through as well. So it's really not the end of the world at the moment. But they will start to shrink down those opportunities. The recall beacons disabling. They've still got a while left, Blank, but it's going to be a little bit of a stressor maybe for teams as we move into stage 2, stage 3. That's where they get very, very few in the circle in good positions to go for those recall beacons.
You got there in the end. That's what matters.
I did,
most.
yeah.
And I'm proud of you.
Yeah, it happens.
I think when you look at Loops, right, actually some pretty big names overall, which have been around for a long time. And I quite like this Loops roster. Your Ratto boy, Vitin, Rafina, Neilzada, a lot of players that have played in and amongst the rank and file of South Americas. But overall, I think that they've all leveled up a lot over the years. And this is a team that I'm quite excited to see play on the big stage. APG still roaming. They got a nice central start, able to shove Papa Supermassive off from their position, but with this circle that shifts over towards Danqing, I think APG was very glad they got in vehicles when they did. They started rotating out towards the east anyway, so they're already getting a move on in with the migration, so they may as well have been just on the west side of the circle as it popped. So I think that's a little bit lucky from APG, where they just randomly start rotating off towards that eastern side, but it's definitely beneficial for their future.
It's going to work out for them for the time being. GS, we saw them a lot over in the gauntlet. Maybe they'll have a chance here. WizGod not quite able to connect for Orangutan. On their spray down, Orangutan currently playing on that southwest side. They do have a decent chunk of the ground in this circle, Blank, but is anyone going to try and take it from them? Are they going to have challengers? Is that split going to hold out from that south edge? Because you've got Reject moving in. You've got plenty of others. You've got Gen G as well out to the west side of them. Actually might take one another on. Rejects maybe spotted there. Oh, they're definitely aware of each other's presence. But yeah, Orangutan's starting to open fire from that north side. The high ground on those buildings that they have. It's going to be difficult to move. It's going to be difficult to make it safely.
Yeah, I think for OG, especially on that final day, although they didn't make it into top 7, there was definitely a change of pace for them, in which case they're trying to take a lot more fights. And they were losing those fights, but I was glad they were doing it, because I think they've all realized now that that 6 to 7 point strategy isn't going to cut it when it comes to top 3. So they're getting ahead of the problem early, of trying to engage in more fights. And what's a better place to do that other than the gauntlet against some of the best 4v4 squads in the world? I still think they have potential in them. And genuinely, this is the best. I think it's the best Indian team we've seen in a while. I think that there has been times in the past where India has played and they've given it their all, but this time it feels like OG actually does belong within the international format, which is great to see. But yeah, I think they do realize they need a little bit more aggression. And I think the change happened when Kara chased them down as a 2-man and they were leaving as the 4, and then they lost to the 2. I think at that point they probably looked back on that and was like, yeah, that can't happen again.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at what is needed, you said they're not looking at the 6 or 7s. It does push up. I mean, if you look at what happened in the gauntlet stage with 16 teams, third place was 141 points, which puts you at around a 7.8 average. So if you're getting 8 points a game, that's where you need to be sat. And bumping yourself up by a single point average is actually a very difficult task to be on the cards for you. So we'll see what our teams can do here. Circle just about to shut down. That's not going to be nice. On the south side, there is a recall beacon right next to it, but it's going to be very, very much out of reach if you can't even get past them. Reject holding out in the building. The nades, the Molotovs flying. Oh, there's a little bit of an answer here. Maybe there's a chance as the Molotov starts to burn down. Reject's actually now down to 2. The hold on the inside may be good, but Oligo now has to stand up, the last player alive for the team, and he is now into a 1 versus 1. This is dangerous. Reject looked like they had it in hand, but now it's all topsy-turvy. Apollo with the nade cooking around the side. And the nade does not find its mark, steps out wide, and Reject swept aside. A brilliant result for them. The Japanese squad will not make it further in Rondo.
I mean, that was a big test for Apollo. Practically all the big names on the team had gone down at that point, and not being able to finish off the job there. I think it's a lot of pressure on him in that scenario. Still, Coligo is a incredibly good player, has been for many, many years. So kind of understandable he's able to hit the old swinging DBS shot. His alter ego, there is a lot of hope in this team, I would say, from Indonesia. I think that, you know, when I was looking through the player list, it's actually one of the teams that I looked at and was like, that's kind of a stacked roster. And again, I do think everyone talks about Rosemary on that squad, Krypton. I genuinely think their best player is Alva. A lot of people probably disagree with me on that fact, but I do think their best player is Alva. Overall, his off angle, scouting, the value he brings to the team. I think it's more than what Rosemary brings. I think Rosemary is flashy. I don't think he's the best player on the squad.
Wow, okay. Well, we'll have to keep an eye on that. See if those flashy plays are going to earn more points, or if Alva's bread and butter basics are going to be more important to the alter ego setup right now. Looks like GOAT have moved in. They've moved in towards the south side of the compound that OG hold. OG still as 4 on a 2-2 split. You can see they've got the 2 players down there, AKOP and a Tanky on the low ground in the buildings. And then up top, they've got their other 2, WizGod and, of course, Aru there. Just finding the angles. Trying to keep that one secure with APG to the north side. The hilltop looking fairly solid. Falcons trying to move in from the north side. The blue zone is upon them, and it is getting to be a little bit more than a tickle. And they'll have to move a little bit faster, but there's not too many open spaces ahead of them. This wide flank may be needed to go to the west and challenge for a hilltop. Oh, it's dangerous on the approach here. A lot of open ground.
That being said, the fact the Falcons have 3 players is sort of impressive, no? I don't know how they've managed to do it. And they might just cut themselves a slice on this northeast side, which seems to be the case here, John. And they're just swinging straight through and might even get a central spot on the back of it.
No way. I don't think it's going to be super safe, though. You can see they have to hit down in the dip there, around that roadside. A lot of hills with oversight, but they have a building to play with, Blank. It might not be much, but it's home for the Falcons for the time being, and maybe until the end of their match here. 9Z, after winning against Reject, got that recall on the south side, and now they're careening on through. This is a challenge towards APG's position. They will have to fight someone in that area, whether it's APG or if it's DK up to the top.
I mean, 9ZG will just send it through. APG's not really taking too many shots. They swing wide of them outside of the angles. Sightline's not quite there, but Azul is actually able to pick Raze out of the vehicle.
Going for the explosive arrow. Go on. Hit with the Legolas. Oh, not going to connect on that one, not just yet, but Reyes down on the outside against APG's firing squad. They have turned all their attention up north. I think there's shots coming in through from OG as well across the way. You can see that on the minimap. Everybody wants a piece. The Wolves are crashing into D+ as well. In the meantime, they've pushed up from the south. They have to transition to the east. So the Wolves committing here. I mean, it's an interesting choice, but they want to clear out this threat first before moving out east. Nolbu repositioning far off to the north. Might need to get in on this fight and find a high angle. You can see he's moving up to the tree line. They know there's a threat. They know there's danger, and they need the vehicle to get out of there. Chips, watch your feet. Drops a nade under himself and needs to get out of there. Moving his angle off as Coop steps out wide.
But D+ is pretty much the same squad that won over in 2024. Now looking to send it slightly further here. You have the lineup versus the Wolves.
D+ there. Gen.G now. Riding in. I think the Wolves might not be long for it. Yeah, there's Sutton. Able to find Doran on the spray down. Nolbu steps out wide. A challenge. Isn't good for the first. But there's the little hop out. Swift with it. But there's backup. Osal there as well. But D+ have been falling in the meantime as Gen.G are just going to put a stop on this fight. Wolves not going to have a good time. Neither are D+. These recall beacons not available anymore to them. They do not have that option. Osal trying to stay alive for the South Korean squad. In the meantime, but the blue zone's there. He's running rings around them, but he just has to get out. There's no time. Needs to heal. What can he do? The blue zone's pushing. I don't think he's got anything to do here, as the Wolves might just be able to come out victorious.
Stage 4 was still able to get that first aid kit off. Tiamba from the distance taking shots over towards GS. Nade through the top window might be the play here. The bottom one though instead. Igors will move off to the side. Ball push out from him. Will pay off. Last grenade now for Osal versus Igor. Does it hit? Oh, that's good. Just on target. The blue zone will finish the job for him.
Sorry, yeah, he doesn't get the point on that one, though, with that blue zone final tick down. Alter Ego crashing in, trying to move in towards Team Secret, but they are being rebuffed immediately. Finally, an answer, an opener found for Alter Ego. Maybe they can move in on that north side. They're going to have to shift all the way south, and it is a deadly fight here. Papara Supermassive might chime in third party. In fact, they do. They've already found a shot over towards Team Secret, and the rest of them go in. It's Alva. It's all up to him. Needs to pick his teammates up. He's definitely going to need to come up big and be the main component of the team for now, but Papara Supermassive want to slow them down. The nades are coming in, Blank. There's no time.
I think that Alva here is going to be a very, very difficult res, but if that first nade is terrible, like it is from Lost, then maybe he's able to get out of there. Snake's able to get off towards the side. Krypton likely to be flushed out at this point in time. Alva needs to provide some sort of assistance in this moment. Rosemary will hit the deck once again off a stray grenade, and Kamikaze starts to push upwards. A smoke goes down to try and keep the team under wraps. Alva has a lot to do.
Rosemary's up, he's immediately back down. Alva still alive, just about on the last lifeline here as the flushes are coming through on his teammates. He steps up for a little bit more. Alva still playing around the smoke, seemingly ethereal to Papara Supermassive, but surely they find him. It is a little bit of a game of cat and mouse there, but finally the snap shut of the trap is good and Alva falls.
I think Lost was as confused as we were watching Alva slowly crawl his way out from the smoke. I think he just basically begging for mercy at that point. Yeah, rough. But still able to finish off Team Secret. Unfortunate for Alter Ego there. A lot of teams rotating in from that north side, able to get a lot done. But it will be now the boys from Papara Supermassive continuing to clear. Good nade from AKOP down towards Go. Kraken does go down for it. These some very long nades as well.
Ooh, more shots, more shutdowns, but there's an answer, a little knock in response. Aru, though, able to dish it out and keep them pressed up against the blue zone blank, which is moving currently. It'll be very slow on their side. They're on a very short side of this circle, but it will put pressure on. And these reses needed to come through. Dangerous. Oh, I thought that nade might have found something, but the bounce just a little bit short. Still 2 players for GOAT to try and stay alive. I don't know if they can even cross for this res. AKOP, last nade into the skies. It looks like it might be on target. Is it long enough, though? The bounce. Ooh, that deployable cover keeps them safe for just a moment longer.
I mean, it's some very, very good shots. I mean, Wiz got on the other side, taking down Tiamba. A-King's able to find the last player there from GS, but OG having quite a bit of control from this high ground. They are making quite a few enemies, though, in the process, and they will have to descend from here soon. But again, I think they've done enough in terms of casualties around the map that there's only a few sightlines looking over towards them, depending on how many smokes, what vehicles they have to work with. It could be quite a swift push down the hill.
Certainly could be. Chance to tumble on down. They have to choose it correctly. Falak under pressure now from the high ground as well. OG looking to try and make inroads now. Next circle comes through its south side a little bit, which means Papra Supermassive have to conclude their fight up here, but Loops have got a 1-for-1 trade right now on the knocks. Coutinho not finding that spray down over towards Nico as nades continue to tumble down. Rafinha has one more in the pocket, but they're not connecting, and the res has come through already. The nade just short of Kamikaze as he sidesteps it there. Papra Supermassive up to 10 eliminations now as they look for the flushes. Loops not able to find that weakness as Ratto Boy himself is down. They step up for the fight. A shotgun around a tree trunk, but it will be good for only one because Kamikaze's still hot. Flies on in, the backline's brilliant. Kamikaze brutal as ever.
Just unreal. Hey, I'm not going to say about purposes stuff. It kind of work, all right? All right. 13 elims to start the day. Yeah. Good. To be fair, this is like not even their best map. I think Rondo's kind of play it really slow. I think they're one of the few teams that doesn't go for the 3-1 strat. Either they ball man and they just play it slow towards the end game and just much prefer to run like sweep third party tactic. I really like it. I think the 3-1 strategy worked well. Meantime, you're going to see AK open a lineup here. It is free pickings here for OG in terms of elims across the way. Unfortunately, there's a shot that comes back though.
There's plenty of off angles taking a look out this way, and they didn't have enough pressure to keep this spray going. They will though to slow goats down. That may be looking for. Maybe not the elims just yet. I wonder if it's going to connect. We can go for these reses here. There's 3 outside. Force them into a bad position because it's only the one player, but he's still got a little bit of fight left in him. Fortunately, 9Z across the way. Keep OG safe.
Yeah, that's rough. There is some horrible angles on that high ground. It felt like GOAT was winning that fight versus OG as well. The third party does come through though and will put an end to that. Papra Supermassive may have finally met their match here. They've been going from fight to fight. Now it's 9ZG. Kamikaze's down, as is Tron. Just lost last left alive here, and he's getting shot from multiple angles. Papra Supermassive will go down in 6th. With 13 elims, though, it's not a bad start to their day.
15 points total, but now 9Z have started to rack up these tallies, and so have Inner Circle. 12 elims found for 9Z, and in Inner Circle, they've got 10 already. They've been able to pick up so many of these points blank. It's really these 3 teams and nobody else that have been able to do the majority of the damage to the lobby so far. It's really beautiful to see. We'll see how much further they can go. At the moment, it looks like everybody else vying for those spots, but it's APG in the center, and they're going to be the team to get rid of, to displace on their 2-2 split.
This is where I do get concerned slightly for OG, and we've seen them falter on these moments of the games before, where I think it's this next step that they struggle with a little bit. It's like, where do they go from here? What do they want to do? They want to sweep down towards that south side, that north side, sorry, because right now, like, the options are limited, and they're hoping for a south shift. I think they need to think about what they can do next. I mean, here, for instance, with Doc playing off all the way into the distance, this is typically where you go for a Hail Mary. But I think they're just going to go for a top 3 off the back of this one.
OG playing as 3, need to press that ridge line. Inner Circle might have to move first here. On a slightly faster side of the circle, they're all very, very close to it. It's only APG inside this one. 9Z. Ooh, they have been spotted. It's APG to take the shots out that way. OG have angles as well. There's the flash coming through. That's for Aru, adding another point to the OG tally. Top denied that point there. Nicely found.
Yeah, I mean, I think they are just going to go for the top 3 off the back of it. They're going to send one downwards in Aru, but sightlines are clear there coming through from top. Won't quite find the knock though. Nade's going to have to do the trick. He does find it with IQ from Inner Circle.
Ooh, looking for the nades over the top. That is not where you want to be putting the nade there, but Doc does go down. The Molotov is good for it. A little underarm, sure, but it's not going to be able to find that knock on the second player here for 9Z. Dashes across and actually gets to safety behind the shack. Doc is going out into the open. This is a Hail Mary if I ever saw one. He's just hoping nobody's looking. Because actually, Inner Circle has moved over to OG. Doc might actually be able to get there. No way is he going to be able to do it. As Inner Circle take on the forefront position for OG, but they only find the flush. They will not find a second. A tanky moving in, looking to try and take them down from the top rope, but no, the answer is good. The spray down is there. And APG, they do lose Doc finally, as he will not make that crawl. 9Z have descended. Goodness me, it's chaos on all fronts.
APG with a great nade of the top towards WizGod. So OG do get themselves the top 4 off the back one. Not quite the top 3 I think they were hoping for there from that position. But still a pretty decent start to the first game of the day. Inner Circle, though, as 4 players, been a little bit more silent and deadly this game. Now looking to take on APG with just the 3 there. Doc on a very aggressive angle, let's say, and an even more aggressive crawl. I think he's the only player that could make a crawl look aggressive. And Circle shifts over towards the west. So there is now a little bit of difficulty here for IC. Even though they've got the 4 players on board, they are pushing out into open ground. You've got 9ZG, you know where they are. You've got APG, who know where they are. And let's also just mention the fact that APG is in a top 3 scenario, by the way, which feels weird.
It is. Yeah, a little bit foreign, a little bit alien to us at the moment. But Inner Circle, I mean, we've got 13 elims on 9Z. You've got 14 elims coming through from Inner Circle. APG on a measly 6 right now. Comparatively weak for the moment. Small, little incremental approaches here. Looking at the utility, 12 smokes for APG.
I mean, again, it's just a testament to the strength of these players. The fact that Falak's playing and he's not feeling his best either, and still at this level is fairly incredible. And it's not like IC's had the most incredible path into this game either. They have just been brutalizing other players within this lobby. They sort of need to deal with the players from 9Z. But you do have APGs also watching these angles, so if they find anything, again, for IC, it's a question of vehicles and how they can make that wrap. Because I think at this point in time, like, this actually is not a bad wrap to make for yourself, but you've got to hope that APG misses these shots. And I think IC realizes that a lobby like this is very unlikely.
I mean, you hope that they realize it here. The zone next will close completely central blank, and it really doesn't favor anyone. I mean, the only team on an outside position at the moment are Inner Circle. So maybe that will help them out. APG, I mean, they need to get out of there as well, but they do have vehicles potentially stowed away in and amongst those buildings that they could hop into. The nades, they're starting to fly.
No way.
Going along, not quite on target. Ooh,
I see setting up craters. I think that's all they can do. I think this is a smart play, especially here on Rondo, the destructible terrain. That's what they're going to go for. Okay.
At the moment, though, that smoke train, those huge number of smokes, I think that's 10 smokes just then invested by APG to be able to stretch out wide, move that vehicle into one of those craters. A first knock onto Noki is good, but it's now 9Z who are eating the majority of lead right now as they crawl on forwards. They don't have anywhere to go. They are probably in the worst position. A downhill approach out the back of a building. It's a tough time. Noki is there, but you can't stand up. You just can't go for that res. And another nade over the top from APG. They have got 3 more remaining. One's already in the sky.
Just Falak and T24 now. Falak's going to make the big cross. T24 holds his angle. Now into a 2v2 here for APG versus IC.
Last nade loose for top. I think that's the last one that's in the pocket potentially. Or maybe they got one more. No, that is it. But it connects. And that's huge. It stops them from getting any more. But Falak with an answer. He's standing tall. And now top behind a tree trunk. Falak has the inside track here on the circle. Needs to stay strong for his team now more than ever. Top stands up. And the challenge is good. It is Falak to be able to fell the final beast in their way. APG will not get it. It is Inner Circle, the pride of Pakistan, standing strong.
Craters on the ground, and what a meteoric entrance from IC during this game. They had very limited options, but worked with what they had. The nades out front to get the craters to hold on for just a little while longer. Those nades were insane, and the fact that Falak's to finish it off there, I mean, imagine what this guy is like on his good days.
Absolutely insane. My goodness me, what a close down on the day. Sorry, close down on the game, rather. A lot of flashy plays throughout the majority of that match as well, Blank. Papra Supermassive doing big stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Papra Supermassive get themselves a bunch of Elim points. APG actually towards the top 3, which is quite nice to see, getting the second place. Hopefully, a little more of that, please. But in the meantime, I've got to hear what the guys on the desk had to say about that game.
And Inner Circle win the first match of Group Green, and they did it in style, Max. Hey, if Falak wasn't feeling too good going into today, I bet you he's feeling real good right now. That nade onto Zyol and then wins the 1v1. I mean, what more could you ask for?
You know what? I'm never going to pick Inner Circle ever again. They have a start like this, a game like this. Beautiful. But the thing is, we're talking about Falak. Look at the stats across the board. T24, 4 eliminations, almost 1,000 damage. IQ, the IGL of the team, gets 5 elims, almost 600 damage done. And look at especially how much damage they took, right, Niptura? Everyone took a beating, but they just kept coming back stronger and stronger and stronger. And especially those rotations on the Eastern side, sweeping all of those Eastern teams were a thing of absolute beauty. This match, loved it from start to finish.
It was so nice, and what I love as well is how methodical it was. They didn't rush around and go crazy, just get all the third parties. They really took their time with it. They paced themselves, they read the lobby, they understood who was where, what was going on, and they were really able to get the perfect timing based off that. So love how they've come in here. They're looking very relaxed. They look like, you know, they know what they're doing. They're not really thinking they're, you know, the newcomers anymore. They've been here and they've been doing so well all season. And now it's like, yeah, we're here, we're ready to own the lobby, and that's exactly what they did.
Oh, unbelievable start. You know, another team that had a great, actually, a super massive start, Max, man, right? Well, it's Papara. Are you kidding me? Tons of eliminations here off the rip.
I'd even say a Papara super massive start right here coming out from Papara super massive Blaze. I mean, really good early game strategy, which is, you know, that in Rondo you have these big stone pillars that you can go for. You can actually climb them with a buggy. They sent a scout up there and they had perfect oversight on everything and anything happening in the mid to later stages of these circles, which then you can see here, for example, this fight between Ultra Ego and Team Secret in the replays. They spotted that fight instantly. Hodges like, well, that's an easy not only entry point in the circle, it's also 3 points. And they did take a bit of time to find Alva in that smoke for sure, but eventually they do find it, and they get themselves a massive double-digit elimination game. I was doubtful. I mean, if you're in our tier list, we put them in no way, Jose. They're not qualifying, but you know what? All the Turkish teams are dominating outside of Regnum, which is a bit weird.
Oh, man, that was absolutely crazy. As a matter of fact, I think Alva from Alter Ego is going to need some therapy after that one. He was just screaming in that smoke for just trying to survive, but he wasn't able to. But look at this score. Wow. I mean, Inner Circle, 28 points off the rip here, Neptura.
Oh, my goodness me. I mean, I think that's definitely so far the biggest opening game of any day so far that we've had by far. 28 points is insane, and we know Rondo is the map where you can put up those crazy numbers, right? But 18 eliminations even for Rondo is pretty huge, and you're looking at the gap. That's a 10-point gap between first and second place, right? 9Z only 18 points. That's still an epic game, but just totally eclipsed by Inner Circle here. And then of course we're gonna get four teams without any points whatsoever, because I see they were just taking all of them.
Insert a womp sound cue right now. But actually, we were talking about Papara Superman. Well, are we surprised?
Are we surprised?
Wait, guys, impression of like the biggest surprise, like just fake, is like, whoa, no way! No way!
What?
Had no idea.
Way! What?
No, it does make sense. But we were talking about Papara Supermassive Blaze. I also do want to highlight 9Z Globen. They also got, 13 eliminations this game. Very similar playstyle to Papara Supermassive Blade, but instead of sweeping the northeast, they were sweeping the northwest, using that high ground to their full potential to make sure they can clear that space and get a ton of eliminations in the process. But top, that's a ton of damage. And those nades in particular, Nipcho, we saw onto Inner Circle, that could have almost won them the game, but unfortunately, as we saw, Thalok was able to tank those nades so damn effectively.
Crazy work coming in from them, and I love when the end of a game comes to a nade off. Both those nades were equally good, and they were just trying to out nade each other. They just couldn't do it, man. They just couldn't do it. They were equally good. It was fantastic. What a game. So much fun.
Dude, there's so much to talk about. I mean, literally, I mean, one thing we were talking about in the chat was just like, now this is a global championship star right here. I mean, it was just a wreck from the beginning. Teams were just going crazy. As a matter of fact, we saw some cool tech, right? We saw Osul. He was actually tanking that blue zone for a while. I bet you a lot of you guys were wondering why. That's because he had that backpack on, Max, right? That worked out good for him.
Yeah, I had that light bulb moment. I was like, wait, he's gonna die. He was like, oh no, he's got the backpack that allows him to tank the blue zone. So actually, yeah, if you use that to your advantage, you can kind of trick some enemies and like, why is he not leaving the blue zone? Actually, he has the special backpack, so he can stay there for an extra maybe 30 seconds to a minute longer, depending on what kind of resources he has. So very good use of that utility. But Niptura, I want to go on to another thing that was used in this game really efficiently by none other than Orangutan. Good emergency cover flares going down to APG. That was very well executed.
Right? Yeah, some really, really well-placed stuff. It made sure that APG were not able to use the angles afforded to them. And when you're in a compound for APG, you know, those angles are pretty limited. You're only limited by what the building can give, you know, enough cover for. So really, really nice for them to be able to block those angles. And so Orangutan, very nice scouting, or rather, like, what's the word? God darn it, I'm gone. No, but like, it's really, really nice for them to be able to block that and see that and be proactive with that. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, you also like, their position right, Nipcho, because they were scouting the southern side, playing that road that I think you were quite keen about. You're very passionate, like, that's a good play.
Love that.
Wow.
It's a good one. Yeah, that particular position in the map has a massive ridge and then this great roadside, but that's also on a cliff. So that road is super protected from other angles, unless you're on the other top of the other side of that hillside, other side of the valley, right? But for the most part, most angles you can't see there. So really nice use of those angles and being very aware of where the other teams are to use that effectively. I love that.
Yeah, you had OG right there on the top of that road. You had GOAT about to creep up on them, and OG was in serious trouble. But then 9Z from all the way on the other side was just like, nah, we're not dealing with none of that mess. And they help out OG at the end. By the way, I mean, I love OG's start, right? When it came to the gauntlet, they had a great day one, right? They were in a great position here. Unfortunately, they weren't able to make it, into those grand finals during the gauntlet. But how do you think about their start here, Max, man? Do you think it's pretty typical, or do you think that we're going to have a little bit of trouble going on?
I think this is definitely way better than what we saw in the gauntlet stage, because they were playing in those fights closely. They were tightly packed, which is what I wanted to see. In the gauntlet, unfortunately, they would go for these weird splits and just, it wouldn't quite work for them. They were playing a little bit trying to play too smart, and unfortunately in a lobby like this, sometimes you just got to shoot people in the face, Hot Jukes. And here, it's what they did. Very happy with Orangutan, and hopefully they can do that in the other maps in particular. But I want to take the conversation here away from Orangutan, because we kind of said a lot of great things about them, which is really good to do on a Rondo in particular. APG here, Niptura, in the center, pretty much phase 2, phase 3, everyone fighting, shooting over APG, and they're just big chilling the entire time and easily getting into the late game, right?
Right? Yeah, that was such a nice, I think, one of the best games that could have happened to them, right? After such a disastrous gauntlet stage. And I think it's safe to say that because everybody knows it's true. Coming into group stage, into group green, and you're going, it's going to be tough for them. But for them to be able to have such a good game, to rack up quite a few eliminations, they were able to actually have that really good start to the group stage and go, oh, okay, actually, we're doing okay. This is fine. It's not tough from the beginning. They've got something now to work on. They've got a foundation built that they can just start climbing from there, because, yeah the teamwork was really nice for them. Doc with his nades. We finally saw a Doc nade come through. We were really missing that from him, and so it's really nice to see that maybe now we have just a better springboard for them.
But I do have a question now looking at APG. GS team, then this group, unfortunately for them, are we going to have a similar clash happening in military base? Is that going to keep going down? Because that was definitely hurtful. Jafar in particular was just a pain, a thorn in the side of this team. So are they going to commit to it once more, or are maybe GS team going to be looking for another option and finally give APG a little bit more breathing space?
I hope they give them breathing space. This is not the time to mess about, guys. Gauntlet, no one was getting eliminated, right? But the stakes are just so much more now in the group stage. You might go home completely, and even if you don't, is very few chance here you're actually going to go to top 3. So you've got to play your best game here.
Yep, top 3 is what's going to get you straight to the grand finals. Anything less is going to be a hard time. But let's go ahead and take it on to our first Erangel match to John Allen and Blake.
It is time for Erangel. We had a crazy close down from Falak in those final moments there for Inner Circle, and a lot of points earned for the teams now at the top of the tables, or at least 4 now, because there are plenty more matches left to play. 18 matches total in Group Green, and we will be in and on to the second of them right now.
Rondo is always this huge injection of points right at the start of the day. I mean, getting almost 30 points straight away is a massive deal, especially on your first match. Gives you a huge buffer to work with. And with the goal being top 3, getting those 30 points almost immediately is such a massive benefit for you going forward. So I think for Inner Circle, this will be a very pleasing result for them. We did get to see some other teams performing extremely well, quite like OG's position on the south side. Their transition didn't quite work out the way they wanted it to, unfortunately for them. Wolves also going down fairly early there, John, which was a little bit unideal. GS heading over towards Savannah. You got APG actually starting in Kameshki right now. And Team Secret stopping over towards Box Compound. D Plus was a little bit disappointing in the last game. I think it's pretty much the same roster, but weren't able to hold out Wolves as comfortably as possible. Alter Ego currently playing off against Papra Supermassive. We're just waiting back. But it'll be here soon. Don't worry. APG getting 15 points. Pretty decent. Pretty decent indeed.
same hot spot as they were before, but it is plenty dangerous. Rosemary looking for the spray downs. We'll be able to find it. Snape in the vehicle over the top, and they will be able to crash on in.
I mean, for Alter Ego, it was a fairly easy game for them last time around. I think that overall what they ran into was not the famous front flip, but was instead just a case of running out of gas. And they got third party so many times. There were quite a few teams over on that north side. The amount of teams that were able to come down was just significant.
Yeah, it's not always easy. It's not always easy. APG right now, fresh off a second place. We caught up with them on the stage.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. This time I'm joined by APG Doc. Doc, great start here to Group Green. What was the major change that you guys made from the Gauntlet to Group Green?
За, Doc. Өнөөдрийн тоглолтууд үнэхээр амжилттай эхэлж байна. Танай багийн хувьд Gauntlet stage-с Group Green рүү ямар хутуу өөрчлөлт гаргаж орж ирвэ?
Манай хувьд Gauntlet дээр гаргасан алдаануудаа хоорондоо сайн ярилцаад алдаануудаа засаад ингэж орж ирсэн. Алдаануудаа ер нь сайн зассан.
For our team, from the Gauntlet stage, we discussed about the mistakes that happened during that time, and we tried to focus on how to fix that. And that was the change at all.
Hopefully we'll see less drops. One thing we did see in this last match, you guys were given the circle. You were able to take advantage, but I need to go into circle 6 because you guys were doing a 3-1 split and the docketing happening. Sir, you were far away from your squad. Going into circle 7, what made you not want to return back to your squad?
За, саяны тоглолтын дээр танай багийн хувьд 6 дугаар тойрог дээр 3-1 гэсэн салалтай байсан бол 7 дугаар тойрог дээр танай баг руу очиход яагаад багтаага буцаж нийлээгүй вэ?
Ер нь хэрэгтэй байрал гэж үзсэн. Одоо 3-нэрээ харуулж байгаад хангалттай алчих байх гэж бодсон. Одоо ер нь алдаа болчлоо. Одоо чекэнд чадаагүй. Тийм л.
From my perspective, I thought it was the advantageous point in that circle. And that's what made me to not want to go back. And I wanted to have my 3-player Overwatch over. And I thought we could come over from that. But it was my mistake from that end.
Well, regardless, I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to be happening. Hopefully less of the docketing happening. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Thanks for that little insight there into APG. We are hopefully going to see them do a little bit more over the course of this Group Green that we saw from them in the Gauntlet stages. They do need to repair what's going on because it's it wasn't great over in the Gauntlet. Hopefully they can keep this one going because they've started off well. It's just a question of keeping that momentum.
I think for Doc to admit wrongdoing is a pretty huge marker in the APG timeline. That doesn't happen very often, if at all, in fact. So great news for APG. And again, I think it comes back to what we were talking about in the Gauntlet. It felt much more like 4 very, very good players playing separately as opposed to 4 insane players playing together. So hopefully we'll see more of that here. I think that Gauntlet was always meant to be a bit of an ego check anyway. And I think that, if anything, this is very useful to APG going forward. And they get more practice. I actually think that APG is one of the few teams that actually more practice on a global stage is going to be useful to them, because I think they're so used to just dominating in their own region that this is a good place to re-humble themselves.
Wolves with Gen G around the corner, trying to find the best place to take the fight. You can see Batten off in the distance, maybe a little bit too slow. The join, the opener, as Coops goes down and immediately is flushed. Finally, Batten able to stand up, find an off angle, and actually gets a flush in response. An answer is found, but they are clashing themselves with the Falcons. Moving over from that east side, you can see in the foothills of Everest, they're taking those shots up. And it is getting a bit mucky in the foothills of Everest on this northwest side circle. Seems to have calmed down slightly on the inside of this compound, though. I think Igor just wants to get out of here as safely as possible, but that might not be possible. Slams a reverse and an aid underneath him. Quick, able to detonate him from underneath. Sends him sky high, and that should be another flush coming through. Wolves most likely down to 2.
I think Wolves are struggling in a big way. We want, for them, this had to be top 3, but Group Green is unbelievably stacked in terms of players right now, John. I think the way the Wolves played in the gauntlet, they were sort of scraping by towards that top 7. And it's not the case here. They need to put a little bit more work in. I think it's the most unfortunate thing for Wolves right now is I think they're struggling to win in the 4v4s. And that is very, very unhelpful towards your end of point scoring, because I think if you want to start earning those big points, you need to be able to win 1 or 2 4v4s during the match. The most crucial one being that 10 to 15 minutes big fight to get you into a stronger position in that late game.
Ooh, okay. We thought it was character growth, but maybe not. He's just taken a knock to himself, crashed into a buggy. I imagine he got a shot sent his way, and it was the final tick of damage that was from slamming into that rock. The buggy rolling back in a circle, want to try and do it again, take down APG, but hang on a minute, who's that? Get out of there, Jafar. GS trying to rally on in. APG, they've already closed ranks. There's no way that he's getting away with that one. GS maybe want to continue this against Inner Circle, and they've actually found the opener to IQ. Ooh, big South Shift too.
Jafar was like some kind of tourist in that situation. Like, hi guys, wait, just so sorry, I didn't mean to be here. I apologize. But yeah, big shift on the circle. They're down towards that south side. Currently favors towards Tiamba, Reject. The 2 players from Wolves, I guess, but Tiamba currently taking a lot of damage. Goodness me, Bond, you are lucky on that one. But Tiamba now down to just 1 player in Milu across the way, and he goes down shortly afterwards. Has not been great for Tiamba, honestly.
No, certainly not this match. Able to take a really important position and stay alive as 4 blank. That's a really, really big boon for them. The question is, can they hold it? Because right now they're fairly split. They're 3-1. And the Falcons, they're already poking their noses in. Navallo looking to try and scout, and somehow he's evading all of those spray downs. The vehicle must be eating a lot of damage on that one. So you imagine the bonnet is smoking.
Varanik not able to quite hit those shots. I mean, for Falcons starting and Pachinki is actually a really good result for them, especially with the circle the way it was. I think they were sort of worried about this one heading towards that north side, in which case...
Khá là ổn ở bên cuộc đấy, nhưng ra đây chúng tôi chưa chắc các bạn đã làm được.
Yes, I think we have a lower experience than the other teams, but I think this is benefits us. It's in our advantage because the teams don't know how we're really going to play.
racing experience. Wow, racing maps await you. The new racing template is online. Create your racetrack gameplay. Navigate the forest racetrack. Unleash your racing passion. Surpass your opponents. Become the king of speed. Unlimited speed. Ignite your passion for speed. Play WoW now.
鸡爷保持一下吧。DK， 我觉得这个不用多说吧。DK。Hello， 大家好，我是 TT 战队的 King。大家好，我是 TT 战队的派利。
السلام عليكم معكم عبد الرحمن من فريق RIT سبورت المعرف ب ID 7
برستيج عبد الرحمن.
ابى احط مثلا تحطها خير.
忘了。
这玩意可以。
我好像不对吧？很多以往的比赛吧，他们确实打的都很好，都枪很硬，尤其是那个 Rosemary 嘛，所以我觉得排在第2，这个肯定是没毛病的。
لا والله حرام IC والله مفروض هناك.
لا DNG تحط IC.
IC اتوقع انه يعني المفروض اعلى الصراحه DNG توب 2.
有没有需要小小改动吗？那就选一个，你选2个吧。主要我第一次打不是很熟。猜拳输的先选一个，然后再猜拳输的，然后再选一个。比方说不好意思啊，不好意思，不是我愿意的啊，不好意思。剪刀石头布，你是不是心里想的也是这个？所以也是不太了解吧？对。
هذه توقعاتنا وامنياتنا نتمنى صراحه انه التيمات العربيه كلها توب 3.
希望大家都可以好好加油，狠狠的打我的脸，好不好
فنشوفكم الفاينل يا جماعه.
拜拜，拜拜拜拜。
ерөнхийдөө чадхаараа сайн хичээгээд орноо.
وصلني ضغط اعلامي كثير، الجمهور، الناس صار يقولوا لي وقف اللعبه، خلاص انت لاعب منتهي.
وانه خلاص صراحته ما عنده مجال يقدم اكثر.
دخلت لفريق QF وكنا المرشح الاول لBNB اوروبا، وكل الناس كانت تدري ان هذا الفريق داخل يفوز، وفعلا كنت اشوف حلمي قدامي بان احنا افضل فريق بالشرق الاوسط وباوروبا ايضا، لين مزحه واحده وقفتني سنه كامله عن الايسبورت.
الصلابه مو بس انك تقوم، الصلابه انك تقوم عشان غيرك.
وهذا هو لازم حمزه يتحمل غلطه.
وما كان يعني مبرر ان انا اقول هالكلام كان للاعب هذا، يعني انا فعلا كلامي كان مهين.
اليوم كلمه باند معناتها ان انت خلاص انتهيت، اوت، يعني هي تكسر اللي ما يتكسر.
بديت اشوف نور بسيط جدا في هذا الظلام. سنة باند موضوع جدا مؤلم كان، وما كنت متقبل او مستوعب الفكرة اللي صارت، وهذا مو سبب وجهني انا اوقف اللعبة، انا لازم اكمل. خلص الباند سنة كاملة كنت اشتغل واتدرب، جاء الوقت اللي انا يكون عندي حصاد للتعب اللي انا تعبته بالسنة كاملة.
انا حاسه انه للحين طفل حتى جاء الموقف الصعب.
كنا بالرياض مسوين بوت كامب عشان نلعب بيمسل 2025، كانت تأهل لكأس العالم. أن الوالد بالمستشفى، أخوي أرسل مسج بالجروب إنه يلا عشان بروح المستشفى عند أبوي، ودريت بالصدفة واتصلت للوالد قلت له أنا راح أرجع الكويت. كنت مشتت كثير، كان عقلي بالكويت وجسمي بالرياض، مستواي نزل بشكل كبير.
قال لا بجي وأصر علي، قلت لا تجي يا أبوي، أنا أبيك ساتان مو ضعيف، أبيك ساتان القوي.
سبحان الله، رب الضارة النافعة، الوالد رجع الحمد لله، رجعت له صحته، وكان هذا دافع لي بأن أنا ما استسلمت، بالعكس طورت من نفسي. بعدين جاء الوقت اللي أنا حسيت أنه لازم أقدم أفضل ما عندي. PMSL سيزون 2 2025.
هكذا يكتب المجد، هذا ساتان ويبحث عن المجد والانتصارات.
كأن الله كان مخبي لي شيء أعظم بكثير من الأشياء اللي أنا مريت فيها.
من هو الMVP بقصة ساتان؟
أبوي.
والله يا حمزة يا ابني، يعني اعتمدت على الله ثم عليك للأمانة. أول شغلة يعني كنت أعتبرك طفل، جربتك بالمستشفى قلت لي جاييك يا أبوي، قلت لك لا تجي، حسيتك أنك وقفت مع أخوانك يعرشون بالبيت كأني موجود ورجل.
إذا بترجع لبدايتي، يعني لولا الله ثم دعمك وأنك سمحت لي ما كان كملت أنا بهالمجال. في كثير ناس أبهاتهم منعوهم من أنهم يكملوا وما وصلوا للي أنا وصلت. النعم اللي كثير كنا عايشين فيها فضل الله ثم فضلك، هذا يعني أنا لو سويت آلاف الأشياء نفس هذه مستحيل أرد 1% من يعني الحياة اللي أنت عيشتنا إياها أو من مواقفك معانا، سواء أنا ولا إخواني.
الحين PUBG صارت يعني عالميا، والله صرت أفتخر فيك، يعني لا جبت لي كأس العالم أوه هذه هني ولا أحلى منها. الله يوفقك والله يرضى عليك.
الصلابة مو بس انك تقوم، الصلابة انك تقوم عشان غيرك.
2G.
IHCD plus PR!
Group Green at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. Today, ladies and gentlemen, teams will be looking to keep their PMGC dreams alive. And also, we have teams trying to secure a ticket to the grand finals. As I have Inner Circle here, Naki, you know what? Since IQ decided to bump me, I do have a question for you. Yesterday, you started off the day in second place. Today, you are 9 points away from third place. You did have a hot drop yesterday that I felt like set the momentum for the rest of the day in Rondo. Are you guys looking to change that and not hot drop Falcons?
Speaking of yesterday, we had something in our mind that didn't go as planned because if you saw the yesterday matches, there were two plane paths in Rondo. One was going from up to the bottom, and other one was a little bit the side one, and that turned out to be a little bit of disadvantage for us because when the teams already landed, and they took guns before we landed, it shot us in air.
Well, yeah, I guess so. Are you guys gonna be looking to change that hopefully today?
Yeah. Today our plan is no one's listening. Our plan today is to one of us will be in a edge of the map to recall us, and 3 of us will fight.
All right, well, I'm hoping that's going to be the case. Thank you so much, and best of luck. I'm hoping you guys end up being in the top 3. Now, for that squad, they need to make sure they adjust their gameplay too, because a lot of teams are going to be riskier. And Osal, before you go and get ready, I do have some questions for you. Come over here with me, because day 1, it felt like the sleeping champions. Day 2, it felt like 2024 PMGC champions for D plus Kia. What was the biggest change that you guys were able to do from day 1 to day 2?
Nothing special, but first day we have like a personal problem and then a decision problem. Yeah, so and then but second days we solved that problem, so that's why we got good points, and we will be in top 3 at the end of the day.
I'm hoping that's going to be the case. Kamsahamnida, best of luck today, because for this squad, I mean, this squad definitely needs to perform if they want to make it to the grand finals. They are the defending champions. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, the top 3 go to the finals. 8 teams are going to be going to last chance, and the bottom 5 are going home. Let's see who's going to be going to the finals, who'll be going home, and who'll be going to last chance today.
I love that energy right at the start. That's right, PUBG Mobile fans. This is it. The final day for Group Green. No more excuses, no more messing around. At the end of these 6 matches, 5 teams are going home. I'm your host, Hot Jukes, here with Max Man and Neptura. Max, how hype are you for today?
Yes! Okay. Yeah! Was that enough? Is that hyping up? No, I am genuinely so freaking excited, Hot Jukes, because as you said it, right? 3 teams here. Seven also mentioned it during that interview. Going straight into the finals, but for the first time today in PMGC, we're going to be saying goodbye to 5 teams, and that's going to be rough. Some dreams are going to be shattered. So if you're at the bottom, better start initiating that comeback. You don't have a lot of time left to go.
You don't. That is for sure. Neptura, right? You can see the schedule right here. The final day for Group Green, and then we're going into Group Red. But I'll tell you what, man, Group Green has been a blast to watch so far.
Oh, it has. It's been so much fun. I mean, the days have felt so short just because how much action we're seeing from all of these teams. And, you know, we've been talking about it over the last few days, right? But it's not going to stop today of just every single team feels like they're bringing their absolute best. There is no chance for mistakes, no chance to mess up in any of these games because there's always a team ready to take advantage of that. And I love seeing that competitiveness in all of these teams.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to see the overalls right now because that's what I definitely want to take a look at, Max, man. And when it comes to the overall rankings, right, there's two pieces that we got to really look at, right? Obviously, the top of the leaderboards because we got those 3 teams going to the grand finals, and that bottom of the leaderboards where those bottom 5 teams need to go crazy. Looking at the top, right, we got obviously GOAT and D+ that are going to be right there in that spot, right? So how do you feel about their chances going to the grand finals today, Max?
I mean, Osala was looking very confident in Hodgix in an interview. He's like, yeah, we're going to make it top 3, lads. No doubt in our minds. And that's the D+ that I know, right? That we saw perform, just destroy the lobby back in PMGC 2024 grand finals last year. But GOAT really true contenders here, Neptura. GOAT really, of course, going back in how they played in CSA, very impressive stuff. I was like, in globals, it's such a big level up. I don't rate GOAT team that highly, but no, they're really just popping off big time. Currently in 4th position, tied alongside D+. May be able to make history here for their squad and actually make it to a PMGC grand finals. That would be huge.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how GOAT are actually going to sort of adapt to what DK has been able to achieve yesterday, right? They've got that momentum building. You know, they're looking very confident. They're saying we're going to be top 3, and GOAT have done super well, as you said, but how are they going to react to DK's threat now? Because especially on a wrangle, they go very, very close to each other. D+ typically go school and GOAT go Pachinki. So I'm wondering, Max, if we're maybe going to see a little bit of targeting coming in the early stages just to make sure for GOAT that D+ don't do what they want to do.
I mean, you have recall towers, right? If there's any point in time where you want to try and target a team with very small amount of risk, it would be Rondo. Just go for the 3-1 split that we saw, for example, Noki mentioned that he might try and do in their hot drop happening versus Falcons in Neox Factory itself. Could be happening, but here are the leaderboards. And again, the tie between GOAT, D+ Kia is going to be an issue. But going in the middle of the pack, still anyone here, Hodgix, can realistically climb back up into top 3. So APG, Alter Ego, GOAT, better be careful because they're going to be chased down big time today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think that if any team sees one of these squads and once they get that elimination and realize who they are, I think they're going to go above and beyond to make sure they take them out. Because at this point, like any kind of friendliness, you know, it's over, right? Because it's all about trying to get that ticket straight to the finals. You want to avoid that survival stage as much as you possibly can. So for now, I think we definitely got to take a look at the top because that ticket is going to be super important. And you can see the different stats between GOAT and D+ right here. They are currently tied. I think they really cannot wait to get going, though. D+ took a couple games to get warmed up, but once they got warmed up, they were making it happen yesterday, Max.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Once they were getting in the swing of things after day 1, they were able to just perform so damn consistently on their second day. Look at that, 64 eliminations in 1 day, Neptura. That's absolute madness from this team. I think you said it also while we were talking before the show started. Normally, Nolbul's the standout player, but Chips, what a day yesterday. He was on fire.
He was on fire indeed, and I just love seeing that kind of consistency come through. Consistency that I want to actually very much pay attention to here. We have the head-to-head from Nolbul and Rosemary, right? We have some incredible stats from them, but I want to focus on the points contribution. These two are MVPs, 24.9% to 23%. It means that even though they are the standout players, they're still contributing the exact amount they need to, which means every single other player is also stepping up, also putting in their 25% roughly, right? So it means that across the board, both of these teams super consistent individually. Everybody's pulling their weight, and that's what's making them so good here in the group green stage.
Wait, before we go on anything else, did I see he has a 16+ minute average survival time, and he has a 2 elimination average? Like, the guy's alive a very small amount of the game compared to other people, and he's just popping off, Hodgix. That Rosemary, that was a great day. Day 2 was his day.
Rosemary was going crazy yesterday, you know, and teams that didn't go as crazy, right, but definitely put up some points was Loops versus GS, right? These are the two teams right there on that cutoff stage, right? So in my opinion, Max, we talked about this during the gauntlet, and I think it still applies here. In my eyes, we got 5 matches today, okay? I'm not gonna lie. We got 6 total, right? But that last game is always wild, right? Because there's going to be some teams that know they're going home, and it's just not going to be a traditional map of Miramar. I mean, in the gauntlet stage, the final day, I think we had like 20 players after Circle 5, right? So I hope the teams watch the gauntlet and realize that, you know what, we cannot mess about. We definitely don't want to be waiting till the last game, right?
I mean, I remember what you were saying during the gauntlet in the last game is like, we're not going to have any changes. That was our top 7, right? And that did end up being the case. So I would agree. You have 5 games, and then the last game is just going to be so hectic, so weird, so all over the place that it's really maybe not going to have a huge impact. But I'm still hoping one day Hotrix will see a team be desperate enough in that last game to try and make that jump up the leaderboards in that final match.
Yep, well, they're going to be putting on some points, of course, on the Infinix GT30 series, the official gaming phone of PMGC 2025. Engineered for precision, performance, and victory, empowering every gamer to hashtag be the one and hashtag outplay the rest on the global stage. Man, I'll tell you what, I'm so stoked for these games because things are going to heat up big here, Neptura. Now, we're going to go into Rondo, okay? For those of you guys that could be tuning in here for the first day, Sandhawk is over. It's all about Rondo. Look at the message boards. By the way, guys, make sure you go comment, hit those QR codes, and be a part of the conversation. Hopefully you can see some of your names up here on the board. And I see OG, right? They have had a whole bunch of support here, Neptura, but they are in that danger zone today.
They are in the danger zone, but not by much. If that win proves anything, it proves that they can do it. They are able to take advantage of zones and do what they do best. So I'm really, really hoping against hope here that they come back stronger today. It's the last day. They have nothing to lose. Just relax. Just go for it, Max.
I mean, I'm seeing also Truce with his comment there on the board. Go follow Truce, by the way. Amazing PMGC content. If you want to stay up to date with everything, the guy definitely deserves a shout out. He does great stuff out there. So good guy in the community. GG's.
Let's go.
That's it. That's my shout out.
I love it. I love it, right? And hey, you can maybe get a shout out too, right? So make sure you're a part of that conversation, guys. You know, put your word in for sure, because these players are going to need it. Keep it positive, man. I'll tell you what, these guys have worked all year long just to be able to get here. The pressure is through the roof right now, right? Especially for those teams on that bottom 5. They need all of your energy to be able to pull it out here. Because like I said, 5 games in my eyes to really put up those points. But back to what we were talking about earlier, Max. Rondo, okay? Sanok is gone. Rondo is here. Yesterday, we saw some of the most crazy Rondo plays I think we've seen all year.
I mean, Neox Factory was such an oddity, right? The hot drop happening between that certain Pakistani team that I shall not mention and the side, of course, of... There was Loopsy even at some point, right? And then Falcons going into it. Very odd. I do like what Noki said. Of course, they're going to try and fix it here, Niptura, with that 3-1 split, which I think is definitely a big improvement. But are we going to see 3 teams in Neox once more? And are we going to have a double plane that was clearly an issue yesterday? If we have another double plane, whew, this Rondo is going to be hectic.
Yeah, it is. I don't hate the idea of a hot drop on Neox as long as you don't go in full squad, because I think none of the teams at this point, the way the leaderboards look, looking so close, I don't think they can afford to have that, potential risk of just going out completely, as we saw IC do yesterday. So I personally don't hate it, but they just have to be careful. You got to play it smart. Hot drop in on Rondo is fine. Just play it smart. Just do the 1-3 recall strat. You'll be fine.
Yeah, make sure you have at least that one person to get that recall going, because for those of you guys that missed yesterday, the Falcons, IC, they hot drop. Falcons ended up getting 7 eliminations off the rip here, and that really helped them out because they're currently sitting in 9th place today. They got a little bit of a point buffer, but not enough to feel comfortable, right, Max?
Exactly. I mean, the thing about Falcons, right, is that now we know they're at their strongest when they're only 1 player alive. It happened with Narvalo. It was Ralph on the Miramar. Hey, maybe that's why they're taking a hot drop, Niptra. Maybe the strat is we lose 3 players. We just play as a solo from the start until the end, and we get like 30 eliminations. That's when they're at their peak.
Maybe. Hey, look, it's just memes, but honestly, anything goes at this point, right? Because they're just on the cusp of that bottom 5. So anything goes. It's the last day again. I think that's kind of the message to any of the teams kind of 10th and below is just like literally relax. Either you do it or you don't at this point. You've got 6 more games. Just relax, play your game, and it most likely will be fine because time and time again we see what can happen when a team just finally goes, hey, you know what, we've done our best, let's just play our game now. And often it works so well.
All I want really is to have a similar rondo to yesterday, Hot Jukes, because it was absolute cinema. The EMP zone, the double planes, the hot drop in Neox. We had that clutch recall from Divine on Reject, by the way, which if we want Reject to be out of the bottom 5, we've got to see something similar there and trying to avoid GS Team and Jadina City, but so many things happening. Rondo is slowly but surely becoming my favorite map in PUBG Mobile Esports because there's so much depth to this Battlegrounds, and I'm really hoping to see the teams get even better as time goes on this Battleground.
Yeah, one thing that you were talking about yesterday, real quick though, Max, right, was how GS is landing in Jadina City, and they have it for free because Geekay isn't here, right? So since they have that drop, right, how big do you think it is for them to be able to put up a big rondo here in this game?
I mean, it's an edge position, right, Niptura? So I would say it's good to have it for free, you don't have to fight for it, but I don't think it's like game-changing altogether, right?
No, I think because the only thing I will say is that it gives you a lot of options because of how big the map is that it really gives you an opportunity to get really big, long wraparound rotations to avoid teams. So if you are our team that wants to do that, it's probably a better position.
All right, well, let's see if they can put that position to use, guys. Last day for Group Green. Let's see which team's going to get that chicken dinner on match number 1 with John Allen and Blake.
We are getting into Rondo, of course. Those recall beacons are up, live and kicking for the last time, potentially for some of our teams. Well, definitely for 5 of our teams here in Group Green. And they will be pulling every trick out of the hat. Hopefully, they'll be able to come up with something miraculous, but we'll have to wait and see. One plane this time around, Blank. We're keeping it simple.
Yeah, over towards the north side as well. So it's nice and easy for a lot of our squad. But like you say, the last day now of Group Green, the final chance to get in towards that top 3. And you're right, it will be time to pull out all the rabbits out the hat here, because honestly, for some of these squads, they really do need something special today to get in towards that top 3 or stay out of the bottom 5. I think that is a big thing we have to consider here, is that unlike the Gauntlet stage, someone's going home, and not just someone, 5 teams. It is a lot of players that will be cutting out here, going through as we get further and further into PMGC. We've got Group Red coming up shortly as well. You know, the action never ends here over at PMGC. But first of all, we've got to conclude Group Green.
Absolutely. Looks like we're going to be kicking off, though, with a hot drop already on the cards as the sprays start to fly. It's APG. Falcons set up in the middle. I think there's another team, Team Secret. All 3 of them playing around the test track right now. Really is anything goes to see if the Falcons can profit in the same way they did off yesterday's hot drop. They're able to get quite a few points going out. Like they are 1 for 1, but they do get that flush confirmed. And Koa may be resible here. Doc not quite with the angle to stop that one going through. We've got Reject and Gen G also on a hot drop flank. Reject looking to try and win it. Jakey around the corner against APG. Zyol, though, turns it, slaps him down with a machete as well, and gets the flush point on. Remember, these recalls still exist, and Team Secret immediately pulling one player back into the fold. Gen G not so lucky. Looks like 9Z also still have a player down, but we're not expecting those to stay down for too long. They can get straight back up. Falak, hang on a minute. I see it here as well. I didn't even see them, but they're in for the play, and IQ's able to find Zyol and get the flash.
Yeah, unfortunate for Zolya. He actually got a full reset on the kit. I think he finished that fight with Team Secret there with 1 bullet left remaining in the magazine. Was able to get himself an S12K and a bunch of other stuff in the meantime, but not enough to keep them going. The Falcons, though, they're also playing this position. This is very different for Alpha Gaming as well. Usually they play a little bit more of a split across the map. In this game, they're slightly more aggressive, trying to get more points on board. I think they understand that, you know, they want to get ahead. I think right now they are far enough ahead that with maybe 2 games at 10 points, they sort of secure themselves in that top 3 with the way teams are chasing, because it's a lot of profit multiple teams have to make. Because if Alter Ego and GOAT catch up to them, it doesn't really matter all that much. They would have to have Alter Ego, GOAT, DK, as well as Inner Circle all doing extremely well to knock APG out. So we can kind of stop talking about APG for the time being. We're more focused over towards D+. Seven made a hilarious video yesterday where D+, you know, trying to bulldoze their way back in towards that top 3. The teams are trying to hold them out for the time being, but they're doing a good job and tied now with GOAT in 3rd.
Oh, Koa is betrayed against Falak. I barely even saw a sliver of him, but Koa saw enough. And he gets the flush as well. That is nasty coming through from Koa. I mean, Falak's got to feel pretty bad about that one. But he should be able to get the res. Again, that recall is going to be such a major factor moving forward into PUBG Mobile in the ecosystems that we see. You can see immediately Falak is recalled. They have that outpost on lockdown.
Yeah, it's one of the situations where you're screaming desync, but you're in the same room. So it's hard to complain about that. But yeah, that was... I don't really know how that happened. It's definitely a case of Reg on our screen. Probably looked very different for the players. But either way, reaction speed of a small mongoose.
Small is important there, because they're the more timid ones, which means they need to react quicker. You know, they're more in danger. But Redox right now, looks like he was a bit of a bigger mongoose on that one, and he will go down to IC. 3 elims found for Tianba, 4 for IC. Blank. This is big starts for these 2 teams.
I mean, Inner Circle's doing fairly well at the moment to hold off versus multiple teams. The only worrying thing right now for me is that this is the same approach Inner Circle took yesterday, which is why I don't really think they have an outpost here. So they are fully committed to this position on the map. There's Alter Ego taking shots down towards this way. You also have Falcons, Alpha Gaming, Loops, Team Secret on the outside. It's very rough. So Inner Circle has to have a much more confident and consistent finish here over towards Neox if they want to continue forward. Already finding 5 elims though is fantastic work for them.
It's a real boon to their tallies, but you can see players are getting back up thick and fast. We've had quite a few elims coming on through already. But for now, everybody, yeah, you could just see the streakers pouring onto the tables. Gen G, the only team to have stuck with 3 for the time being, but they're right on top of a recall beacon, and that one's coming in 3, 2, 1. No, not quite. Okay, they haven't managed to hop out of the vehicle just yet, but they are going for it. All the way down south near Lampo, and there it goes. Satan's back in the mix. Still sticking onto Neox Factory, onto the rooftops. Doc doesn't want to give up the ghost just yet. There is that recall beacon right in the middle of things, but that's much more dangerous than the rest of them.
I mean, for Alpha Gaming, this is a very different approach that they're taking at the moment. It makes things very messy for Inner Circle as well, where they thought they would be taking the fight purely with the Falcons. Alpha Gaming getting involved on this does create a slight problem. This should be an easy shot to make for Doc at least, and he will pick up the first knock there and the flush off the back of it. And now Noki's locked in. Right, it's very hard for him to move from that location, and this nade looks pretty decent.
Oh, does get repositioned away from though. Noki maybe looking for loot, maybe spotted it coming. We'll never know. Either way, doesn't take damage from it. Adding a 6th elim, well, that would be pretty great. You'd love to see it. And they can control that recall as well, which means they can get their player back in nice and early, nice and quickly. Right on top of them as well. The EMP zone flaring out in the meantime. Over towards Wolves. This is on the sort of south side of the center of this circle. With the EMP coming on in. It is not ideal to be in there. It's not the end of the world, but can cause some uncomfortable situations like we saw yesterday, Blank, with the EMP forcing a fight where maybe it wasn't necessary.
Yeah. It's nice to see Coops on the Abacam as well. That thing is absolute laser beam at the moment. Don't get to see a lot of players who are on board though. Fabro Supermassive. There's a lot of hope for this team, but it's coming a little too late on their side of things right now at 78 points. I think regardless, though, from yesterday's performance, especially Kamikaze, they have proven themselves once again to be quite a strong squad overall. So I think most fans of this team can be quite happy. Again, I imagine last chance is going to be very difficult for them, but it doesn't look hopeless going into it.
It's a glimmer, maybe, of hope. There are still qualification spots, and someone has to qualify from that last chance stage, right? At least one team is going to get there. Hopefully more. Circle pops in as the EMP zone fades on the fight. Gen.G on that east side, but it's Goat in the middle there. D+ as well now moving in on that north edge, moving down from Stadium. Seeing what they can find. It's now when teams are going to start to get stuck into situations where they can't go for these recalls. And I'm surprised that Inner Circle hasn't dropped that recall just yet. And in fact, have headed all the way out west to go for it. They are now starting to get it on board. But for Tiamba, they might not be able to be quite as accessible to it.
Yeah, it's a pretty unnecessary fight coming through from Inner Circle over on that eastern side, and especially with things being thrown into the mix, especially in Neox factory around test track. That is a very tumultuous area of the map where anything can happen. You're kind of concerned about Inner Circle continuing to drop there, especially on top of Falcons. There's plenty of other positions that are playable, and I think Inner Circle does thrive towards those end games. So why risk the full 4-man squad wipe at the beginning of the game? It's a little bit confusing.
Yeah, it's not favorable, but not Valo. I mean, we know what he likes to do on his own in a single building, right? There's no way you're getting in there. You need at least 5 players, I'm pretty sure, to be able to take him down like that. Just the one's not going to cut it. No mustard was cut. Gen.G against Papa Supermassive, who have had some stellar plays, but still in the middle of those tables, they want to try and breach forwards. A little assist coming on through, and a lovely shot around the corner from Nico. They're finding more. Can't vault out there. I think there's an off angle to deal with, and a teammate to get rezzed up because GS are taking shots. They've got a lot of angles on this surround, so you need to be careful.
GS looked like a pretty tough team in terms of qualification. Like, they didn't look like they were getting anywhere close to it. I think the past couple of days, I think they've really improved, like, a lot. So I think no matter what happens to GS here, like, they'd be proud of the performance. They still have a little ways to go to get out from that bottom 5. Loops is definitely in danger, as is 9ZG. I think Falcons is slightly more safe, but if they continue on this trajectory where, you know, the 4v4s are just not great, even the 1v1s aren't great from the Falcons at the moment, then it's likely to go downhill. Nice shot from Lost, but now he's just providing information from on top of the rooftop.
The rest of Papa Supermassive not really in a place to assist right now, nowhere near. And they do need to just keep themselves going. I mean, Lost, might be rezzable here. If Nico drops another smoke, keeps the cover going. But perhaps you just want to keep your wits about you. That nade doesn't even find it. Ooh, right in the smoke. Maybe they think they've cleared that corner. Drops another one around the edge. That does tag damage, so they know that they're in that courtyard. The reses have come through from GS as well. It should be just finishing on the res, but it's not going to be Nico to face them now. On a sliver of HP, it's just Lost, and he will not find it. You can see them on the east side there, just completely separated from Trombi and Kamikaze. They were isolated out to that west, and GS, well, they launch that opportunity, but they get the recall for Papa Supermassive very, very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the entire time, they've been sending out to a close-by recall position to get the rest of the players back up again. But for GS, well done. Very, very well done. That's versus a very, very difficult team to play against. And getting that full squad wipe is great. You know, taking the information gain that they grabbed off of those nades and then easily determining where the players are, even pre-spraying the smoke as well. I really enjoyed that fight. I think that was very nice from GS.
Well orchestrated. Gen.G trying to orchestrate their approach, but the Wolves have been outposted here for quite a while, Blank. They're fairly firmly entrenched. Team's starting to have their hopes of getting recalls dwindle right now. And that's probably most brutal for both Tiamba and for the Falcons, right? One player alive. Falcons very, very central with their last player. But that's where they like to be. The analyst was talking about it before. Tiamba, though, a little bit more out in the open as Narvalo has the nades. Let's see what he can do in this shack.
It is interesting looking at the way that Alter Ego and Alpha Gaming are currently playing at the moment. Oh my god. Oh my god.
What?
Okay, that's a horrendous spray down over towards Inner Circle. I think two players are reswood. Depends on if someone wants to crash them or not. Either way, what I was saying about Alpha Gaming and Alter Ego is they're both playing very slow on the outside edge. And this sort of makes sense to me because realistically, Rondo is one of the best trampolines when it comes to accelerating your point scoring at the start of the day. And a lot of times that can be the make or break between getting in towards a top spot. Now, for Alter Ego and Alpha Gaming, what they're more concerned with this game is basically keeping other teams down. Right, so they're playing very much on the outside edge. They're not looking for central positions. They just want to make this game as scarce as possible for other squads. They don't want to get too aggressive here. They're just looking to injure, to cause casualties and slow this game down to a crawl, which makes complete sense to me.
Ooh, Inner Circle really suffering here. Reject have great angles towards them. They're just getting knocked and re-knocked repeatedly. And they're chasing for that third place bubble, Blank. I mean, look at the score lines right now. You got third place at 97. They're on 91 right now. They earned 5 points right at the start of the match. They were feeling themselves, but they're really crunched in here. It is nasty on that western side. A lot of teams very, very close by to one another. A little bit more free and easy on that eastern side, but still no walk in the park. The circle keeps that crunch in the middle too, and Reject are going to further commit down towards that area. As players starting to fall out now, recalls become almost impossible for most of our teams at this stage. APG wanting to get Ziol back up. They are staying completely together here, but Gen G going to try and split them up. Quick, up onto the tree. Dami on the high ground. A lovely nade comes through from Reefus. It finds him around the trunk of the tree. There is a trade still, and Ziol is flushed. But can there be retribution? Can APG find their feet here and stay up in that first place spot? Because Satan's already found Doc. Wolves might chime in as well. Look at that flex out.
Slightly whiff nade there coming through from Reefus. Reject with Regiocio will pick up one of those elims. Looks like Alpha Gaming is more than likely to go down here on the outside edge on the south side. Again, you're just trying to make sure this game is as stagnant as possible. And for teams that really want to climb up, they're likely looking for a central position anyway. So you are just gifting points across the teams that aren't really all that influential on the lobby. I mean, the Wolves are currently on 79 points, but these eliminations are getting passed around very equally right now. It's a much slower Rondo than what we're used to. But again, I think at an international lobby, this makes a lot of sense. And I wouldn't be surprised seeing this type of meta start to develop in personal regions, right? You know, where on that final day, Rondo's a lot quieter because you don't want to be giving away those massive chicken dinner games.
I mean, yeah, we saw yesterday as well a lot of big starts and then not going too much further. There were a lot of 8-9 elimination teams that were down early into the game, right? That were completely flushed out. And seems like this time around, as you say, it's kind of level pegging for a lot of these teams. APG, the major profiteers right now on this game with 6 elims, but that will be changing as teams continue to move on forwards. Inner Circle have managed to patch themselves back up, Blank. In the meantime, whilst all of that chaos unfolded on the south side circle, they've patched themselves up to 3 players alive. They've got control of their building. Reject flexed a little bit further away, and now they're regrouping out, which has alleviated some of that pressure. In the meantime, though, Alter Ego fighting for the podium spot with D+, Blank.
Yeah, who have now passed GOAT as well. Third place for D+. Now looking to go a little bit further. Nolbu with nade outside. A lot of damage over towards Krypton. Goes extremely low. Snape looks to cut the corner, but it's not meant to be, as Nolbu will make the big run out. Finds 2, but loops are coming.
They're right over the hill, and they will ride straight into the fight here, Blank. D+ now gonna have a tough time defending on 2 fronts, but with just Snape remaining, they may have handled Alter Ego fast enough. He will be a fly in the ointment to the hold against Loops. but that's the shot that they were looking for, the opener towards D+. Snake will fall, so Alter Ego in second place will go down. D+, 1 point behind them now. In just one elimination, they could draw neck and neck. We'll see if they're able to do it. Loops maybe the team to deliver them that point that they need. They're very isolated from everybody else on this northern side.
Osal will bleed out there. So it's a 2v4. Chips got a huge amount of work done yesterday. Now looking to go even further for D+ and secure that position in second place. It's been a big rise from D+ over the last few days. In the meantime, Wolves are looking a little bit slicker today, though I will wait and see, because anything can happen with that team. We've seen them go from strength to very low lows. For the Wolves, not convinced yet.
Ooh, a couple of shots coming on through. Look at that picture-in-picture. Wolves having a tough time against Team Secret. Okay, that's not the team I thought I would be saying there in that sentence. But they've still got a Wolf on the prowl on that picture-in-picture. I'm taking a look at it. Looks like they will be able to do so much work on the top side. They take down Team Secret, but in come OG on that fight. The Wolves are flushed away. In the meantime, we're back on board now with the main picture here with Luke. And they are still going head-to-head, toe-to-toe. Blow for blow with D+. As the nade pushes Fabian out the back. Chips is still on the inside. Ratto Boy looks for the challenge, but he will not be able to find it. Step into the blue too long. You're going to go down. The point that they need is right there. Will he step out? Will he get too bold with it? Nobody's going to launch them over the top. Blank. They're up into second place over Alter Ego. Can they keep it going?
I mean, this is incredible. The fact that these two players make it happen. Fabian has been in the scene for a very long time, and he knows how to keep his nerve here. Luke's final player up the stairs. Chips looking to finish him off. We'll just have to ascend this one. No, he's in the corner. I will get it done. A 2v4 from D+ to secure second place is insane.
How much further can they go? There's not too many people on this northern side. They don't have the meds. I'd be surprised if they even make it out of this blue zone, Blank. I feel like for Chips, he's just trying to find a first aid right now to heal himself in, because there is a long way to go. There's about 200 to 300 meters to dash across, and that's if he makes a beeline with no caution thrown towards cover. This is nasty for D+, but they've got 9 elims already, Blank. And this, as you said before, is a great result to get up into second place, away from GOAT, away from Inner Circle. Inner Circle quite likely to go a lot further, though. So it could still be a worry.
Jammer Pack, pick it up. Put it on. Right now. Thank you.
Oh, okay. It's not going to last too long, though.
That's a clutch Jammer Pack.
For sure.
I love it when you go for the first aid kit. He's like, wait. That's actually going to save. That's fine. That's good. Okay, so Gemma Pack will get D+ even further into this match. All right, I love to see it. Apparently, we saw a cover flare not come through, which I can only imagine came from around this area. Not sure if it was from OG or the Wolves or Team Secret, but either way, cool to see. In an international tournament, someone getting crushed by the mighty Dorito. For OG, they cleared out rejects. It's good, right? 13th place, but 7 elims at the start of the day here is very, very nice for OG. It looks better. I think the most concerning thing is that Wolves were losing the fight to Team Secret. And I think it's fair to say that Team Secret has the worst firepower in the lobby right now. That is definitely concerning for Wolves. They did hold a stronger position than them, and they were pushing into, but since everyone else that Team Secret has played against they've just fallen over. It is concerning for Wolves.
It's not ideal. They did get a couple of points on this match. They did get 7 elims, Blank, so it's not all doom and gloom for them, but they did want to stay stronger into that fight. With OG rolling in, though, I mean, it's a pretty tough task. OG isolated on the outside. A team that is definitely not isolated on the outside, though, is Papra Supermassive, but we have to talk about them in a minute, because GOAT are crashing onto Narvalo, and this is basically an even match. He's got a building to play around, Blank. We'll see if they're able to do it this time around, see if they can get rid of him. He's locked in, but it's going to be the assist coming on from his enemy team. His opponents are doing the work for him. They step in, and this guy just can't be taken out of a building. You just can't do it. From across the way, Papra Supermassive have to get a little bit naughty, but that was floundering on the approach coming through from GOAT.
Oh, I guess he wants to get the elims, but it's so greedy. Are you seeing the team pushing onto you, getting blasted? Like, you miss out on a placement point from the back of that as well. So yeah, it's a bit annoying. I think he realized that moment in time. I think he just thought to himself, you know what, I'm just going to try and get some elims. Sick of playing as a solo for my own squad. I'm going to go out in a blaze of glory. For 9ZG, this is a very important game. It's 10th place in the lobby. 69 points right now. If they can get themselves a little bit further, you know, get towards the middle of the pack, they do separate themselves away from some of the others chasing. That includes Loops, who are in a lot of danger right now, especially versus OG, who look to move themselves out from the bottom 5.
That is the name of the game. They're stretching out towards the north. Maxman in our chat is highlighting as well that cover flares here are going to be really important given the flatness of this terrain. He's going to be looking out for any more, well, first of all, any more emergency flare knocks, but also using that cover effectively. So I'm sure we'll get the Maxman breakdown of the D4s littering the battlefield over on the analyst desk, but it has to happen first. That's what we're here for. Goat's trying to go for another crash, another roll up to the pagoda out in the open. And I see not able to control that, not quite finding the spray down with IQ on that rooftop.
Yeah, I mean, you would have hoped for a little bit more damage there coming through from Inner Circle, but the fact they've got themselves up towards top 6 is already quite useful. I think the main two teams to look at here is Go as well as Inner Circle, both chasing for that second and third spot, and it's really not that much of a stretch that they need to go. They might even just find it off the back of placement points here, but this is a fearsome fight between DK, El Alter Ego, Go, and Inner Circle for the top 3.
Absolutely is. Although at the moment, Blank, it shouldn't be on their minds about getting into the top 3 now. It should be about maximizing point gain in this match, right? It's great that you can get into top 3, but if you're making a play like, oh, let's just get a couple of points so that we can be in top 3, sure, it's a nice, warm, fuzzy feeling, but you might have given up the opportunity to get 7, 8, 9 points on the game, where that would be a lot more comfortable moving into the future. A hard Northwest shift does assist both of these teams, but unfortunately, Papra Supermassive have started to play the game here, Blank, and now just one player left on Inner Circle.
I think Papra Supermassive done a great job to sustain in this match. Lost will take down Falak. The big man from the squad in the circle now just down to 1 in T24, who has been fantastic when it comes to the shots, but it's not enough versus 4 teams. I think for Inner Circle, for them, you know, they're trying to get up towards the top side of the lobby. Sadly, though, that position was very rough to play versus Papra Supermassive, and they were trying to get shots wherever they could. For GOAT, this is an extremely tough cross, but getting one of their players in Twix down towards the south side is miraculous and also fantastic timing from them, right? They pulled out the stopwatch, clicked it as soon as they heard the fighting happening over on that west side, and sent Twix out. So that anchor is really important. Good shots there from Killer Joe.
Oh, able to do so much damage to OG on the approach in a time where they need the points as much as they can get. 7 elims already on the game, Blank. Again, it's not all doom and gloom, but in the bottom 5, it's still really, really uncomfortable. GS also fighting to get out of that bottom 5 spot. They are now 1 point behind Loops. They're guaranteed to get up over Loops this game with the placement points that they're already guaranteed. The question is how far? And nades coming through from OG, making it a little bit harder.
It's so cool seeing like a lot of the top teams fighting out for this one, but then looking at a lot of the bottom teams with 9Z, who are in a bit of a struggle bus at the start of the day. GS and OG both looking to make it happen. Both teams who have seen improvement over the stage of Group Green. I think GOAT may be done for in the near future, though. They'd have to find a knock over towards 9Z if they wanted to hope in hell of getting out there. But at least getting Twix towards the central position does guarantee them at least like a top 4 here.
I mean, it's on smokes and cover flares. Like, they might be waiting for other teams to move and covering off Twix's angle, right? I think, are they just in this circle? I think they still have just a tiny sliver of it. Papra Supermassive actually take a knock from GOAT. So there's the maybe opener that they were looking for, but it's still so flat against 9ZG. Their approach, as you said, is fraught with danger. I have to try and find something. In the meantime, OG holding the south as well.
for Go, the only option here is to wait for the circle to crunch 9Z in, and during that time where it gets a little bit messy for 9Z, where they have to move and back off angles, that's where the rest of Go can start to move. But they're gonna send out some craters, but they need themselves.
Yeah, that's not going to work out for Go. Oh dear. With the placement points they've got already, though, Blank, they are in the top 3.
Yeah, they tried to pull it in a circle there. Sadly, a little bit of a bounce off the wall kind of ruins their whole day. That's a bit sad. But again, I still think it's a top 4 with Twix involved. GS trying to get around the side, but it's a nasty nade from Maru. Goes over towards Icon, will take him out. And now ESO looks to find these shots through the window.
Maru steps out wide. Patient, though. Good. A really, really nice rotation there, getting through. Loving the ghillie suit on Rondo, by the way. Don't see too much of it. The blossoms looking pretty for Aru. Almost as pretty as his peaks there. 9 elims now and a 4th place guarantee. This is the game that OG needed to jet out of the bottom 5 Blank. They want to keep climbing. They want to go as far as possible. Again, it's nice not to be there now, but it's about getting as many points under the belt as humanly possible to set yourself up for safety later on. Because with only 6 matches, including the conclusion of this one to go, it's got to feel good that you're into the top 3. Maybe a 2nd place on the cards if Papa Supermassive can hold it out against 9ZG.
Yeah, I think for OG it's been really nice, and so far a lot of these pieces they're going for are covered off by their teammates, and it's looking a lot cleaner on their approach towards these engagements. They're not trying to take fights that they know they're not comfortable in, and they're still keeping up that great macro that we know they have. It is sad where this is almost an impossible location to push out from, but what I am glad about is that they've tried to make a move. A lot of times in the past, I think OG would have just sat there and waited for the blue to envelop, but they actually went for something, and that's promising to me.
I mean, they saw those flares drop. They knew attention might be distracted, might be a little bit split. That was as good a time as any, but unfortunately did not go their way. Papra Supermassive, they've held this building for so long. 9ZG have been on the outside, but 9ZG are giving it a damn good go here. Nico is knocked. Lost was taken down earlier. Nico on the off angle, very unlikely to be resable there. Kamikaze feels the bounce of a nade of one of the tetrahedra littering the battlefield, and another nade for 9ZG. This is again another campaign to get away from the bottom 5 spots, and that is a brilliant conclusion for 9ZG. Papra Supermassive get a decent chunk of points as well, but they could not leave their compound. They held it strong, but they just weren't allowed out the front door.
I mean, for 9Z, this is a big game for them. They needed it from where they were in the tables. That's more of a survival win for this team than anything. For Papa Supermassive, though, it does send them a little bit further up towards the top of the tables. For OG, a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more respectful of some of the teams in the lobby as well. But overall, some promising moments, I would say, from that squad. I'm not going to say too much right now because I need to see more out of that team today if they're going to make it out from that bottom 11. But the journey has begun. The journey has begun.
Absolutely. Some very important matches coming through on the Rondo, and that's what we wanted to see. There was no team Blank that got 0 eliminations. Everybody got at least 1, and that's what you want from a Rondo, right? It's pure entertainment value. Getting stuck in with those eliminations. Brilliant stuff. But 9ZG, they close us down for the first chicken dinner.
And 9Z get the chicken dinner off the rip today. Man, this has to feel like such a relief for the squad. They were in 3rd place after day 1, and in day 2 just couldn't get it done. So to finally make it happen here in the final hour is just so huge for this team, Neptura.
It really is. I love how they've played this. Very careful, very consistent across the game. I love in particular how they maybe phase 4, I think it was. They saw there was a compound in the middle of circles that was open, and you can see just the beeline of rotation going straight to that position and holding it. It's so decisive from them. It shows that they're really thinking about it, they're being proactive, and it's what got them the win in the end, Max.
I mean, there were barely any compound free the moment you spot one that is available. Just like beeline for it. Just like yoink, mine for the rest of the game. And you know what? It worked out great for 9Z Globe. And actually, we do have to say, Niptro, by the way, looking at the stats, great stuff from Milos. He popped off this game. 5 limbs, over 500 damage. He was on fire this match. But 9Z was slipping ever since the first 2 strong games on day 1 for Group Green. They've been invisible. We haven't really seen a much presence from 9Z Globe here from Americas, and it's good to see a little bit of a redemption game here because they were in 10th position, Niptura, meaning a few more bad games, they would be in the bottom 5, which of course would send you home. So good to see a little bit of a redemption arc here on this Rondo game.
Yeah, it's really nice to see that they recognize that this game was so important because you are going to have those teams that are slightly below you on that cusp of the bottom 5 or even the bottom 5. Those teams as well are really going to be trying to step up and try and take as many elims as possible. So it's nice for them that they recognize that and went, hey, actually we have to have a really good, strong game here because otherwise we are going to fall behind. We don't want a repeat of day 2.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's so much to talk about with this match. This Rondo felt completely different from the first 2 in my mind. At least I don't know what you guys think about that one. It started off with Alpha Gaming, though, right? Instead of normally dropping all their players in Yulin, they send 2 to test track. What do you think about that, Max?
I was just seeing someone again get shot while parachuting down. It's been happening a lot on Rondo. I don't know what it is about a trend. But no, this hot drop between the certain Pakistani team I shall not name. Then you have APG, you have Team Secret, you have Falcons. It's hectic. It's all over the place. I love it. More of that, please. Absolute mayhem on the battlegrounds here for Rondo. But it was cool that we saw, especially for that certain team going for a little bit of a backup plan, which is, you know, going for the recalls up northwest away. It didn't work out for them yesterday, Niptura. This time around, they had a game plan, and you know what? They got very far in this game. You love to see it.
Yeah, and I really like here we see that crash. It's such a difficult building. No, it wasn't. Yeah. But I will say I'm impressed how long they survived there, right? Because it's such a hard position to hold. Teams are surrounding you. They did get helped a little bit by that zone because that meant no one was going to push them. They were too busy worrying about their own thing. But OG there, I want to say very quickly, what a third party coming in for them. I loved this, and then they were able to hold out. Oh, wait, the triple.
I didn't see that.
I did not see that.
Whoa. What are those nades, man, coming out from Orangutan? Sorry, I have to jump in there. That's mad respect on the utility game. And we were saying it, right? Hot Tricks Niptura, this is by far, in my opinion, even though it's not a win, this was the best game from India. This was the best game from Orangutan, and finally given respect that's deserved back to the lobby. They're not being too over aggressive, going for these weird splits. No, they bunker down, they hold positions together, Niptura. The timing was on point. Is there hope for Orangutan today? Because if we see this caliber of gameplay for these next 5 matches, whoo, OG, this could be a great, great day.
Absolutely. I love how they played this. They played how I was thinking they were going to play, right? They timed the third party onto Wolves and Team Secret really, really well. Then Rejects did a really good push. They tried to threaten that position as well. And OG said, absolutely not. This is ours now. And the quick flip that they were able to do from that third party to defense was really, really nice. And then using other teams' fight to actually use as a distraction to push up themselves. Love what they did with that. So I'm really, really hopeful for the next game.
Oh man, I'm so stoked for this one as well. Milos getting that 5 eliminations. This man popped off this match, and I'm telling you, OG could not have done that game at a better time, right? Loops, remember, they were that cutoff team. They had 61 points. In this match, they only got 3. So OG are for sure going to be jumping up the leaderboards, right? GS had a good game though as well, so it's still going to be a fight at the bottom pretty much all day long here in my eyes, Max.
Yeah, it's just going to be, they're going to cannibalize each other. Just like, we want to leave the bottom 5, please. Actually, they're not even able to make it happen just yet. They're still going to be down there in 13th position. They were in 13th position before this game, but that gap has closed, Niptura. You're 6 points away from possibly being in that middle pack here to go for the last chance. Top 3 out of the question. Last chance, that is your goal, that is your objective here. And Orangutan, 6 more points, which is doable with the way they were playing this match on Rondo. We need to just see a bit of a follow-up after that great game.
No, we absolutely do, but I would just want to point out very quickly, we saw DK say, hey, we're going to be top 3 at the end of the day. They're top 3 game 1. They're now in second place. They've pushed Alter Ego down. Goat still hold on to their 3rd, but D plus Kia looking good for finals. If they can just hold on for 5 more games, they will have done what they set out to do.
Yeah. I like how Goat team are the immovable object in this one. They're just D plus, jumping 2 ranks. Alter Ego dropping 2 ranks. They're not budging from that 3rd position right now. And Twix actually, I want to highlight Twix real quick. Yes. This guy was just sent as like the rabid dog of this team. Is just like, you go forward and you just nade everyone. He's like, got you. He's like John Wick in this lobby, and he's getting insanely accurate nades on Papara Supermassive Blaze in particular. This guy was on fire, and you know what? I do wonder if they can maintain a position in the big 3 today, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, you know what? As long as you don't, knock your team by shooting your own vehicles, stuff like that, we can kind of get that stuff fixed. I think for sure we're going to see them continue at the top. I mean, Goat have been crushing it here so far. They got to watch out, though. I mean, you got D+ now entering the fray. Alter Ego are going to step up here when it comes to Erangel, so a huge threat at the top. I do want to talk a little bit more about the bottom, right? In my eyes, Neptura, looking at those leaderboards, I think this is it for Tiamba and Reject. I think if they don't win a game right here, they're not going to make it. Do you think that's correct?
Sadly, I have to agree. Very sadly, with a heavy heart, because Tiamba, we've seen them do so well before. Rejects, I love this team so much. I've followed them for years, but it's just not looking particularly good. We saw a little bit of more what we expected from Rejects in that rondo, right? In that last game before their altercation with OG went so terribly bad with the triple nade and all of that. But they were in the top 6, top 7 as a full squad. That's better. That's an improvement from yesterday. So Max, if we can just see that maybe a little bit more, maybe they can scrape into the top 11. I don't know though.
Rejects were like, wait, Orangutan are playing good this game? Got a little bit surprised there. But I think any team in the bottom 5 can still make it, except for Team Secret. I think Team Secret have kind of given up. We're not seeing that glimmer of hope, right, that we saw back in PMWC in Riyadh. Just not quite on that same caliber of gameplay. So Reject, Tiamba, Orangutan, Loops for me can still make it up there. And then you're looking at the teams above that threshold, right, Jukes? GS, Falcons, Wolves, Gen.G, even 90 Globin. I feel like they can still fall down in that bottom 5. So it's still really close. I think it is going to be down for the bottom 5, at least down to that final match where it's going to really decide the fate of these teams.
Well, let's go ahead and take it on over to the 7WG with an interview with Goat.
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG, and I'm joined by none other than Goat Team Killer Joe. Honestly, this was a good start for the squad in Rondo, your best performing Rondo so far in Group Green. How important was that for your team?
Obviously, it's important to get 8 points, not 0 for us. It was our best Rondo in this tournament. Hard zone, very hard zone, but we got our points and all.
Well, I'm hoping it's going to continue like this because you guys have been performing quite well. What was the difference between day 1 and day 2 for your squad? Because day 2, you popped off.
Day 2, we will continue day 2, I think, yes, to get more points.
All right. Well, hey, I'm hoping that's going to happen. Best of luck. Back to you guys.
Hey, we heard it from Killer Joe himself. He was talking about how this was a tough zone. Honestly, that whole map was crazy different, right? I think we're definitely seeing teams just realize that, hey, we need 20-point games, right? Just some eliminations ain't gonna cut it. So at least for what I noticed, Neptura, squads were quick, right? To rather than focus on engagement, get those dominant positions as fast as they possibly can.
Yeah, right. We made note of it. It was like, hey, this rondo is actually a lot quieter than the first 2 days, and that's exactly why. It's just these teams are hunkering down. They're getting serious now. They're realizing the potential that Rondo has to make points, and rather than focusing all those points on eliminations, they're like, hey, listen, we can hot drop a little bit. We can kind of be a little bit aggressive in the early game, but the focus really is on that end game, focusing on getting those positions instead, Max.
It was not an easy Rondo game. Like, really, everyone was trying to use those emergency cover flares to just survive in this game, right? Going on to a wrangle. You don't have emergency cover flares? PUBG Mobile Esports, maybe? I would that could be a great addition, but I'm very excited for the grassy pastures here, Hodrix. It's going to be intense to see who's going to be looking to climb even higher in those rankings.
Well, I know two teams for sure. I think it's do or die for Tianba and Reject. Let's go ahead and head on to Erangel and see if they can get it done. John, Blank, you think that they can?
Hey, you know, anything's possible. Why not? Give it a good go. Give it your best. That's what you're here for at the PMGC. Plenty of teams will try and stop you, get in your way, tackle you to the ground, and drag you down with them. You got to rise above. That's what it's all about here. Milta up towards Zaki on the plane path. A little bit difficult to get over towards Primorsk here, Blank, but those vehicles should be fairly accessible.
By the way, John, the correct answer was no. So... Just for
I was trying to be kind, you know.
Reference. I think it's all good being optimistic, and I think it's less good, you know, of a team who has got no chance trying to tell them that they can get in. I think that there's a possibility of potentially getting out into the last chance, but even then, it's going to require some insane games for that to happen.
Yeah, that's. I think that's fair, right? I think that's definitely starting to get a little bit long in the day for getting all the way up there. We'll have to wait and see if. I mean, miracles can happen. It really can, but it's just not what you expect. On the north side there, I'm looking over and seeing quite a few teams potentially dropping towards North George. With Inner Circle, maybe, yeah, look at a redivert back up towards Zaki. But Blank, it looks like we're on for a military circle here. Get across as fast as you can. High priority, I'm assuming, is going to be put on towards the observatory position, the bridge camp's potential, over towards Novo access. Maybe we'll see some rotations of the gliders coming on through as well. Grab those hovercrafts.
I wanted to see it yesterday. I wanted to see it yesterday, getting it first game of the first Aracle. Yeah, that's good. That's fun. That's fun to see. I think it's absolutely brutal for so many squads, though. This is the type of thing where it's like, oh, on an outside chance, you get a lot of points. Who's the team that benefits from this the most? Alpha Gaming. They're already in bloody #1 spot. They don't need any more points. This is very frustrating. For Reject, potentially they're able to get across the water quickly, play towards the houses on the beachhead, play those compounds there. But again, it's tough. A lot of the teams that are going to benefit from this are already in a strong position. And it funnily enough, is the two teams we highlighted before, and Tiamba as well as Reject, who are around south of Milta and south of Farm. So, you know what? Maybe last chance is on the cards. Maybe it is. Maybe I was wrong.
Give it a good go. Let's go. Come on. You can do it. Still 21 points. Ooh. Bit nasty. The question is, how fast do they move, right? Because Falcons, they are moving very quick right now, but they are in one vehicle, Blank, and I always hate to see that, especially when they're going to be rolling past Goat. It is going to be a difficult bridge crossing for them. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do it here. Depends how close Goats stop. They might try and go further on into the island, and I wouldn't be too surprised at that. They know that there's going to be so much fighting around that bridge. They can play a little bit deeper in and wait to pick up the pieces from it. They're playing the longer game here, and in a third place spot, that's what you want to be looking for. Unfortunately, though, for them, Alter Ego have already managed to find first blood. Papra Supermassive losing one of their players over towards Milta Power on the east side.
I'll tell you, one thing that D+ is very good at is getting to weird zones very quickly and then holding them from there onwards. Loops is in their way and they will be passing through side by side. It is a weird situation where for Loops as well as D+, there is a consideration to be made here where as you're rotating, you see another team and you just don't take shots. You prioritize getting into the circle and finding a position. I think that's actually the smarter move to take in an international. I think D+ and Loops are both committed to that.
That's a little roll up there, as we saw from Falcons. They're still in their one vehicle, Blank. The thing I didn't take into account, though, to be fair, is that Goat will not have had time to loot that much, right? So they're not going to be super prepared to go for that hold. It's not like you're coming in a minute, in 2 minutes time. And fair enough. So maybe the one vehicle rotate was necessary to just get them across, and they'll be able to grab a couple more vehicles, especially after taking down a player from Goat who was lagging behind a little bit. and they'll be onto the south side. So as much as I hate to see it, I feel like maybe the one vehicle rotate could have been the right call in that exact, very specific scenario, and no others ever. Purple Supermassive, though, after taking the fight in Milta, going for a swim, taking a dip, got their swimming trunks on.
Yeah, I'd say that's a long swim as well. And with Tiamba holding Novo, I mean, that was a pretty obvious hold as well. Oh my god. Doran with the iron sights at that range is something else.
That's that is pretty special, for sure. I mean, you just always love to see it. You love being surprised like that. Every single time, even though you kind of expect it from teams at this caliber, it's always pretty on the screen. Wolves moving in, trying to hunt down Claws. He's hiding behind the rocks. He's having a good time by the ocean. Actually, he's not having a good time. He's having a pretty terrible time, but might be a little bit safer than he once was, because all four of the Wolves are here, and they are playing hide and seek. It's sardines right now, and Claws desperately doesn't want to be found. As we have a little replay as well. This was when Alpha Supermassive lost their player. Claws with the fight around the corner. Yeah, no, it's never happening. Not in a million years.
I appreciate the restraint from Papro Supermassive there. It was like, I want to slam the desk. I'm not going to slam the desk. Fair play to him. But yeah, that's rough. Definitely rough. Definitely a classic, though, from D+. Getting towards the zone nice and easy. I think I respect Loops and D+ a lot more after that push. I think you might have seen... Oh, Reefus. You might have seen it in a regional tournament, you know, the Loops stop short and trying to hold out D+, but I think in international, it's a very smart maneuver from both those teams. Just shake hands and be like, well, you know, we could either make this very difficult on both of us, or we both just look for separate areas to go. And even D+ respected it. They saw that Loops wrapped down towards the south side, so they thought, oh, we'll wrap over towards the north. In those few scenarios, it is sometimes nice to, you know, make a friend on your journeys.
No friendly attic for Goat, though, as they have more of Falcons to deal with. Ooh, Dolfalo giving me a scare there. Redox goes down on the first peak, and with two pump actions, not peaking at the same time, did not quite work out for them, but they'll be able to get that res. And another player for Goat falls. This is all good news for Alter Ego. I wonder what vehicles they're in right now, Blank, because they are all the way over towards Milta Power still. Hopefully they've got a hovercraft at best, maybe a boat at second best. Could it be a glider time yet again? As teams are starting to compound now onto the military island, DK are taking that northern side, that north and eastern side, rather, of the military base itself, moving up into the hills. Observatory is found by Loops, and Tiamba are in the foothills over towards Novo.
And there is one boat there for Alter Ego, which could take the entirety of Alter Ego across. Why a few of these locations are cut out, though? I think for Alter Ego, it's likely going to be a heavy, wide swing towards the west of the island. But decent sprays from Coops. Decent sprays from Coops, as in a circle tries to make their way across. But again, I think for Alter Ego, I don't think they'll know to make this wide swing to the western side. I think they'd imagine that a lot of the west here is taken up by players. I didn't mention it very much there, but I am very surprised that Inner Circle just like fly past Wolves.
Yeah, I was thinking that the whole time.
Yeah.
It's got a knock though. Yeah, Inner Circle do lose one, but yeah, you're right. How have Wolves let that happen? They overcommit maybe to finding that solo.
Few Wolves though, you're just like, well, now our life's a little bit more difficult. There's a lot of teams down here. Now we're kind of one of the last to enter.
Yeah. Actually, they didn't even get the flush onto the Inner Circle player. That was picked up and put in a vehicle very quickly. I thought that was knocked on the bridge, but seemed like it was a little bit safer than I thought.
Yeah, basically horrendous for Wolves, honestly.
Why have they done that? Coops, why would you do this?
Why would you do this, Coops?
Oh, dear.
Alpha Gaming, though, I think I'm a little less impressed. I mean, losing a player to D+ that early is a little bit sad, especially being the team that plays Sosnovka as well. And for Alpha Gaming, they're now down to just 3 players. I think Reefus is actually a pretty critical component of the team as well, in terms of finding those picks. I think he does enable the team to be so successful at times. I did about 4 more C's in that successful than was necessary as well.
That's an interesting approach here. Alter Ego, taking a leaf out of the Alpha 7 playbook. Take it to the skies. And I mean, on the east side, it kind of looked a little bit occupied, but it was Papra Supermassive who they scrapped with earlier, right? And they're very, very split. The landing actually fairly smooth, but Rosemary, I mean, he's taking damage from somewhere. I think that might be in the blue zone earlier on, but has 5 bandages, a stim ticking him up as well.
Did you miss Alva just falling out the plane?
I think I did, actually. Blank, I was looking at the map feed. That happened? Oh, dear.
Yes.
That's okay. That's really, really bad. Rosemary, what are you doing? Figure it out.
Well, I don't think it's Rosemary's fault. I think that Alva just ejected in some failed James Bond movie. So, not really sure what he did there. That should... It doesn't take any damage at all.
Oh.
It doesn't matter. The M249 will do the trick. So, a pretty unfortunate entry, which looked so smooth, right?
Yeah, they sort of stumbled repeatedly on several hurdles. I missed Alva falling out the plane. I definitely will need to get a replay on that because that sounds like comedy gold. But Papra Supermassive able to find players back on it. Okay, there we go.
Shot.
Maybe he got knocked out of the plane here by Kamikaze. Okay,
he did.
That's so much more fair.
Well, he did get ejected, but he didn't press the button. Ow! Ow, ow, ow. That's a painful circle for a lot of squads. Heads back up towards the North Island. Oh, my days. No, Orangutan. No, you do want to play on the south side. You do want to play on the south side. Please, OG.
Oh, no. Oh,
OG,
no.
please.
This is the reject game, though, Blank. It's now or never, right? They need it. At this very moment, Team Secret completely out of it. They're in the blue zone somewhere. I don't even know where they are right now. I believe they dropped up towards Georgopol, so probably still yet to come in from the blue zone. Everybody now crunching in onto these hills. You can see Reject regrouping, but keeping a 2-2 split here. Maybe looking to further regroup and leaving some out toward a little bit closer to the coastline. No, they are further inland and playing the buildings. Tiamba as well on that east side. Having a good time. OG, listen to your pleas, Blank. And they do send down south over that bridge. They are not going to be playing across the water. As tempting as it might be, it's not going to be there.
Yeah, they were going to play Sharkfin, which very much an outside chance and survival. But I imagine Ari's just like, look, we're done with that type of play style. All right, we're done with playing on the outside of the zone. Let's try and get something here. I mean, they're so close to breaking out into last chance. I'm so glad that they turned around. No matter what happens to them now, I respect the decision.
Go with 2 players that they got remaining, fending off against GS around the corner. No shots found for GS. The door frame lit up there on the corner, but it will finally be a knock found. Unfortunately, though, there's no one else to try and jump on in. This should be Reservoir here for Killer Joe as he spots Jafar out in the buggy, out in the open, and he gets the spray down. Beautiful stuff as Goat now up to 3 elims. They are desperately defending that 3rd place spot, and now trying to stop Alter Ego from getting on in because they've only got Krypton, I believe. Oh, Snape is still alive as well on that southeast side, but just no HP to be seen.
Tiamba and Reject, 2 teams that sort of don't really want to fight one another right now. Both have hovercrafts as well. It's a very similar strategy seen from both the squads here. But yeah, really nasty circle for everyone involved. Cuts out so much landmass. I think it's one of the few times where there is actually less playable area on the map than unplayable. It's so tough on this one.
Oh, that's where they are.
Where are they?
This is west side of Sosnovka.
Yeah, so they must be... They're very far away.
They're gonna die. They're gonna die in the blue.
There's a lot of distance to go there for Team Secret. Somewhat confusing.
It's not like you can exactly stop off and heal for a second, is it? In the glider.
No. Okay, I mean, for Reject, honestly, that rotate from farm down towards the south side to play those buildings, like I said, on the beachhead, works out fantastically well for them. I just want to see a little bit of a regroup here and then hold those angles, because this is a perfect way to finish out your game. I'm sorry, Reject. I should have never have doubted you. That's my bad.
They are really holding this one out. Gen G now eliminated. So another team quite close to that boundary. I say quite close. They are at 83 points and 11th place is 66. But with GS going down, that's good news for Loops, for OG, to try and keep this one going. And on an outside chance for Reject, they've got Hovercraft as well, Blank. So some nice tanky cover that they can maneuver around wherever they see fit. And a lot of teams are just trying to send over their way. Alter Ego, the last player standing, trying to chase on down. 9Z clashing with Papra Supermassive on the outside, and they have got nothing in the face of Papra Supermassive. Nico's not there, but they don't need him. They got all the other boys, and now Reject want a piece of this. Reiji scouting out Divine nades over the top. If they can win this out, this is a huge pickup to be able to clear so much territory, but they're falling back. They don't want to overexpose.
I don't really think you can say Papra Supermassive really clashed with 9Z there. They look more like my pizza from last night as they sliced them halfway 8 times. That was bad. Yeah, it's pretty tough. Alter Ego, though, nice little Molotov. Unfortunately, Krypton basically has no HP to speak with. Less than 5% here. He is struggling. The Wolves, though, still continuing here. I mean, they've definitely been persistent in their journey. The more I watch Wolves, the more I think to myself that they're a team that makes mistakes. And that is the problem. You know, I think they're a good team, but there's a lot of mistakes that are made during the play. I think if they can shore up some of those holes in the ship, then they'd be fine. They'd be a really, really strong squad. But there's just these moments where it's carelessness that really comes back to bite them.
Yeah.
But they've been playing much better today. I'll say that now.
Risk God, challenge, and Bond is able to win that out. That's the last player now standing for OG. They've tried to approach from this east side, but Tiamba were on the hold. It looks like they were doing pretty well. They're not going to be pushed through either. D+ actually moving immediately ahead of this one. You said they get these weird rotates sometimes. This is a brilliant heads-up decision made by D+ Kia here to actually get ahead of Tiamba whilst they're in that fight. Alter Ego eliminated as well. That is a little bit of relief for GOAT, but they've still got Papra Supermassive and Inner Circle to worry about chasing them down.
In my mind, there's a world where D+ is first place at the end of this. I'm not even joking at this point in time. Okay, I'm not even joking. I do feel like it's coming. It's so weird with the South Korean squads because I think day one is always terrible. Day one is always terrible for South Korean squads. And they're like, we get it. I think we understand the circle. And then suddenly they start playing out of their minds. It's just so strange to me that day one's always just like a bit more of an observer day for them.
Oh, well, we'll see what they can do. Moving in, the Wolves having a little bit of a clash. The perpetually 6th place team, it seems, like you said, they do make those mistakes and need to step it up. We'll see if they could do that against Papra Supermassive. The little wide wrap around the edge, and that is the go signal immediately. Stepping forwards, and Papra Supermassive down in 10th place. A lot of damage, though, sent back over towards the Wolves. That's coming through from Inner Circle. Defending 6th place from them. Not even allowed up to there.
Yeah, I think for Wolves, that losing one player is not too bad, but it's a very clean fight between them and Papra Supermassive. Very nice. I think Coops is doing his absolute best to make this work. And the one thing that worries about the Wolves is that there looks to be a little bit of contention in the team at the moment, especially when you watch them on the stage. There is a back and forth. Though I do prefer for teams to be open, and especially North American teams, they can be very loud, but you know, when everything's said and done, they are still very friendly with one another. But if you want to make it towards the end, you've got to let your opinions be known here. The only thing that I'm kind of concerned about there is that you know, you're fostering a little bit of this not so favorable attitude in the team. So for the Wolves, I hope they can keep their heads clear today, because there is the possibility for them. There really is. They just need one big game. That's all they need, and then they're in the running.
Tiamba trying to move forwards. D+ not allowing them that opportunity. D+ keeping things going. I mean, a little bit of revitalization. That first day, not great, but day 2, a lot better for them. They looked really cool on the stage as well, very calm, even when they were finding those chicken dinners. And now, it's like they're trying to convert. It seems like on the north side, they have a very solid chance. Ocel's not out in the water there on that position, don't worry. The minimap just a little bit offset. He is on dry land. He's got dry boots for the time being. But it's all, I feel like, for me, it is still Reject that I'm looking at here. If they can jump up, and maybe as a second storyline, Falcons, if they're going to be able to actually do more than stay alive with a solo and rely on Narvalo for points.
Yeah, I mean, that's not great, is it? You know, having to basically send out Narvalo like some kind of Pokemon in the end game. Narvalo, I choose you.
Max signed himself Pokemon. I was like,
points. What? Yeah. I mean, that's his special move, right? That's what he gets, 6 points.
Narvalo uses 6 points. It was super effective. Loops. Ooh, they are trying to find the shots and seemingly getting through, but not unscathed. Finding the crash successfully onto this corner. Goat now down to 1 player alive. 3rd place in his hands, although it's a bit safer for now. As we hop back over to this east side. D+ moving in with a solidly timed rotate, still ahead of Tiamba, but Chips has spotted that's Loops from the south, actually opening the door for Tiamba to maybe to skirt around the edge.
There's some tough shots for top right now, extremely long distance, but definitely making life hard for Tiamba on the very outer edge of the map. This could easily be a Wolves win. It could easily be a Reject win. Playing around this hilltop here, you can get a lot done for the Wolves. I think the unfortunate thing for them is that they're playing as 3, which makes this a lot more difficult. But I've seen a 3-man win from this spot in the past. It is possible, but you have to be everywhere all at once. And that wasn't on an international stage either. So we'll see how Wolves do want to play this one out. Still 9 teams remaining at almost 22 minutes into the match. It's all these undulating hilltops which allow multiple teams to remain in this lobby for so long.
I'm waiting for Inner Circle's decision here and seeing what they could do as to whether the Wolves are going to have a good time or not. APG actually trying to send off to the hilltop first and not wasting any time, but immediately they're above. There go Inner Circle as well. Wolves take shots out that way.
You're crazy.
And in they careen. Doran straight on top of it as well. Looks for the fight. Falak not going to allow him any entry. No quarter given, but T24 is the price they pay. The rest of Wolves, though, on the back lines will not be able to find the angle to go for the flush. Noki stepping forwards, burning Batten out of position. IQ humbled slightly on that peak, but will be able to get some healing done as the reses start to come through. This is Inner Circle's time to turn it around, but Batten again layering down these nades. A response from Falak keeps his team safe. Time and time again, he's coming in clutch, and this is no different.
You guys are very slow on the uptake here. Finally moves a position. It's a long nade. Will get a lot of damage done, but he needs more than just that. And Falak once again with another strong shot will step up, takes him down, and that will be in a circle as 4. This spot is really nice to hold, and teams desire it. As we just saw from 2 squads trying to go for it. I understand what Wolves are trying to do is play the split down towards the west side, but you absolutely have to play as a 3-man in this ditch and just give up the angle.
Ooh, what a nasty little roll up here from D+. Nolbu on the ridge line in the smoke with a big nade. Does so much damage to them. There is an answer, but Nolbu still has got all of the solutions for them, and it's IC getting rolled down. Nolbu! Oh my goodness me, what a play coming through from Nolbu on D+. That hilltop is not safe for anyone, and how on earth do you find that? Nolbu standing head and shoulders over the lobby. A madman, magnificent, resplendent, glorious.
I mean, they're still even taking shots towards Reject. Reject going Delsaris down. Divine's knock. Chips with a long-range angle as per usual. Nolbu might even smile after this game. We may get treated to the rare Nolbu grin.
Oh dear. All toothsome and tricky. As Reject cut down to size, the Falcons are still here, Blank, and they do have 3. They do have this hilltop. I feel like if I was a betting man, I would put money on Falcons. But unfortunately, I'm not. So it's staying in
I
my
wouldn't.
pocket right now. Well, yeah, actually, you know what? Actually, after what we just saw, it's all on Nolbu, baby. Let's go.
Oh my days. It's so unreal. Oh, it just takes a little bit of a warm-up for South Korea, apparently. That's all it is. Dear me. I wish we saw more international tournaments with the South Korean squads. They are so damn good. And it does just take a little while. But they learn so much from these lobbies as well. And they get a bit of a reset through the year. And they come back stronger than ever.
I mean, talk about shirking the day one blues. They were cloaked in glory in London last year. And now it's all a flourish for D+. Nolbu with 6 elims. This really is the man of the hour. He's got MVP of this game on lockdown right now. They've got 11 nades blank and 6 smokes. They are in a pretty solid spot in terms of utility. And the Circle not really putting too much pressure on them right now. It's up to Reject's duo to move, and it's likely they go south, over towards the Falcons angle, a little bit closer.
Well, with P90, it's a pretty slow game though right now from everyone involved. Ought to make sense for D+ considering they got 2. 2v3 is not out of the question, just requires to get that first knock on board, and honestly so far they haven't been majorly impressed with the gunfights coming through from the Falcons. This game looks a lot better though. I think that despite everything, and this is more praise but for a singular player in Narvalo, is that I think that Falcons I've got to be really proud of this guy because he is doing such an unbelievable amount of work for the team, and also over many years of play. Narvalo has been insane. I think over the past maybe year or so, he has been returning to his full form, to his final form at least, because I think back in the day he was insane. He had a little bit of a drop off, but I think he has a lot more hunger for the game again now.
Oh, that's lovely to see. He's not smiling right now, but you can be sure that that blood is pumping. You don't pull off a play like that and not feel it a little bit. Hopefully the adrenaline drop off here in stage 8 isn't going to be too bad for him. Got to keep the focus. Dropping the smoke train. Knows that Reject have moved up, and he's using that smoke train just to get over this ridgeline. Knows he would be exposed otherwise.
Big thing
take
for
a single team approach.
Big thing for D+ here is that they got a massive resupply. Right, there was so many teams that fell down that ditch. So you have all the nades that you could ever want. You've got all the smokes you could ever want. You can see here that Falcons actually has less nades on 4 players than D+ have on 2.
There's more in the boxes as well. Let's sit around them, right? Even if they throw them out, doesn't mean they've only got 11 to play with. It's just a question of what they could fit in their backpacks right now. D+ moving in. Chips scouting around, still having vehicles here is pretty powerful stuff. The Falcon smoke has been thrown on out. Reject looking to hop into the buggy. Koa still watching this run out. Reiji not going to use the buggy. It's a little bit low on HP. And actually, how has he just done that? Okay. Oh, no blue down. Okay, maybe that's go time. Falcons, move in. Get something done. Try and take some presence. Redox, nade over the top. Chips, dropping the smokes. They've got so many to play with. Now's the time to use them. That nade looks good. The bounce is on. It's just short. Doesn't quite tag the flush. Just behind the vehicle. Nades are coming at them from both angles. They get the res, but it's immediately re-knocked. Chips needs to get out of there. Needs to get out of there now. Nolbu, he's going to be taken away. And everybody's descending. The Falcons rolling over the hilltop. Maybe D+ are down, but the nades are hitting Reject as well. Chips is clocked. And it's D+ down in 3rd. Apollo against 3. And Falcons are able to find a chicken dinner. The main story, though, Blank, was Nolbu that game. A pretty decent chicken dinner for Falcons, all things considered. They played that south side well. My money gets returned to me, Blank.
It does.
Goodness me. It's, I mean, it really was that north side hill and Nolbu, the headline. A magnificent play coming through from the South Koreans.
Yeah, incredible stuff, honestly. I think for the Falcons, you're very, very happy with the way that one played out, and it does see them a lot safer in this tournament too. But I think the Falcons, it's just nice seeing 3 of them towards that end game. Also, not an easy rotate, and I think Ralph has definitely spoken before about how those early to mid-game rotates are quite difficult for them. This time, I think they identified some very strong portions of the map. They played it well, and as a 3, we can see they can still succeed. They can succeed as a 4-man as well. But for Nolbu, a warrior soul from Seoul in South Korea. Incredible stuff. Just cannot wait to see what the guys have to say about that.
And the Falcons get their first chicken dinner here for Group Green, and it couldn't have been a better time. And I'll tell you what, it was on a toxic military hardship to the north. These guys got to be feeling so great here, Max.
And you could see when the circle popped on phase 1, all the teams being, okay, I guess we'll have to rotate early across the bridge. But Falcons here really want to highlight, sure, they didn't do too much rotationally speaking, right? They were just kind of idle a big portion of this game. But this is why you hold on to your bloody utility until the last circle. Yes. Because you can just use it and just bully teams. And Redox uses that buggy perfectly to get that elimination. But you just bully teams, and those nades were so pinpoint accurate, Niptura. The D+ and Reject couldn't do anything but get pushed against the blue even further. That was such a good use of utility for Falcons, and finally, we are seeing a Falcons win, hopefully the first of many.
It's about time to see them at the beginning of the match go all in one vehicle, which is questionable, to winning the whole thing. I love seeing that art coming in from Falcons. And to go back to your point, yes, the utilities were amazing. They were pinpoint. They were great. But it was backed up with the timing of a lifetime. As soon as they saw that Elam feed light up with D+ Kia, they went, now is our time. Let's go. Nades at the ready. Just immense pressure onto both of those teams. They could do nothing about it, Max.
Yeah, it was a tough one, definitely, for sure at the end. But yeah, you said it. The timing was on point to go through the replays here of this game. But you know what? We're talking about Falcons a lot here, Niptura. We need to... that was the 4-man car rotation. We need to talk about D+'s timing. This game, those Eastern fights, they would just pick and choose what they wanted to do, how they wanted to execute it, when they wanted to execute it. D+, man, after day 1, there was a bad day. They've been on an absolute killing spree, and once again doing it today on this Erangel match.
Yeah, it was really nice to see that. I love seeing that so much. And what I love about that as well, Jukes, right, is like the team, they not only decided when they were going to do stuff, they also decided when other teams were going to do stuff, right? Rejects tried to push up on them, and they went, no, now's not your time. We say no, go back to your compound. No, not allowed. And that's exactly how it happened. So that control of teams is just great from them.
I mean, they showed us why they are your previous champions here. They didn't mess around in this match for sure. We saw that push from IC onto the Wolves. By the way, Wolves, I think they could have had this match if they would have played it a little bit more aggressive once they got that position rather than playing it passive. But no, IC pushed on them. Once they heard that fight ring out, we saw DK, do a beautiful wrap. And oh my gosh, that knock from Nolbu was ridiculous. But yeah, let's see these rotations here, Max, man, from a beautiful military circle. These are some of my favorite to watch.
Yeah, and you're going to be seeing Falcons and Reject just like, oh, okay, phase 1 circle, military, just cross very early on, and you don't have to do too much movement. Even though Falcons did hug that southern coastal line for a big portion of this game, they do eventually center up very, very rapidly. But I want you to pay attention to D+. They were pretty center on phase 1 going into phase 2. And then they're like, we don't really want to be center of the circle here because there's going to be a lot of attention thrown our way, so we're just going to hug the eastern side instead. And by doing so, they open up opportunities for them to look at fights break out, and third party, or in this case, what we just saw here, they leapfrog the fight of, I believe it was Orangutan versus Tiamba Niptura. And those leapfrogs and third parties and the timing of those fights were paramount for them to get into the late game and have an opportunity to get on that podium finish. D+ here showing some S+ tier gameplay, in my opinion.
Yeah, really, really did. I love seeing that from them. That leapfrog against Tiamba was just insane. Again, the timing coming through from them is really, really nice. And it is going to be reflected in the points, right? Tiamba gets 6 points, but D plus Kia get 10 more. 16 points on the board for them, and Falcons getting 19. Just one shy of that 20-point gain they were probably looking for. But hey, 1 point isn't going to be the end of the world this early on in the day. And honestly, it's so nice to see them try and step it up in the final day. A little bit too late, but not too late, right? It's late, but not too late. They still have time to make it work for them.
I'm a bit scared for GS team, to be honest, right now. They were currently the cutoff team, right? 12th position. Not seeing too much presence here, and they're going to be slipping, especially when you've seen teams like Reject Hodrix that are initiating a bit of a comeback, especially on this previous Erangel game. It's not boding well for them, so we'll have to see how that goes. As Narvalo, the Frenchie, yes! Woo! MVP of the game. Let's go. Now, this is the Narvalo that I know and love in these matches.
Oh man, that's what we've been waiting to see it for sure, right? I mean, we're waiting for that Team Falcons win. I'm so happy they got it now. And honestly, I'm going to say this, right? I think that they realized, they had to have known that it was D+ on that hill for sure. And once they saw that knock, I like that both teams were like, no. This is the team we got to take out right here, right? Let's go ahead and make sure that we need these points so bad. And man, do the Falcons get it. They had 68 points before this match. That jumps them up to 8th place with 90. But you are right, MaxPad. Look at all the way at the bottom right there. GS, right, weren't able to put up any points. 66 in total. It's looking pretty dangerous. Well, they put up a few points, right? They put up a few, but not enough.
It's not enough for right now. Currently, they're going to be 8 points behind Loops without a single chicken dinner, so kind of rough for GS team, though. It did impress quite a bit. I was enjoying some of the plays from Jafar in particular during the Gauntlet stage. They've not been able to replicate that to a similar extent so far in Group Green, though. Reject, they started off the day, they're at 38 points, right, Niptura? Here, jumping up to 51. They are 8-1. 2 good games. They could possibly put in the middle of the rankings where they could move on into the last chance. So Reject, we need to see this kind of momentum build up for the rest of the day.
We need to see it win.
If they falter here, there might just not be enough games for them to make that comeback happen.
They need to win. I'm going to stay it up 100%.
Okay.
Like right here, right now, or it's done in my eyes. Snap, what do you think?
Yeah, I could see them definitely going at least for a top 3 podium finish, like a really strong game, maybe just shy of a win, but hopefully a win in the Miramars. I think they're going to use these Erangels to really just build on that momentum. One thing I do want to point out in these leaderboards is IC making a comeback, right? 4th place, 103 points on the board for them. They're getting pretty close, and you know, they actually had a really good game that game, right? Trying to push up onto the Wolves. They did get that push done well. D+ were actually a little bit late on their 3rd party, but they were just able to just back it up with immense firepower. But honestly, for me, I see continuing to have a good day today.
I don't know that team name. There's a team called that? I don't know who that is. I will not talk about them. I don't know who that is. Looking at the top 4 players of this game, we do have Narvalo, Fallow, Regiocio, and then Notable that, in my opinion, would normally be the MVP. The MVP has to be on the winning team, but I think that if we took it purely based on stats, it would have to be Notable because, oh my goodness, Niptura, this guy, I don't know what happened to him this game in particular, but he was a demon. And he would see you, you would not even survive 5 seconds. You were done. You're out.
Oh, yeah, exactly. He just decided who lived and who went back to the lobby. He was like, no, you're not allowed. You're not a threat right now. I'll deal with you later. And he was just going through the rest of the lobby so methodically. Really love to see that. And hey, you know what? Regiocio, first time we're seeing a Rejects player on this board. And it's nice to see him 2nd place, 5 eliminations, putting in that work, putting on those points.
Yep, and like I said, they needed them because looking at the difference, right? So in the last game, we saw Loops. They were at the cutoff with 61 points, okay? And RC had 38, all right? So that difference right there is a total of 23, okay? Now Loops have 74, and RC have 51. You know what that is a difference of? 23, right? So they have not progressed at all, right, in order to make it into the last chance stage. So I'm gonna say it again, it's chicken dinner time. I think they extended it to 1 more game, but at least in my eyes, this is the last one for me. What do you think, Max? You think they have another one? Do you really think so?
I think there's still another one. I would say, you know what? Yes, they still have 1 more, mid-game that could happen for them, but after that, it's going to be game over. Halfway point of today, we need to see something come out from these guys.
Ooh, that's bold. That's bold, Neptura. What do you think?
I think that, yeah, I agree honestly with Max that they have a little bit of extra time, but they don't have much.
Well, let's go ahead and take it on over to the stage with 7WG with Falcons and Narvalo.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm joined by Narvalo from Team Falcons. Narvalo, great quick rotation from Pochinki to military. And honestly, I want to talk about your gameplay because I feel like your gameplay has improved from day one to now the final day. What have you been doing the past 2 days to make sure you can actually perform here on the final day?
I think for this game, like, it was a call, the print path was north, and we said if it's military, we should be first to reach like the island. So it was a call to go quick and go on the left side, no block, as we kind of studied. And then I think we move way faster and with better position. We take better position first and second zone, and that brings us better end games.
You definitely did. Now you're currently, I believe, 17 points away from the top 3. Do you honestly think you can make it to top 3?
Before a game, we could think it's too far, but after this game, we did, I think, more than 17 points. So like, if we just need like 1 or 2 other games like that, and we should be close to the top 3.
Well, Team Falcons, the confidence is back. Let's see if they can make it to top 3. Back to y'all.
Let's go, man. You know what? I totally agree. I think Falcons are absolutely in that range for top 3. I think this could be a big game for them here. I think they could definitely handle a mid game, but it's going to be a chicken dinner coming up from some of them. As a matter of fact, I'll go down to even Gen G. What do you think about that, Max?
Ah, mais je crois que c'est possible que... Oh, wait, I went French mode. French accent. Put me in the French mood. Sorry about that. But no, for them, it could definitely be possible for Gen G. I mean, we saw what they could do in Miramar, right? They got themselves a Rondo also yesterday. Very good game over there. But Miramar is the map that stands out the most to me when it comes to Gen G. But Wrangle, if there's any map that we want to see more from Gen G right now, it would be this map. It would be the grassy pastures.
Yeah, it would be. It's what we need to see, especially because, you know, they need the points. They need the points, and they need to go quick because those teams at the bottom, they're still pushing, still going. So honestly, it's not so much a wrangle. I think for me, it's like match 3, done deal, needs to be done now.
Let's see if they can do it right now. The last Aaron Gale of the day. Let's take it on over to our casters, John and Blake.
Am I going? We've got one more, right? After this, we've got one more, Aaron Gale. We've got 2 more to play, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Match 16 will also be on Aaron Gale, so don't go getting ahead of yourself there, Dukes. I know you want to see who's qualified, but we are going to have to play all of the matches here. Sosnovka military base over towards Stalba. It's only fitting we start the play from down here, where our last match ended, sending straight over the top of good memories. Well, quite a lot of good memories for Nolbu and the Falcons, and going over towards that Stalba position on the northeast side.
Yeah, it's a bit of an Eastern playing map here, so it's slightly more difficult. It's actually getting tough for me to talk about these games at the moment because there is so much happening. And there's so much to analyze. There's so much to go over. It's pretty tough for me. I mean, for Wolves there in that last game, I really wanted to talk about their position a little bit more just because it is a case of, as that 3-man, you no longer have the power to split off like that, and you sort of have to suffer a little bit where you don't have that angle off towards the western side to watch for approaches, but you have to hold that ditch as a 3-man because it's likely people are going to crash onto you. So this is what I mean by just these small errors in gameplay. Again, hindsight's 2020, and I'm out here of the observing desk.
Oh
no. the double is insane. Maybe I cursed him. I said I wanted to see it yesterday, give it to us. Oh, fair enough. We'll give you 2 today. Fair play. APG get a nice start. They got immediately over towards Millie base as we started down there nice and early. The difficulty comes in the fact that this moves away from Millie base at that plane path. So if this was coming down from Kameshki towards the south, teams that are dropping late could have readjusted on their plane path, on their parachutes down towards military base. In this case, it's really only Gen G and GS who get a decent start off the back of this one. So another game potentially for Reject as well as Tiamba, who both start very close to this location and try and lift themselves out, but it's getting very far ahead of them now. It loops with 74 points for 51 and 50 apiece for Reject as well as Tiamba.
I mean, the major difference on this West Bridge is Gen G being here, right? Goat had a pretty free and clear rotate over last time. If Gen G pull up and cause a fight to start here, Falcons, we saw they wanted to rotate fast early. This is the same circle, the same decision. I don't think too many teams will have had time to fully review what happened there, except for maybe Goat on that rotation. They'll know that Falcons move fast. But if they get stuck down in a fight here, the Falcons are going to crash straight into the back of it. This 3-team traffic jam didn't exist in the last. And GS are holding the East Bridge in the meantime, by the way. We'll see just how sticky this spot can be, because Tiamba moving in. This is on the East Bridge now. There is a roadblock. There is the Caltrops. They're out. They're looking for the backstop player. They're looking to try and disparage them from getting on forwards. Des has to drop down, though, and that's where the backup needs to come through for Jafar. It's there in spades. Buckets of bullets pouring down on the bridge. And now the off angles are brilliant coming on through. There's finally an answer from Tiamba, but it's too little too late. They've lost the majority of their players. Nobody else is pushing in right now on this East Bridge either, Blank. So no chance that GS get run down by a third party.
I think it's one of the few times where I think you just like send it. You just send it if you are Tiamba. The initial shots weren't that great from GS. I think Tiamba respects it a little bit too much. They crashed just directly into the wall before they'd taken barely any damage. I don't know if it was the optimal play there in that instance. Again, it's one of those things where it could have gone either way. Tiamba drops out, they get the first 2 knocks, and then it's easier to play from there. But I think that really hurts Tiamba's chances, and I think they have to take a bit of a gamble on just the straight approach into the zone. Nepturo actually brings up a really good point about Falcons, where if they get another strong game here, potentially is the initial rotations. Now, me and you have been covering PMSL EU for the longest time, John, and we know that the Falcons are some of the slowest to rotate. Because they play Pachinki so much, they already have this central position. I actually think that that position hurts them a lot. It is one of the strongest locations in the map because it is so central, but it's made for this almost stagnant gameplay coming through from Falcons, where they don't make these initial rotates to strong positions. They'd rather play Church on the west side of Pachinki and wait things out if it's a western circle. I think here, because we do go to Sosnovka, it forces Falcons to take risks, to make moves, which they wouldn't necessarily otherwise go for. And they're benefiting from it. It says a lot to me.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they are now, after that game, very much in with a chance of getting top 3 here as well, Blank, is going to be great news. And they'll love to see a game that they just succeeded on very, very... in a very big way, right? Repeat itself, hopefully. But the second circle on last match was also a big factor. It forced a lot of teams to move to the north side of the island after having tried to rotate around, occupying a lot of the area, a lot of the ground around there. So that was a big factor in the dynamic of that last zone, of that last match. We'll see where we're going to go this time around. But at the moment, Falcons on the south coast with Gen G, who went across the bridge very, very early.
So they scout that out, and they're going to peel back off this one. No reason to try and push this. And they've already scouted out a huge amount of space on the western side. Sadly, this is eastern leaning on the circle, so it could be further over towards where Observatory is. Alpha Gaming actually goes for a different maneuver. You know, they'll take Observatory for themselves, try and get that high ground nice and early. I think for Alpha Gaming, it's almost weird where I think that this team will perform even better than they have here over in the grand finals. I think that sometimes, but there is a sense of boredom that comes through from this team at times, where they really do want to get stuck into things. They don't like playing slow. And they are so good at the game. And I think that does create difficulties for them. That's a sad shot. That's a sad shot from the Observer. It's like looking at the beached buggy from Tiamba before they fell down. It's like, I was watching a funeral.
Well, you know, you got to celebrate him somehow, I suppose, whatever you can. Pablo Supermassive still embroiled in Milter, though, with Loops, who are able to find Tron B. No answer either. A little bit of damage, but I mean, this should be extricable for Loops. Neither team really wants to stay here for too long, though, Blank. I mean, there is a lot more of the North Island in this circle than in that first match that we saw today on Erangel. So you do have maybe a little bit more time. The circle could also still... it's got maybe like a 10 to 15% chance of going back to the mainland. It's very unlikely, but is technically possible. We'll have to wait and see for that one. So maybe a little bit more time on average they could go for it. And especially with the state of this east side bridge, it's maybe actually safer to stay in Milton for the time being.
Yeah, I think so. It's getting very messy around this region now. Reject actually get there quite early, so because they were moving so quickly, they passed straight by from the northern beachhead. It could come back to bite them. I think they're trying to control as much area as possible. For OG, it's a long rotate for them down towards the south side. Very difficult stuff to make this one happen, but it's certainly possible. I think maybe potentially going for the western bridge might be a slightly better idea if you are late to this. And there are a lot of teams that play over towards the eastern side. With this being eastern plane path 2, that's most likely the locale that teams are going to be passing through. I think Inner Circle realizes that as well, and they're going to pass over towards the west, which just actually cuts out a lot of teams for them they'll have to go up against. Is Papa Supermassive up against Loops? Loops, the most in danger right now, falling down into the bottom 5 at 75 points, just 5 points clear from GS.
Yeah, it's real rough stuff on that 11th place bubble. Obviously, we're playing in with 2 bubbles on this blank. If you were looking at the top 3, we were expecting it to be somewhere around 140. That's what we saw from Gauntlets on the same number of matches. It was 141, I think, and 4th place was 140. So very, very close. Could be around there. Could be a little bit different. So if you're up and over about 150, that's where you start to feel pretty good about yourself, right? That's where you start to feel a lot safer in terms of that top 3. And then we're playing with the 11th place bubble, which is not easy at all as well. It seems to be very, very closely fought. Probably going to be closer to around that 90-point boundary. So getting up and over 100 sees you a lot more secure into those at least last chance stages.
There are teams now breaking into that as well. Even towards the middle of the pack. I mean, Papa Supermassive is not far off breaking that century. Valo spots out Wolves, who a little bit too close for comfort. I think this should be a free Elim. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I think he's stepping too far there. I was very worried. I think any other team but Reject.
French greed.
Valo might have gone down there.
He wants those points, man. He wants to bump himself up in the tables.
Fair.
I respect him for it. But you are right. I think that what you said at the start of the game is very pertinent here, where Falcons actually are in with the running now. I think there's only one spot up for grabs, personally. I don't see D+ putting on the brakes anytime soon. I think Alpha Gaming have done more than enough this tournament. I think personally, if you're an Alpha Gaming fan and you're looking how they're playing today, it might not look flashy, but they're playing slow because they just want to get regular points, consistent points. And that's even if they just play like this, there is going to be a game today where Alpha Gaming has a strong position and they win from it because they can. And I think that will see Alpha Gaming through towards the grand finals, and they deserve it. They absolutely deserve it as well. I think Top in particular, you know, having a wife and 3 kids and a kid, right? It's a lot to juggle. It's a lot to juggle, but it just shows that even at 26, like, you can still perform extremely well as long as you have the grind on. It's incredible.
Well, Loops have been on the grind here for a while, trying to get on into the zone, but I've had to go all the way to the west side, and OG might draw them short here. A lot of damage already felt by both of these teams by the blue zone. We're into stage 3, so it's non-trivial to deal with. Nilzada, a nade in. Oh, shotgun shut down there on a tanky. I don't think that's going to be resable, but there's the off angle they were looking for. I think did that come through from Aru? No, it's the burn coming through from a tanky with that Molotov. Both teams are going to start to lose players. I think disengaging, if you can, is fairly wise at this stage. OG going to try and make a run for it. Loops maybe actually getting this res here. It is still resable for just a moment longer. We'll see if they can make it work. And yeah, OG, off they go on their bike or buggy or whatever they can find.
It's a very, very tough approach here for OG. And again, this is what I meant earlier, where I think this Western Bridge is probably the more wise decision. It takes a while to get here, but OG definitely make it. They're going to take a quick scout over the bridge, quick reset on the meds, but there's no one waiting here. Why is Alter Ego still on the north side?
The analyst chat is lighting up with it.
Worried? Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, I think that it seems like they're very worried about what's going on the other end of things. Again, it is hard to scout that far across. And I think that they have seen multiple times that teams have been held out in this location. Come on.
They're still going to go for it.
You got to make the cross at some point. I am worried that what they're going to do is they're going to go for the swim. In which case they give up a lot of vehicles.
They're just refueling. Don't worry. They just stopped off for snacks. That's what it is. Alva was hungry, guys. It's all just in aid of a full stomach. Can't be taking gunfights on an empty stomach.
Come on, we're getting to stage 4. And 9Z is coming in behind them right now.
Maybe they're not waiting. Maybe they're the ones bridge camping.
Maybe. Come on.
I mean, that's the
time
only
to
thing
go now. It's time to go now. Thank you. Thank you.
You can't get yourself picked back up after this stage as well. So very dangerous to stay out this long.
Very much a situation of AE there yet. Slightly bit more of a tongue twist than I thought that was going to be.
It's 2 letters, mate.
But they've got a cross. They have got a cross. Circle back over towards D+. Over on this north side, playing the hilltop. I think this is a messy circle. It's a very messy circle where you're over towards Millie base as well. We are cutting in a little bit of airstrip, which isn't too comfortable to play in. I think Wolves want to get out of that area as soon as possible. Great shots from Alpha Gaming, though. Goodness me.
Ooh, okay. Shots down towards Alter Ego. They'll need to pick these reses up as fast as they can to get onto this next zone. D+ ahead of them to their west. You've got 9Z who actually, rather shockingly, just sends straight on through, but straight at the Rejects. And already they're getting torn to pieces. Rejects very happy to see some points delivered to them. The question is, can they find the shots? Can they find those shutdowns? There's only one left on the inside. I don't think it's going to last too long here. Reject looking for the last player on the end. A rotate in. Comes through as we see a crash from Team Secret. They're still alive, by the way, in the picture on the north side, actually, towards Loops, who might be in a bit of trouble. Can't quite find their way in here. Milos is just trying to hide in the corner. This is really nasty. I mean, step out. This is a shotgun. This is a shotgun bonanza. If he steps out at the right time, there's one. Looks for the next as well. Gets the flush. That's huge. Has to go for the reload though, and now Reject are on the revenge path. They lose one player, but they do shut him down.
Oh, that's disappointing, man. You know, it's just one guy in there, just re-peek. I suppose that they did set up the compound quite well in terms of the 2 monster trucks denying the entry towards the window. So if they get crashed on, that's how they defend versus 9C. But that is a situation where you should be able to hold out as 4 and just refrag onto the player. The fact they lose one there is really bad. From a central position like this, it's really not good. I also think that there is something to be said here about 9Z, where although, you know, they're on 87 points, they've had some good games, there is a lot of impatience from this squad. If they can't find a good position early into the match, they will just send it. And oftentimes, they will just find themselves in really sticky spots on the map.
I mean, to be fair, you don't expect the team to be bridge camping you on the east in that scenario, right? Like, it maybe really confused them, but that's the sort of thing, I guess, you also can't afford to be able to get confused in a scenario.
I mean, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about sending center.
Oh, yeah, but like after that, you're like, oh, we got to go. There's obviously a big roadblock ahead of us. We've just got to go for a mad dash, right?
You can also just play on the edge.
You must assume if there's a team still on that bridge, that there are teams ahead of them, right? So you assume that the ground in front of them is very, very full. I'm really trying to give them as much leeway as possible here, and I will admit, maybe I shouldn't. Papram Supermassive, though, down to their last player against Loops, and they're not having a good time of it. That is going to be Papra Supermassive eliminated, and Loops are up to 9 elims, Blank. You said they were the team that's most in danger of dropping down. Well, they are certainly acting like it.
Yeah, and again, the more points that Loops gets in this match, the harder life becomes for a lot of our teams underneath. I mean, for Reject and Tiamba, I think Tiamba, it's done now. I think it is done. I think for Tiamba, it is almost impossible for them to get back up towards that top side. Gen.G looking to head over towards GS, who are also chasing. I think GS are also struggling, but likely will retain a place.
Oh, Falcons, they're moving in. I think Redox
inside
might be
the bottom 5.
Quick has to hit the deck. Falcons know exactly where he is. That'll be pinged out on the vehicles, but they are pulling back a little bit. Icon taken down. That is the last player of GS, and that is APG rocking up to this one as well. The Falcons on the far side really causing some hurt, some pain there. So they're up to 5 elims. APG as well, looking to tip themselves up and over. They've broken that barrier that we were talking about. They're over 140 now, and they want one more at least. Dammy under pressure from these nades, has to reposition with the Falcons flying into that far hillside as well. He's not going to last too much longer. Up to 142, and the placements are going to kick in soon as well.
Yeah, for Alpha, all this is right about now is just not giving up first place. The jump up in prize pool between second and first place is quite a lot in most PUBG Mobile tournaments. We still reward our top 3 very handsomely, but it's usually first place who does take the biggest cut of the prize. And I think that, to be fair, for Alpha, they were playing it fairly slow because they knew that they were holding on to first place. But as soon as D+ started turning up the heat, they knew they needed to get a little bit of a game in. And this one's been good. I mean, even taking the opportunity to move over towards Observatory, that's very unlike Alpha Gaming. Okay, takes Krypton along with him in the vehicle. I think that, you know what I would quite like to know is how many vehicle eliminations Docs had this Group Green. I think we're up to 6 or 7 now at this point, which is more than I think we've ever had in any one tournament.
Oh dear. He is certainly a terror behind the wheel. Whoever gave him a driving license, I'm sure they're regretting that one. As we take a look over towards the rest of this game, though, teams are starting to fall fairly quickly now, Blank. The hilltops to the north being fairly convincingly under control by D+. It's Inner Circle. Again, that fight for the top spots here. Third place, very, very closely fought between Goat and Inner Circle. Losing players here would be nasty. They've already taken a lot of damage, and as D+ they're up against, Osal has the off angle, and Goat are taking shots as well. Oh no, Inner Circle having a really bad time, but they've still got Falak. What can he do here? Favian close by, but backing off to find chips on the res.
D+. Chips goes down. Nado the top towards Falak does get a lot of damage done. Favian over towards Falak will find it. So that's Inner Circle taking a lot of damage. They should be able to hit the chips back up, which is nice to see.
This is really Reject's game right now, with one player from Inner Circle to fall down. It's D+ with a central position. It's kind of D+ versus Reject again, Blank. In this circle, the southeast side that we see on the picture-in-picture is APG versus Falcons. D24 is going to give it a good go. Does find Nolbu, but going to get taken down in response, and yeah, that's going to get flushed out. IQ is actually still alive in all of this. He did manage to get out of that fight. I am still focused, though, on this fight on the southeast side as we zap on over to it. Falcons with 4, APG with 4 as well. Haven't really been able to find success on either front of that, and APG disengage. They're moving up to the hills to the north and maybe looking to fight D+.
I think for D+, try this fight between D+ and Alpha Gaming, which probably will break out towards the end here, will be the fight of the day. Very excited to see this one happen. Falcons need to break wide, though. Currently, Zhol is holding this spot. For the Falcons, we did speak about this at the start of the game, that there is a big chance to jump up above Inner Circle, above Goat into that top position. And honestly, if we get Alpha Gaming, D+, Falcons in the top 3, whew, what a lineup that will be going through the grand finals. It'll be unreal.
I mean, I don't think going into today anyone would have called Falcons with a chance.
But this last day, it's the last day always. It's always the last day for the Falcons.
It does seem to be, doesn't it? There's something about it. They have a potent resurgence built within them, built different somehow.
It's curious as well, because usually Alpha Gaming's like the team that is the last day champions, where in that final day, Alpha Gaming is known to put up a disgusting performance. But right now, they are taking 2 knocks straight away. Falcons equally are suffering versus the Wolves. Just Doran here, actually.
Oh, no. What? Yeah, top 3, the Falcons, APG, TK. Oh, yes. Hang on a minute. Doran? You can't be doing that.
Close the Doran door right in the face. I'm sorry I didn't give that too much fanfare. It honestly, it felt like, oh, okay, he's going to get 1, he's going to get 2, and then Falcons will clean this up, surely. Surely. You do not see 1v4s in International. I cannot believe Doran pulled that off.
I mean, blink and you miss it, right? Doran was... Oh my God. Okay. Well, Wolves, again, not really probably going to get too much out of this game, but certainly ruin it for the Falcons. The decision to crash onto Doran for the Falcons, though, might be an interesting one here, Blank. It feels like...
I think it's fine. I think it's fine.
Okay, sure, you can transition towards reject later on, potentially. They're right on the edge of the circle with it, though.
I mean, Alpha had that lineup. They couldn't really crash that way on the East. Also, if they do that, reject have sight lines. I think you don't see many players, if at all, over towards the silos. So you just send it, and you get soloed. I don't think the decision-making was poor. I think the gunfight was terrible. But the decision-making, I don't think there was an issue of it.
I mean, we need a replay of that at some point. Hopefully the desk will have that locked down, because Doran's going off right now. Maybe he's going to do it again. He's got a lot of smoke to play around. He's going to get up to the wall. Reject don't want to let him cross, but they don't really have too many options right now with the smoke cover.
I do like for Doran, he's now just using the entirety of Falcon's utility to cross 20 meters.
Oh, dear.
I'll show you guys how to use util.
Oh, my God. Doran. Reject's like, where's he getting all these smokes from? What? Is it more than one dude? What's going on?
Some kind of nimbus cloud off in the distance.
Oh, dear. Well, he's made it to the wall.
Great job. We did it.
That's so many smokes. That's insane. OG getting found on their last player. That's Goat to pick it up. Goat have been down on the belt buckles for a while as well, trying to crawl across the open ground. 5 teams remain. 8 eliminations for APG as well on this match. They've only got 2 remaining. Doran. No, you
Come
can't.
on.
You gotta stop, man. You've got to. You cannot be allowed to do stuff like this. Kraken has to hit the deck. They can't really take free fights here. Doran steps up for another. No,
you're
Doran.
crazy.
You can't do this. You can't do this. This is PMGC. It's not allowed. Someone put him to bed. It's his bedtime. Surely he's out of this game. No, Doran! Stop it! Don't go down to the Giant Slayer! What is this man doing? He is absolutely crazy!
Oh, dear me. Doran will not let you get a foot in towards this circle. A 1v4 into a 1v3. This is magic on the main stage. We talked about rabbits out of a hat, but right now, Doran's making this look easy. Gets up to the wall as well. Probably should go down to this nade, though, but goodness me, what a game it's been from him.
Okay. Oh my days. It looks like the nightmare's ended though. And now we're up to the hilltops. APG on 2 players alive. They've got a lot, but it's D+ again in this late game on a military island circle. They find top, and now they're looking for Ziol around the corner as well. 3rd place guaranteed for APG at least. That will put them over 150. Or maybe not quite. If they can get another elim, that's what they'll be looking for. But still very, very close. Very comfortable to be in the top 3. Our first team to really, truly lock it down towards those spots. D+ want to join them, though. And with a chicken dinner, you think that they might be able to. A Reject again in a late game circle. 6 elims. I mean, it's almost more important for Reject than anybody else right now.
It absolutely is. For Reject, they want the chicken dinner, but they got 2 big dogs in the lobby, and right now they're the Chihuahuas. Let's see if they can make it happen versus the best of them. Zol takes some shots off and towards the distance. They do have the low ground to play at the moment to Reject. They have vehicles as well, which is the main thing, but D+ continues to send nades their way, keep them backed off from their position. D+ looking to fight out for those bragging rights at the top of the tables.
I mean, Reject have the center of the circle though. D+ are sure they've got a higher ground position, they've got an angle, but they're gonna have to move. The point's denied from APG.
It's mean.
They actually picked up the res in order to deny an extra point there, which is kind of nasty. To the blue zone it goes, but now D+ versus Reject. Already a good game for Reject, but they desperately need this chicken dinner to stay alive in this tournament, to jump up towards that 11th place bubble. Nate's going a little bit long onto Reiji. Downhill, it's always a little bit tougher.
If a Reject, they need the chicken dinner. Like you say, it's imperative that they get it. It's not a case of, oh, it would be nice for Reject to have a chicken dinner. At this point in time, it is a case of, it's required. It is a necessary procedure for Reject to grab a chicken dinner here to finish out this game and give them that chance. Because I think even with a chicken dinner here, it doesn't take them out from the bottom 5. But it will be the first stepping stone for them.
D+ starting to run a little bit lower on those nades. You can see they've only got 3 remaining. Reiji cooking another. If he finds a knock, this would be huge. The Molotov, probably a wiser decision. Force Reiji off of the tree. The question is, does it land on spot? It definitely did. Look at that damage tick away. He has to fall all the way back to the vehicle. That's going to be a lot easier for D+ to go on towards. They know the damage is there, and they have to go over the top now. Spray down towards Divine. D+ trying to stop Reject from getting on in. And Reiji looks for the spray down, a wild rollout here, and Apollo finds it. Osal is down. They do not find the backlines. They haven't got a knock yet. And there's another one onto Fabian. D+ is starting to fall blank. It's now 3v2. Reject have the inside of the circle. They are desperately climbing towards those tables, towards that 11th place, but Reiji will finally go down to the nade. One more left. Look on for Apollo. Nolbu with the chance here, and it's going short of the tree trunk.
Divine's down, leaving it all down to Apollo in a 1v2. An impossible task ahead of him. Pulls the pin on the grenade. Reject looking to reject defeat here in the face of impossible odds.
No,
it's not
they
meant
can't
to
quite
be.
do it. Oh no, they can't get all the way across the line. D+ take it away from them. Still not a smile in sight. They are so cool, calm and collected. Into the top 3 with them. They looked pretty solid before. Now even more so, but Reject in tatters. A lot of points, but is it enough?
Absolutely not. I think for Reject, they did get some of the flushes towards the end there. 6 points total. You can see that they are absolutely dismayed about that one. But again, it is a little further down on this journey for them, because it's a long way coming that they need to go to get out from that bottom 5, but they're getting some successes today. There's still 3 more matches to make it happen, but Reject historically, those Miramars haven't been fantastical for them. I can only hope that they can continue here, John, with these strong performances, but for D+, it is another big game in the pocket.
That insane chicken dinner. I think D+ might have just secured their position to the grand finals. And how do they win this game, Max? Back against the wall, so little time left. They had to hit those knocks. Crazy rotation on the end, but then Chips just said, nah, I'm gonna hit these shots, and they shut Reject down. What a game.
Oh wait, D+1? I was just looking at Dorian the entire time. I thought he won. No, but genuinely, for D+, such a good game, playing this high ground position for a majority of this game, right, Niptura, just having so much control on the entirety of this lobby. And again, what did we say the last game? This is why you hold on to your utility. Those nades made that transition from high ground to low ground so much smoother for D+. And even then, it wasn't easy to execute as Chips. He's popping off, and he's back to be an MVP of the game for sure.
Yeah, and really, really nice stuff coming in from them. The control, what we saw there. Even, you know, IC being able to push up earlier on in the game. I didn't hate the push. It was a good idea. It was pretty well executed, but that third party just helped DK to just overrun them and get rid of that threat. And after that, nobody really looked at them very much. So really love to see that coming in from them. Talk about utility, though, Max. I do want to just point out the smokes for rejects looked really, really good, actually. They were having, they had an idea of what they wanted to do, and they were doing it as much as possible. I really liked the smokes coming out from them. It just gave them a little bit more space to work with and just really effectively blocked out DK sightlines.
Yeah, as Blank said, you know, another team now that became a Nimbus cloud. It was not Dorian, it was the entirety of Reject. I really enjoy that one. But no, Reject, as you said, really good piece of utility, keeping them safe from the off angles of APG. And one good point spotted out by John during this game, actually APG going for a revive to then deny just takes the extra point out of the equation. It's a small thing, but again, when you're competing for top 3, that can really have such a big impact that could really have a devastating effect on the leaderboards.
I mean, we saw last year, right? Last year's PMGC was decided by just 1 point, right? So, I mean, anything you could possibly do, you got to pull all the stops out right here. By the way, nice little setup there on the bridge from GS. That shut down Tianbuff, and with that one, I think they are completely out of this match, man. But you know what? I finally figured out what Chips, kind of Chips is, Max, man. It's Ice Chips. That man's cold, dude. So cold towards the end. I kid you not. Ice water in his veins. When it comes down to like those super clutch moments, he shows that, you know what? I'm going to make it happen. Beautifully done there.
It really is just levels of rivalry like Sanji and Zoro in One Piece. They're just like, I'm MVP. No, I'm MVP. It's me. I love that kind of storyline. Someone needs to make an edit on Instagram. That will pop off. I'm telling you that much, but it would be great. But
edit of this.
Clutch, though. 1, the 2. Oh my goodness. I mean, yeah, no, Valo, I feel you, bro. I would do the same thing if I were you.
Oh, you know what I love though? That's insane. This is insane. But you know what I love? It's like, listen, guys, Falcons, it wasn't you. It was just Doran, because he turns around and goes down goats the exact same way. Doran, man. What an MVP coming in here, Max.
I can just hear Novalu say, oh, bordel, right after that happened. It's just the pure French anger coming out. But another military island, Hot Juice. I mean, are we going to get a third one? Okay.
Bring it back. Let's go.
Hey,
one more time.
Oh, my. I can't even break down rotations here, but of course, teams that go on the bridge rotations early on are going to be given a significant advantage. D+ here, though, taking it a bit slower, able to play the northern edge instead and pushing away Reject. But Reject, good plan from them, Niptura. Respectful. We don't want to take an early game fight and take an early casualty. That's really going to hinder our chances for a win. But everyone's fighting, and D+, big chilling. We got the high ground.
You know
no
what?
one's going to take it away. This is easy pickings.
Niptura, I got a question for you, right?
Yes.
When it comes to Reject, all right, would you want another military base finish, right? And the reason why I asked that is because back-to-back militaries, they put up some decent points, right? But the problem is Loops put up 9 eliminations. You can see it right there. And that, I mean, yeah, I mean, look, the difference was 23 points. So even though they put up 14, they only move up 5. So if you're Reject, do you even want to go military again?
You know what? I actually wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate it at all, because I think it would be an interesting thing, because we see D+ get the back-to-back. We see Rejects get a back-to-back top 2, right? So I'm very interested to see if it does go there again, how they're going to play it. My only concern would be other teams now are going to be trying to do something different so they're not predictable, and that might put RC in a little bit of a disadvantage.
Just drop there at that point, you know. Just compete with APG, you know, for the means, just send it. But no, looking at the leaderboards, I feel like we have to seal the fate of some teams here, Hot Jukes. Team Secret, 0 points. Tiamba, 0 points. For me, game over. For me, those teams, you're going home after this. I don't see a comeback, not only mathematically speaking, but also in terms of their presence on the battlegrounds. It's just, we haven't seen anything. So for me, Team Secret, Tiamba, it's game over.
I agree 100%. And that's going to mix things up for sure, right? Because right now we're going to have 2 teams for sure that we know are not going to make it to that last chance stage. And guess what, Neptura? That means they got nothing to lose.
Yeah, that is so true, especially when you go, it's the final Erangel, we can just go all for it. And you know, game 6 as well, it's going to be the final game, we can just go all out. And yeah, as we look at these leaderboards, there's reason to do that, right? The top 3 looking pretty solid, maybe down to 6th place could really just try and snatch that 3rd place away from GOAT, but it's looking like the first 2 now kind of have run away with it, Max.
I'm looking at the bottom of the leaderboards in particular here. Reject 65 points. They started off the day with 38, man. They're having their best day so far by a significant margin too, and they're just shy of pushing themselves finally out of the bottom 5, Hot Jukes. But they need to keep going. They can't stop now. Reject, if we want to see one Japanese team in the finals, it can only be them.
Well, let's see if it's going to be, but get your popcorn ready. We're going to be right back after this break.
We're getting closer to find out which 3 teams will be going to the finals from Group Green and which 5 teams will be eliminated and which 8 teams are going to go to last chance. I'm joined by none other than Snape from Alter Ego. Alter Ego currently not having the best performing day in comparison to what we've seen in the past 2 days. For this squad, what is the plan for the remaining 3 matches to make sure that you can actually get up there in the top 3?
Oke, Snip, kalau kita lihat performa AE sekarang tidaklah begitu yang seperti kita lihat dari hari-hari kemarin. Ya, apa rencana AE dan juga Snip buat sisa 3 game lagi nih?
Paling dari kita karena 3 game sebelumnya nggak berjalan baik. Game 3 selanjutnya mungkin kita harus menjaga dari kayak mentalitas dari setiap individu ya. Jadi kayak dari kepercayaan diri sama semangat tuh harus yang kayak ya kayak biasa aja lah. Yang kayak kita tetap harus percaya diri sih. Itu paling dari sisa 3 matchnya. Kalau dari segi makro nggak begitu banyak berubah lah kalau dari kita.
Yeah, I mean, we not really perform on the first 3 match. I think for the last remaining 3 match, it's the game of like mentality. I think for each individual, they still need to like prepare their mentality. They need to be that confident. It's because right now it's not about macro, it's not about micro, it's about the mentality itself. So we're looking forward for the next 3 game.
Okay, well, I'm hoping that that mentality is going to shine through. I'm pretty sure all of Indonesia is going to be hoping for that. Thank you so much, Tarima Kasi. And I have none other than Rafinha here from Loops Esports. It feels like history is currently repeating itself. Last year at PMGC, you were able to qualify to last chance via 11th place. Right now, you are in 11th place as well. How will you be approaching the last 3 games to make sure you can make it to last chance?
Então, ano passado, no PMGC, vocês acabaram classificando para o Last Chance em 11º lugar de novo. E agora vocês estão no mesmo lugar. Então, como é que vocês vão fazer esse approach para o próximo jogo, para os 3 últimos jogos finais?
Bom, a gente está aplicando hoje aquilo que foi planejado nos 2 primeiros dias. E a gente vai tentar manter essa pegada. Começamos muito bem as 3 primeiras partidas. Então é manter e o top 3 ainda é uma realidade. Então continuar mirando sempre no topo. E é isso, atingiremos.
So we would continue to apply all the knowledge that we have in the game, and we were planning for the two days. But we are really happy. We started with like 3 very good matches, and we are happy. We are aiming for the top 3, and yes.
Hopefully that's going to be the case because good thing you had those 3 matches. You have had a resurgence from Reject. You see OG as well currently playing with nothing to lose. Those teams are 18 and 19 points away from you. In the last 3 games, do you think that Reject or OG can catch you?
Então, a OG e a Reject estão bem próximos de vocês, né? Estão ali entre os 19 e 18 pontos. Você acha que eles conseguem pegar vocês?
Never.
Ooh, no need for translation on that one. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The final 3 games of Group Green are coming to you.
Never. That's what I like to hear right there. That is how you do it. I'll tell you what, though, from never to always, man. We got to show love to the Infinix GT30 series, the official gaming phone of PMGC 2025. Engineered for precision, performance, and victory, empowering every gamer to be the one and outplay the rest on the global stage. I'll tell you what, Loops need to apply all that knowledge and then some if they want to make it into the top 3, because mathematically it's still possible, right, with what we have left today. But it's going to require a massive game here and now, because these teams in the mid
So I'm still waiting for his moment. He was for a time, right, the new generation of top tip players from Americas, and unfortunately ever since the end of last year we haven't really seen that kind of rise to fame and glory from Ratoboy. But I believe, Loops, you know what, there's still time, there's still 3 matches, there's still an opportunity for them to make that ascent.
Yeah, let's see if they can make that ascent coming up soon. But you know what, hey, we heard they're close for sure. I think that we're gonna see these next matches heat up like crazy, because I mean every single one of these teams, they don't want to go to last chance, right? They want to make it into those finals. So how much percentage do you think we're going to see like the gameplay level up in these last 3 matches? What do you think?
I think 50%.
Cool.
I think 50%. It's not. It is a big increase because I think these teams are kind of holding out just a little bit, but they're definitely doing a lot here already. There's not that much holding back. There's just a little bit, but I think just the intensity from everybody is going to make this a really interesting last few games, especially if we look at the 4th to 6th place, or even 4th to 8th, really, actually, because IC are at 104. In 8th place is Falcons with 96. That's less than 10 points away from a 4th place position for Falcons. So all of those teams in between there definitely going to be bringing in the heat in this next game.
I mean, if I can bring up a negative point here, it's Alter Ego. I'm sorry, they had such a banger performance yesterday. There's nothing to show for it today. Really, this team just kind of disappeared. They've had some decent entry points and stuff, but when it comes to fights, I mean, look at this replay. I mean, I'm sorry to say, but they're just getting completely squashed, literally, by the competition. And there's still time to make up for that maybe rough start of the day, unlike Dorian, who clearly has redeemed everything here for his squad. But Alter Ego here, Hodrix, this is the team that I need to see something from this next game, because otherwise, with how performant and consistent the top teams like APG and D+ currently are today, it's going to be tough to make that comeback.
For sure. I'm going to say it right here and now. I think we got one slot left available, and I think that's the 3rd place position with GOAT. Yeah, I mean, D+ have 139. They're playing so well. Alpha Gaming, they're putting up points regardless of the situation. I just think it's too tough to catch up with how chaotic these last 3 matches are going to be. That's in my opinion, you know? So, man, we just see the level up, right, towards these last game. And we just saw Doran, 7 eliminations all by himself. I'm going to tell you, if the Wolves somehow pull it out here and steal that 3rd spot away from GOAT, it's going to be 100% due to that one particular play. I mean, that's a huge difference maker right here, Max.
Could be. I'm actually, you know what? I want to talk about Dorian real quick. The fact that we've had so many top-tier players from Romania in the past, like, I'm sure some people are going to remember Eastern Stars. I'm sure that's going to be a callback for some people. And you had Octavian, you had Kapahala, all those guys. And now the one player from that region, Niptura, from Romania, that still stands strong and is able to perform globally from Romania is Dorian. You would have told me like years ago, I would have said there's no way, but no, he is the guy who stood up and is still here to this day.
Gosh, that's just a blast from the past. You took me back 2-3 years there with some of those names, Max. But yeah, Doran, it's so nice to see a player stand out even back then, continuing to do his thing. He's still on top. He still got it. It's really, really nice to see, especially at this level, right? PMGC, and you're able to get 7 eliminations on your own. 1v7 in PMGC is insane.
Hey, by the way, you're talking about Romania, Texas, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
Right?
Definitely.
Yeah, no, exactly.
We claim him now, baby. He's on the Wolves. He's rocking that USA flag. That's 100% American. I love to see that. I love to see those plays, and you know, it's these crazy moments, these clutch moments that will just revitalize a squad. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, when you get in these high pressure situations, sometimes you need someone to make it happen. Hey, for D+, it's Chips in my eyes, right? Because anytime the going gets tough, you got to hit those hard peaks, that clutch shot. He's doing it for the squad. So, I mean, the fact that D+ has Chips and Nobu going crazy too, man, I mean, it's they're looking full steam ahead to make it to the finals. I'm a lock of it.
While we have a bit of time, I'm trying to think right now, who would be the group green MVP? Like, you got so many contenders, of course, Chips,
that's a good question.
You got Top for APG. Goat had some step-up players. Rosemary had some great games yesterday. Like, who would be the one to claim that one? I think it's really close, way closer than what we had during Gauntlet, right? It showed that we kind of had a good inkling of who it would be, but right now, I'm not sure.
I think it's gonna be Chips, to be honest, and the reason I say that is because he was daily MVP yesterday. Was he? Yes. Yes, he was. And then today we've also had a game from him where he was also MVP of that game, whereas Top has not. So Top was MVP day 1, but the performance overall from Top has not been as standout as Chips continues to do. And so I think it is probably gonna Chips be just inching that one over the rest of the lobby.
That's a good pick. Who do you think, Patrick?
I think that's pretty close. I think it's pretty close right there. I think Alpha is not done yet because I think we saw them do that split in Rondo, that made me hype because I was like, you know what? Yeah, if you're going to mix things up, you really only need one good game if you're Alpha Gaming to lock yourself in, right? The fact that they did that split and they sent Top, like one of their top fraggers out there to try to get some eliminations, I thought was a brilliant play. I think that if they get a normal set, there's no pressure at all on this squad as opposed to everybody else pretty much for the most part, Max.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I just cheated a little bit. I just looked. It's currently in order, top 5 MVPs for day 1, day 2, not day 3, but it was Top, Nolbu, Rosemary, Falak, and then Chips. So Chips actually way lower than I expected him, Nipcho. That's kind of a surprise. Wow.
I'm so surprised by that, but I suppose MVP for the team maybe isn't MVP for the lobby, right? He's doing things for the team, but maybe the other guys are just out eclipsing him just that little bit more.
Well, man, now is the time, folks. You gotta put up some points right here, right now. It's the grassy lands of Arigale for the final time today. John, Blank, who's gonna win this one? Tell me, I wanna know.
Well, I don't know about you, but I feel like Doran's going to win this one. I don't know who he's playing for or whatever. I'm all about him, right? That seems to be the case. He could just take on the entire world on his lonesome. Wow, wow, wow. What a monumental achievement in that last game. But all jokes aside, it's definitely Team Secret winning.
Do you think Team Secret's getting a win here?
100%. Every time, it's Team Secret. No doubt in my mind.
Maybe another Sosnovka circle, potentially. That could be certainly interesting. I think the players probably hate it, though. But yeah, we are getting another game. Probably back to normality, maybe, I hope. In terms of the circle, 2 games in a row that favored over towards Reject, and their immediate rotate across towards Sosnovka was very much needed for them to try and get themselves out from the bottom 5. I think that they are very lucky that they got the double Sosnovka, but they also played it fairly well to get towards 2 endgame finishes. Not quite the chicken dinner, though. Definitely a possibility on that last match, but not quite able to pull it off. The squad's out nice and early, though, and the circle is far east, so no worries on that Sosnovka finish this time around. Alter Ego get to head up towards that north side around Lipovka Mansion split, so they should have a decent start in this game.
Yeah, that east side will be the focus now, as they send it on in. Nicely dropping down here. No roadblocks around those bridges. Now, we were looking a lot at the Falcons over that last match, right? And Doran was looking at them too. But the thing that they really adjusted in those last 2 matches was the speed at which they rotated in the start of the match, right? Away from Pachinki. They have to rotate again this match. The question is, will it be as fast without the pressure of a military circle?
To be honest with you, I don't think so. I don't think so. Unless something has drastically changed within the calling structure of the team, I don't think it's going to be a fast rotate from them. I think that the odd thing for the Falcons is how are they going to bounce back after that last game? Getting 1v4'd is never a good feeling, even in your games at home. It feels even worse on a global stage. So I do think for the Falcons, they might be reeling from that. And again, it's unfortunate because I think the other games of the day were pretty good, honestly, and fairly successful. And even that rotate there was not the incorrect decision. And I'm hoping it doesn't set up a mental block for them going forward, because it certainly could do. I think for the Wolves, that game might have cleared those heads, though, right? That's the big thing. You could be happy with how Doran performed there and hope to do him proud in this game.
I mean, the difficulty, though, for all of those teams is that third place is still moving, and GOAT on 112 has a little bit of a lead. We were saying it before, right, that APG and DK at this point, if they're able to get 10 more points in today's matches, they've got 3 matches to do just that. They're locked in. They're pretty much locked in already. It is a question of who's going to join them. And all the way down to the Falcons have a really solid chance of getting there, right? With a good game, they're on top of that pack. From 112 down to 96, I mean, you know, it's not easy, but a 16-point gap can be made up fairly quickly if you're able to get into those late games.
Goat's hold is tenuous, to say the least, over in third place. D+ being 10 points behind Alpha Gaming is certainly not something I would have predicted after the end of day one, but yeah, here we are, which is very cool to see, honestly. The reigning champions having some of those life signs come back into effect as D+ do rotate straight away from Rozhok. They get a nice east side start here for them. Towards the center of the circle as well, they should be able to get towards. But you're right, there is a lot of teams towards the middle of the pack, pretty much from 8th upwards, that can challenge for that third place. Though at any moment, there is this case that any moment GOAT could change that. Because if GOAT get a 20-point game in any of our next 3 matches, it does become very hard to catch up to them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's still just out of reach to really say who our top 3 are looking likely to be. We know who 2 of them are very likely to be, but yeah, absolutely. And then down towards 11th place as well, there is a bit of danger there. It's in general less likely that they'll find those big 20-pointers, but it's definitely possible, right? From probably, I mean, it would be difficult for OG and Reject to make it, but it's still just sort of on the doorstep. But certainly GS have a chance. Loops, GS, Gen G, sorry, and 97G, they're sort of in this state of flux right now, with GS definitely behind that pack, but whose spot would they take with a big game? That remains to be seen.
Let's take a look at the center of the circle at the moment. 9Z coming in from Yasnaya. They do have an outpost down towards the south side, scouting. D+ also moving their way in. Reject so far have done a fairly good job to start moving up towards the top side of the, well, the middle of the lobby, let's say, at least not the top side at all. But currently in 13th place. They're still a hefty 18 points behind, though. And that, again, there's a lot of points to be gained. It does require Loops to not have a great game either. So for Reject, they just have to keep pushing all day. For GS, it's a little bit of an easier story, from 71 up to 83, and we've seen GS make some fairly decent maneuvers. It's still feeling hit or miss with that squad. For OG, only 1 point behind Reject. I think OG is the cutoff of teams that are able to get in towards last chance here, being at 64 points. But again, that is another strong set of 3 games for that squad.
Yeah, absolutely. It is very difficult. Again, we were thinking about that bubble towards the lower end being somewhere around the 90s, maybe low 90s, could be pushing up a little bit, especially given where we sit right now. It is very difficult to imagine that Tiamba are going to be able to get 40 points in 3 matches, and for Team Secret, 70 points. No, it's impossible. Even though they're going to win the next 3 matches back to back. You're just not, it's just not happening. Imagine, you know, you get 3 20-point games back to back and you still don't even qualify for last chance.
Oh, you don't? Yeah, you'd be on
exactly.
81. Yeah, so it's rough. It's definitely rough. I think Team Secret is the only team that is completely counted out here. But even for Tiamba, if they go down here, then they're also counted out.
Pretty much. That would be nasty news for Tiamba. Alter Ego really want these points, though. You can see where they are on the tables right now. 5th place. And they were up in 3rd. They've been up in 2nd as well. They've been dancing around that top bubble. But for now, they're in 5th with a team 1 point ahead of them, a team 1 point behind them, and plenty more behind that who would be all too willing to usurp the spot and take some of that prize money and the all-important ticket to the finals. Goats moving in on the southwest side with APG behind them. The circle goes back out towards that western side.
For Erangel here, this is our last Erangel of Group Green. It is also the last chance to get stable points and more so stabilize your position in the leaderboard. I think if you head over towards Miramar, as we've seen multiple times, some of those circles are so hectic. And the big thing about Miramar is not the fact that it can't be played well, but you get towards this end games where the circle can really only support 5 teams at most, and that's around about stage 6, stage 7. So there's less chance of you. Unlike Erangel, where you get to stage 6, stage 7, you can have like 8 or 9 teams in those circles, which gives a lot more chance for our squads to have a strong finish there. But you might just be cut out by luck, essentially, in Miramar, whether you can make it or not. You need to make sure now on this last Erangel that you secure that position and make it a little bit easier for yourself, basically giving yourself a buffer going in towards Miramar. That's most important for GOAT right now, because they already have a small lead. They could extend that out further. Their life becomes so much easier on Miramar because they can just play it slow.
Yeah, it's potential to be a little bit more relaxed there. You'd love to see it. You do not want that pressure of knowing, oh, we need to get like a 17 elim game here to do something on these tables, etc. It's really nerve-wracking, and you do not want that on your conscience. Teams are starting to line up very, very linear down the center of this circle blank. That Yaz field presence being really felt on that west side. Everyone wants access to the mansion fields if it goes northeast. It does start to splay out down towards farm, down towards Milter, with that lumber yard on the southeast side as well. But on the north side, very much along the road south of Yasnaya.
Team Secret do find loops. That's a big deal, especially for the 11th place position. Rafina, lucky to get away with his life there. I'm surprised he didn't find that final shot, but they will look to see if they can finish off some more. You have to hit that, finally.
Oh, 2 of his teammates sending over his head. Lovely bit of stunt driving there coming through from Team Secret. Even if they can't make the points work, they'll try and look pretty doing it. And they do manage to get, you know, a decent chunk out of loops, and very likely to pick up another point at least. So well done them. Congratulations. Do better
The big
next
thing
year.
is that getting 2 players out from 11th place, the 11th place team, is actually a massive deal here for Reject as well as OG. Stops Loops from progressing too much and gives yet again another chance for both those teams to put up some strong points here. And with OG being able to play up towards the north side, play in heaven, you know, this is a really strong chance for them to get a good game on here.
Absolutely. They need to regroup properly, though. If they don't find it in time, teams will start to crunch in. GOAT moving in from the southwest side with the Falcons out to their west. Wolves on the northwest of this still D+ ahead of them. GOAT do have a challenge here. They don't really have too many options, and Gen G already finding their way in the building that Killer Joe was trying to scout out. Papara Supermassive. I mean, you can't stop off there, really. It's too close to the edge of the circle. Want to get a little bit further. The 2 from Loops, GS, everybody's sending now.
You've got to do. I mean, this is an awkward area of the map to be playing in. Still have Mansion in play. No one really wants to go for that just yet. They're waiting for the circle to make a true decision on where it's finishing. D+ just sends center. They're quite happy with that one to play in that position. Again, Alpha Gaming down towards that southeast side, playing it more towards the edge here. They will have to sweep through teams, but it's a team that has the capability to do that massively.
No one getting fully stuck into a fight just yet. But I mean, it is APG really on this eastern side. That sweep through, maybe. Papara Supermassive there as well. Probably the first team to face. Alter Ego potentially around this prison mound. Tianba, hey, they still got 4 players alive. You know, they're fine. They're doing okay. They can still do it, I believe. Well, don't even know if I believe myself on that one.
You
APG,
Captain optimistic today, honestly.
Yeah, let's go with that. Let's go with that. Loops trying to move on through and actually finding an opener to Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, 1 point. That's 2 players is good. Definitely good. But Papara Supermassive losing a player there to a 2-man team is pretty rough. Playing alongside this ditch. Sits around the dead trees. It's a okay position. Put it that way. Requires smokes though. To keep teams off your back. Also easily crashable. Your outpost as well is also gone due to loops, which does make this a bit more awkward. Waiting for stage 4 now to pop. Wolves on the northwest, 102 points after that game. True heroes performance from Doran to sit them there.
I mean, I'm surprised that the teams have managed to compact themselves into this area. I mean, the blue zone isn't quite fully upon APG, and maybe that's going to be the go time. But APG can't find the shots, and it's actually Tiamba to draw first on that engagement. And Nate over the top is huge, gets the flush, and another knock to APG. The circle sends all the way down to the southwest, so OG are going to have to move. Can't play that Evan combat anymore. This is big news for IC, and for GOAT, and for Falcons, and maybe even for Reject.
It's pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, Reject being able to move him from that south side's massive. Also, big chance here now for D+ to get ahead, right? Get first place. First place over in PMGC 2024. Now looking to top the tables here in Group Green. Will be a great marker for what's to come from this South Korean squad. But yeah, you're right. For Gen G, Inner Circle, Reject, this is all very promising on this next circle.
I mean, it's kind of nastiest, I think, for maybe GS in this scenario. Who are closest to chasing down. Well, I mean, they're trying to get away from this hilltop, but Alter Ego actually sent up towards this fight, right? They're losing all of their players now. Over towards just Alva now remaining. That's not friendly. That's not fun.
Yeah, I meant more as in, like, why is Tiamba suddenly insane at the game? Like, not why are they bad, because this is crazy. They've just taken down a lot of the tough parts of the lobby here pretty succinctly, leaving Alter Ego, who were challenging for a third place position, now with just one. And Alva, I don't think he survives here, and he does not.
No, they're done and dusted. 5th place at the end of this match with 2 Miramars left to play. I mean, they're just going to hope that GOAT and IC go down as well, aren't they? And the Wolves. I mean, and actually half the lobby. It would be great for Alter Ego if you could all just, you know, stop playing right now. They'd love that.
I mean, I think there has been a little bit of lackluster performance from Alter Ego today, but fair enough as well, where you look at those circles, it's been really rough. Finally get to play a decent one, and it's very open. It's a hard rotate for them too. They get caught off towards prison with 2 teams playing around that location. 2 teams, which I might add, have basically nothing to lose here as well, with Team Secret and Tiamba playing extremely aggressive.
There's a real firecracker about to pop off, I'm sure, there. But GS are crashing. 2 teams chasing for that 11th place bubble. GS moving down towards Sarah, but he has got that outpost to reposition away back towards the rest of his team. Will they be able to do so safely, securely? Reiji, though, not so lucky. Spotted on the off angle and immediately flushed away as well. And that's a point added to the tally for GS, with loops going low, down to 1 player. They definitely want to make this game a big one. See how far they can go.
That's an all boot striking from the northern side. But Tiamba's not done yet. The nades, pins pulled, and Team Secret looking to hit the deck here as the explosions come through very quickly. Good damage will find one. Xeris should go down to the splash damage there, and does. Tiamba decided that they can play PUBG Mobile finally.
Yeah, they've been allowed to open their eyes, it seems, on this one. A nice pick up there. Wolves trying to make the dash now across the open ground. OG trying to stop them. And they have got a beautiful lineup there for AKOP. Doesn't quite connect for another knock, but slows the Wolves down a lot more. They've got 20 seconds to get back up and into fighting form. With the Tanky getting rezzed as well, OG are on 4. They have to move 2. The question is, where do they go right now, Blank? It's open area to the north of Shelter, to the north and the west of Mansion.
You know, Wolves who need to make their way out, but like you say, they are surrounded on both sides here. Falcons looking for a little bit of redemption from that last match too, as Alpha Gaming takes this opportunity just to swing through. They see the smokes down over towards 9. See that swing straight back around again. Worth their time trying to pick that one up. I think for Wolves this is an extremely difficult run out. They are pincered at the moment.
Certainly are. Tiamba taking down Papa Supermassive as well. They take a knock. Oh, that's all the way out the back, actually. So Bond might actually be a full casualty. Wolves crashing across the road. The Falcons were trying to make their life hard, and that is going to continue to be the case as Wolves are getting torn apart, crashing into OG. It's not friendly. I think it's just Bat now remaining. Meanwhile, in the picture-in-picture, the south side is getting real hot between Reject and GS. Those two teams looking to chase for that 11th place bubble. I don't quite know who's in the lead right now, Blank, but I feel like GS might have this one. Reject taking heavy casualties.
Apollo nades his teammate. And that is it, done and dusted. 65 points now for Reject and not much more. But GS do profit off the back of that. 4 elims on that game. Wolves down as well. Egos will go out. It's just Baton left remaining. Good nades coming through from 9Z over towards OG as they try to cross the road.
It's a difficult crossing, certainly. I'm just looking. I just had a little chuckle. I looked at Tiamba. They've got 11 eliminations, Blank. Yeah, we're in minute 20, right? Like this. What? It's very confusing. I don't think they're going to be able to get too much further here out in the open, but they do have a position in this next circle. We'll see if they can maintain it for a little bit longer. OG also heavily suffering. This 9ZG layering the nades on in, but one nade sent back their way could be beautiful. Falcons having a tough time in the meantime as well. On the other side of it, the other flank against OG, and they find Narvalo.
I mean, Narvalo's been down for a little while now. OG do take quite a bit of damage there from the Falcons. It was instantly healed back up again. Redox does get knocked though. Ralph will have to send out to try and pick him up. Good shot there coming through from OG. Will take down Koa, and now with just Ralph remaining. This is where you want to see OG push. That's exactly what they do. Well done.
But the next move, again, they are trapped on this north side. Goat have to move as well. Do they want to try and stymie OG, or do they want to try and get closer? Remember, they're defending their 3rd place right now against IC, who have position in the circle.
Okay.
Nice little pick out there as 9Z try and roll on up, but Tanky has other ideas. He's going to stop them dead in their tracks, look for more spray downs. Finally, a turn on the corner is there, but the rest of OG now need to pick up the slack. AKOP can't do it, but the teammates are still rallying, and Tanky stays alive. One player now for OG to pick them back up. For 14 seconds before the zone moves, they might just be able to roll out as 3.
Really good stuff. Again, Tanky is definitely my favorite player on that squad. He is very slick with it. Some insane maneuvers from his side of things. I think he's been a thorn in the side for a fair few teams as well that maybe underestimated him. D+ though, they send across. There is shots from Gen G. I think D+ trying to finish off that fight between them and OG, but seeing their teammates getting blasted out by Gen G in the background, sees them run back towards the rest of the team. Tiamba still taking shots, but it's Gen G to do most of the work there over towards GS. For Gen G, this is a big deal for them. If they get a chicken dinner on this game, that does shoot them back up into the hundreds alongside a lot of other squads.
Oh my goodness me. It is really their time to join that fight, it seems, but Goat are still alive, Blank. On the western side, they do have to get on in, and Inner Circle maybe a little bit more happy because they are in the circle on this next rotate. D+ with 1 player left standing. Trying to rack up as many places as they can, but Chips out the open will be taken down, and the point goes to OG, who are now very close to GS, and they're behind Loops on 77. OG with the crash, actually, over towards Gen G's position, and one of them's knocked on the wall.
I mean, for OG, this looks a lot more aggressive. It looks good. I mean, they are trying things today, and I like it. I really do like it. Tanky now on the side wall. WizGod has to move up in the vehicle. There is a nade sent out. It's a little bit too far, but a nice Molotov will cause Dammy to be sat down on the side. Nade goes a little far again from Gen G, but GS assaulting from the sidelines too.
I'm looking at GOAT crashing into IC. That's the battle for third place popping off right now in the picture-in-picture. It's really, really dangerous stuff as Gen G looking to climb, but a nade from WizGod is able to land on target. GOAT are looking to keep this crash going. IC hopping out, but can't quite find on the spray down. And there's a chime in from Tianba, who is still alive, by the way. Oh my goodness me, there's three very important fights happening right now, Blank, all at once. As on the south side, it's GOAT who take down IC. 6 elims now, placements into 5th place. And there's still that Lone Ranger running across the open ground. No, hang on a minute. He has got his teammates still going with A-King behind him.
Tianba getting themselves up towards the wall with 12 elims on the match, by the way. Gen G at 10, OG at 10. You can see teams are really pushing as far as they possibly can to try and get into last chance here. We are so close on the tables for 3rd place. We are so close on the tables down towards for the last chance. A Tanky finds Quick. Tianba steps up but can't find the shots onto a Tanky.
Oh, he's dodging down there. GOAT may be onto a winner though, Black, with Gen G starting to wane. This could be the time that they solidify that 3rd place, move it out of reach for almost everyone in the lobby. Inner Circle could have been the last bastion here. OG lock in some placement points. You saw them just flick up into 12th place, but they are still short of 11th. Their game is over in 5th place here. 2 more maps to play. And an 8-point difference between them and Loops, who sit still on the bubble.
Oh, come on. That was... You shooting above him, dude. It's not that big of a drop-off. Finally gets the job done. Yeah, for GOAT, you're absolutely right in terms of maybe they can finish here. The big thing is this. 14 elims from Tianba is extremely silly.
Oh, dear.
And does see them with a chance.
I mean, it kind of does, right? On a 85-point bubble, Tianba on 64 when you've added in these 14 elims. I mean, that's doable. They've already guaranteed a 4th place in the placements. They're definitely going to be less than 20 points, fewer than 20 behind that bubble going into our Miramar stage. The question is, how much further can they go? Because they're out in the blue zone, and they do need to push further forwards.
Yeah, the big thing now for GOAT is if this circle goes down towards the southwest, then I think we might have just secured our top 3. It would be a big outside chance on both our Miramars for any other teams underneath them. But if it heads up towards the northeast side, then it might still all be to play for.
We go covering that run out. Satan has the inside of the building kind of on lock, so Tianba not actually going to go for the push. They know they don't need to commit to going for it. It would be a placement and an elim if they can go in and find that last player for Gen G, but they can wait for him to leave instead.
It does all come down to this shift here. And it's away from them. So now GOAT's life becomes a little bit more difficult. Tianba's going to walk forward a little bit. Get a slight resupply there.
Oh, felt dangerous there. I thought Kraken was going to peek out, take the shots, but I think the wall just covering it off. Very, very tense.
It's such open ground that GOAT have to cross. But which of these players are going to take shots towards them? I think if it was a 3-man squad playing here in Mansion, GOAT absolutely is in a tough time of it. But because it's 3 separate teams on the outside towards the east, I think GOAT might just be able to get by because of the lack of coordination from all 3 of these teams on the other side who don't really want to be the first to peak.
I mean, the fact that they've got 3 players though as well, that's going to be really worrisome. They are the main team that has to move, but GS have to let their last player out. And remember, GS also chasing for that bubble. Currently on 78 points, and then you add on the placements. Blank, they're very close to already being into 11th against Loot. Another elim, another team going down would be brilliant news for them. Smoke trains there. GOAT might try and leverage that to actually stretch out themselves.
Come on, Tianba. Now's your time to peak. Satan's just been so quiet on the inside. And it actually might let Go get up to the wall, in which case it may not have mattered the circle pushing away from either of these squads. But look how open this ground is. ESO not taking any shots either just yet. He basically smokes for Goat too.
Now the zone will close dead center. It's going to start now, and teams have to move. The smoke's lining up. Tianba have started to push out, but stepping back into the blue zone. ESO finds a play from Goat. That's huge. Finding that off angle, finding a knock against Goat. That brings it into a 2v2v1 now. The res needs to come through. Tianba, stop this res from happening at all costs. They need to find it. The smoke there covers off the other angle. Aching. Milo, where are you? You need these sprays. You need them now, or Goat are going to be back up as 3, up into the wall, and Satan is still there. He's crossing the open ground, and Kraken, he's able to find it. Satan goes low. He's been spotted. Aching with the angle on towards him. Looking to keep that spray going. And Tianba looking to ladder up. They will get second, but they only have the one player to stand, and the nades from Goat over the top seal the deal, and they might have just guaranteed Goat's spot in the grand finals. What a close down on the game. Tianba making waves, but it is the top 3 looking all the more certain.
Yeah, it's such a messy finish there coming through from those 3 teams. Satan does nothing, Tianba does nothing. That's coming across from the side, because honestly that's an international mindset, where as those 3 teams there, you deal with the biggest target first in the lobby, and then you as the solos can fight against one another for the win, right? But that way everyone goes down at separate orders in low placings, and you limit yourself on elims too. I think it's a weird one. It's definitely a weird one.
Yeah, it's a really, really weird ending there, but Goat
And when the going gets tough and everything is on the line, Goat pull out a chicken dinner. This could be the one that seals the deal for them and gives them that trip on over to the grand finals, Max. What a game from Goat.
I mean, it's not just a great game. This is a team, Hodrix, that dropped in Primorsk, almost a complete opposite side of the map. And they go for a quick pivot. And what stood out to me is not just that early game rotation. Their terrain knowledge was second to none this match on Erangel. They knew what position on the western side of Museum they could use in their favor and just make teams avoid them like the plague. And all the teams could see Orangutan, APG, all those western teams just did not want to get in a 200-meter radius of Goat because that position was so damn strong. And you can see by some of the damage here from the players, Kraken, Twix, Vic, Niptura, taking almost no damage this game because their fights were so one-sided.
Yeah, really nice show, and you're right. They went onto that western side, they got a great position, and they were just able to clear teams, just very methodical. I think that's really the name of the game so far in the group green stage, right, is just this methodical attitude towards the rest of the lobby. They're not going full sends, they're just taking it slow, one at a time with those timings as well. Another really good game from Go, and that is why they're in the top 3 currently.
Oh, such a clutch performance from them. And not to mention, right, that was from the top of the leaderboards, our 3rd place team. But man, this game really just showed the desperation and tenacity of our bottom squads, man. You saw Tianba go crazy with a bunch of eliminations. OG get a bunch of eliminations. GS as well. You can see they're trying to do everything they can. It's just so difficult with this point lead from Loops, right? They're hanging on by a thread here.
They're just crawling through these games, just hoping, just one point, sir, please. That is 4v1, just one extra point. And you know what? A point might just be the difference maker at the end of the day between 11th and 12th position. Who continues in the last chance and who is sent home after these next 2 matches? 2 Miramars is here to seal their fate, as we still have some of these replays. But man, Museum all over the place. Oh my goodness. D plus
Crazy.
Kia going full send onto Gen G. In my opinion, the crash was very poorly executed. Keeping chips as an off angle on a flat train like this for me is the wrong decision, Niptura. And then Orangutan, more opportunistic, right? Looking to go for a third party. I appreciated that play.
I did, but again, it was just a little bit too late, right? They tried to do something there on the opposite side, trying to just pincer rather Gen G there, but it just wasn't gonna work. The timing was way off there, but we see these rotations, Max. You're right? Goat over in Primorsk, a complete opposite side of the map there from everybody else.
That was a... They had to get a lot of fuel to make that rotation. They had to loot a lot of those to make sure those cars were still in working condition. Here, really adamant to play these high ground positions in this spot on the map, and then they go for the side next to OP Dip. And this is the terrain knowledge I was talking about. That position they had is so hard for teams to breach you entering from the western side. So they just held it down, protected themselves with the cars. And you can see Orangutan. They did not want to have to deal with the side of Ghost. They're like, oh, well, Museum, there's a fight with D+. We'll go for that instead because Go, that position is way too strong. And Go, knowing the Orangutan left, they fight IC instead in that compound. And then, boom, full control of the southern western side. Easy peasy wrap up for that chicken dinner on Goat's side.
20 points on the board. I mean, that is what they needed. Tiamba put up 20 as well. I mean, you can tell they're just trying to pull out all the stops here, Niptura.
They really are. Some really good show from Tiamba, but it's just a little too late, Jukes. A little too late. Just 2 games left for them to put up. I mean, we're talking about them having to put up an equal number of points in both the upcoming Miramars for them to really have a shot at the top 11, right? At going to last chance. And so that's just going to be so difficult. But hey, better late than never, I suppose. I really like what we saw from them. That's the Tiamba we're used to seeing. Hopefully we can see that again in the next game.
I agree. I personally, with how chaotic I know these last 2 matches are going to be, especially the last match for sure, I think it's done and dusted for Tiamba. But that just goes to say, right? If they somehow make it happen, it will be the comeback of the entire year, Max.
I mean, Reject, why 0 points? Alter Ego, why 0 points? Oh, we were having some good momentum yesterday for Alter Ego, today for Reject. No follow through on this game. It was definitely not an easy match for these teams. I do have to say, if you had to be center very early, like your Gen G, like your D+. But regardless, that momentum did not follow through. Hopefully that could be the case going into those Miramar matches. Though congrats to Killer Joe from GOAT Team being your game MVP. 4 eliminations, very important on his fight actually during that push onto the Pakistani team that shall not be named. Actually, is currently in 4th position, and they are currently in the cutoff. Here, they would not make it to the grand finals, just barely. We need to see a comeback from those guys.
I'm gonna tell you right now. Okay,
absolutely do.
Neptura, I'm gonna ask you this real quick. Sorry to cut you off. Right?
No.
That from GOAT to IC, that's a 25-point difference. All right. We got 2 matches left to go. We know how crazy the last match is going to be, right? In my opinion, these teams are looking at you, IC, all the way down to Wolves. You have to do something different. A regular game of PUBG Mobile isn't going to get you in the grand finals, right?
Yes.
What would you suggest? I want to hear from both you guys, right? What would you suggest for a team like IC, right, to have to do in order to make it into those grand finals and possibly take out GOAT?
Oh, that's a really tough answer. I don't know necessarily that they should do anything different. I think the way I see them playing has been pretty consistent so far today. Alter Ego, I think, do need to step up and try and get more placement, more of that end game positioning, end game presence. For IC, I would say just up the ante a little bit here. Not be more careful, but just be a little bit more persistent with their plays.
Max, agree with that?
I would agree. I'm just looking at the hot drops locations right now. So GOAT have a hot drop in common in El Pozo with Falcons. Now that could be a very impactful one. If GOAT go out early, that could open up the floodgates for some of these teams to do a final last ditch effort to get in the top 3. If you're GOAT though, Hot Jukes, now we're going on the opposite side. No, they know they might be targeted. They can't afford to go out early. I would say you change your drop location. You go Ruins, you go Tierra Blanca, you go Campo Militar, you go Prison. For all I care, you don't take the hot drop. Otherwise, you are throwing massively. If I see it happen, GOAT, for me, I don't want to see you in the finals. Sorry, that would be the throw of a lifetime.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I think that GOAT should definitely mix things up here because personally, I mean, we've seen too much esports at this point, right? I think if you're IC and AE, if you do the same thing and just try to add it up, I don't think you're making it. Like, without a doubt, there's no chance. 25 points is too big to cross. You've done this all year long, right? Why not try to get to the finals here and now? Don't even worry about last stage, right? So, last chance.
Yes.
So, if you're IC, I'm not going to say hot drop, right? I don't think you're going to hot drop, right? But no, do something to possibly camp out a rotation. You got to figure out a way to take this team out early because if they put up 5 points, I think it's over, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So they need
agree.
0. They need 0, right? So, I mean, honestly, if I see IC or any of these teams going down, and this is how I feel about it, right? I don't even want to see you in the grand finals. I don't. Like, I hate it. It's the worst thing ever. You gotta do something different, right? I mean, if this was PMSL, you don't want to, like, you know, upset other teams, fine. But this is where the big money is on the line. Come on.
Okay, chat. We're sorry. He's very passionate right now. Okay, he's a bit angsty. Okay, just he'll relax after this game. Don't worry.
Yes, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. It'll be fine.
It'll be fine for GOAT if they put up 5 points. I'll tell you that right now.
Calm down, Hot Troops. Let us talk, okay? So it's too much. We need to hold him back. Oh my goodness. But you know what, Niptra? I think that, like, genuinely to have a bit of a conversation on what Hodrix is talking about. Do you want to go for the hot drop and take that risk? I would not recommend it.
No.
I just don't want to see a full squad out of those teams that are competing for top 3 get towards the late stage, circle 5, 6, and just play hyper passive. Placement points aren't going to cut it. You need to frag out, and late game, we need to see some strong presence here on these Miramar matches.
We do, and I think it's for those 3 teams in particular, right? GOAT, Inner Circle, and Alter Ego. Those 3 teams in particular have a very similar playstyle when it comes to the late game. They play mid to edge. So you're going to see all 3 of those teams actually on the edge of the circle trying to farm out other teams and spread and split in the end game. If one of those teams can catch GOAT early before they do that, or in that push to go split on the edge, they actually find GOAT, see them in the Elim feed, and head to their direction. That could be a huge rotational sort of backstab that doesn't include the risk of a hot drop to me. So I would love to see both of those teams do that.
Definitely. If we have one of these teams that are chasing the top 3 and you see in the elimination feed when you flush out a player, that is GOAT. I want you to, and you have all your players in a healthy condition, I want to see you just rush them right away.
Yes.
If we don't see that, for me, you don't have what it takes, Hotjukes, to be a grand finalist team.
I agree. That's what I'm talking about, right? I'm not saying the hot drop, but if you even get the slightest scent, right, that GOAT is near you, you need to be headed in that direction without a shadow of a doubt, because a chicken dinner, 10 eliminations ain't gonna do it if GOAT puts up 5 points here. Now, that's the top, right? Now, to survive to the last chance, I think GS needs to do the same thing with loops, right? I mean, reject, it's such a big point difference. It's gonna, I think too many things need to happen, right? And the same goes for, you know, like Tianba. But I mean, I want to see something different from the teams at the bottom as well. And since you have so many squads having to do that, these last 2 matches are going to be insane, Neptura.
Yeah, they are. I mean, if Rejects had Tiamba's game in that last Erangel, we would see probably a very different storyline coming through if Rejects able to get into the top 11. But the way it's looking, I think both Tiamba and RC are just not looking where they need to be for that next 2 game push rather. So GS and OG, I'm looking at OG still. They've kept themselves in the running today. I think both those teams need to be targeting Loops, targeting 9Z as well. And those 2 teams, 9Z and Loops, they got to be careful, man.
I agree. I mean, so just to reaffirm, okay, Loops, yeah, they're 3 points away from GS, so that's mighty close. All right. OG are good, about 8 away. Tianba are 15 away, right? So Tianba, you know, Rejects, those guys definitely got to do something crazy here. But I mean, it's going to be a crazy last 2 matches for sure. And honestly, my eyes are going to be on GOAT to see how they perform in this game. I think if they put up, like I mentioned, 5 points, they're going to be solid. Loops, however, we need another 10-point game. I think Loops, if they put up a 10-point game here going into the last match, they should feel good. They should feel pretty good. Does that seem about right to you guys?
I would agree. I would agree on that one. I'm looking at the point difference right now. You could even say middle of the rankings, Papara, Supermassive Blaze, Falcons, technically top 3 is not. impossible. I know it's very unlikely, and no Hodgix is going to say it normally never changes. At the end of the day, it always stays the same. Yeah, which is true. But that one time it does happen. Oh my goodness, that would be a hell of a story. So yeah, Falcons, Papara Supermassive Blaze, Wolves, Gen G. I know there's a lot of pressure, a lot on the line here. You know what? Even if they do not make it here, Niptra, they're still going to last chance. But then you got to be top 2. You got to qualify now. Otherwise, it's going to be so much harder for you to actually make it to Bangkok for these grand finals.
It just is so difficult from here on out. And if you thought, you know, group stage was hard, last chance is going to be even worse, because now you've got all those teams in last chance just desperate. You think these teams are playing hard now? Wait till we get to last chance, because that is the end of the line for the majority of the teams. There are so few slots left once we get over there that those teams just gonna be having a really hard time to do anything, I think. So we'll see what happens when it comes to that. So I wouldn't want to be in those shoes, in that place, in that position. So really these last two games coming up, it's do or die, because, man, I don't want to be in last chance if I were them.
That's a fact, right? For those guys that don't know, we got Group Red coming to happen the day after tomorrow, right? And we're going to have some monster squads joining the fray of last chance. That's for sure, right? So, I mean, that's the last position you want to put yourself in. So, looking at those leaderboards again, mathematically, for a possibility, just a slide, wide shot, it's 9th place. Okay, 9th place could have a shot into top 3. And the way that happens, again, GOAT cannot put up a single point. And they would need at least probably a 15 elimination chicken dinner, right? That's a lot of things to happen. And the problem with this, again, and this is why I was saying this, Max, right? And Niptura,
yeah,
is that last game, you know, you have so many teams that need so many points. They're going to be going crazy, pushing everything. So, man, you got to be able to do it in this game, at least in my opinion, Neptura.
Yeah, it's gonna be something that you really just need to get your head on straight for these Miramars, Jukes, because this is the last chance.
Well, you know what? I want to hear from Jafar from GS. Let's see what 7 has to say from this guy in their last match of the day, possibly.
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm joined by none other than GS Jafar. Yesterday, going into Miramar, you had one of the best performances. You ended up getting 9 eliminations, a 4th place finish. Now, with currently just 3 points away from top 11, what is the mentality going into Miramar?
انت بارحه ميرامار يعني ابدعتوا ما شاء الله عليكم. هسه 3 نقاط من توب 11. شنو تفكيرك لما اتجاه هاي ميرامار بالنهايه؟
والله شوف، مو بس بميرامار، اليوم من بدايه الجيم عقليتنا انه مو بس انه توب 11 عشان نحاول نجيب لنا جيم حلو ونتاهل، بس الحمد لله راح نحاول نركز بقيومتنا، نحاول نلعب مثل البارحه وان شاء الله نقدم اداء حلو.
It's not just Miramar. We're entering today with a completely different mindset. We're aiming to actually make top 3, but it doesn't seem very likely. So more likely we're aiming just to make it to top 11. We're doing really well in the previous maps, and we think we can continue that momentum.
Well, hey, I like that mentality. At first, you guys were aiming for top 3. Top 3 teams are playing lights out. That turned out to be unlikely. Top 11, it's almost right there. I'm hoping you guys can make it. Thank you so much, brother. Back to y'all.
Yeah, top 3 is a little too far away for GS, but last chance is still right there. Okay, well, we're going into Miramar, Max, right?
Yes.
I like what you said. I think GOAT should change up their drop location. I know you're very familiar with the drops here in Miramar, okay? If that's the case, where would you want to see GOAT drop? How about that?
I think I gave a few options earlier. You got Ruins, Campo Militar, Tierra Bronca. Prison was a bit of a meme pick, to be honest. I don't mean that much seriously.
Yeah.
But you got a lot of northern positions. Even the trash loot around water treatment wouldn't be a bad option. I think northern side here, Niptura, would be the best option because a lot of the lobby is or central or more focused around Chumacera, Los Leones. Those positions are heavily just cluttered with teams at this point. So yeah, northern side, I would say not a bad shout for GOAT team.
Yeah, I'd also avoid anything near the teams that are coming for you, right? Alter Ego in particular do an El Hazahar truck stop split, as we've seen in the past. So for that, you're talking about the northern side, I completely agree. Just stay away from the northeastern side. Maybe some ruins, maybe something over there would be a lot better.
didn't we have... sorry, my memory is... it's coming back to me. Didn't we have a hot drop, Gen G versus GOAT team in Hacienda de Patron day one?
That's right. That's right, we
did. That was their first
No
win,
way we
right?
see that again, right? No way.
Bro.
There's no way
Maybe.
GOAT risks it.
Maybe?
I mean... But the thing is that if GOAT...
kind of cool.
And that's the thing, is that if GOAT does it and they win it, I mean, that could be it. Here and now.
It's done.
You know?
Yeah. You know what? I actually wouldn't hate it. They got enough of a gap, Jukes. They could risk it in this game and then come back in Miramar. I think they might just have enough of a gap to maybe make that play.
I said that for the memes. I can't believe you guys are like, actually, yes. I was just like, it happened once. Don't do it, please. If you're listening, don't it was a bad idea.
But they might.
A party in Hacienda. That is what I want to see for sure. Well, guys, you know the leaderboards. You know which teams need to perform. We're headed to the desert here. Last 2 matches of the day. Are we going to see that hot drop? Thank you, John. I know you want to. That's for sure.
If there's one thing I love, it's a hot drop on Miramar. It's brilliant. I have no complaints about them, ever. I think it's the best thing that's ever happened when 2 teams sit in Picardo for 15 minutes. Wow.
I hate it, personally. It's horrible.
Oh, yeah.
But you are right. There is definitely chance for some hot drops. But to be honest, at this point in time, it's starting to feel like Group Green is winding to a close already with GOAT getting the amount of points they did, the amount of teams chasing. I think it's difficult to catch them up. There's basically this outside chance of a team needing 2 really strong games back to back to overtake GOAT, and they also need to be in striking range, which fortunately a lot of teams are towards that 100-point range. Down towards the bottom of the tables is probably the more interesting aspect of it all. I think we can refocus in on the top 3 after next game if a team starts to chase.
Yeah, I think that's a totally reasonable outlook to take going into the final 2 matches into the Miramar set. The last potentially of the year for some of these teams. For 5 of our teams, they won't be playing a tournament again until the new year. The circle, okay. It's not dramatic here. And to be fair, we've had our fair share of dramatic circles. We had 2 military islands back to back. So fair enough. We got a little bit more sane on this one.
Yeah, down towards the south side. It's a very easy playing path into a very easy circle. Papra Supermassive are dropping here. I think Inner Circle, like we say, are the closest, but even then, what is that? 25 points behind. Require GOAT to go down early twice. They are on that north side towards Hacienda. There's no hot drops happening there. The closest really is this between Papra Supermassive and Alter Ego, but even then, they're looking to send out and get away. I think every team's trying to maximize their chances to get in. Now, Loops is that marker, and they have been that marker for a very long time now in 11th place. GS chasing just 3 measly points behind. It's also wild to me that all the way down in 9th place, 98 points, is still chasing towards that top spot. Sorry? Ooh. Why did Doc do that?
That's...
Why did Dammy...
What's GOAT? Hello? I feel like there's something going on.
Oh, it's a rehost.
This can't be right.
Absolutely a rehost, yeah.
It's got to be a rehost. There's no way that this is just happening, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay, interesting.
That's, okay. Wow. That was a little nerve-wracking for a second. Yeah, they'll start to name themselves out. Very clear that is what is going on. As soon as the second team started to do it, I thought, okay, yeah, definitely. We'll hopefully be told what is going on as soon as possible.
Yeah, it seems like Reject's got some issues.
Yeah.
We'll be getting back into the game pretty soon-ish. But it being Doc, I was like, I didn't put it past Doc to do something odd, right? Luckily for us, get straight back into things. We can see here, I mean, teams are worried, right? I mean, Tiamba's definitely worried of where they're going to end up. It's a stressful one getting into that game. You know, you've all had all this pent-up tension to now suddenly in this position where you got to get a restart. Oh, that adrenaline is out the window.
Yeah, it's. I mean, we'll see if the circle's as friendly as it was this time around, right? Like, that's what we were looking at. We're thinking about, okay, the circle's kind of chill. It seems to be okay. Everything's fine. Sure. This is when the circle goes out to the East Islands, right? It's after a game like this, or a Partona, right? We'll see if we'll get some crazy shenanigans unfolding very soon. Reject looking to fix their issue. I believe we are going to be going back over to the analyst desk fairly shortly to give a little bit more breakdown on the proceedings before we get stuck into Miramar. It's not just yet. So the hot drop's not going to happen just yet, Hot Jukes. I know you really wanted it. I know that was your favorite thing. You absolutely love it, but we've denied it on this time around. But guys, do you think it'll be the same this time around?
Let's see and find out. You know, apologize, of course, for the technical delays, you know, but we got it going on right now, you know. So the good thing that we have when it comes to this little reset, you know, is that we got a glimpse of where teams are landing. You know what I'm saying? So we got a nice little psych that happened. We know that GOAT were in Hacienda del Patron right there, right? So super interesting that we got to see, but man, right? A little bit more extra tension before these last two games. You love to see it here, Max.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little bit shocked what was happening, and so I was like, the elimination feed, no. So
I was like, oh,
I was like, okay, no, the doc prank is done, you know, no Trey PG prank. But yeah, a little rehost here, all fine, going to give these teams a little bit ample time to prepare for this match on Miramar. But yeah, from what I was seeing right at the start of that game, Hot Jukes, we didn't see any big hot drops who were like actually going to have a massive impact on the storyline. So for me, we're going to see a very similar thing here going on to the actual first Miramar. No prank, no.
That's right. Yeah, you know, man, and I'll tell you what, you know, when this happens, it definitely just gets teams, I think, possibly even rethinking things a little bit longer. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about you guys. I'm super superstitious. You know what I'm saying? So, like, if I'm there in Thailand, and I'm like, no, let's just play a regular game. And then, you know, we get a little rehost happening. I'm like, it's a sign. We got to hunt them down, guys. Like, we got to do it right now. What do you think? Is it just me when it comes to that kind of stuff? What do you think, Max?
Yeah, no, maybe okay. It's just you. I mean, John was saying also that's the game we usually get an island finish on the east. So I don't know. You guys have some interesting theories that I don't think are going to come into play. But, you know, who knows? You know, that one time it does happen, it'll be fun for sure.
Where's my tinfoil hat, right? I need it right here now. Yeah. Let's go. Neptura, right? 2 more matches left to go. We're pretty much very aware of the storylines that are coming on, right? Yeah. We got the teams at the top hunting down that top 3, teams at the bottom, right? What do you think could surprise you here in this last game? You know what I'm saying? Or in these last 2 matches that we got in Miramar. First one of the day. We didn't see a hot drop on the rehost, all right? Yep. Do you think we're going to actually see teams hunt people down, or is it going to be just another regular match?
I don't know. I really want to see teams actually go for it, but I think they're not going to. I think it's going to be Miramar, just super chill. We're just going to have a normal Miramar match here, Jukes.
I got a good feeling that could be true as well, but I don't want to see it. We know that GOAT are going to Hacienda. That's a fact, right? So they're not changing up their drop location. They're not doing that water treatment split, Max. So, I mean, teams are going to know where they're going.
For sure. I mean, there's going to have some information out there. I was looking at Ultra Ego. They were dropping pretty close to one team. They can't afford a bad game here, Hot Juke. So Ultra Ego, if anything, maybe you can somewhat fix that drop to make sure you don't have an early clash against anyone, because that would really just spell absolute demise for their top 3, their fight for top 3 right now.
Well, that top of the leaderboard is going to be really tough to crack, but that bottom of the leaderboards is mighty close. Let's see if one of those teams at the bottom can possibly pass up Loops here, John and Blank.
And that is what we are going to be paying attention to, right? On the just before there, Blank, you were talking about how it is going to be much more interesting to focus on that bottom side of the tables for this game upcoming. rather than go a little bit towards the top sides, right? Because it is a question of, can a team have a massive game here, and then we'll look at them. So that bottom set, much more prescient, much more present in the mind.
Feels like we're getting a bit of deja vu now, getting back into Miramar once again. But there are definitely a fair few squads that need to step things up. I can't believe Tiamba was able to get such a high placing finish in that last match. With the amount of points they're able to accrue as well, is just, it was a silly amount. I think they were able to get 20 points in the end to close out that game. Still more to be gathered here, but we'll take a look in with the leaderboard when it does pop up on the screen shortly. It's so crazy that everyone has been... It's very, very competitive Group Green, honestly. It's a scary lobby. Whoever chose these groups is really quite mean.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, Group Red will be interesting. Hey, Blank, I think we're going to Bartona this game. Pretty sure. 100% going to go all the way down south. Let's kick it off.
I wouldn't mind it. It's a hard circle, though. You know, Minstelvae, Chumacera in general is pretty difficult. Alter Ego, this time up against Papra Supermassive in close range. One player very low, looks to head upstairs. Still darting around, has a gun now to work with. Ooh. But just a couple of shots from Rosemary, and he's whiffing here.
Rosemary's figured out exactly what he's got. Nico, I mean, it looked like he had a bandage there, maybe a stim. He was able to pop. Rosemary certainly has some healing on, but a full med kit here is huge for Rosemary. To be able to get all the way back up to full HP, this is a massive advantage now. Drops down with the Julies and will start for the spray on the hop out. Oh, he's not quite tagging on 12 rounds, but he's only going to need a couple of them. 3 remaining in the chamber, and Rosemary picks up a crucial point here against Papra Supermassive. I mean, I said we weren't going to focus on the top 3, but Alter Ego, they want it. They want it desperately.
And I mean, to be honest, Alter Ego having issues that last game, which is why we did have that reset, where they're able to effectively get away from Papra Supermassive to a very stressful start here versus Papra. But Rosemary, absolute legend in the game, able to get it done versus Nico, who is also a very, very good player, by the way. So 2 extremely strong fraggers going face to face. Alter Ego do get alive, do get away with it alive. But 82 points for GS. I was highlighting that just beforehand, but it's only 3 points to go. It's not many. This is Loops' time to kick the old engine into gear, because it's been very slow today to get off this marker, consistently being in the danger zone.
That's really unpleasant of a place to be. I mean, yeah, it's 10th and down that are in danger here in these last 2. Losing players, losing points, losing opportunities is big news for the teams at that lower side. D+, I mean, they're fairly split right now. Osal is on his own, picking up a pan. I mean, if another player from Papra Supermassive goes down here as well, that is going to be real bad news. I don't think Kamikaze knows there's a player on the inside, or actually maybe he does here, knows what building he's in, but they're going to regroup and get out of there. So see if they can stay alive, keep everyone now that they have remaining in this match. They definitely need, I mean, they're right at the back of the pack chasing. They're just ahead of the pack that isn't. E+ though have laid a trap. And they'll spot Kamikaze, do a lot of damage, but it's actually Nolbu to find Tron B out in the open, and Papra Supermassive are bleeding.
Yeah, now, we can put it this way, is that Papra Supermassive, their run's done. So we'll be seeing them in last chance now. You go down to 2 players this early on Miramar, you are not finding a lot of points. And in 98, it is a tall order from them. Even in the next game, I think it would be mathematically impossible to make it in towards the top 3. I think for Papra Supermassive, I think we can count them out now as a team trying to chase all those top 3 spots.
Yeah, it would be so they'd need to, you know, wipe half the lobby themselves in the next match to be able to even think about getting up into 3rd place. And even then, that relies on GOAT not doing a thing in this match. So we'll have to see just what they could do. But I mean, just solidify yourself, right? Play for those small ball games. If you get 10 more points this match, in these next 2 matches, you will be very, very secure. For Papra Supermassive, that might be what they're looking for. Anywhere over that 100-point boundary generally is what we said feels very safe, right? For not getting bumped down into the full elimination from PMGC. And right now, it's not the greatest of company there, right? With Team Secret getting 24 points only. Yeah, bad time for them. Reject, who tried their best today, and Tiamba, who out of nowhere had a little bit of a comeback. They're sort of in a possible launchpad position. So I think for this game, Tiamba and Reject, this is where we can count them out or start to really consider them and have the team start to fear them.
Yeah, again, you do have this situation where this is Last Chance Saloon. This game, everything relies on this match. It's not going to be match 6 that's going to be the decider. It's this one which will enable match 6 to happen. For OG, again, if WizGod gets taken out of the vehicle here, now their life becomes a lot harder, but they still have next game to work with over towards top 11. But for the likes of Tiamba, Reject, for them, this match is so important. I think Tiamba had just a crazy run over on Erangel to set things up here, and it really will be some of those final moments to get this done.
Yeah, it's really tough stuff from front to back here on the engagements. Teams now moving their way down to the southwest side, around Los Leones, where we saw Team Secret just there, along with OG. Moving down north, actually, it's only GS who are still up on the north side of this circle, north of El Pozo. Everybody else crammed in now to the hills to the southwest of Chumacero. Actually, Papra Supermassive did send over to Bartona. So as a duo, if it goes there, that's one way to try and earn a lot of points, even as a duo.
Indeed. You sort of live it out, really. D+ still looking to breach over the top side of Alpha Gaming. Themselves up in number 1, where they used to be, is number 1. And doing it by 1 or 2 points would really rub salt in the wounds, considering that's exactly what they did to Regnum Kaya last year. A nice central position right now from Reject, John. I think they can play. It's a bit of a split, but they're waiting for zone 2. We know that that is a really big shrink on the circle. So for this kind of split, it's absolutely fair play by Reject when they're center.
Yeah, we'll see if they can earn the points for it, though, on that central position. Next circle, just about to pop. Okay, we're not going to Partona, but we are going to Bayo de Mar. And these hills are really very dangerous. APG sit atop them. Falcons are going to regroup. 9ZG taking the town by storm. And the Wolves crunching in from the north, from Ladriera. So, who's going to join them? Who's going to be able to push on through? And that central position for Reject is basically taken away immediately.
It's a bit unfortunate for Reject there. Being so split to try and get a position to then have to move over towards this portion of the map, which we actually haven't seen a lot of here at PMGC. I don't even think during Gauntlet, this is the first time we'll really see this position of the map. I know OG actually has a pretty good hold down towards the eastern side of La Tirera, but they're quite far from this one, and taking that position is going to be difficult. GS, though, rotating in from that west side, should be able to get a nice-ish position, but there's so many teams looking to get towards Minas da Valle.
Head down towards that southwest side. I mean, GS making their way on the west point. Loops now taking that Ladriera hill. APG happy to play up the top on the high ground. Big dogs of the lobby. They have shown weaknesses, though, and will this be one of them? It's not going to matter really too much for them either way. They're locked in those top spots. There's no way that 2 teams will be, or 3 teams rather, will be able to jump up on over. It might be a question of who's first and who has those bragging rights going in, but for now, it's more important for them just to chill out, have a good time, learn as much as they can about all these other teams that they may well very be facing in those grand final stages. I see They had that fight with Goat in the last game where they just weren't quite able to hold out on their compound. Goat were successful on the crash. And that's really what allowed Goat to get that chicken dinner, right? If IC had got that chicken dinner, this is a very different match. But now they sit not quite 30 points behind Blank. They're 25 behind, but a big game here. They can take APG down on the hilltop. I mean, it could be for IC.
I mean, they are the closest. Like you said, with Goat losing one player, it's a good opportunity to make it happen. Good as any. Wolves also in a fairly central spot right now. Alter Ego are on a long approach. In a circle, take a knock here from Alpha. Sadly, OG do take a knock as they move in versus Gen G. He's over towards Falak as well, which is not the player you want to lose.
Not in a moment like this. Definitely not. They'll be missing him sorely. But they've still got 3 players on side. Next circle coming through as well. With Minasavaye held at the top, as we're seeing on our camera feed. And we're going up to the north side. So D+, gonna roll straight past Papara Supermassive and over towards that bridge. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Papara Supermassive going down fully here, but D+ might lose the full squad.
Supermassive are going to take shots. They're coming in right on the south side here. This is an interesting rotate coming through from D+ Kia. Papara Supermassive getting ahead of them, though, is a big deal. And yeah, this is the team that D+ has been chasing down almost all game, which feels pretty rough for these poor guys. As their attempt to assault towards the top side of the lobby, it's just not happening. More damage pouring in. Now Wolves looking to finish the job here. Igor consistently playing split from the rest of the team. He does survive far out towards the end, but I think sometimes he doesn't provide enough support to the team. By the time that they need a regroup, he's not quite with them. Go lose Kraken. Ooh. That's to Jafar. Just start to put some points on the board potentially.
I mean, this is big news for the bottom of the tables, right? But it's also big news for the top of the tables. If Goat goes down here, and right now they are split from their reses with a lot of nades in hand for GS, every single one of them carrying some ordnance there. If Goat go down here, that stops the third place bubble dead in its tracks and will make it a little bit easier for the teams chasing. And if GS get the points, they're chasing down loops too. D+ getting on over the bridge. Would be nice to hold up the top there, but I mean, it's really difficult to keep this one under control with the number of positions on the hill to this northeast side that Osal's looking towards that have oversight, right? I don't think for D+ you could stop here. That's exactly what they're doing. They're just using it to leapfrog, and Osal might even be able to find an elim for it as well. They're crashing in. They know that there's someone down, someone wounded, and Doran can't do the dirty, not this time around. Not a repeat of Erangel, and now it's just Batten on the inside. And guess who's nowhere to be seen, Blank? It's Igor.
It's a crazy setup coming through from D+. The fact that you have Osal on the bridge and he's calling that I have the shot and I'm going to get the knock, and the rest of D+ trust him. That's the only way that they are that fast towards this fight, is if they trust him to get that knock and they sail in as those bullets are flying. Wolves had absolutely no time to react to this. I think for Igor, this is one of the few times where it's sort of excusable because that push was insane.
We're seeing a couple of nades flying in as well on that southwest side. Blank, GS, and Go still at loggerheads. Batten is besieged beneath on the ground floor. A lot of shotgun shells flying. There was a double nade over in the Goat fight, and they found another. Now just one player standing. Batten is down on our mainstream, but it's Go looking for the swivel. GS still giving it a good go, and that is Go down. They will fall short on this one. So a non-moving target now. 133 for our teams chasing. It's too far out of reach maybe for this match, but put yourself next door for the next one and see what you can find. Not only that, but Blank, GS, 11th place loops. What do you got?
That does knock Loops down, but this is Loops in a fantastic spot atop the hill right now. West side Lediera. It's a really, really strong position to play. Alter Ego are trying to put some feelers out towards that location though, see if they can get something done there. Tiamba, fairly central. They do take a fair bit of damage over to one of their players, but not down just yet. OG still at 3, so despite all the shenanigans happening on the eastern side, they were able to slowly push their way through.
Still just not a pleasant zone, this one, though. The valley that sits right down the middle is so polarizing on this next circle shift. I mean, the eastern side is slightly better, arguably, but I mean, it's a tough argument, even at that, right? Like, you've got Minas de Valle sat right on the southeast side, a little bit further north. The compound, obviously, by Yamba, by OG, those two positions. There's that road that sits in like a river, splits the circle.
Loops finding Wolves. Last player there. That puts Wolves back, Loops back into 11th. They do take a knock though. I think that's from Alter Ego chiming in. And D Plus takes down a lot from GS. So just as the door opens, it's suddenly closed by one of the best teams in the lobby, D Plus. In the arbiters of these western roads. Yeah, I mean, doing very well.
Doing so much work, but they do have to leave for D+. Their road forwards is going to be fraught with danger, I'm sure. The Falcons are a little bit ahead of them, but they've lost a player before as well. Papra Supermassive, they've still got their two, and they found themselves a ditch. How will they be able to survive this one? You've got to wonder. Luke's taking damage. I mean, they've kept GS out by just a breadth of a hair. But if they go down here to Alter Ego, I mean, OG would love that. That would be brilliant news. To be able to find that opening. Maybe even Tianba in their central position.
Really question where this next circle goes, because if it heads over towards the western side, suddenly that hilltop becomes extremely important to a lot of teams. It's pretty awkward over towards the eastern side anyway. Although Tianba looks like they've got a okay spot to play around with. Getting assaulted on that location of the map is going to come through thick and fast because a lot of people will want that location. So anytime there's a third party up there, Tianba better be ready to rebuff any other teams coming their way. But it's a slow game other than that right now. Reject still holding on to 4 players, playing just under the foot of the mountain on the southeast side. And it is this next shift which will determine how the rest of the game plays out.
I mean, unless it goes dead center, that would be the worst circle. I feel like a north shift. I mean, that is kind of the worst case scenario. It could be a little bit further northeast and be a little bit worse. But for a lot of teams, look at the ring of teams that is now out of zone. You've got GS, or the remnants of them, DK, you've got 9Z, you've got Gen G, APG, Team Secret, all now needed to push forwards from that south side. And they have to pick one of west or east. It is so nasty out there.
Yeah, it's not easy. I mean, for Alter Ego, they actually get a blessing here. We've been moving over towards that north side. Cuts a lot of their position in. There is a small location over towards the north side of them with buildings that they can play from. But I think right now they're more concerned at clearing out teams trying to get in from that western side. So that includes GS as well as D+. Papra Supermassive, hats off to them. They have had such a tough game.
Yeah. Looking like Thelma and Louise right now in that car. Actually able to get the repair on it. Okay, fair enough. One of the newer additions to PUBG Mobile, and that might play quite well for them.
I mean, there's one vehicle, you know. This baby can pack a lot of Papra Supermassive players and lives to tell the tale. I think that is feeling more like a trusty friend. A vehicle now. Gonna go with them to the very end, and they'll be sad to see it blow up in flames.
Which is very likely to do. I thought Jafar might get the drop on Alva, but the wits were about him. Probably more preoccupied down towards D+, though. Actually, this does mean that Jafar could potentially just run in underneath them, under the cover of both of these two teams, holding front against one another. Stepping too far forwards, I don't think you can. Yeah, he's going to be able to make this dash, because neither team's going to drop down and crash the other one just yet. It's probably going to be more onto loops, and I mean, what a way to test your bubble skills right now than have players crash up on you. Falcons going to feel the brunt of it. Already a knock sent, and we know that when D+ smell blood in the water, they head on in, but Narvalo's here to play, and he gets the first on the Norbu, and Narvalo with 2 now as well. Will look for the flush. Fabian now under pressure with a nade from Redox, and Falcons just pretending to be wounded, but no, they're ready for the fight.
I love the push from D+, but yeah, I think that it was a very aggressive play, and they have been disrespecting the lobby all over the place today. Finally, Narvalo steps up with a DBS. Great double from him. Gen G, though, looked to take position off the back of this one. The fight was very quick, though, going through for the Falcons, so they got a nice reset on this, and it is a 3v3. Sadly, Narvalo's down. It's down to Koa and Ralph on the top side, but Koa whiffs the initial DBS. Esports K, sorry. And Redox is out of ammo.
Oh, no. It's just nothing they could do. One hold was enough. That was all they could manage. And with 4 elims, the Falcons draw short of the mark. That means that very likely they are going to be looking in towards the last chance stage at 31 points behind the bubble, with it potential to move as well. It's just not going to happen for the Falcons. Not today, unfortunately. We'll see how far they can get to secure themselves into that last chance, but they're doing all right. Again, this circle split down the middle by this road valley. Tiamba and actually Papa Supermassive.
Well,
okay, maybe not Papa Supermassive.
You've cursed them there. You've absolutely cursed them there.
Okay.
Yeah, that was really mean of you, and you should be ashamed.
How do you say sorry in Turkish?
I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Team Secret currently on the top side, looking down towards inner circle, immediately getting shot as they step up. D+ still being a problem, and they take down Rosemary. The solo left remaining in chips. Oh, it's terrible news for Alter Ego. That is painful. That is really, really painful.
It's good news for Loops, though. Another player taken out from their flanks. Chips is going to do a lot of work to maybe keep them safe. Gen G able to run him down, but gives Loops a little bit of time whilst Claus is healing to deal with Alter Ego on the north side. They can re-establish. They do have to move, though. This zone is putting a lot of pressure on. APG still alive, by the way. They've been marching in slowly from the southeast side, from their high ground, and marching as they go, taking these shots out, taking these fights. Doc, he knows there's players up top. He's not too worried. That ridgeline, really difficult to descend towards APG. They're all going to line up on it.
I think OG's been spotted by Alter Ego on the top side. Loops versus Gen G now, though. A very important fight.
Ooh, absolutely. For Loops, especially. There is a knock already over towards Ratto Boy, and Alter Ego are starting to come down the hill as well. Are they going to crash in, or are they going to try and bookend this fight? The knock, the flush comes through onto Ratto Boy, and now Alter Ego are within nade range. Gen G taking a lot of damage as Team Secret are swept aside. Tiamba still have a player going as well, but their run is going to be over soon. Gen G tried to get out of here. They spotted Alter Ego over the hill, and they didn't want to get embroiled, but Reject are crunching in as well. Oh, Gen G have nowhere to go. Not a hope. Not a chance, and they'll fall down in the open hillsides here.
I mean, Luke's getting a lot of value off the back of this, though. Tiamba held versus Team Secret. Did really well. Currently, just a solo player left remaining. But for all these teams down towards the bottom, they are hoping that Alter Ego can live up to their name and take down Loops.
In the smoke. Alva biding his time, steps up, but Moana's down in the back lines. No trade, and Alva's going down next. Loops holding on for dear life in 11th place, and they want more than that. They're going to move in with 3 now blank from the high ground. Reject not quite in position to take them down. Look at the chase. It is on. They are actually up into 10th place now. And with Tiamba chasing, in 11th place is 90 points. I mean, they've got 4 players alive. It's maybe a little bit out of reach for now, but how close can they get for the last? We'll see what they can do. And not only that, Inner Circle are down on that roadside too, dead center.
And looking to push them over, and the circle moves over towards them. For Tiamba, they need to deal with Alpha Gaming. It will be one of the biggest tests of their tournament so far. Considering the fact that Tiamba's been barely into any of these endgames, just a step up now in these final hours of Groove Green is somewhat surprising. Yeah, 9Z is now the target in 11th place. Loops see themselves a little bit safer going forward. But Tiamba, it's not the craziest of points that they'd need at this point in time. I think they need 7 more elims and the chicken dinner to break even, which is doable. It's definitely doable from this spot. I think that the issue comes is that Alpha Gaming is also in these ending circles, and that is not a team to be trifling with.
They are in these circles, sure. They are getting shot at by Loops. OG get run down by Reject. And Tiamba aren't the only team chasing, remember? It could be a really, really close battle going into our last match blank as to who's going to take that 11th place spot. But for the 3rd place bubble, if Inner Circle don't get a big game here, get close to 133, we're pretty much locked in. But they might be on for a big game. If they can hold this side of the road, they can hold their position. But with APG above them, that's so difficult.
Yeah, basically, Inner Circle have to win here. Joel knows exactly where the players are. Drops a Molotov down. The util's pretty lacking on the side of APG, but when has that really mattered? These guys are gun skill gods in the lobby. Tiamba, though, took this moment to move over the top. The nades are feeling pretty lackluster, though. Not quite hitting on target. They have the high ground, but they've got to find these shots if they want to move further through this tournament.
Loops across the way, Reject just behind the little ridge, and QZ connects with the bank just to his right. Not over towards Reject. They move down the hills. They're going to be into the firing line. This is a mad dash for the forward duo now. For Tiamba, their backlines are getting torn apart, and Loops are holding on for dear life too. They're in 10th place, but maybe they could go even further. Now up into 4th place. They have 4 points between them and Papa Supermassive. Blank, I think they've already jumped up to potentially being completely safe here. After being on the precipice of getting eliminated, down in 11th place, this is the game that they needed. For IC, though, the Reject, it is so important for them as well.
Yeah, for Tiamba, they're done. Couldn't quite make that push down the hillside, and we're a little bit too afraid to take the fight over towards APG. Top gets knocked, and time is dwindling away. They will be able to pick him back up again, so be able to get that heal through. It's the exit from this hillside that's going to be tough for Alpha Gaming as they move down the hillside. Reject, although their position is extremely uncomfortable, very claustrophobic, it's not that bad. It really is not that bad in this game.
Well, not for now. I think when APG leave the high ground, Loops are going to have a lot more impact onto Reject's spot, right? Because the reason that Loops can't peek is because of APG up on that high ground. Certainly not as effectively as they would have liked, but the nades are starting to rain down towards IC. Maybe. They forgot their brollies too. And they are going to have to try and shrug it off. Not quite connecting. And actually, APG are out of nades. Almost everyone is, actually.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult. I mean, Reject's got practically nothing on board. The reason why Loops can't take shots at Reject, by the way, is because there's a hill in the way.
Yeah, but they can't peek over the hill because APG will take them down immediately.
Yeah, I guess so. They still have to push forward, in which case they're in sight lines of IC too.
That's a difficult scenario, that. APG just holding onto this high ground for as long as possible. Top really committing to it. I mean, he has that buggy to his left. I don't know how healthy it is, but we'll have to get into it at some point. The first players drop down. They have 2 smokes. Not able to get another knock onto IC makes it really, really difficult. And everyone's waiting for them to make that move because the next zone is playing and it is going to close. Reject more central than others.
And Reject just need to have a little bit of impact. Not a huge amount, but just a little bit over towards this end game. Specifically over towards Alpha Gaming as they rock their way down this hillside. That's the team they desperately need to take out. Good shots, though, from Reefus over towards Inner Circle straight away. Doc also finding one over towards Neil Zada. This is a commanding presence to be felt inside the lobby. And they're just letting this vehicle roll.
All right, I mean, use it as that moving blockade. Seoul still behind it. Nobody stopped the tires just yet. But Reiji slides one under, and that is going to be Seoul going down. Loops are starting to fall as well. Reject in with a chance here, but Reefus
makes it all the harder, and APG still got 4 players alive. Blank Loops are stepping up now. With APG taking off that hilltop, they could go for it, but no, they still have complete broadside. They will be taken down. A rechecked guarantee a second place locked in. Ragey needed to get back up here, but remember, there's no nades. Hang on a minute, they found one. That's from the crate. Over on towards IC. Top launches it forwards. Is it going to connect? It looks good, and it's going to get both of them. They pick up the spoils of war, and APG, they are spoiling plenty of days with that chicken dinner.
Yeah, and I think now it's definitely the bragging rights should be in the Alpha Gaming camp over in first place. It's been a wonderful set of 3 days. A little bit of a scary one on day 1. Sorry, a little bit of a scary one come day 2, but day 1 was just incredible. And they've just kept things fairly consistent from there. Miramar, they do extremely well on, but for Reject, second place, couple of points. Still need to do a lot more in this final game, but I do believe now the top 3 should be fairly secure.
I mean, it's 133, I believe, for the third place bubble. And just behind them, within arm's reach, is IC. Maybe it's a 2-horse race. Maybe things could change. There's only one way to find out.
And with that game right there, Alpha Gaming lay the hammer down on the rest of the lobby. They said, we're going to be the champs of Group Green. Don't you worry about it. That's how you finish the game in style, Neptura.
Isn't it just APG coming in hot? I love how they played this so much, Max, because they had that off angle. They had that top of the hill. They were looking down on everybody. They just wrapped around, cleared who they needed to clear, took IC's position and said, done deal. We're going to finals. Don't ever doubt us again.
I was like, I don't really like the fact that they went north and didn't crash onto IC. And then they just start hitting all their shots. I'm like, well, if you play like that, I mean, you kind of completely counter my point of like how the macro was going to go. But Dog, top game here, over 1,000 damage, 4 eliminations, and all taking quite a bit of damage except for Reefers, of course. But otherwise, everyone doing some heavy lifting. And with this game in particular, I think not only here, Hodrix, do they secure their #1 spot above D+ and GOAT team, I think Top might just secure his MVP award here for Group Green, because this guy's been on top from day 1 until the end of day 3.
Well deserved. That's a fact, right? I mean, I'm telling you what, dude, Top went absolutely crazy in this tournament. Day 2, again, like we heard from Blank, was a little shaky from them. You know, had us a little worried there for a second. But that day 1 performance on Top here towards the end, it was just too good. I mean, what a crazy match here. Things did kind of work out for that kind of like miracle storyline. GOAT went out super early, Max, with only 1 point.
Yeah, very early on this match. It was kind of a tough fight they were involved into, right, Neptura? Couldn't really make their way out. I'm sure they wanted to exit the fight, but they were just locked in Valle del Mar itself, really struggling to find any good exit point from there. And it was just the end of the line for them. But you know what? We did see then a team from Pakistan, and shall not name again, getting some decent points on board. A strong finish. I really want to see the leaderboards, though. Is it realistically still possible for some teams to make it happen? I don't know.
You can name them at this point, brother.
I'm not. I get in trouble. I'm not naming them. Just for my safety. I don't want my Instagram DMs flooded. I am not saying their name.
Okay. All right. You know what? I'll tell you what. They're going to need every little bit of luck that they can possibly get. You can see the frustration on AE's face, especially. That was a real tough loss right there for them.
Yeah, it was. I think we were discussing it, right, Max? We were kind of saying they had such a great advantage over Loops, and they just did nothing with it up on the top of that hillside. If they had been able to do a little bit more, they would have easily gotten a top 3 finish.
I was really so excited for them to do something, and they send Rosemary at one point for Alter Ego over to the western side. He gets spotted by Chips as solo. You know, fair enough, maybe they just didn't expect him to be there, but still, you need to be ready for those scenarios as we have the rotations of some of these teams. D+A, big Eastern rotate next to Los Leones, but APG, those 2-2 splits we saw for majority of that game from APG Niptera were just so well executed, and the regroup on time when Tiamba pushed on them, even that was just a thing of absolute beauty this game.
I love to see what teams can do when they're relaxed, right? Because the moment they aren't really feeling much pressure or any pressure whatsoever, right? Top of the leaderboard, well away from the rest of the other teams, they were big chilling. They were just like, hey, we could do this. Let's be smart with it. Let's have fun. Let's take advantage of these teams. And that's exactly what they did. It's a real masterclass coming in for them in terms of those rotations, in terms of those splits. This final one in particular, I really loved, you know, Zeol going on the off angle there. But this is what a relaxed team play can get you. 22 points on the board, 12 eliminations. I mean, it's 22 points they don't need, and crucially, it's 22 points that have now been taken away from the rest of the lobby from those teams that really did need those points.
Yeah. Does Reject put themselves in a position, actually, Hodrix, where they could escape the bottom 5 finally? They almost did at the start of the day. They kind of slowed down in the middle, but this 13-point game, does it keep the hope alive for Japan to have one team, just one, maybe go into last chance, maybe make it to the grand finals? Because, again, if they don't make it, Japan, they're fully out of this year's Global Championship.
I'm going to keep it real, right? I'm going to keep it real here. You know, I've seen too many final games of tournaments, right, to have faith. We see it time and time again where that last game is so crazy. It's so difficult to even get 3 points, let alone more than that. So it's really up to them here and now to flip the script entirely. If they're able to pull it out here, Max, it will be historic in my eyes. I will explode in excitement.
I'm sure Sarah would be so happy to make it happen, but we just got to see the leaderboards. We got to see how many points. If it's double digits, it's going to be tough. If it's single digits away, there's a chance. Maybe it could be happening for them.
Let's
there we go.
Oh, yeah. Oh boy. Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot. Let's see right now. Okay, for Reject, yeah, 9-0. So by the way, loops. Once they got that position, I was like, if they don't put up some serious points right here, they're throwing completely. So they did that. They got it done. They're no longer the place team. That is now to 9Z, right? GS, 5 points away. It can happen. OG, 6 points. Actually, no, wait, no, that's way more than that. 11. Oh, that's 11. Yeah, 11. And then you got Reject with 12. I think there's too many factors, like I said, going on for it to happen. But is it mathematically possible? Yeah.
Yeah. But realistically, improbable, right?
That's correct.
That's the situation we're in. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, realistically improbable, but if we look at the wins that we've seen from a lot of these teams so far, it eclipses 12 points by quite a bit. So it is very much possible. It's just, I think that 9Z would have to go out early and GS would have to go early just to make that really a feasible thing. Because for both of these teams, that we've just not seen the presence from either of them as of yet to really dominate both the two teams ahead of them and the rest of the lobby to get the win.
So, question now, top 3, is it done? Is GOAT remaining in top 3 until the end? What are we thinking, guys? I think that with that point lead, it seems pretty locked in unless a massive hot drop happens, but I don't see it happening.
It's over. In my opinion, it's all over. It's again one of those things, right, where we have to see something magical at this point, and it's gonna be hard. The reason why, just to back up that data, right, besides what we saw in the gauntlet with 20 players left in zone 5, right, which could definitely happen here, APG just got tons of points, and they're just destroying dreams at this point, because every single one of those points, so many other teams desperately need it. And then on top of that, can we just talk about that push from D+ onto Wolves? It was disgusting, right? Oh my gosh, one knock, the rest of the team was on them, and the Wolves didn't stand a chance. So when you got the top squads going like that, and so many squads at the bottom that know they ain't got no chance, it's just so difficult to put up double-digit points, let alone just a few, Neptura.
Exactly, especially with what we've been talking about, right? The last game of any sort of stage is the one that's the most chaotic. It's the one that has the most unpredictability in it, right? So for a team that has already been struggling when teams are playing normally, for them to expect them to then go all out in a chaotic game is going to be really, really difficult. The only thing I could think of is that they might just take that chaos and run with it, because that's kind of the only thing left to them to be able to take advantage of. But otherwise, it's really going to be difficult in this final match.
Hot drops, man. I know we say it every time and it never happens. Maybe this will be the one to make it happen. Tiamba, Reject, Orangutan, GS. maybe if you're looking for a cheeky little 9Z, you know, just saying, that would be a juicy one for the history books, or even towards the top. I mean, if you want, genuinely, if you want to eliminate GOAT team, you need to fight them early. You know where they dropped. They went Hacienda. I don't think they're going to change that up realistically, Hotchuk, because I think that they went for Hacienda despite Miramar, the previous Miramar, still being really tense for these teams. I think they're going to go back there if the plane is not too bad. That's a target. You can go, and Hacienda, we know on Miramar, is like the hot drop location that teams love to go for in competitive. If there's any place to make it happen, it would be on this game in Hacienda.
I mean, we know it's not going to happen, but damn do we want it to, right? I mean, it's just like every part of our analytical brain, right? I mean, to be us, it's common sense. Why not, right? If you don't make it here and now, right, it's going to be so stressful, right? So why take the risk? What do you got to lose at this point, right?
If I'm not mistaken, if I'm not mistaken, sorry, I'm jumping in. Didn't you have a chat with Sarah at PMWC last year, Hot Jukes, and he regretted not going for the hot drop on Alpha 7, right, on Miramar?
That's right. That's right. Yeah. So in the last, so the year before at PMWC, I was saying Reject need to hot drop Alpha 7. They gotta do it. They didn't, and they did not win because of that. It actually punished them big time. They lost serious money. And I talked to Sarah after that tournament, and I was like, bro, how could you not hot drop? And he was like, dude, I mean, we just thought that we were just going to leave it to play and just play how we've been playing. And he looked at me with tears in his eyes, and he told me, I will never do that again, ever. Next time, I'm hot dropping, you know? And honestly, this is it. Sarah, make it happen, brother, right? I mean, there could not be a better time for you. You are quite behind 9Z. What is that? Yeah, 12 points? Right?
Yes.
You gotta hot drop him. You gotta do something to stop him here.
Yeah, you got to, especially when it's so close. 12 points is not unheard of. Like I said before, we've seen far more points coming out of a win or a top 2 in the matches that have come before. So 12 points, it's all entirely doable. Just don't let that pressure get to you.
Yeah, I mean, Orangutan were training, dropping APG in the past right during the first stage of this tournament. Hey, maybe use that training for a positive outcome. Maybe go for the 9Z hot drop. That could be a fun one. But I know we're going for it. I'm sure some people are just like, okay, guys, we get it. Hot drop would be good. But it's just, if you're at the bottom right now, you're out of the tournament. There's so much on the line. After this very next game, in the next 30 minutes or so, 5 teams are fully out of PMGC 2025. Do you want to go out without a fight, or do you want to give it a final shot, a final opportunity that you take to maybe redeem this tournament for yourself and maybe make it back up in at least the last chance to have a glimmer of hope to maybe go to the grand finals? You have to try it. You can't let your fate in the hands of others here, Hot Jukes. You need to take that for yourself and give it your best shot.
Oh, you gotta make it happen right here, right now. One more match left to go. 20 seconds are left on the clock, guys. Put some hype in the chat. Give those teams, those players, all of your energy, because right after this, 5 teams, we ain't gonna see them until 2026, right? So let's see what could happen here. Last game of Group Green. John and Blank, take it away.
With one more match to go, Blank, it is here and now that teams need to make their stand, to make their mark, and book their ticket forwards to the next stages or to the grand finals. There are a few things up for grabs. There are a few things in the light now, and we need to conclude our tournament here for Group Green. That bubble at the bottom looks very, very dangerous. The top, a little bit less so, but still could change at the drop of a hat. We'll just have to wait and see as our teams are dropping in for the last time.
GOAT realizes it though. They drop very differently down towards Minas del Sur here. I think they're expecting a hot drop, which is fair enough, all things considered. I think that teams likely were looking for that, and the team in particular would be in a circle. They don't really have anything to lose. They're the only team that can catch up at this point in time. So GOAT don't even want to risk it, right? As long as they get 5 or 6 points and then just basically hope that Inner Circle don't get a 22, 23 point game, they're fine. They really are chilling. So I think for GOAT, they just need to play it slow. The fact that D+ are down here, though, is a little bit odd. That is a shift and a half as well towards the north side of the map.
Ooh, that's tasty. Up onto the north side. Hey, it's Tianba in a middle circle. Maybe, why not? You know what? I'm still holding out for the Team Secret chicken dinner as well to cap things off. The gap between first and second place right now, Blank, is 23 points. And Team Secret have 26 points. It's really bad. Not good at all. Very disappointing. Unfortunate stuff. So it'd be good to just close down on a little bit of a high, even if it is a commiseration victory. But I'm sure the other teams will certainly say that they deserve it more, that they want it more, because it is so important. You could see those tables on the right-hand side. With IC, the only team that can realistically catch up to GOAT. Gen.G with an outside chance. Oh, maybe with a miracle.
The thing is that the GOAT has absolutely caused a big problem for themselves, right? with this circle on the north side. It is a long journey for them. And Inner Circle didn't even go for it. So I think for GOAT here, it's a bit of a problem. Because you got to get through 9Z, you got to get through APG, D+ are all around here as well. 9Z is going to fight to the bitter end, knowing they're right on the precipice. D+ is not an easy team to push through. Neither is Alpha Gaming. So GOAT might have caused themselves more problems than they fixed by moving down towards the south side.
Yeah. That's I mean, it's tough, but to be honest, it's unlikely because of where the circle is that you're going to have to push through these teams, right? They're going to want to get away as well. But it is when you get to the circle, sure, that they might be lining that zone and making things a lot harder. No casualties just yet. So hot drops, nah, they didn't happen. And I feel like thinking that teams towards the bottom of the table should hot drop, I absolutely oppose that. I think that there's too many moving parts down at the bottom. You drop on, if Reject say drop on GS or 9ZG, they lose a player and all of a sudden GS are hunting them down, OG are hunting them down, and they're at a disadvantage. I think you just play your game as best you can. I see maybe they should go for that hot drop, right? They're the only team that could realistically gain a lot and lose not too much by going for that hot drop as basically the only team that could jump onto GOATs. But GOATs, obviously, they know what's up.
You basically lose nothing. Like, Gen.G would need to have a 17-8 elim match and a chicken dinner to make that catch up. So I think for Inner Circle, it's not even a case if you don't lose too much, you just don't lose anything by going for that. Other than potentially losing two or one players, right? One or two players. At that point, yeah, you've ruined your chances, but you gave it a good go. And you potentially basically put a line in the sand of what target you need to hit there. But we're taking a look at some of our teams towards the bottom. Loops, I think they're safe. In fact, they're absolutely safe. Maybe they're absolutely. I think it would require a lot. Yeah. It would require a lot. It would require a lot.
3 teams to do really well in the spots beneath them. But I mean, GS, they've started out well, right? They've got another point now. 9ZG not feeling so happy, and 9ZG as well, all the way down to that southwest side. And GS, they are slap bang in the middle of this circle. But very different scenarios for these two teams. Only 4 points behind now with that Elim bound GS. They might just be able to do it. They might be able to squeak through.
Some good shots coming through from Tianba here, but no dice on the knocks just yet. Trying to take those shots, but not finding them. Another high ground outpost found by GS. They should be able to get the real player over there eventually. In the meantime, we've got Alter Ego hanging around on the eastern side. They can't make it either. This becomes a bit of a weird game where a lot of teams realize that we're going to last chance whether we like it or not. So they're going to play a very slow game. For Falcons, immediately taken down by Wolves as Doran crashes directly through him.
Leave cover low, but Redox is there. They
were too preoccupied with confirming that flush they've got. There's still one or two more players going. Doran does take a lot of damage there as well. Over the ridgeline, Redox has another reload going as well. It connects one more, but it's not quite enough to finish the job. At range now, it's just sneaking away from him, but there is some damage done back towards the Wolves. Both of these two teams, middle of the pack teams right now, extracting points from one another, which crucially means that they're not going to the teams on the bubbles.
It's good. Again, it always gets a little bit weird towards this final match where teams aren't really playing up to par because there's honestly nothing left to play for. I think for Wolves, Falcons, Alter Ego, these three teams, potentially even Gen G, I'd say more than likely Gen G, all those teams know that they've secured their position. There's no reason to push much further than this. What's asked of them is absolutely a calamitous approach to this lobby. There's get like 20 elims on the game. That's hard. That's very hard. And the chicken dinner to finish off. And those things happen naturally. I don't think you can artificially force those games. It's a case where, we get a good first initial fight. We ran into a third party here. That team's fighting there. We can third party that as well. Sony on 14, and then you can start to bump up the points from there. But yeah, it doesn't happen by a team just taking fight after fight after fight because it's just not possible.
And it doesn't happen if Loops are going to take you down. 2 knocks on the approach. Alter Ego, they're just going to ram straight into a brick wall, but Snape and Alva still alive. Rafinha on the inside with a mini 14 at close range, acting like a shotgun though, and goes for the flush as well before Alva turns the corner. He's out of ammo completely though, Blank. He needs to rely on his teammates and Rafinha. Oh my goodness me. That looks pretty. But no, do shut him down. Loop, stay alive. Alter Ego close down their tournament. 105. They're going to last chance, but they will not go to finals.
Yeah, there's been some weird plays from Alter Ego towards the end of this. Honestly, again, that sort of felt like we're going to last chance. That's it. We're going to last chance phase. To have a fight there. We head over towards credit fields. Nice bit of high ground to play around with. Wolves can play in there as well, but Tiamba in that position. Where's OG?
Where is OG? I don't know. Blue zone somewhere. Lost track of the
very close to getting knocked as well.
Yeah, I think that might be coming through. That's hopefully being healed up. Yeah, okay. They've got some meds, so getting top back up. But yeah, that's a long way from the circle. We'll see when they appear. I mean, they started over on the southeast side, down towards Impala and Truck Stop. Yeah, so I guess they're just looting for ages.
Yeah, now they're getting to the zone now. That's a long journey. Very, very long journey to take. Reject coming through, taking a pretty swift rotation on the southeast side of things. This is around Loops, who, in those final moments, yep, they're able to make it happen, get into last chance. Reject don't really want to take shots at them too early here. For Reject, they are 12 points behind 9Z, who are coming in from the south side, and it's quite a safe path for 9Z as well. A lot of areas that they can deny sightlines from and stay undercover, under wraps as they move into this circle. Most of the most prominent positions are already taken towards the center here. So 9Z can play a very secretive game going forwards.
Unfortunately, though, they're close to D+, which is going to make things a lot harder when they inevitably clash with them. The hills in the middle of this zone are really dominant in terms of sightlines, Blank, and that's where Wolves sit right now. I think if I'm any team that's surrounded them, I'm worried about it. The access from the north side is the easiest approach, and that's where Igor is going to be starting out. Reject. Ooh, they've been spotted. They've taken a knock here. And APG, they just won't leave them alone. This is playground bully levels.
It's hard to get Sarah back up as well. I would 100% say Sarah is probably the best player on that squad. Him going down here is a massive nail in the coffin. For Reject, if they can't get him back into the fight, I don't think they're going to try for it. They have to just basically ask him to crawl into cover, and maybe then they can grab him. But even so, APG is going to be ready to pick him up quite quickly, and Ziol does exactly that. And with that, I would say the chances for Reject are becoming very, very slim. OG finally makes their way into the circle through water treatment. Team that desperately needs a large game now to get into last chance or risk getting taken out of the tournament here and now in the bottom 5.
Ooh. Well, that circle certainly helps. They need 11 points to catch up to 9ZG, but that assumes that 9ZG don't get any points this match, Blank. We'll see if D+ can ruin their day. Help out OG just about skin through. GS, though, still another roadblock in the way. That's what we were talking about before, right? There's so many moving parts down at the lower end of these tables that you can't just go for one team and target them and take them out the running and hope that you can catch up after that. Because there's about 4 teams really chasing for 9ZG's spot, and then a 5th team if you include 9ZG as well, it's definitely not something that you can just allow to happen. Losing a player like this, other teams get a massive benefit for it.
It's a nice spot for Reject. It's a shame they're not here with 4 players. Tiamba in a very similar location off towards their north side. Tiamba and Reject, you know, clasping hands right now. Bottom of the tables, just trying to make it happen. Ralph takes a knock there. That is from Papra Supermassive. Tron B able to find that one, dropping Falcons now down to just 2.
Putting Papra Supermassive up on 99. Anywhere over 100 is where we were saying that safety zone is, right? In terms of getting to that last shot stage guaranteed. And I think they're going to be able to do a little bit more than that if Team Secret continue to allocate points to their tally. And crucially, not to the teams around the bubbles. Oh, goodness me. It is a little bit lackluster for our teams on the bubble so far, but it is Miramar. This generally moves to the late game. Papra Supermassive want that century. They will claim it with Xerus as that final triple-digit maker.
Go thread the needle, by the way. Pretty good rotate. They just get to the south side of Papra Supermassive and Team Secret at the moment in a fairly decent position as well. They find a shot over towards Wolves. And I think that it's going to be hard to assault that position. I feel like because GOAT was able to grab that spot with near to no casualties, basically no utility required to get into that position as well, their inner circle's life now becomes really hard. To catch up to them whilst they're sat here, it's very difficult. I think that GOAT's going to remain in the circle for quite a while as well off the back of that. It's not looking promising for inner circle.
We'll see what this next stage brings, though. The circle will show itself in about 10 seconds now, Blank. A lot of teams on that north side, so potential that they want to use that as an approach route. See, D+ went for a wide wrap around that east edge, Blank. And on that north side, they're pushing now in towards Gen G with OG poking their noses in. And you're right. I think this might be GOAT having a real solid time. And if Falcons give them 2 points, that's going to make Inner Circle's life so much harder as well. Now, Valo goes very, very low, does go down. Redox now finds one, turns it over now to Killer Joe, who is in this building, looks for the pump action, and he's good for it. Uh-oh, GOAT lose a player. They haven't been able to find an Elim just yet. Now, Valo's still alive. Is there a third party? The Wolves chime on in. Narvalo's still bleeding out. The point's still not allocated. A lot of damage done by Redox, and the threading needles come on through from the off angles. Steps back, goes for the first aid. Goat looking like there's some trouble about it. The Wolves come on in. Maybe they'll steal this point against the Falcons. Look for that Elim, look for that flush. The spray down around the corner, and they might just give that point over, but I think GOAT might be on the ropes.
I think GOAT is absolutely on the ropes here. They might not even get that point over towards the Falcons either. It will be picked up there. GOAT do not get a single point. 0 total. Inner Circle, someone just answered their prayers, and that someone was the Wolves.
Plenty of prayers going out right now, and not least of which, going towards the goodwill of OG. You do manage to get back across with this god. The transition's there for a tanky. I mean, getting across even with the re-knock is a solid option. D+ right on the other side of this compound. Nades are going to start to come in fairly soon. GOAT not done and dusted just yet. 2 points here. Might be all they need to stay safe. The nade, though, is big. And Wolves want even more. Igor around the outside with the bouncer, gets the knock. It's all up to Twix for GOAT to keep them alive, but this will be the second game in a row that they go down. They only got 1 point in that last Miramar. This time around, it could be a big fat 0, and it could spell their drop from the top 3. But it all relies on IC, what they can do. Twix, what have you got?
Go is certainly teasing in a circle. We'll put it that way. Giving them a chance 2 times in a row. For in a circle, absolutely just have to feel the pressure off them right now. Just play their game. And it is going to require a pretty big one, but that is the 0-pointer there from GOAT, setting the boundary at 133 in a circle with 4 players. It has been a while since we've seen a big inner circle game. We know they have the chops on them to do it.
They do have that chance. A 9 Elim chicken dinner would be what they need to draw level. I don't know who wins the tiebreaker right now. But we'll have to get that info fed over to you as soon as possible. APG going down to, well, one of their players going down towards Papra Supermassive, who are still racking up the points tallies. They're on 101 now. Trying to school the rest of them, but it wasn't too long ago that they were in with an outside chance of getting into those top 3. Not to be this time. The crash for APG up towards OG.
OG. This is
with the
sad. Getting pincered by the 2 top teams in the lobby is so rough.
Huge. First pickup is good. Needs to finish that flush and gets away with it as well. WizGod backs up. The healing can come through, so no opening casualties, but that nade does connect. And it moves over towards the northeast side on this circle. Blank, I'm thinking IC are having a real tough time here. And it is really up to them to change that 3rd place spot. In the meantime, though, we're back on board with OG. Atanki's bleeding out. Aru is down. And D+, they're holding. They're not pushing out on this one.
Yeah, it feels cruel. It does feel crual. I mean, D+ knows they don't have to move out on this one. Good shots from Tiamba, though. We'll find one from Loops. 2 players get into the building. Top's furious with D+. Like, why won't you join the fight? Sends a big nade over towards him. Wakes them up out of their reverie.
The stupor shaken from their eyelids. As Loops are burning away. That is a flush coming on through. You need that first aid to come off very, very quickly. Last player for Loops. They've done enough, though, today to stay in for the last chance guaranteed. And, I mean, that's as good as they could have hoped, really. I think for Loops, it's better than certainly where they were earlier in today. On that 11th place position, they're up in 9th. They're over 100 points. They're feeling pretty chill with it.
9ZG just playing things out slow and makes sense as well. Good nade from AKOP over towards D+. They're holding their own in one of the most difficult fights they have ever been in. Well, the assistance of APG, big knocks galore, but no elims for OG.
Oh, that point went over to the nade from top. Doc now moving across the open ground. They have to shimmy out of this compound, and D+ have the good side. Nade still trying to catch them, and there's the point that they were looking for. Do claim that one back. AKOP leading the charge, but Osal's on the deck. Can he find the shot? Stands up, but no, Osal goes down, and they move through fast. Doc low as well, and AKOP gets that flush going through. A nice pick up there, and they will find it again. D+ now gone. It's 4 elims found for OG. They want to keep this one going, and it's APG to try and stop them. Bouncer off the wall, looking for the nade to connect, and they still need to get out of here. APG down on 2, and it's 2 of the strongest teams in the lobby coming up against OG, and found wanting.
This is India fighting for their lives here, for their tournament lives, versus 2 of the most insanely strong squads in their lobby. And they're holding their own right now. It's impressive. It's definitely impressive. It's a market improvement, but it comes right at the end of the day. They've got a little further to go here with 9ZG getting 2 points. It only makes things worse.
Ooh. Reject. They are done and dusted. Unfortunately for them, they just came in at the wrong time. A little resurgence, but it was not to be. 9ZG hold 11th place, and they hold Reject. They get 4 points for it.
Nice.
But we're back on board with OG, getting the nade onto Doc. A little taste of his own medicine. And Top now, the last to stand in a 1 versus 3. Can he play on the inside? Can he play this boundary hard enough? He steps in. The DBS does so much, and OG take them down. Blank, they have 6 elims, but with 9ZG getting 4, they're moving further and further off into the horizon. It's still necessary for OG to go further.
No matter what happens in the 6th game of the day, at least India puts to bed all the rumors right there about the firepower not quite being up to scratch versus the 2 top teams in the lobby that are able to come out victorious with 3 players on board. I genuinely think this has been a great learning experience for them, and I can only imagine that when they play in their regional tournaments, it's going to be very scary for some of the other teams after they come back from this boot camp. But let's see if they can make it into last chance now. Like you said, the target is still moving. It was 10 points. It's still now 9.
And not only that, the team that is likely to take down 9ZG, or most likely rather, is GS. And if they get the points, then they're just closer to that 11th point boundary as well. And I mean, it is a real domino chain that needs to fall for OG to make this one. Crashing through Papara Supermassive might be the way to do it. If they're preoccupied with Team Secret, maybe they can extract value. And getting over here and getting the third party on it, I don't think this is a terrible idea for OG. They do need the points.
I think for OG, they have to start sweeping now and get a little aggressive with it. I mean, they are looking very good in this match so far. Nico takes shots down towards Dora. I think that's an aggressive push out from him. But I think that Wolves realize they need to leave from this compound at some point. Inner Circle's been far too quiet this game. Absolutely far too quiet. I think that they're worried about giving away those points. They're worried about going down early. But they still need a strong position in the circle. I can forgive being quiet as long as you've got a strong spot with 2 players already down. It's done. It is done.
It's all done and dusted. No third place change around for them. Icy could not make the transition from that high ground. Goats lock in third place. Unless the Wolves pull off a miracle here, Blank, it would be a 102 towards the top to jump up. It would be, what is that, like a 31-point jump? Oh, I don't think so. As 3 players, they're right on the outside. In the meantime, though, OG trying to move around this fight. WizGod moving into position. Maybe they're going to get a third party here. They do have cover off from this low ground engagement, as Tianba still haven't got rid of Ratto Boy.
This is an unbelievable battle for last chance, by the way. We have 9th downwards still in, barring reject in 15th place. It is unbelievable what we're looking at right now. OG still hasn't jumped in on this fight. I feel like they could have come in a little bit sooner, mopped up some of these elims that they desperately do need.
The Wolves down on their last leg.
Out.
1 player now alive for the Wolves, looking to get those reses. Doran crawling forwards. OG more preoccupied with getting closer to the zone, but as teams start to fall, the placements add up, and those gap closing potential positions eke away from them. It is getting really late in the day now as GS move up to clash. They're third partying with 3-player flex out.
Just taking shots, they find one. I feel like OG should have made this push over to the west side a little bit sooner. They're looking for center right now, looking for those placement points to see them ahead, but what they don't know is that 9Z is currently on a 4 side on the east, but Ratto Boy currently dealing with Tiamba. Needs to close this out. They can still get the reses.
QZ on the corner. Bouncing the smoke. Ratto Boy still not in the sightlines. Has another nade. He's moving around. They've got the players stepping up to deal with it, but they haven't connected just yet. In with a shotgun. Now for another chance. The reses can come through. In the meantime, Team Secret taking down the Wolves on this north side of the circle. Ratto Boy still scrabbling around. There's a big nade on the airburst, and he's able to get a flush. Another nade cooking. And they're not stepping forwards. They're not moving in. They're waiting for these reses, and immediately he steps out and re-knocks them. It's still only 2 players for him to deal with. He's charging. Ratto Boy scurries on in around the outskirts of Tianba's compound, and finally they're able to snap the trap, and it is Loops going down, but that is not what you want to see. I mean, to be fair for Tiamba, I wasn't expecting great things today, but they made me hope with the position that they had, something could happen. But the teams now challenging for 11th place are getting fewer and further between.
I mean, for Tiamba, just push the guys at 2, man. Come on. I know you want to confirm, but it's 1 player. You just play from both angles. He's got no smokes to work with. I think they're absolutely terrified here. And again, I would be as well. The adrenaline must be pumping for that squad and the nerves must be an all-time high. OG suffering 86 points. 9Z starting to earn those placement points too. Makes this all the harder now. GS will play it inside the building and 9Z continuing to try and put up more points going forward. Tiamba not quite making the flex out yet. They will be out to open zone. It's hard. It's tough. It's scary.
And there's the backstop for GS getting taken down. AKOP goes down to an aid from Wolves as well. As that bleed out comes through. And another point added to the tally for 9ZG. For OG, it's all up to Aru for Orangutan. They need him to come up trumps. But Tiamba are making a move as well. They're flexing out across. On 83 points, they are also within striking distance, but with the placement points that 9ZG have to get, a lot of elims need to be found. There's the flush, leaving Aru alone, standing for India.
86 points. We'll go further off the back of this one, but I think for OG, today has been an incredible improvement. Much better gameplay overall, but it just came slightly too late. I do think they'll be fearsome again when they head back to their own regionals, but I'm not sure they can go too much further here. Good shots from Jafar down towards Baton on Wolves. Well, yeah, I think Tiamba does have a good chance here. 9Z has to leave this building, but 9Z has to go down soon. They can't be gaining too many more placement points now. Otherwise, Tiamba's chances are really, really not looking good. For GS, this is the team that has the greatest ability to jump out of the bottom 5 into safety zone above 9Z. The circle just about envelops them now.
I mean, 5th place is 3 points, which means that guaranteed it's 98 at least for 9ZG, even if they go down here and now before the Wolves. 4 points if you jump up into 4th.
Good shot.
This is how you want it to start to happen. And if Tiamba are going to be able to pick them up, then brilliant. Okay, they're moving through with the bullets and lining up these shots. They have the angle. GS denied the points opportunities. They're closer, but it's not quite a cigar as it's not going to flare into existence. Tiamba moving out blank. With Eagle crashing up, they could be getting another point here. Bond on the backlines forces him over. Aru is still playing as well. The battle for this bubble is so close.
That angle from Bond is incredible. I love that. On top of the boxes, looking through the top windows. I don't think anyone expected that when it took down Coligo as well. But it is going to be Tiamba versus GS. Both teams, desperation in their hearts towards this endgame. Aru looking to go further beyond, but it is Jafar. And GS to look towards him. One shot is found, but Jafar goes down. And this opens things up now for Tiamba, who've been down their luck all day. That 14 elim game might be doing it.
GS with 2 players alive. They're looking to chase the bubble. Will it be enough? Are they far enough ahead of Tiamba that it won't matter? Are GS going to take that spot from them? It's all in the lurch here, Blank, but you just want to close it down now, and that's how you start. Tiamba trying to rise from their own ashes as they launch the nade assault forwards. It's looking good. They've got it in control, but with 1 player left standing, Bond's going to spot him. The spray down there does not connect, and Tiamba over the top. 11 elims, 12 maybe if they can find it. Tiamba get the chicken dinner, but Blank, is it enough?
I think they might have just made it from that moment. Some great finishing gameplay. It was wobbly towards the middle of the game, but they've got to now wait and see. Does Bond have a license to qualify? Let's wait and see.
Oh my goodness me, Blank, it's so down to the wire here. I don't think 9ZG held on though. I think either way that you slice that one, it's not going to be the case that they survive this tournament. They are going to be getting pushed out here. GS, Tiamba, both looking to try and climb up. OG pipped at the final moment as well. It was everybody who was on the chase, on the hunt, looking for it, alive in those final circles. And we're waiting for the number crunchers to do their job because, honestly, at this point, it's just impossible to have kept track. Oh, Tiamba, though. I wonder if they know something we don't because they are smiling. They are looking good. Not so happy in the GS camp, so maybe it's not come through just yet. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, my goodness. The team's on the edge right now. I don't know if they know.
We'll have to wait and see. The desk is going to break it down. But either way, I think it's clear that this has been the most exciting group we have ever seen. What a close down. 8 teams from the bottom of the leaderboard, all giving it their all in those final moments. It's never over until it's over. And Tiamba proves just that. But are they a point shy or a point clear? Whew.
I think it might be a tiebreaker. Blank, I think it might be a tiebreaker here. On the bubble. I just don't know. I mean, it's so tense. I can't figure it out. Oh my goodness me, I need these overall stats as fast as we can get them. This is really what I'm waiting for at the moment. But our top 3 also locked in. Blank, APG atop the pack. Goat held out. IC couldn't do it. They tried to crash into Tiamba themselves. But I think, you know what? My best maths right now is that it's a 3-way tiebreaker on the bubble. I just don't know who has it. I don't know if that's
celebration
correct.
Here.
I don't know if that's correct.
Celebration in the 9Z.
You think? You think they've held
Well,
on?
I mean, the admin's just giving them the thumbs up. I don't know. I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see. But that's a little bit of a spoiler potentially.
Are you kidding me? The last game curse could be broken right here, right now with Tiamba. Man, I tell you what, if they did it, it was 100% due to that insane angle and stealing all those eliminations right there at the end. What a crazy finish, Max.
Peeking through the windows on top of that box, able to successfully transition over to this ridge, eliminate 9Z, go for the push, make sure none of these high ground northern teams can even compete with that kind of oppression. You are settling down on this lobby. And Bond there just with the buggy push up, trying to go for the squash, but doesn't quite secure it at the end. And they just overwhelm that final player. Bond, what a performance. 5 eliminations, aching 4 eliminations. Niptura. Those two guys carried this game hard on their shoulders, but was it enough for them to make sure they at least can survive a little bit longer and go into the last chance?
Oh gosh, only time will tell, but I tell you what, Tiamba did everything they possibly could. I mean, generally, if you have a zone where you've got that compound, but it's, you know, low ground behind a hill, or rather in front of a hill, right? Many teams would just go, we're just gonna hunker down, we're gonna be here, we're gonna let those teams fight it out, we're just gonna wait a little longer. Not Tiamba. Tiamba went, yeah, we have the compound, we're gonna push up this hill and make sure those other teams can't do a thing, and that's exactly the attitude we needed to see out of this team, because Tiamba, we all know it, they were in so much danger going out. Have they done it? We don't know, but this is the actual best shot they could have given themselves.
Man, these guys were out here like stranded in the desert for a month. They were so thirsty towards that end. I kid you not. The second we saw a knock, it was just gone. Tiamba was just stealing them away. I was like, are you kidding me? I was like, they're taking every elimination right now. And the numbers were so dang close here. This game had it all. It really did. You know, we saw GOAT go out once again, right, with a 0-point game, but that lead, Max, it was just too strong. Yeah, so we know who's going to the grand finals.
Oh no, for sure. Come on, it's not budging. Especially the team that did have an opportunity was Inner Circle. I can say their name now. We're done for the day for the group green. That push onto that warehouse, Niptra, was, I have to say, it was terrible. Not what we wanted to see.
No, there were so many weird plays coming in from a lot of these teams, and I think it's just that desperate. desperation coming through right now. Things here.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the replay of that Eastern fight. D plus Kia, APG, and Orangutan. That was a fight for the history books. India trying to defend their spot there, maybe trying to make it into last chance, but unfortunately they couldn't quite win that final fight. But yeah, AKOP, that nade! Oh my goodness, then they just go on to D+, APG, don't even have time to fight back. It was such a good fight, but unfortunately, it felt like after that fight, Niptra, all that confidence was just lost. All the steam for this team just disappeared in thin air.
I'm so sad for them because it was looking so good. As you said, they came off of a brilliant fight there, immediately pushed forward, go, we can do this, and then just missed the timing completely. I'm so upset for them because it could have been so good. We could have seen a very different result, but it is what it is, you know? They just, that's it.
Yeah.
Learn for next year.
That angle from Bond, and
I know.
This is so cool when you have such intricate map knowledge of these buildings, of the terrain. You're like, I know what I can do to abuse that position to our advantage and create an opening to make that move into the circle. As you go and check out the replays on the rotations of these squads, and actually looking at the drops, Jamba, very lucky here, Niptra, not having to really budge too much away from the eastern side of La Cobreria, and because of that, free ticket into the mid to late game section of this match, and they can just use that full man advantage to overwhelm and conquer this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just, seeing Orangutan over there just reminded me of when John and Blank were like, where are they? We don't actually see them, but they showed up eventually, right? They showed up, and I did like their gameplay. It's more towards their gameplay style, which I've really liked that we're seeing more of their usual play style come through here as the days have progressed. Unfortunately, a little bit too late to really do much, I think, here, but still a really valiant effort. I did like those rotations coming through. They just, in the end, just had to send it to center and hope for the best, which they did get 1 point, but at what cost?
Yeah, well, you know what? We can see the points ringing out right here. Tianba, 22 points. OG bust out 12. And you know what? I got to give big props to OG, man. For a team, their first time here in PMGC, I'm super proud of what they were able to accomplish. And, you know, rotation-wise, they're at the level of all these squads in my eyes. You know, I mean, we saw them right there at the end. You know, they were waiting for the third party, waiting for it. And we were like, oh my gosh, if they time this perfectly, they got this, right? But when it comes to difference from PMGC versus every other tournament, that 1 second reaction time, right? Their push would have worked in every other tournament here, but here you got to be that one extra step quicker to make that push. And if you're too late, you're going to miss all the action. And unfortunately, that is the problem, I think, with OG. But you know what? I'll tell you what, guys, it's such a quick fix. You know, it's something that now that they have this experience under their belt, I'm so excited to see what they can do next year.
I mean, so cool to see, of course, India back in PMGC in this stage for Group Green, and Orangutan showed hope, showed potential, and I'm sure that, you know, given even more time, that region is going to prosper on the international stage. Don't forget, we do have True Rippers in Group Red, so that's going to be very entertaining. But Alter Ego, Niptura, the boys, what's happened on Miramar? Absolute, it was, again, I'm going to have to use this word for Alter Ego too. It was terrible. What are they're just falling apart so quickly. There's no substance to their presence on these Miramar matches, and I didn't even forgot they existed, to be completely honest. Alter Ego had a chance, and I think they fumbled it big time.
Yeah, I think they did. It was so weird because normally we're used to seeing such a big presence from them in these Miramar games, right? Alter Ego tend to step up when it comes to Miramar, and today there was no step up. It was a step down for them. These pushes they were making felt very desperate. They felt very just like, you know, just go for it and see what happens. It's like, that's not Alter Ego.
I just looked before this game where they actually, wait, they got 5 points today.
Yeah, on the whole day.
They had 100 points at the start of the day, and they ended up 105. Oh, Alter Ego, please. No, don't do it again in last chance, please.
Please, please.
Last chance is going to be stacked, guys. Stacked. So from Group Green, right, we got IC. We got Genji, Wolves, Alter Eagles, Falcons, Loops, Super Papa Massive Blaze, and what's going to be that last T, right? That's the question. What is it going to be? Did Tianba, did GG Bond do it? 5 eliminations. It's going to be so dang close, dude. It's so crazy how every single time, we said it all tournament long, Max, right? How these things are usually decided by just one singular point. So that's why, for everybody wondering if we're being like hypercritical of certain plays, right? Because that point could have been the difference, right, Max?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, you don't want to look back on an entire tournament and be like, that one elimination you didn't flush because you were focusing on something else, you just miss out on qualifying to the next stage. You don't want that situation to happen to you. So I do think we're going to have a tiebreaker here, Niptra. I think it is going to happen as we check out the leaderboards very soon. I think we are going to have a few tiebreakers, possibly. That's my guess.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. We've had teams on ties all 3 days, haven't we? I mean, somewhere on the leaderboard, there's been at least 2 teams with a tiebreaker having to come into play. So for it to come down to the last match and there still be a tie would not surprise me at all, Jukes.
Yeah, there is a tie. Again, folks, it would be decided by chicken dinners first, correct?
Yes.
I believe so. All right, well, let's go ahead and see it right now. It's 9Z! 9Z, hold on by the chicken.
Now I
हेलो हेलो
हेलो, क्या आवाज आ रही है?
आ रहा है भाई, आप सुनो।
हेलो।
आवाज नहीं आ रहा है शाइकर? आवाज।
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
वालेकुम सलाम उमर, हाउ इज योर सीट्स?
Eher si Rafika tubal striker rasni. हाँ ठीक है, आवाज ठीक है।
चाचा ने फिर से माइक ऑफ किया या ये वो कर रहे हैं?
भाई ऑन है माइक का, तो वही ऑन नहीं।
चाचा लेकिन आपका फिर से ऐसा आवाज।
स्ट्राइकर भाई रफीक का माइक कहाँ है, वो बोल रहा है।
ओके, 1 सेकंड। गेम खेलते हैं फिर हम मजे करें। चाचा ये लो स्टार्ट करो, मेरे को दे दो। कौन स्टार्ट करेगा?
किसने स्टार्ट किया? अच्छा स्टार्ट करो। उमर तू स्टार्ट कर, स्ट्राइकर स्टार्ट कर।
मैंने स्टार्ट किया रफीक, मैंने।
वो उधर दमरा या पे इवेंटिना के भी तो तेरे तो ये स्टार्ट ही के भी ना स्टार्ट का वही तेरे तो ये मैं स्टार्ट का भी स्टार्ट का वही
स्ट्राइक करने वाला है यार।
हम 3 बंदे किए हैं, ऑटोमेशन बंद किया है हमारा, ऑटोमेशन बंद किया है।
किस चीज की मैचिंग हो?
चौथा बंदा किधर गया?
स्ट्राइकर आवाज आ रहा है?
पुस रहा है स्ट्राइकर, पुस रहा।
अच्छा
बोलता नहीं है, पुस रहा।
ओके ओके।
चाचा
या अल्लाह।
I need a weapon.
द्वारा 3 बंदे अंदर सत्य
रफीका ग्रेनेड की رفيقة دي ليش
نشير طلعي
دي ليش جارنيت की
स्ट्राइकर इधर से आओ।
Watch out.
ذرا في كرش وكا
مراكا سوندا غانا كسا.
Watch out.
دغنا direct na شيرشه كده يبدا راپورچه
اغه
کیږي
نرسیر بدل دای شي کسرنګ نشي څه کېدای نه نه روغ لونده
اچھا پاس سایډ ولا
मोदी कर रहा है
स्ट्राइकर सॉरी
तीन बंदे
को तो मैंने फिनिश किया एक को
अच्छा दीन उस्तदी पर कैंपिंग बंदे
Marked a location.
Rafika tălăși killere kisha zori calta verso.
I'm recalling a teammate. Thank you.
ब्रोनस बंदे स्ट्राइकर भाई हो
Thanks. Okie dokie.
खुश स्ट्राइकर M416 नीचे पड़ा है
ग्रोनर बंदे आओ
किधर है
नहीं पता फायर का
Watch
साउंड आ
out.
रही है
वही फायर से तो मैंने बोला आपको
Watch
हाँ
out.
हो रहा चल गुड
नहीं ये तो बोट था माड़ा
नहीं था चाचा बहुत ऐसा फायर करता है चाचा टाटी मैन हम बॉट नहीं मारते चाचा की तरह क्या देख रहे हो मेरे भाई
स्ट्राइकर
सब लूट चेक करो भाई 6x 4x 3x
4x दे दो
400 500 एमओ भाई बहुत लेते हैं मेरे भाई ट्रिक चाहिए
और 3x मेरे
I got
पास है
supplies.
नींद देखने अच्छा बॉट के लंग बॉट मारता है या मुझे बॉट है
ये आवाज किस चीज की है अच्छा ये
पीछे से बंदे
Marked a location.
स्ट्राइकर गाड़ी में क्यों बैठे हो
मैं बोला बंदे भाई
स्टे किया
तुम्हारा बोला ना लूंग दे दाई
Watch out.
मारा हर तरफ से
कमाल
बंदे
खुदा की
यार
कसम के बर्बाद ये
रफी के पीछे से भी बंदे थे
स्ट्राइकर ये है एक
Watch out.
सही क्या
ये इधर से आ रहा है ये आ रहा है मेरे पे आ रहा है
उधर इवेंट में मार दी
इनकी माँ की कुछ में लोड़ा डालो
Don't give up. Teammates can still recall you.
ग्रेनेड करो कुत्ते पे Mora mashallah se games na cabeça pusa gan pasaro etavi lodbe. One second now. One second now. हमारा स्टार्ट करो अभी हमारा स्टार्ट करो अभी हमारा ये आउट मैचिंग क्यों बंद किया है आपने
रफी का किस चीज का मैसेज है
आउट मैचिंग जो 3 डंडे सिर्फ आते हैं हम 4 आते हैं डंडे गेम में
अच्छा
एग्जिट करो
ओके ओके समझ गया
एग्जिट करो
सॉरी
चाचा चौथा धंधा आपकी दिन में चेक करो
ओके
एग्जिट का वाह ये ओके
रफी का दार टू मैचिंग उस चीर तक कीजिए ये 3-4 रफी का आउट मैचिंग ओके
मैं पोपन का नो आउट मैचिंग टीपीपी लिखली चारों
आउट मैचिंग तमे ओडो 4 आउट मैचिंग
शट को
समझ गया
मेरे भाई अनफ्रेंड करो वापस ऐड
जी जी
मुझे अनफ्रेंड करो वापस ऐड करो 3 बार
किस तरह करो स्ट्राइकर क्या करो
ये कनेक्शन मुझे अनफ्रेंड करो
रफी का
अनफ्रेंड करो वंस
अनफ्रेंड डिलीट करो
अभी ऐड करो वापस ऐड करो
और अभी डिलीट करो या अनफ्रेंड किस तरह होता है
मैंने किया आप रिक्वेस्ट अभी एक्सेप्ट करो मैंने रिक्वेस्ट भेजा
ओके
ये मिशन है आरपी का मिशन है
ओके रिक्वेस्ट तो अभी तक नहीं आया है
आप उसको भेजो
देखो मैंने
आया अच्छा आया एग्री किया स्ट्राइकर एग्री किया
दोबारा करना है मेरे को दोबारा
ओके 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 करो एग्री
मुझे लगता
ओके डन स्ट्राइकर मेरा आरपी भी ज्यादा हुआ
वो मिशन सब 1 सेकंड में एक वो करूंगा चाचा ये मटेरियल नहीं तो सब कुत्ता ज्यादा ले रहा है इसका मटेरियल
भाई इनको छोड़ो मैंने एक ईएम किया मेरा लॉबी में एक ईएम चेक करो भाई वो मैटिक नहीं हुआ वो आर्ट मटेरियल और चाहिए मैंने लगाया है उधर वो कुफ्तो वाला मेरे भाई सब ऐसे किए भाई 7 मटेरियल से किया अभी 8 मांग रहे हैं नेक्स्ट
महंगा हो गया था
ये देखो
लेवल 6 है आपका लेवल 6
भाई किल मैसेज के ऊपर किया था फिर किया मैं क्या बोलूं
ये देखो अभी मैंने भी किया लेवल ये देखो लेवल 6 किया है लेकिन नेक्स्ट नहीं है
वो तो ठीक है स्ट्राइकर अभी ये किया मैंने किया भाई लेवल 6 का ये लेवल 7 है अच्छा वो लेवल 7 पे वो हो जाते हैं भाई
मैटिक हो जाता है अच्छा आपको पता नहीं था खुश रहे
भाई ये तो बड़ा ज्यादा है 8 मटेरियल लेते हैं 10 लेते हैं ये तो कुत्ता है
रफिका स्टार्ट
करो
I made the top 3 just now.
ये मुझे पसंद है ये जो आवाज
आप जो फायर कर रहे थे बड़ा मजे का आ रहा था
आप कौन है तो ये फायर करता हूँ
हाँ मुझे आ रहा था भाई जो मैं आपको वॉच कर रहा था
लगा वो साउंड नहीं आता इसमें
हाँ
मुझे लगा गन का साउंड ओ भाई ग्लोबर 41 म्यूजिक प्लेयर
ये क्या है ये टाइटल
क्विज या में भाई नंबर 1 है अच्छा इसका टाइटल यानी प्रो
किस चीज में
क्विजी
हाँ अच्छा ये वो टाइटल है जब आप गन ज्यादा यूज करो
अच्छा
बर्बाद किया रे बर्बाद किया रे
सब मेरे ऊपर वो कर रहे हैं जंप कर रहे हैं चाचा बच गए
भाई मैं वो तो फुटबॉल वाले से भी
मैं आपके पास आ रहा हूँ
ये
Watch out.
भाई कसम हेड लगे भाई से हेड लगे कुत्ते वाले उनको लगे स्ट्राइकर उस पे जाओ, फुल हेड लगे थे जिधर मैं मरा हूँ।
अच्छा इधर वो कैंपिंग कर रहा हूँ।
लाना तब की शक्ल पे कुछ रहे।
ओ भाई कितना मजा है। अंदर आओ, कोई नहीं है पीछे। चाचा आ रहे बंदे। स्मोक नहीं है, स्मोक करो इधर।
Marked a location.
अभी तो आया ऊपर से भाई।
आ रहे पीछे।
मेरे साइड से आ रहा है। फिनिश हो गए, ओपन करो।
चाचा जब
0 HP किया कुत्ते को स्ट्राइकर। मैंने रिकॉल उठाया। ओके ओके।
वेट वेट हील।
ओ पेंग को अगर है
Watch out.
आ गया आपको साइड से। हाँ
गाड़ी नहीं है चाचा।
मैं आपको बोला कि पिचकारी पेंको
नहीं है चाचा मेरे पास, वरना आपके बुन में मारते। जाके रश कर रहे हैं हमारे ऊपर, बोट है हम।
हाँ ये समझते कि हम बोट हैं।
तो मैं आओ भाई, बोलो।
खेल तो दे, तो स्ट्राइक कर रहा हूँ
भाई सब इधर हेल्थ ज्यादा है यार। लो रिकॉल लो मेरे भाई, रिकॉल। भाई सब गन चेक करो, रोशनी जैसे है गन सब।
रफीक 4x चाहिए आपको?
नहीं है मेरे
चेक करो चेक करो।
हाँ देखा देखा देखा। आओ भाई, ज्यादा टर्टर ना करो, आओ चले। मुझे वो चाहिए भाई, क्या नाम है भाई, हवा वाला।
एक बंदा यार आके दो।
Watch out.
तो हर जगह
I got
मिलता है।
supplies. I got supplies.
छोड़ो मेरा शिकार है।
मुझे ये नहीं मिला अभी तक स्ट्राइकर, ये हवा वाला।
आपको कुछ नहीं होगा, गाड़ी में बैठो जरा कर दो। क्या है भाई?
गाड़ी में बैठो, गाड़ी में भाई। कम नंबर 4।
वेट वेट। क्या था?
भाई कर जाओ जाओ।
आई करना।
6 बंदे हो गए।
बंदे।
हाँ पीछे हो। ओ ये सामने सामने सामने।
Watch out.
ये सामने। Hey, Goaty.
Marked a location.
Thank you, thank you. Oh, wait. फिर मजा भी आता है गेम का. नहीं ट्राई करिए नहीं ये.
Oh, listen to that.
बंदे आएंगे भाई. बंदे.
Watch out.
आओ बेटो. वो बंदा ट्राई करो.
Watch out.
कुछ देखा ट्राई करो.
मेरे भाई ऊपर आओ.
ये बंदा
किधर है?
भाई कसम से इधर मुझे कुछ देखा मैंने ऐसा.
Watch out.
इधर तो नहीं आ रहा.
भाई बंदे खत्म.
अभी तक स्कोप नहीं मिला.
ट्राई कराओ 6x 4x में कौन सा चाहिए?
एक दो मेरे भाई से मत का कुछ नहीं है. देख देना.
भाई बंदे खत्म. आओ.
थैंक यू.
बंदा आया.
बंदा आया ऊपर है.
वैसा गरनेट मुंह पे जा रहा था.
वाह रफी.
गरनेट मेरे मुंह पे मारा था. सच हुआ मैं बच गया.
भाई बंदा साउंड आया.
जीरो किल
Watch
है.
out.
मारो मेरे को.
Versa? Puśćcie gierza.
साउंड है.
किधर?
ऊपर है उमरा सापो.
ऊपर.
Protaj.
Arsa.
आसमान से आ रहे हैं. तक दोनों किल ले गया. करता रिवाइव करो.
भाई वो डंडा लगा रहा हूँ.
इधर तो किल चोरी. भाई दूसरा सब किल चोरी हो. 3 किल चोरी हो गया. तो 3 किल. फाउल इन देते.
Watch out. Watch out.
ये है स्ट्राइकर. ये इसको तक जाओ.
रफीक ये पॉमिन रिवाइव कर रहा है. पॉमिन इसको रिवाइव कर रहा है. मैं जाता हूँ उसको फिनिश करने.
किधर जा रहे हो उमरा? हाँ?
Watch out.
ये क्या पागल है उमरा?
Watch out.
उमरा लानत शपतो खुमाड़ा है. तू पाऊँ वाजा ज़ख़ा गाश वाला. स्ट्राइकर इधर ऊपर आओ उमरा.
इसने ना हिलते हो.
ऊपर आ रहा है. गुड नंबर 4 उमर अभी तक जिंदा है उनको जाओ उमर की तरफ से एक कुत्ता आ रहा है
Watch out!
बांग्लादेश वाला
Watch out! Awesome.
और कौन बचा है इसका?
Help!
Watch out!
मजाक है
We're the best.
बूढ़े ने बोला कि मैं 25 मिनट में आऊंगा
मजा आया भाई मजा आता है क्या बोलते हो तुम
शायकर आप PMGC के आप नहीं देखते हाँ
नहीं भाई क्यों देखो PMGC
भाई बड़ा मजा आता है कसम से ऐसे ऐसे प्लेयर है कि आपको मजा आएगा
चाचा सब बॉट है सब पेंटिंग करते हैं लास्ट चट्टी देते क्या तो खेलते हैं चाचा लेकिन किसके पास इसका गेम देखा आपने
नहीं शायकर कसम खुदा की उनके सामने नहीं टिक सकता बंदा हाँ उसमें बहुत अच्छे अच्छे प्लेयर है अल्पा वाले है भाई कसम से तबाही है भाई एक होते कि वही से 30 प्लेयर हो नासिर को मैसेज करता हूँ 1 सेकंड
उमर से कौन सा चाचा यूज ये मास्टर चाहिए
बुढ़ा ऑफलाइन हो गया स्टार्ट करो मरा मास जो आपको डील करे भाई वो यूज करो ये कौन सा एंट्री है स्ट्राइकर ये कब मिला था ये कपड़ा मैंने तो अभी देखा मैंने तो अभी देखा
आप तो खुश रहे हो भाई
मुनाफिक का कब आएगा मुनाफिक का
Marked a location.
ये कुत्ता इधर बेटे
Marked a location.
उधर उमरा उसने मुझे नहीं देखा है डरता रजा हेल्थ स्टाफ हेल्थ है स्ट्राइकर भाई
नष्टा
नहीं चाचा अभी मिला आओ
बड़ा उमरा सांगता खुशा मोदे किल खरूबको
Watch out.
ಮಾಡದ Rafika uite de corner saravilor dai.
उमरा पे वो कदम शत साउंड न dersi खतुसे तो भी गेम सजदा के
Rafika sound artla غلط یو وشو یا په کمره یې سایډ ته وشو یا او دایمه په لیفت شو
Watch out.
ये दो
Watch out.
ये नेपाली है पाकिस्तानी में समझे क्यों होंगे कुत्ते देखो स्ट्राइकर ये
Watch out.
भाई कितना किधर बैठा सही देखो सर
इसके साथ ना शेर चलेगा
यार दिमाग खराब कर रहे फजूल में मुंह से गालियां निकलेगा शायकर ये नेपालियों को मारेंगे आओ जल्दी ग्रोनसा इधर से कुछ उठाते इन कुत्तों को मारेंगे
Okie dokie.
M416 नीचे पड़ा है स्ट्राइकर एमओ इधर है
Marked a location.
no problem चाचा उल्लू की मिला मार कर रही है
ओह नो
मजा के गन अपग्रेड के चाचा मजा करना है
Rafika DP घोड़े
नहीं डीपी मैंने छोड़ा है
I got supplies.
My precious.
ट्राई कर रहा हूँ ये पैसा देखो कितना वन सेकेंड 136
पैसा दो स्कोप
हाँ देता हूँ 1 सेकेंड में सिर्फ दिखा रहा था ये उसने दे दिया डब्बे ने
Watch out.
कोई दे दो पैसा अगर है
I got supplies.
एक तेरा खरीदना